As the world's leading superpower, Mei Nation had always been the center of attention in the international community. The discussion thread posted by Xiao Luo about the bombing of the White House had already gone viral globally. The media from every country were keeping a close eye and reporting live on this, and the entire world was watching, curious to see what would happen to the White House on this day in Washington. The netizens of Mei Nation were equally anxious about what was happening. Someone had uploaded the photos of the White House being on high alert, which made the internet boil over with social media activity. Oh, **T, so someone was indeed planning to blow up the White House. If not, why would the government deploy so many people to be on guard? The White House is on Class 1 alert status, so what's going on? Are we facing another terrorist attack? **MN, it must be the remnants of our old adversaries from the 2 previous wars, and they are here to take revenge. Shut up. Our government troops will shoot down every single one of these terrorists. There'll be no mercy. Support the federal government and defeat terrorism. The netizens of Mei Nation were pouring their hearts out on social media. Of course, when the threat of a terrorist attack was mentioned again, there was a cloud of panic hovering over the nation like a thick haze, putting the entire nation in fear. At this time, President Bama of Mei Nation was giving a live-streamed speech through various mainstream websites and CBS television. He spoke from the building of the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, and he aimed to calm the anxiety of the citizens. President Bama stood on the podium confidently and appeared very calm as he addressed the citizens with his loud and confident voice. He assured them they were close to apprehending the outlaw who started the terrorist attack thread. Citizens of Mei Nation, do not fear and do not feel anxious. You must have faith in the federal government and your president. We will provide you with a satisfactory response. In the name of our people, I will wipe out every terrorist in this world and let us. 1. As he was delivering his impassioned speech, his live stream was switched to another channel. A man wearing a Hua Nation mask appeared on the live stream of all the major video websites and CBS television. What's going on? President Bama stared at the Minister of Defense angrily. The minister immediately turned to the head of the FBI, who quickly turned to his subordinate for answers. After a quick confirmation, the head of the FBI walked up the stage and whispered to the president, "Mr. President, Mia has hacked into every major platform transmitting our live coverage and redirected all the channels to this transmission." So he is Mia? President Bama asked as he pointed at the man who was wearing a Hua Nation mask. Yes, that should be him, sir. The head of the FBI looked nervous, and for fear that President Bama might lose his temper, he quickly added, "Rest assured, Mr. President, I have ordered our IT experts to restore transmission of your speech to all channels and prevent any further disruption. Everything will return to normal soon. Are you sure your guys are capable of that?" President Bama quipped, visibly annoyed with what happened. It was an unmitigated disaster that a hacker could so easily disrupt a live speech by the president of this country, and to rub salt into the wound, his transmission was redirected to a different feed. President Bama could already imagine the leaders of foreign countries talking about this topic over their meals. Just the thought that he might become the butt of a joke that went viral around the world made him even angrier. All the senior officials present, including the head of the FBI, the Minister of Defense, and the Minister of Home Affairs, looked terrified. They quickly instructed their aides to restore the transmission at all costs and locate Mia's whereabouts. The entire Mei Nation was shocked, for nobody could have believed that the terrorist could interrupt the live speech by the president. And to make matters worse, they replaced it with the image of a man with a Hua Nation mask. Who's this dude, the almighty God? Sarah Michelle was at home, staring at her laptop in absolute shock. Undoubtedly, she knew that it was the work of Xiao Luo. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were at the auditorium of the University of Washington when it happened. They were just as surprised as everybody else, for no one expected that even the live stream of a president's speech could be interrupted. And to see it replaced with the image of a masked Hua national was simply unbelievable. How did an image of a Hua national in a mask suddenly appear? What's this about? It looks like he's one of us. I mean, he's even wearing a Hua nation mask. Could he be the guy who declared that he would blow up the White House a few days ago? They both stared at each other and could see the surprise in the other's eyes. Both Huang Ruoren and Wang Ling were equally stunned. Who would have imagined that someone was brave enough to mess around the president of Mei Nation? The entire incident was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, the man wearing the Hua Nation mask started talking. Good morning, everyone. I am grateful that I have this opportunity to speak to every citizen of Mei Nation, despite the circumstances. First, let me assure you, I am not a terrorist. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xuanhuan. All of you do not know me, and many of you would have this question, who? Well, who also happens to be my grandmother's surname, which is also the answer to my credit card security question. What the? The citizens of Mei were intrigued, and some even thought that this man was more humorous than the president. When I was still in elementary school, I had to labor in the paddy field as part of the curriculum. Speaking of which, there was a mining shaft nearby that some people decided to blow up with dynamites. Hence, I learned to move at light speed, which is faster than sonic speed. By the way, when the rocks flew from that blast, they were traveling at sonic speed. My father was a bad-tempered man. However, he would occasionally try to cheer me up with some jokes, but he was terrible at it. When I was 7, he asked me one day, "Hey, son, why is being Kurd better than a socialist economy?" Xiao Luo paused and said, I asked him, why? Well, he said that since he is my father, and he represents the truth, therefore if he said that being Kurd was better than a socialist economy, then it had to be better than a socialist economy. Haha. When they heard that, the anxious citizens started sniggering. Some of them laughed hysterically, for beneath Xiao Luo's drivel was an allegory of how the citizens of Mei Nation were being duped. The listeners quickly caught on to the sarcasm. Even the cabinet members present in the Pentagon were laughing their guts out, but President Bama was fuming, and it showed visibly on his face. The people around him instantly shut their mouths and tried hard to contain their laughter, but they couldn't stop their shoulders from shaking. When President Bama found out that the views for Xiao Luo's live stream were up 5-fold, his face became even more furious. It suggested that his live speech was not as appealing as an outlaw's random talk, which the president found unacceptable. Xiao Luo continued to challenge and humiliate Oba's authority on the live stream. When Mr. Bama, a man of African descent, became president, it gave me hope anyone could become a president. And I dreamed that someday in the future, my son could also become the president of Mei Nation. Then I would make him master 2 languages, Chinese and English. He might ask me why he would need to master those languages. Then I shall tell him, once you become the president of Mei Nation, you will need to pass laws in English, but negotiate with your creditors in Chinese. Use the Chinese language to communicate with their creditor? Oh, my God, this guy is a riot. The Mei nationals were laughing when they heard that statement. For a moment, they forgot that the man was a criminal threatening to blow up the White House. Talented. He's way too talented, haha. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai stood up to clap for the masked man as they looked at the screen in the auditorium. Huang Ruoren and Wang Ling were sitting beside the guys, equally amused. Those words would not have sounded funny to a kid who did not know that the Hua Nation was the Mei Nation's biggest creditor. I've learned all about the Mei Nation's history. Xiao Luo continued his speech on the various major broadcasting platforms. Everyone was glued to their screens, enjoying the entertaining live broadcast. Someone once asked me, who is Benjamin Franklin? My answer was, he is the reason that the convenience stores get robbed. Every May national watching the live broadcast burst out laughing because every $100 note in the May nation had the face of Benjamin Franklin printed on it. Since every convenience store would have $100 notes, that would be the reason these stores would get robbed. Xiao Luo continued, there is one more question. What is the Second Amendment to the May Nation Constitution? And my answer was, it is also the reason that convenience stores get robbed. The May Nation audience watching the live stream burst out laughing once again. The fact was that the Second Amendment of the May Nation's Constitution was to the freedom of its citizens to carry arms. It was humorous and engaging, two different questions with a similar answer. Many May nationals laughed till their faces turned red. That included the cabinet ministers in the Pentagon. It was hard not to laugh at such humor about their country. In the May Nation, people often say that everyone is born equal. Yet equality somehow depended on their parents' income. Do we not see that reflected in the early education and healthcare sector? I read in the Men's Health magazine that President Bama has 2 days of cardiorespiratory therapy and 4 days of muscle training each week. When I mentioned that, someone then said that he did not need the training, for he has medical insurance. The tone used in the last sentence was that of complacency. That kind of humor made every May national burst out laughing. He might have meant it as a joke, but there was a hidden meaning behind that joke. The audience realized that the masked man was using humor to criticize current problems in the May Nation. Since we have already mentioned President Bama, then let us talk more about him. Xiao Luo changed the topic, and with a tone of ridicule, he said, people always say that President Bama is a soft-hearted person, but he started 2 wars and brought lots of death and anguish to this world. It is terrible that they awarded him the Nobel Peace Prize. And he accepted it with no hesitation at all. Could there be anything worse in this world other than this? In the Pentagon, President Bama's face turned dark, and he looked so grim that it could not possibly get any worse. His eyes glowered with fury, and the desire to tear this Xuan Nation man apart was clear. After they heard what the masked man had said, everyone was silent. The atmosphere felt like the calm before a storm, and there was an awkward chill in the room. Is this guy in a hurry to meet his maker? It stunned Sarah Michelle when she heard what the masked man had said. That guy had the guts to make fun of the president of the May Nation. He did not just poke fun at him, but he had even condemned the president. What he had done did not differ from slapping the president in public. Xiao Luo spread his arms out and continued to speak as if resigned to the irony of it. But, there is something worse than this. The fact is that President Bama used the prize money from the Nobel Peace Prize to support the army to continue funding wars, he said. They burst out laughing. The entire May Nation burst out laughing. That masked man had already won the hearts of many May nationals. They all cheered, whistled, and clapped. The May Nation is amazing because it is always the champion of the annual international baseball game. Although the only teams taking part are those from the May Nation and Canada, Xiao Luo said firmly in a calm tone. His sarcasm wasn't lost on his audience, for in the May Nation, they could freely joke about their president. The May nationals laughed loudly once again. Many were already tearing up. They did not expect that the sudden live broadcast had turned out to be that humorous. Xiao Luo went on to say, after seeing it how President Bama had started 2 wars, I understood the glory of having power. Perhaps I should also be a May national and try to run for the presidency as well. The whole world knows that you've all wasted the 8 years of your lives. And when I do run as a candidate, I expect someone will then ask, hey, what would be your campaign slogan? Alright then, what I want to say is that I understand the suffering that the May nationals have gone through. So, my campaign slogan will be, who the hell cares about you? What do you all think? That vulgar slogan caused all the May nationals to laugh out loud once again. If I get elected, I will legalize gay marriage. That would win me votes from the younger generation. I will also eliminate the unemployment rate in the May Nation. I will use the productivity method commonly used by the Mei nationals, which is to have 2 to 3 people complete a job that one person can easily do. Also, I have a fast and effective measure against the greenhouse effect. I can change the Fahrenheit to Celsius, so 100 degrees will now be only 40 degrees. If I get elected, I will use the text message format to send my allies a hi message as a greeting. But it will be different for my enemies. I will send them a message when they are driving. My message would say, "Oh, my God, are you guys secretly developing nuclear weapons?" As soon as he said that, the entire Mei nation broke out in raucous laughter. Xiao Luo had subdued them with humor. Everyone knew that the original reason President Bama embarked on the 2 wars was that he insisted the other party was developing nuclear weapons. Haha. Sarah Michelle laughed. She admired the way Xiao Luo had phrased his words. *CK, this guy is a master of humor. He has sarcastically criticized all the problems that the Mei nation faced. The sarcasm toward President Bama sure packed a powerful punch. Master. He is a master. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were fascinated with the masked man on the screen, and they worshipped him. Huang Ruoren was extremely quiet because she was paying attention to the sound of that voice, which sounded very familiar to her. She mumbled to herself, "Why does this voice sound so much like Xiao Luo's voice?" She might have said that softly. But Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and Wang Ling heard her. "Brother Luo?" "Huh?" The 3 of them gasped. No one thought too much about it until Huang Ruoren suggested it. But now that she had mentioned it, the voice did sound like Xiao Luo. "Oh, my Lady Gaga, it can't be Brother Luo." Ding Kai had a look of shock written all over his face. Is that masked man Xiao Luo? What was going on? Did he not say that he was in the Mei nation for a holiday? Looking at how things were unfolding, it appeared that Xiao Luo was there to create trouble. What kind of chaos is Hero Luo trying to create? He is way too aggressive. He is even challenging the Mei nation. Wang Ling's body trembled a bit. She had realized how mysterious Hero Luo was and how little they knew him. He was always known to be powerful and gutsy, but now he even dared to challenge the Mei nation. If that kind of news spread across Huaya, no one would believe it. Hero Luo was living in a completely different world from them. And in his world, he was already at the top of the pyramid. Huang Ruoren dropped her jaw, completely stunned. President Bama's face darkened. The masked man had hit home with his last sarcastic remark. Developing nuclear weapon was an excuse that he was fond of using to scare other countries for the benefit of the Mei nation. The cabinet ministers were aware of this, but it was something that the public did not know. Whether by design or otherwise, Mia had informed the public about something true. Are the programming experts in FBI a bunch of useless turds? Why have they not recovered the transmission signal to all the major platforms yet? President Bama turned around and glared at the head of the FBI. He was fuming mad, and his flaming eyes showed the extent of rage that was seething inside him. A cold sweat broke as the head of the FBI tried to offer a reply to the president. But he had neither an explanation nor an answer for him. There was another piece of shocking information that he had yet to report to the president. It was apparent that the Huan nation had a team of highly skilled programmers who were just as capable as Mia now existed in the Huan nation. The FBI had tried to hack into the Huan nation gateway on multiple occasions, but their experts had blocked every single attempt they made. Time flies when we are having a good time. My dear Mei nationals, I will now let you know why I flew over here and why I want to blow up the White House. Xiao Luo showed a set of photos on all the broadcasting channels. The pictures showed the bodies of the failed genetic engineering experiments. Some victims had their intestines and stomachs cut up, some of their bodies were ulcerated and filled with pus, and some had their skins peeled off. There were many other horrific images. Every picture was bloody, and all of them revealed the horrendous pain the victims were put through while alive. They looked like they had gone through several levels of punishment in hell. Oh, my God! What happened to all these people? What did they do to them? How did they become like this? Faces distorted, mouths wide open like a struggling ghost. I can see the despair on the faces. They were put through inhumane abuse before they died. Why did this masked man display all these pictures? Do not tell me it had something to do with our federal government? The broadcast of those photos stirred up the Mei Nation. The Mei nationals, who saw the pictures, experienced shock and were outraged. The immediate assumption was that their federal government had something to do with this incident. But if it involved the federal government, then what sort of people were running their country? What other horrifying things had they conducted in secret? The thought was terrifying. The cabinet ministers under President Bama were in a state of panic now. In a country that promoted freedom of speech, the leaked information would expose the people behind the experiments and would make them an enemy of their people. Turn it off! The Minister of the Defense shouted. Venting his anger, he kicked the FBI head's leg hard. With a murderous look on his face, he screamed, "I do not care what kind of method you use. I want your men to turn it off immediately. This broadcast cannot continue. Hurry it up." Understood. The head of the FBI quickly went off to carry out the order. As things were already at such a critical stage, they were only left with one drastic solution: they would have to cut off the electric supply of every major broadcasting network. However, these broadcasting stations had their backup power supply, and it would take a while to cut them off completely. The live broadcast continued to air. Xiao Luo explained, "As you can see, they tortured these people while they were still alive. The abuse went on till they died. They were all Asians captured by the Nation military. They locked these victims inside a biochemical base for the live experiments. When the experiments failed, the victims would end up looking like those you see in the pictures. They gathered data from these failed experiments to use them for the next one. Every victim had undergone vivisection. The genetic engineering base in the Nation had the backing of the federal government of the Mei Nation. Your federal government provided them with support and the required technology. Professor Adrian, the biochemical professor of Washington University, created the technology to transform an ordinary man into a genetic warrior. As far as I know, the genetic engineering base in the Nation is not the only one involving the Mei Nation. And they have also researched gene warriors on home ground, and the people they captured for these live experiments were possibly Mei nationals like you. So, I am sure all of you are now clear of the reason why I came to the Mei Nation." What? The entire country was in chaos. The words delivered by the masked man made the Mei nationals doubt their federal government, which had always advocated freedom, fairness, and equality. So how could the Mei nationals allow this kind of government to lead the nation? Fear rapidly spread across the country like the plague. At a villa in Washington, Ian sat on a sofa watching the broadcast. A strange look swept across his face. Some memory seemed to have jolted him. He looked like he had remembered something dreadful. A nightmarish image was flashing through his mind. Sweat began forming on his forehead. His eyes narrowed, and he unconsciously squeezed the beer can in his hands. The froth from the beer dripped onto the floor. All right, the moment has come for me to fulfill my promise. The White House is just the beginning. My next target will be the FBI headquarters. To all the Mei nationals, may God be with you. Xiao Luo ended the broadcast. Suddenly, the screen switched back to the meeting room at the Pentagon. When the switch happened, the camera was still on President Bama, who was standing at the rostrum. The audience saw a grim-faced president. At that moment, a long-range missile rose from the western military base. It flew across the sky about 1,000 meters high, like a comet, and its trajectory was sending it directly to the White House, Washington, D.C. Whoosh. Hearing the missile and knowing its destructive power made everyone's hair stand on ends. The May Nationals in Washington were so scared that they started screaming. Many people working in their offices rushed out to look. They lifted their heads and saw the missile flying across the sky about 1,000 meters above them. The police officers, FBI agents, and the SEAL teams deployed around the White House grounds lifted their heads and watched the missile coming toward them in horror. They had thought of countless ways that an enemy could attack the White House, but they never expected this. God damn it. Hurry and stop it. President Bama finally got his senses back and quickly shouted out. But it was too late to stop it. The missile landed on the White House, just as he finished his sentence. Boom. The blast reverberated across the city, and the White House suffered a great of damage and crumbled. In an instant, debris from that explosion spread all over the vicinity. The police officers and FBI agents around the White House suffered injuries from the falling debris, and many of them were bleeding. There were cries and moans of pain from the injured as they laid writhing on the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the air. The White House had turned into a heap of debris, and as the dust slowly settled, a large wooden oval table was burning up in flames in the center of the wreckage. Some reporters who reacted quickly were already at the scene. They covered the story live, and their cameras captured footage of the place as it happened. President Bama was in shock. Then he lost control of his emotions when he saw the footage. He kicked the lectern in front of him, turned around, and left the podium. He recognized that oval-shaped wooden table. It was his office desk. Shame, anger, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. These three emotions were tearing through the president. F***ck. Not long afterward, they could hear President Bama shouting out in anger in the long corridor. It was a voice filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. The Vice President, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Justice, and the other cabinet ministers were furiously issuing the same order with grim looks on their faces. The order was to find and kill the thousand-faced killer, Xuanhuan, no matter what it took. After Xiao Luo blew up the White House, the federal government immediately dispatched a large contingent of army and police troops to comb through the entire Washington, D.C. All of them swore to hunt down Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, and execute him most cruelly to vent their anger. However, their efforts were to no avail as the target suddenly vanished like a wraith, and there was no trace of him at all. The federal government expected the Pentagon to be the next target and duly deployed security forces to guard the building. As a further precaution, they also cut off the communication network ports of all military bases across the country. The action was to prevent the hacking of military bases and the unauthorized launching of their long-range missiles in attacking the Pentagon. The SEAL members scoured the entire Pentagon for security breaches thoroughly and installed sensitive detectors to screen for potential bombs. As intense screening was being carried out, security troops were patrolling the perimeter of the Pentagon along with the FBI and police. Mr. President, there'll be no problem. If Mia wants to blow up the Pentagon, he has to break in physically. And the moment he appears, the Pentagon will be his last resting place. A captain in the SEAL team remarked to President Bama. The Pentagon was in total lockdown and fully secured. There was no way that Mia could breach their defenses. The SEAL team had full confidence in their abilities and had done everything they could to guard this place. President Bama sat on the sofa with his hands interlocked over his stomach. He was brooding, and his face was somber. He had been this way ever since Xiao Luo blew the White House up. His characteristic smile had long vanished as citizens around the country protested on the streets, calling for his removal and the resignation of the federal government under his leadership. They threw his pictures on the ground and the angry citizens stomped on them, demanding truth and justice. He had lost his reputation, and people were stomping on his dignity. There were instances where President Bama felt so depressed, he almost vomited blood in anger. I don't want to hear your bullsh*t promises. I want him dead. Do you get it? He snapped, clenching his teeth. The captain nodded and replied, yes, sir. In this temporary office, every cabinet minister remained silent, not daring to utter a single word. They were visibly concerned that, despite combing the area for over 48 hours, they could not find out where Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, was hiding. The man had miraculously vanished into thin air, and that was a matter of great consternation. Still, nobody expected Mia to be successful this time around. Every military base had decoupled its connectivity with the outside. Regardless of how competent Mia's hacking ability was, he could not tap into the military base's resources. If he wanted to blow up the Pentagon, he would have to come here with the bomb himself. But the moment he showed up, snipers, heavy tanks, machine guns would welcome him. He would come face to face with an assortment of precision weapons and mass-killing machines. And he would undoubtedly die miserably. Shriek. Suddenly, a loud, sharp noise reverberated through the room and startled everyone. What was that? President Bama asked anxiously, for he could not afford any more accidents. If they lost the Pentagon, the entire world would mock him and his federal government for the rest of their lives. A man in a suit rushed in, gasping desperately. Sir, we lost contact with the National Space Station. We've tracked it, and it's not good news. It's been kicked off its orbit and is losing altitude fast. It's too late now. The Earth's gravity has captured it, and it's crashing through the stratosphere as we speak, he reported. What? Everyone in the temporary office was stunned, but President Bama quickly recovered and ran out of the building. He looked up and realized that there was a gleaming object in the sky, and it was crashing down on them like a meteorite, leaving a long trail of smoke behind it. That object was falling straight at them like an unidentified flying object. Sending the space station crashing into the Pentagon? Everyone was shocked when this idea finally registered in their minds. It was beyond anything they imagined, but Xiao Luo had found a way. Nobody would have imagined that he would hack into the satellite system and turn the space station into a bomb. It was unreal to have even thought of smashing the Pentagon with the space station. It was insane. Even if one could gather every professional expert in the world, it'd have taken time to predict the trajectory of a falling object from space accurately. Therefore, to calculate the path of a functioning space station, and to crash into the Pentagon was virtually impossible. It was as tough as using a pistol to shoot an ant from a few hundred meters away. It was even harder than teaching a man to fly. How could he have come up with such an idea? What gave him the confidence that he could pull it off? This man was a complete psycho. He was unpredictable. Whoosh! 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 They fired a dozen of interceptor missiles to break up the incoming space station in its trajectory. They stood a better chance of survival if the falling debris were smaller. However, the falling speed of the space station was too fast. The shrieking hypersonic boom was deafening, and none of the interceptor missiles found their mark. It was not unlike a gigantic meteorite crashing down upon the Pentagon. It would obliterate everything around ground zero, like a nuclear blast. Kaboom! The ground shook, and the Pentagon was vaporized in seconds. A raging firestorm surged outward from the point of impact, sending gale-force storms of dust and debris blasting for miles. When the storm settled, the Pentagon was nothing more than an enormous hole, with smoke billowing above the leaping flames. He has destroyed the Pentagon? The Pentagon is gone, destroyed by the same guy. The cabinet minister widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the image of the enormous hole. They had done everything they could and yet were still defeated by Mia. He had used their space station as a weapon to destroy the Pentagon. There was silence, and everyone was in a stupor as they realized the power of Mia. No wonder he could turn the entire Re nation upside down and get away with it. He was an incredible being who could do anything, anywhere he wanted. Their country was in a turbulent storm now, as citizens unleashed their wrath on the federal government and took to the streets in unprecedented protest. Dispatch the genetic warriors. President Bama looked at the Pentagon, now in ruins, and he looked more serious than ever as he clenched his jaw hard. His order shocked the cabinet ministers as the genetic warriors were their trump card. They had long reached a consensus that the genetic warriors were to be reserved as a last resort. Exposing their existence would only attract the world's attention. The research and development of the genetic warriors were against the moral ethics of humankind, therefore, the entire Mei nation would face the world's scorn. It would cause unmitigated political problems as nations would rally to bring down the whole Mei nation. With the current domestic unrest, sending out the genetic warriors would mean that the federal government was complicit in the research of the genetic warriors. The wrath of citizens would only escalate, and when that happened, would the federal government be able to withstand it? Mr. President, I hope you think again. It is not a good time to dispatch the genetic warriors. The defense secretary tried to persuade him. President Bama turned around and grabbed him by his collar. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a terrifying demon now. Then King, tell me, when is a good time? After the entire federal government loses its authority? Heed my order and dispatch the genetic warriors. I want that goddamn Hua National to be the genetic warriors' first kill. Yes, sir. The defense secretary dared not decline again. Bama was, after all, the president and commander-in-chief. Ian, you have got work to do now. Time to earn your keep, the young man said as he stepped into the room. He had just arrived at the very luxurious villa in a luxury car. He looked indifferently at Ian, who was on the phone and was about to repeat himself. Ian then looked up and made a sign asking the young man for a moment, and then he smiled as he said on the phone, "Darling, let's watch a movie later at night. I'll pick you up at 7 at the University of Washington. I'll see you there. Love you." Once he had hung up on her, his smile vanished instantly, like it never was there before. His entire temperament had changed completely, and he now resembled a ferocious beast thirsting for fresh blood. He glared at the young man coldly and said, "They want me to get Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, right?" "That's right." The young man replied and nodded. "Do it right now, and use your tracking ability to catch him, Mr. President is all ready." Swoosh. Ian teleported in front of the young man in a flash and grabbed him by his throat. His fingers sunk into his neck deeply as he pushed him against the wall and said, "What if I said no?" Despite being in a precarious position, the young man showed no sign of panic. He replied, "Ian, you were on death row. You should consider yourself very lucky that the federal government chose you to take part in the genetic warrior program. Wouldn't you say that it's because of us you can live a normal life again and even date someone? There's no free lunch in this world, nor is there absolute freedom. It's all about give and take. Look, every one of us is shackled, in one way or another. Let me remind you that everything you possess now, including your life, had been granted by the federal government. Obey the federal government unless you want to lose everything you have attained so far." Ian blinked as he let him go, then punched the sturdy wall just at the side of the young man's head. But good sense prevailed, and he knew what he had to do. He did not want to lose his second chance in life. That wall crumbled as his punch broke through the wall as if it had pierced through soft bean curd. Ian heaved a sigh like a beast, brimming with dangerous killing intent. "If I wanted, the federal government could disappear from this world soon," he scowled. "But you wouldn't do that, wouldn't you?" The young man became even calmer and at ease, for this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Without the special drug provided by the federal government, your body will fester within half a month. You would become food for maggots, and even before you die, your body will be filled with them. You would probably be still very conscious then, and you would only die after they suck your brains dry. It is probably one of the worst and disgusting ways to die. His words seemed to have hit a soft spot, and it made Ian sweat profusely. The young man was skillful in manipulating a person's mind, and he quickly convinced Ian. The young man patted Ian's shoulder and comforted him. "Ian, don't be stubborn. Every one of us lives like a dog. I am no different, and sometimes I have to accomplish whatever tasks my master gives me. I've to carry them out at all costs, as if my life depended on them. If I don't do my job, I'm a dead man. Think about it, and you'll realize that you are far luckier than most people. As long as you obey the federal government's order, you get to enjoy an endless amount of wealth. And you can seek love, too. I know you love that Chinese girl, and you want to be with her forever. Since you love her and want to be with her, then fight for it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Fight like your life depends on it, and that's the only way to get what you want." Ian remained quiet as his conflicting emotion cleared. He had to protect his precious relationship with Xuanhuan. After Xiao Luo destroyed the Pentagon, the headquarters of the Department of Defense shifted to a secret underground bunker in Washington. President Bama and the cabinet ministers gathered there. There were many high-tech instruments and 482-inch monitors mounted on the walls. The military command and control system was also located there, and a few young military officers were busy working. "Mr. President, the genetic warrior has been dispatched, and he is now at the Mojave Desert," a technician reported the status to President Bama. "What is he doing there? Is Mia presently at the Mojave Desert?" President Bama asked. The technician nodded and replied, "Yes, it seems so." What was Mia doing in the Mojave Desert? None of them knew the reason, but they had faith in the genetic warrior's ability to track people down. As long as it had registered the scent of its target before, the genetic warrior could locate his mark in any corner of the world. It was in their genes that they could track down their targets like hunting dogs. Could it be that he's going to the Invisible Jet research base at the Mojave Desert? A cabinet minister suddenly exclaimed. Gasp! Everyone drew in a quick breath. The Mojave Desert Invisible Jet research base had been built through the allocation of an immense fund. The latest fighter jet, the Phantom 5, was now undergoing its most crucial stage of development. If Xiao Luo disrupted its testing in any way at this stage, then the enormous funding they had invested earlier would all go down the drain. "Found him. I found that Mia," a technician called out. President Bama, the ministers, and senior ranking officers looked over. On the large wall-mounted monitors, they saw a black dot moving across the screen. When the technician zoomed in, they began to make out the form of a person running. That technician turned to the president to explain. "I scanned the map with a satellite and triangulated his position based on his last known location and direction of travel," he said, as he continued zooming in. "It's unbelievable. He is running at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. What?" Everyone widened their eyes in shock, unable to process what they just heard. How could an ordinary human being run at that speed? "Are you sure that he's on foot and not using any means of transport?" the defense minister asked. "The satellite image shows he's running, and the distance of each step is about 50 to 80 meters, the technician replied. "What's going on? Is he a genetic warrior created by the Hua Nation?" The defense minister took a deep breath and turned to President Bama. "Our genetic warrior is hardly at par with Mia." President Bama did not respond to him, and his drawn face turned dark again. He was anxious that the Mei Nation was not the only country that possessed such a formidable weapon. After the technician analyzed the photo captured by the satellite and other corresponding data, he looked shocked. "It doesn't seem like he's running, but it's more like he's flying, sir." "Flying? My God, what kind of joke are you cracking, boy? How could a man fly without the help of a machine? How could that be possible?" Everyone was even more shocked this time, and the flustered defense minister yelled, "What the F***ck are you saying? Flying? You mean he's a Superman now?" "Sir, these are the pictures snapped by our scouts at the Mojave Desert." The technician projected the images onto the giant screen. They were all shot taken in the desert and showed a stretch of sand-colored undulating terrain. The desert here is where Mia passed earlier, but he did not leave any traces on the sand. How could a person run in a desert, leaving no traces of footprints? Unless he's flying, of course. When he finished speaking, everyone was in a stupor. Flying? What the hell was going on? How did that guy do it? Everyone watching the giant screens in the command center was stunned by Xiao Luo's superhuman ability. Xiao Luo used his unique technique, Qigong without equal, to travel across the Mojave Desert plains, flying across it like a divine being. Though, he was not flying. He bounded in great leaps over tens of meters, but left no footprints on the sand. The wind screamed past his ears as he blazed through the plains at an extreme speed. Although using the Qigong technique took a toll on his inner power, Xiao Luo still enjoyed the exhilaration of riding the wind and soaring in the air. The federal government agencies had predicted correctly. The target was undoubtedly the Invisible Jet Research Base, which had been built in secrecy here in the Mojave Desert. It was a project funded by the May Nation with enormous capital expenditure, and it took 3 long years to establish the site. But what was more concerning was that the development of the invisible jet had reached its most crucial stage at present. Xiao Luo had come to the May Nation to seek revenge. Therefore, he would naturally not miss such a perfect opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the May Nation. Once Xiao Luo destroyed this secret research base, it was mission accomplished, and it would be time to return to his own country. As he thought of Suli waiting for him in Xiaohai, his feelings toward his role as her husband became stronger. "Xiao Luo, stop right there." Suddenly, a harsh voice boomed across the desert like a thunderous roar. Xiao Luo landed lightly on the desert sand and stood firm as he came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw a sandstorm approaching him swiftly. There was a human-like silhouette before the sandstorm, running at full speed, and it was traveling fast. It was almost approaching the speed of Xiao Luo's unique Qigong, and Xiao Luo realized the frenzied pace of this unknown figure created the sandstorm. The unknown figure rapidly closed the gap of a few hundred meters within a few seconds. In the raging sandstorm, Xiao Luo finally recognized this person's identity. He had shimmering skin that was metallic gray, and his muscles, particularly on the lower body, were large and well-defined, looking like 2 steel boards. His nails reflected with a cold light under the sun like 10 machetes. "So, it's you." Although his appearance had transformed and he was no longer handsome, Xiao Luo could still recognize him at a glance. He now looked like a horrible ghost, and it was not surprising to Xiao Luo that he was none other than Ian. He had long guessed that Ian was the genetic warrior of the May Nation. Ian had entered the warrior mode, and the level of his body strength peaked. His eyes were now green, and the skin around his eyes creased like a reptile's. His veins were popping and throbbing as if they would burst any time. "No wonder I did not have a good feeling about you ever since we first met." "We are enemies, after all," Ian declared. "Are we enemies?" Xiao Luo joked and added, "I have no beef with you, Ian. You're the genetic warrior of the Huan Nation, and I'm the genetic warrior of the May Nation. Although we have no personal disputes, we're still enemy by default," Ian answered. "Who said I was a genetic warrior?" Xiao Luo replied, somewhat amused. Ian frowned at Xiao Luo's response. "Aren't you one? Only a genetic warrior can exceed a human's physical limits. There's no other possibility. Don't you know about the Kung Fu from the Huan Nation?" Xiao Luo said, smiling mirthlessly. "Nonsense. The Kung Fu of Huan Nation is nothing but a fancy performance. We can only use it for shows and entertainment activities. It's wishful thinking to believe you can exceed a human's limit with kung fu, Ian scowled. Xiao Luo shook his head and said, I am sorry, but what I use is real kung fu. As Xiao Luo finished speaking, he thrust his palm toward Ian and sent out a force that kicked up a sandstorm. The earth shook as the energy surged from his palm with tsunami-like force and produced a thunderous roar like a raging dragon. The storm threw sand and rock up high into the sky like snow in a blizzard. Xiao Luo's inner force compressed and crushed the swirling particles, turning them to dust that hung in the air, before slowly drifting down like rain in slow motion. It was the 18 dragon subduing palms, using 70% of its power. Ian stood motionless like a mountain in the tornado of inner power. He resembled a gray deity that did not move an inch, unaffected by the force that smashed into him. He made the 18 dragon subduing palms appear like a weak gust of wind blowing past him. Kung Fu? Ian smiled mirthlessly and said, It's nothing more than a scratch to me. After I kill you, I will fulfill the promise I made earlier on. I will go to the Huan Nation and murder every so-called Kung Fu master there, just like how I'd kill livestock. I'm afraid that you're incapable of doing that. I'm saying this only once, get the hell out of here, and I will let you go. I can tell that Huang Ruren genuinely likes you, and it would please me to see you guys make it to the wedding altar. You're no match for me, Xiao Luo said to dissuade him from taking further action. Haha, haha. Ian started laughing as if he had just heard a hilarious joke, and there was nothing but disdain in his smile. With this body, I can withstand a tank's bombard without getting harmed. Do you think I am no match for you? Is every Huan national as arrogant as you are? Ian, you're a genetic warrior, one who had kept his memory as a human. Don't you hate the federal government for using you as a lab rat for their human subject in such ungodly experiments? Xiao Luo reasoned. His words somehow reached the softer side of Ian, for his experience inside the lab was a terrifying living nightmare. He endured the worst and the most horrifying procedures, and it felt like being tortured in hell. It would be a complete lie if he said that he did not hate the federal government. He had wanted to wipe out the entire government at least 1,000 times, and even that was not enough to explain the hatred he harbored toward the federal government. However, he needed them to stay alive, and besides, he had now met the love of his life. He wanted to be with her forever. So, he had to continue serving them as their loyal dog. He smiled coldly and replied, That's none of your business. All you need to know is that you will die today. Roar. He let out a thunderous bellow and charged toward Xiao Luo like a beast. Although he was a large man, his speed was lightning fast and his attack was extremely threatening. Ian intended to kill Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo squinted, realizing that he might have underestimated Ian's strength. He did not expect Ian to have such strong, explosive power. Before Xiao Luo could even react, Ian was already smashing into his stomach like an armored vehicle. It was a solid tackle that would have destroyed anything in its way. Blam. Xiao Luo doubled over from the ferocious blow and was thrown back, sailing in the air for quite a distance. Haha, haha. Ian did not stop after the blow. He laughed maniacally and continued to charge into Xiao Luo. He predicted Xiao Luo's trajectory and leaped into the air to a height of 6-meter-high air, intending to strike down like thunder. Bounding through the air in a striking posture, Ian appeared like a mountain crashing down with devastating force. Swerving his body like a nimble monkey, Xiao Luo quickly forced his body to turn in midair and landed on the ground sooner than Ian expected. Boom! Ian crashed into the desert in a deafening explosion, and the impact sent a tremor across the entire ground. The blast threw sand and rock up into the air as if a bomb had been detonated in the area. The force sent waves of energy outward and sent the sandstorm blowing across the desert. Ian was raging like a feral beast, and he struck with explosive force. Ian's powerful strike created a bubble of invisible pressure that expanded outward across the desert and shocked the Mei Nation army that had been deployed nearby. The troops broke out in a cold sweat, for this was the first time they had seen their country's genetic warrior in action. The battle overwhelmed their senses, and they could not comprehend the extent of his supreme power. He could leap into the air 6 meters high with no effort and beyond the laws of gravity. President Bama and the rest of the cabinet ministers were deeply shocked as they watched the video feed of the battle. But soon, they felt elated, and their sense of superiority quickly returned. Dear God, thank you for your help in developing our genetics warrior. This first encounter has been a revelation. That's right, Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, was already in a position of weakness, to begin with, and our genetic warrior will surely tear him apart. If we transform every soldier into a genetic warrior, then for the Mei Nation to rule the world, it would be as easy as breathing. Tear him up, tear that mother *cur up. The Mojave Desert will be the thousand-faced killer's final resting place. He won't be able to make it out alive. The cabinet ministers stared at the video feed on the giant screen and remarked excitedly with their fists clenched tightly. President Bama finally broke into a satisfied smile after a long, anxious wait. His teeth gleamed and looked extra white and shiny in contrast to his skin tone. He could not wait to see Xiao Luo killed in the battle. He had become a big joke around the world after the bombing of both the White House and the Pentagon. Understandably, the hatred he had for Xiao Luo was indescribable, and since then, the thought of skinning him alive was foremost on his mind. The sandstorm subsided gradually on the Mojave Desert, and when the dust settled, Xiao Luo could see an enormous hole in the ground. Covered in his gray, metallic skin, Ian climbed out of the crater slowly as Xiao Luo stood calmly about 30 meters away. Are you now afraid? Can you see the difference in strength between us? Ian looked at him with a face full of mockery. For Ruin's sake, I'll be nice for once. Kill yourself, and I will not torture you. If you force me to take your life, then you will experience pain far worse than you can imagine. Xiao Luo lifted his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Why so eager, he said. Fine, then. Do not blame me for being merciless. Ian clenched his teeth, and his muscle rippled as he prepared to attack. He dashed forward again with an explosive force, and the movements of his body produced a clanging, metallic ring. Ian was raging in a fury, charging in like a murderous beast, and he had only one aim: kill Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was unperturbed and calmly activated his inner power. Without warning, he dashed out swiftly to meet his foe like a rocket. Xiao Luo swung his clenched fist fiercely, and his searing speed caused a sonic boom as he homed in to hit Ian with devastating force. To his horror, Ian ducked under his punch, and the blow only grazed Ian's face. As Ian evaded Xiao Luo's attack, he threw his right fist and landed a heavy blow on Xiao Luo's body. Kapow! Ian had put in every ounce of strength he had, and the fist hit Xiao Luo like an iron hammer swinging down at full force. Xiao Luo was thrown back by the tremendous blow, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His body sailed in the air, and when he landed, he took a dozen steps before he could regain his balance, leaving a trail of deep footprints on the ground. Xiao Luo felt an excruciating pain right through his body, and he leaned over uncontrollably. He looked up at Ian in shock. He had underestimated his adversary, for compared to the genetic warriors he faced in the Mei Nation, Ian was far better than them. His fighting capability was probably twice as strong as the mutated monster Xuanhuan had become. Nice, very nice. Bravo to the genetic warrior. That's right, kill him right now. Bravo, we've finally got our revenge. The cabinet ministers cheered raucously, elated by what they had seen on the screen at the underground base. President Bama even ordered someone to bring him a sofa, and he then sat there sipping his coffee in comfort. He intended to enjoy every second of this battle unfold. Yi Jingjing immediately kicked in, and Xiao Luo's internal injuries began to heal quickly. Xiao Luo tried to ignore the pain and pulled himself up. "Ian, I promise you, that'll be the last time you can touch me," he mocked. Blood drenched along both rows of his teeth, and Xiao Luo felt the rage rising within his body. It was like Ian had inadvertently awakened the god of war, and Xiao Luo's fighting mettle heightened. A murderous aura emanated from him, and his rage manifested into a ravaging tornado that suddenly swirled and spread outward rapidly. "You arrogant fool! Now you will die because of your useless pride." Ian roared as he approached Xiao Luo aggressively and attacked with his sharp claws. He slashed fiercely at Xiao Luo's chest with an intent to kill. Xiao Luo evaded the attack with his nimble footwork, and in one seamless move, he raised his right leg and lashed out a powerful kick into Ian's torso. Their battle was lightning fast, with both parties attacking and counterattacking in mere seconds. It required keen eye-hand coordination and quick thinking. Pow! This time Ian took the blow. When Xiao Luo's right leg smashed into his torso like a massive iron rod, he felt his inner organs churn and tremble. Ian experienced unimaginable pain and flew back uncontrollably in the air like a broken kite. He crashed to the ground, and as he lay staring up into the blue sky, his eyes widened in horror. He could even withstand the blast of a bomb, yet he couldn't take the force of Xiao Luo's kick. Could it be that his kick was more deadly than a bomb? There was no time for him to ponder as a silhouette suddenly appeared in his vision. Xiao Luo had leaped into the air, some 10 meters above the ground, and was homing in on where Ian laid. As Xiao Luo approached, he looked as ominous as a falling mountain that was about to destroy anything that stood in its path. Ian rolled to his side and got on all fours, then quickly launched himself out of the path of Xiao Luo's attack instinctively. Ian knew he could not take any more hits from Xiao Luo. Boom! There was a resounding bang as Xiao Luo crashed hard into the ground. The force of the impact sent out a raging wave that carried sand and rocks flying in all directions, and the debris settled at the fringe of the blast zone, forming layers of sand walls. Gulp! Ian swallowed his saliva, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Ian knew he was as powerful as a beast, but he had not expected Xiao Luo to be even stronger than him. Swoosh! Xiao Luo appeared out of the raging sandstorm and charged toward him. Xiao Luo clenched his fists as he punched relentlessly, sending out bolts of inner force accompanied by thunderous explosions. Xiao Luo's legs were moving at a tremendous speed as he approached Ian, and he appeared like a hurricane that was about to blow Ian away. Bang! 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 Ian continued to back off as he blocked Xiao Luo's attacks with his hands. He kept parrying and evading the attack, but soon he detected the smell of blood in the air, and upon closer attention, he realized his wounds were burning like it was on fire. Xiao Luo's sharp nails had ripped his skin to shreds. How could it be possible? Wasn't this body supposed to be invincible? It terrified Ian, and he could not believe that his steel-like body could sustain injuries. "I've said before that you're no match for me," Xiao Luo said as he closed the gap between them. Once more, his ghostly claw ripped into Ian and sliced off his flesh. Arg! Xiao Luo's attack had put Ian on the back foot. Desperate, he let out a roar and clawed at Xiao Luo, aiming for his chest at the risk of exposing himself to a counterstrike. Slash! 5 deep lacerations appeared on Xiao Luo's chest, tearing flesh and soaking his clothes in blood. Xiao Luo pulled out of his attack abruptly and kept a distance of 8 meters from Ian. It stunned every cabinet minister at the underground base when they saw Xiao Luo's explosive power. They were confident that the genetic warrior had the power necessary to crush Xiao Luo. But after they watched Xiao Luo's combat ability, their opinion quickly changed. They now doubted that the genetic warrior could beat Xiao Luo. President Bama's face changed, and his smile vanished once again. He finally understood why Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, could stir up so much trouble in the Ri nation and yet get away unscathed. With Xiao Luo's superhuman abilities, President Bama was not sure that the Mei nation had the power to subdue him. Back at the Mojave Desert, Ian raised his hand to show Xiao Luo the flesh sticking on his claws. "So, what do you think? Can you bear the pain?" "Haha, haha," Ian said and laughed hysterically. "Not too bad," replied Xiao Luo. He smiled as the 5 lacerations on his chest were visibly recovering at a rapid rate. It only took moments to recover completely, and soon there was not a single scar on his chest. What is this ability you have?" Ian was shocked as he stared at Xiao Luo in disbelief. "There's no need for you to know." Without warning, Xiao Luo locked on and pounced at Ian like lightning. He seized the opportunity to attack while Ian was momentarily distracted by his recovery. "Harg!" Ian snapped back to his senses quickly and roared as he prepared to retaliate. It all happened within a blink of an eye. Both men collided head-on and used every skill they possessed to battle each other. They were throwing brutal punches, clawing and kicking with precision, and moving at lightning speed. They were like 2 tornadoes crashing against one another, creating a gigantic sandstorm that lifted tons of sand into the air. Xiao Luo and Ian unleashed their power simultaneously, and both stood their ground like 2 vicious beasts. They struck relentlessly at each other in a non-stop series of strikes and counterstrikes. Their blows sounded like explosions where they struck, and they roared as they expelled their inner forces to enhance their strikes. Their crashing bodies created loud clanging noises. There was a massive concert of battle cries and noises as they fought on. "Oh, my gosh, are they fighting creatures or human beings?" The Mei Nation army that laid in ambush from a kilometer away was observing the fight. The battle between Xiao Luo and Ian was incredibly intense. It was so unreal that it defied common sense. They had seen nothing like this in their lives. It was overwhelmingly shocking to see a sandstorm form because of the brute force of these 2 men. The soldiers could feel the force of the battle, despite being far away from it, and it scared the heck out of them. The cabinet ministers in the underground base could no longer follow the battle between Xiao Luo and Ian as the sandstorm had obscured their view. They looked at the photos taken by the satellite instead. The images appeared to show blossoming flowers of sand across the Mojave Desert, and they knew it was the result of Xiao Luo and Ian moving around as they fought. Their attacks were like thunder and lightning in a storm, dense and powerful. Their clashes were like a running tsunami, surging and unstoppable. The battle between Ian and Xiao Luo overturned every inch of the Mojave Desert. "Xiao Luo!" Ian went berserk, and his roar reverberated across the ground. Ian did not hold any grudges against Xiao Luo. He was fighting for Huang Ruoren, and he wanted to be with her forever. To achieve that goal, he tenaciously got up each time Xiao Luo knocked him down. Ian was determined not to lose, and in his desperation, he kept fighting back like a madman. Xiao Luo's nether claw had given Ian's body countless wounds, despite the strength of his sturdy body. But Ian only intensified his attacks, as if the wounds he sustained were increasing his strength. Boom! Finally, their fists met in the most violent of blows. An enormous force resulted in a massive explosion, which forced them both to stagger back for at least a dozen of steps. Both combatants finally paused momentarily. Covered in blood, Ian felt excruciating pain. That last hit had broken the bone of his right arm in several places, and it felt like millions of steel needles had pierced him. He had lost the ability to control his arm and he was losing consciousness. Xiao Luo also suffered an injury. His right finger was fractured, and blood was oozing out from the wound, soaking his right hand in blood. "Not bad, you're good." Xiao Luo praised Ian as he spent 10,000 points on the system to heal his hand. It only took a moment for the hand to complete healing. My goal is to kill you. Ian bellowed and charged toward Xiao Luo again. However, he was weakening from injury and his speed had notably decreased. Xiao Luo jumped aside, then teleported behind Ian like a specter. His right palm went straight for Ian's lower back and struck him hard with the 18 dragons' subduing palm strike. Crack! His palm strike struck Ian's lumbar and dislocated his bones. Ian screamed in pain as if lightning had struck him. His pupils dilated as he lost his balance and fell to the ground, throwing up blood. It is good to have a goal, but unfortunately, reality can be cruel. Xiao Luo walked up to him and looked down. Ian was in a desperate state. He looked like a ferocious demon. He glared at Xiao Luo and said, "I will kill you. I will kill you." He struggled to get up and tried to attack Xiao Luo once again with his claws. Xiao Luo had a vicious look on his face as he kicked Ian's abdomen. The kick landed with a loud thud and Ian was blasted away like a cannonball. He landed hard on the ground a dozen meters away. Ian's physical condition forced the genetic warrior mode to deactivate. He turned back to his human form. His fair face was bloodied, but he was still very handsome and good-looking. Ian had lost the fight. The genetic warrior had lost. When everyone in the underground base saw that Ian had turned back into his human form, their eyes bulged in disbelief as they stared at the screen. The genetic warrior was the most powerful secret weapon that the Mei Nation had ever created, second only to a nuclear bomb. How could the genetic warrior lose? What kind of being was this Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer? How could he defeat the invincible genetic warrior? A horror engulfed everyone there at that moment. It was an inexplicable feeling, and everyone suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. President Bama blinked his eyes when he saw Xiao Luo defeat the genetic warrior. His emotion turned from anger to fear, and his hand holding the cup of coffee started shaking uncontrollably. At the hot and dry Mojave Desert, Xiao Luo walked to Ian and said, "Ian, you've lost." Lost? He had lost. Ian widened his eyes as he could not believe that he had lost. If he could not kill Xiao Luo, then the future for him and Ruoran would vanish like a bursting bubble. No, that cannot be. No. With that thought in mind, he tried his best to get up from the ground. He clenched his fist and then tried to attack Xiao Luo once again. However, in his current state, he could not even overpower an ordinary man. He struck Xiao Luo but went flying backward when Xiao Luo activated his inner power to defend himself. He landed on the ground a meter away. Blood was oozing out of his mouth and nose. After a brief pause, he got up again and charged at Xiao Luo with no hesitation. "Are you done or not?" shouted Xiao Luo. He frowned as he unleashed his inner power. Ian could not even touch Xiao Luo before he was sent flying again. The impact of that last blow put Ian in critical condition. He suffered severe internal injuries. He was turning much paler as he vomited more blood. Xiao Luo did not want to bother with him anymore, so he turned around and walked toward the invisible jet research base. "Xiao Luo." Ian laid flat on the hot sand and called out with every ounce of strength he had. Xiao Luo stopped and turned around to look. Ian's body was in terrible shape and almost unrecognizable. He looked like he had been grilled alive over a bonfire, and pustules covered the skin of his entire body. He looked pale and his face was devoid of his handsome features. It was ulcerating and filled with pus. Whiff. Xiao Luo detected an awful waft in the air. His nose picked up the reek of an unbearable, putrid stench, like a dead and rotting fish. He furrowed his brows and asked, "What is going on here?" Xiao Luo had no intention of killing Ian. He had only wanted to take away Ian's ability to fight. As long as the Mei nation's military provided genetic warriors, like Ian, timely treatment, he should recover quickly. But why did he suddenly deteriorate into such a state? He had been fine earlier on, but now, it looked like his entire body was rotting. I underwent the perfect genetic transformation, and this is the price I have to pay for the strength I gained. Ian laughed bitterly. He had already lost and was merely trying to prolong his life. Ian had forced himself to continue fighting Xiao Luo, even though he knew he would not live through the fight. The metabolism rate of the cells in his body had sped up by 100 times. His cells were deteriorating rapidly, causing his entire body to disintegrate. While he talked, the putrid-smelling blood kept dripping out of his mouth and nose. Xiao Luo felt no need to apologize as he quietly stared at Ian, who was slowly losing his life. That man was dying a painful death, like one of those failed experiments. Xiao Luo did not feel any joy in defeating him. He only felt anger, and the image of Xuanhuan and his dead family once again flashed through his mind. It was inhumane that the Mei nation was conducting such genetic experiments on their kind. Whop! 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 Both men could hear the distinctive choppy sound of a helicopter rotor coming from afar, accompanied by the rumbling of military vehicles speeding toward them. "Do you have anything you want me to tell Xuanhuan?" Xiao Luo asked. Ian's eyes lit up with happiness and excitement when he heard her name. Tears began rolling down uncontrollably. He had wanted to attend the appointment he had made with her. He had wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. But he had failed even when he had fought with his life and with every skill he possessed. We had plans to meet at the front gate of Washington University at 7 p.m. tonight. I was going to bring her to the movies. Ian cried in despair and said, "Tell her this. Tell her I was only fooling around with her, and that I have dumped her." "Do you think she will believe that?" Xiao Luo said kindly. "She won't believe it, but I have a way to make her believe it. There is an intimate picture of my younger sister and me in my bedroom. Take it and show it to her. She will believe it." Cough, 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 Ian coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His lifeline was slowly dissipating away. After saying that, his lips curled up in a dreary smile, his teeth covered with blood. Xiao Luo said nothing and looked at him with no expression on his face. "Stop looking. Send me off. Right now." I'm better off dead than alive," Ian said. Xiao Luo fulfilled his wish. Using his internal force of energy, he struck Ian's chest with his leg. Bam! An invisible ripple spread across the desert plain, ending Ian's life at once. Thank you." Ian expressed his gratitude as Xiao Luo raised his leg to strike. He died the moment Xiao Luo struck him and his head lolled to one side as he laid still. The force from Xiao Luo's strike loosened the soil below and triggered liquefaction of the ground beneath them. An area 10 meters in diameter around Ian started to collapse and sand flowed into the chasm like liquid. Xiao Luo leaped away using his lightness force skill and landed lightly outside the quicksand range. Ian slowly sank into the quicksand, and there he laid buried beneath the sand of the Mojave Desert. Reporting to headquarters. We have locked onto the target. Awaiting orders to open fire. I repeat, shall we open fire? At the underground base in Washington, a nervous voice called in to report. The defense minister looked at President Bama to seek approval for further action. At that moment, there was a troop in the Mojave Desert with battle tanks, a combat helicopter, heavy machine guns, and an assortment of weapons. They were well equipped with superior firepower. He might have defeated the Gene warriors, but I am sure he got injured as well. If we do not take this opportunity to get rid of him now, then are we to wait till he recovers before we make our move? President Bama regained his composure and ordered, "Give him everything you got. Destroy that monster." The Minister of Defense nodded his head. Then, he conveyed President Bama's message to the soldiers in the Mojave Desert. Listen up. This is the chance for you to earn yourselves a medal. The president has given the order, finish him, no matter what it takes. Yes, sir. Responding to the order, a battle tank locked onto Xiao Luo, who stood hundreds of meters away, and opened fire. The shell left its barrel in an angry flash of flames, and tore through the air, toward Xiao Luo. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo was staring at the spot where the quicksand had buried Ian. With no change in facial expression, he casually slapped the shell away with his palm just as it was about to reach him. He swatted it aside like a fly that was buzzing around his ears. Clang! A metallic sound resounded across the desert as Xiao Luo deflected the shell toward a dune some distance away, at least 100 degrees off its original trajectory, and exploded with a loud bang. The ground shook as smoke rose, and sand blew up into the air. Oh, my God! He deflected the shell. He deflected the shell. At the underground base in Washington, the ministers heard the panicked shrieks of the soldiers in the battle tank. All the cabinet ministers stood still like stone statues. How would they have known that Xiao Luo could deflect the shell with his palm? Cold sweat formed on President Bama's forehead. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Luo stood still. The wind blew his black hair back a little when he slapped the shell away. In his head, the system had alerted him. He had just spent 200,000 points to exchange for the body protection without equal technique. This technique differed from the supreme death-proof technique in that it used internal force energy to form a force shield on the surface of his body. The greater his internal force was, the stronger the defense would be. After exchanging for the technique, his internal force energy instantly increased fivefold. That technique could be used both offensively and defensively. At that moment, Xiao Luo had an indestructible godlike body. He could not die. He already knew about the availability of this technique and was aware he had enough points to exchange for it, but he always felt that it came with some danger. Just like when he went into his berserk state, it wasn't him, but the system that controlled the technique. It was hard for him not to worry about using the system again after that incident. He had once read a book and always remembered this: the devil slowly lured greedy people and led those people toward them so that they would sell their souls. The infinite power the system offered him, and the ease with which he could acquire such power, was in itself corruptible. And Xiao Luo had fears that that system would land up being the devil. That was why he tried his best not to exchange for any abilities and tried to avoid using the system if he could. But at this point, he could not care less anymore. *W it. Let's get this over with, Xiao Luo thought. Hiya! Xiao Luo roared, and a terrifying internal force exploded from within his body. A dust storm 10 stories high formed and swirled around him, and he was at its center. The ground suddenly collapsed, and a tremendous amount of energy surged along the flat plains of the Mojave Desert. As the swirling dust obscured the sun, it appeared as if an eclipse had occurred. A raging sandstorm covered the sky like an angry beast. The Mei Nation soldiers in the battle tank that shot the shell could vaguely see a shadow within the sandstorm leaping to a height of about 10 meters. Then it smashed into the battle tank that they were driving. Bonk. There was a loud blast, and the soldiers in the tank suffered a nasty shock that was equivalent to a magnitude 10 earthquake. After the tank stabilized, the 4 soldiers inside gasped when they realized that Xiao Luo was standing on the roof of their tank. Clank. Then the men heard someone forcing the hatch open above them. A handsome-looking face peered down the hatchway. God, help us, God, help us. The 4 men were so scared for their lives that they were breaking out in a cold sweat. They stared at Xiao Luo with deathly pale faces. They were shaking as they prayed to God for help. In their minds, Xiao Luo was a demon. God can't do *T for you. Xiao Luo sneered as he grabbed hold of the turret and pulled it off the tank. He raised the turret that weighed more than a ton with one hand, and the 3 operators inside the tank fell out like dumplings. The driver who was in the main body of the tank opened the hatch. He shouted and screamed as he tried to run away from Xiao Luo. Whop! 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 The combat helicopter streaked in, locking onto Xiao Luo, and fired its Stinger missiles, with no hesitation. Whoosh! 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 The Stinger missiles flew like mini rockets, screaming through the air toward their target with an ear-piercing screech. It had locked onto Xiao Luo. Come down now! Xiao Luo roared. He grabbed onto the barrel of the turret with both hands and swung it around before he launched the turret toward the combat helicopter. The heavy turret flew into the sky, knocked the Stinger missiles off their trajectories, and headed straight for the combat helicopter. Boom! 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 The Stinger missiles exploded loudly as they hit the surface of the turret, but caused no damage as it was constructed of thick composite materials and reinforced by reactive armor plates. The pilot could do no more than to stare at the incoming turret, heading directly at him with wide-eyed fear. Boom! As the turret smashed into the combat helicopter, another loud explosion reverberated across the desert. The chopper came spiraling down and blew up when it hit the ground. A mushroom cloud formed and rose into the air. The force of the impact sent a massive amount of sand into the air, and the entire Mojave Desert shook. Xiao Luo smiled with satisfaction. He looked further down the desert and sighted a row of battle tanks on one side and fighting vehicles with heavy machine guns opposite them. In the sky, several more combat helicopters were flying toward him. He sneered, "This is indeed a state with strong military power. What a large force." Then his tone changed, and his eyes turned icy cold. "But you can all forget about going home. You will all remain in this desert forever," he said. As soon as he said that, his internal force activated and engulfed the entire surface of his body. Like a humanoid beast, he went on a rampage. He collided into the battle tanks as he sped through the desert, knocking them upside down, while others were half buried in the sand. The sound of heavy machine gun fire was relentless, but none of the bullets struck Xiao Luo and fell harmlessly to the ground. Xiao Luo smashed his way across the desert, stirring up sand several meters high. Along his destructive path, he smashed a fighting vehicle in two. His method of countering the combat helicopters was simple, but cruel. He flung used broken parts of the fighting vehicles at the combat helicopters like they were cannonballs. As the attack went on, the sounds of screams and never-ending explosions continued. Metal fragments from the smashed-up battle tanks, fighting vehicles, and combat helicopters lay scattered around the entire area. Fumes filled the air, and the fire from the explosions kept burning. The scene at the battle site was a terrifying sight. What a scary demon. That is a scary demon. God, help us, God, help us. Amen. Who can stop him? Someone, please stop this demon. At the underground base in Washington, the ministers could hear the desperate screams of the soldiers who had come into contact with Xiao Luo. They were not calling in to report but had forgotten to turn off their communication devices. The nerve-wracking screams of fear that came through the speakers when those soldiers encountered Xiao Luo sounded as if they had met a mythical demon. President Bama, the Minister of Defense, and all the cabinet ministers felt chills run down their spines. They were so terrified that the hair on their backs stood on ends. Just one man could battle against an entire May-nation task force. It was simply unimaginable. What kind of being was that? A genetic warrior? A martial arts expert from one nation? Things were getting more alarming, more shocking, and doubts played on their minds. No one said a thing. Everyone had eyes glued onto the large screen. They watched as Xiao Luo annihilated their military troops stationed at the Mojave Desert. What they witnessed was even more terrifying than a blockbuster movie from Hollywood. Use the nuclear weapon. President Bama gave the order as he glared at the image showing on the screen. What? Everyone was shocked, and they stared at President Bama with their eyes wide open. Suddenly, President Bama stood up angrily and spat, "Blow him up, blow that thing up." Xiao Luo had put him through an agonizing few days, and he seemed to have lost his ability to think coherently. "You can't do that, Mr. President. Do not forget that our current domestic situation is in terrible shape. Even if all goes well, our federal government will be chastised by the world for using a nuclear weapon. The citizens of our country will not stand for it either. When that happens, there is only one thing waiting for all of us. And that is ruin," said the defense minister. He was the first person to stand up and discourage the president. The other cabinet ministers pitched in to dissuade President Bama and advised him not to be impulsive. He must not use a nuclear weapon at his whim and fancy. All the countries around the world had signed an agreement not to use nuclear weapons. There was a military base and a stealth fighter research base at the Mojave Desert, with no less than 15 cities located in the area. If a nuclear bomb was dropped there, the nearby communities would suffer terribly from radiation. Ruin my *SS. We will say that we were testing our nuclear weapon. Which country has the guts to say anything? Who else has the guts to say anything? That is my order. Use the nuclear weapon. Blow that piece of *T up, shouted President Bama. He was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot. "Mr. President, then I'm sorry." The Minister of Defense apologized, then looked at two soldiers and gave them a signal. The two soldiers followed the order and apprehended the president. "Arnold, what are you trying to do? What the hell are you trying to do?" President Bama said, shocked and angry at the same time. The Minister of Defense said firmly, "Mr. President, I am doing this for the good of the federal government. I think you need a good rest. Leave the rest to me. I will handle everything from here. You be ****. How dare you arrest me? You bloody be ****. You better believe I'm going to kill you. Let go. Tell them to let me go." President Bama was extremely angry and was like a mad dog snarling at anyone who came close. Arnold ignored his rants and waved his hand, signaling for the two soldiers to take President Bama out of the room. At the Mojave Desert, the debris from the aftermath of the battle littered all over the place. Though Xiao Luo did not want to kill on purpose, he did not avoid killing everyone in sight. Several corpses of the Mei Nation soldiers were scattered in the desert. But most of the soldiers laid on the scorching desert sand with severe injuries. Some had burns on different parts of their bodies, some had broken limbs, while some had more severe injuries like being impaled by sharp metal objects. The moans of pain shattered the silence of the desert. Xiao Luo had crushed an entire legion of the Mei Nation army all by himself. Xiao Luo was standing on a tank that had turned on its side. His surging inner power had been so forceful that it tore through his clothing. He stood half naked. The top half of his muscular body was bare, and the black pants he was wearing had clung to his lower half in tattered shreds. He was still radiating a powerful aura. Under the scorching sun and raging sandstorm, with his hair blown by the wind, he looked like a god of death in that desert. He moved his eyes to stare at the last fighter jet flying in the sky. In the aircraft, the two pilots feared for their safety. "Let's get out of here, right now," the terrified pilot shouted to his co-pilot. Before the pilot had made that decision, his comrade had already turned the jet around. He wanted to escape from the land of death at the quickest possible speed. "You want to run away?" Xiao Luo said as he stared at the jet. Xiao Luo smirked as he used the Qigong technique to leap toward the fighter jet. After running speedily for 200 meters, he stomped hard on the ground. Then he leaped into the sky in an unrivaled style. He soared up like a ray of light. In a blink of an eye, he had traveled a dozen meters and reached the aircraft. He then impaled his 10 fingers into the fuselage of the fighter jet. "He's below us. He's below our jet." The co-pilot screamed in horror. "Then you better King shoot him," the pilot shouted back. The pilot who was flying the jet was equally alarmed. The co-pilot grabbed a revolver and aimed at the bottom of the jet. Then he started shooting as he yelled loudly. Bang! Bang! The co-pilot squeezed the trigger without letting go, and it did not take more than a minute to finish a magazine of bullets. The bullets pierced through the lower section of the fuselage, which looked like a sieve. Through it, they could see the yellow sands of the desert below them. The 2 fighter jet pilots stared down and were gasping as they broke out in a cold sweat. They wondered if that terrifying demon had already fallen off from the jet. Both pilots had the same thought in mind, but they knew it was impossible to kill Xiao Luo. He was invincible. They had seen him swat a bomb away like a fly. How on earth would the bullets from a revolver hurt him? They prayed he had jumped off their fighter jet. The co-pilot peeped through the bullet holes below and checked to see if Xiao Luo was still there. When he saw that Xiao Luo was not there, he felt relieved. He nodded to the pilot and signaled to him that Xiao Luo was gone. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the hatch of the fighter jet. Bang! They turned around and saw the hatch had been torn away forcefully. To their horror, that opening in the plane caused a loss of cabin pressure. The noise from the engines was so loud that it caused their ears to ring. The most horrifying sight to the pilots was Xiao Luo standing outside the hatch. His left hand held onto the side, while his right hand held the torn door. He was staring at them like a savage wolf. Xiao Luo threw the door out of the aircraft and stepped into the jet. He then sat down on the back seat gracefully. "To the invisible jet research base." He had said it calmly, but his tone was firm and commanding. "Roger." The 2 pilots did not dare to oppose his order. To survive, they complied in fear. They diverted the flight toward the invisible jet research base as fast as they could. Xiao Luo looked around the aircraft and broke the storage drawer with his bare hand. He took out a spare new camouflage combat suit. He estimated the fit and then put it on. The co-pilot felt insecure as he stared at Xiao Luo, who was putting on the combat suit. Even though he had a revolver in his hand, he still could not help but shake uncontrollably. It was a harrowing experience to be so close to a monster that even bombs and bullets could not kill. He no longer felt in control of his life. Jet 55. Come in, over. Reply if you hear this. Urgent. Reply immediately. The Secretary of Defense's voice came through the communication channel. The 2 pilots did not dare to reply. They looked at Xiao Luo in fear and waited for his instruction. Xiao Luo was putting on a beige combat boot and looked pleased that it was comfortable. He did not bother to look up and continued to put on the other boot. "Answer him," he ordered. "Roger." The co-pilot nodded and replied, "Jet 55, copy." "Jet 55, copy." Over. Report the location of Xuanhuan, the 1,000-face killer, immediately. Arnold ordered. They both looked at Xiao Luo with fear. The co-pilot replied with a shaky voice, "Xuanhuan, the 1,000-face killer, he's in our jet right now." What? That reply had made everyone in the Washington underground base gasp. When that bone-chilling response came through the communication channel, they felt as if Xiao Luo was standing before them. Arnold, the Secretary of Defense, calmed himself down and said, "Let me talk to him." The co-pilot held the walkie-talkie, and then he turned to Xiao Luo. "Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xuanhuan, our Secretary of Defense has something to say," he said nervously. Xiao Luo had just finished putting on his outfit. He took a glance at the walkie-talkie and asked, calmly, "What do you want?" Hearing his voice, everyone in the Washington underground base shuddered involuntarily. Xiao Luo terrorized them. Mr. Xuanhuan, I am Arnold, the Secretary of Defense. I am expressing our utmost sincere apology to you on behalf of the entire Mei Nation. Arnold said. Xiao Luo felt amused and teased. I've destroyed an entire legion of your army, and you're apologizing to me? Arnold felt awkward, and the others who were listening felt somewhat overwhelmed. No one had ever put the Mei Nation in such a subservient position. But Xiao Luo's power had exceeded their expectation, so they had to give in. Mr. Xuanhuan, I am sincerely pleading with you to stop your action. We can discuss the issue, and I believe that this matter is negotiable, Arnold said politely. He had presented himself in a humble disposition. Stop my action now? Do you mean to stop me from destroying your invisible jet research base? Xiao Luo snapped. Yes, we would provide you with a favorable trade-off, Arnold continued. I'm afraid that this matter is not negotiable. I am going to destroy that invisible jet research base, for sure. Xiao Luo coldly interrupted him and continued, everything will be over once I destroy it. I will leave the Mei Nation on my own. But of course, if you want me to remain here, I'll stay for a while more. Stay for a while more? Every cabinet minister looked uncomfortable when they heard him say that. Xiao Luo had only been in the Mei Nation for a few days and had already caused so much destruction. Citizens were protesting everywhere in the country. If Xiao Luo stayed for a little longer, he would stir up another bout of chaos for the Mei Nation. No, absolutely not. The federal government needed to send that jinx away. The sooner, the better. The farther, the better. They had to make sure that he never returned to the Mei Nation again. The cabinet ministers gave Arnold the same look of agreement. They would give in to his every demand. If he wanted to destroy the invisible jet base, let him do it, they thought. They could rebuild it within 4 to 5 years, in the worst-case scenario. At that moment, the priority was to get that uncompromising monster out of their country as soon as possible. Xiao Luo was much too powerful, and he was as terrifying as Ares, the mythical ancient Greek god of war. The federal government, under the leadership of the Secretary of Defense, Arnold, had given in to Xiao Luo after the complete annihilation of their army in the Mojave Desert. They immediately evacuated all personnel in the invisible jet research base before Xiao Luo could destroy it. They had also revoked Xiao Luo's internal wanted order and warned the FBI and the police not to confront nor antagonize him. The federal government would denounce anyone who disobeyed these orders as traitors of the Mei Nation. All of them hoped that Xiao Luo would leave the Mei Nation as soon as possible and refrain from causing any further destruction in their country. There were ongoing protests by their citizens, and they faced heavy criticism from the international community. The federal government was as helpless as a lone leaf floating in a vast sea. Xiao Luo had pushed them into a corner, and they were in a vulnerable state. Boom! 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 There were a series of massive explosions in the Mojave Desert. Within minutes, the invisible jet research base became a field of ruins. President Bama soon snapped out of his state of stupor when received a call from the Prime Minister of the Rui Nation, Anbei, who expressed his sympathies. The two leaders knew the agonizing pain the other had suffered, and they cursed the Hua Nation and Xiao Luo bitterly, like two kids who had been bullied by the same guy. If they had been in the same room, they would have probably hugged each other and cried. It was 7 o'clock at night. A pretty lady was standing at the front gate of the University of Washington. Huang Ruoren had donned an aqua blue slip dress and was patiently waiting for Ian. Ever since she dated him, she had made an effort to dress herself up better. She had some light makeup on, which further enhanced her delicate features. She looked like a youthful goddess with a hint of class and gracefulness. The ends of her pitch-black hair curled slightly, and the 2 silver earrings provided an appealing contrast as they shone like shining stars. She was in love, and the little effort she made to dress up enhanced her natural beauty to a greater height. Xiao Luo arrived by cab and immediately spotted her standing in the crowd. He went straight to her after alighting from the car. When he was a few meters away from her, Huang Ruoren saw him. After a slight pause, she greeted him. Xiao Luo. You're waiting for someone? Xiao Luo asked. Huang Ruoren's gut instinct was to deny it, but she quickly decided against it. She was not doing anything wrong, so she acknowledged him with a nod. Yes, I'm waiting for Ian. You don't have to. Ian won't be here anymore. Xiao Luo said. Won't be here anymore? Huang Ruoren was slightly shocked as she did not understand what Xiao Luo was trying to say. He worked with the Mei Nation federal government and had unfortunately been killed in a battle. Before he died, he wanted you to know that he loved you very much. He would risk giving everything he had for you, including his life. Xiao Luo did not convey to her what Ian had told him to. He felt Huang Ruoren should remember Ian for his kindness and not hate him. Ian deserved that. Although she would go through a sorrowful experience, it would make Huang Ruoren grow. Has been killed? Ian has been killed? Huang Ruoren was utterly stunned, and her face froze. Her eyes immediately turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She stared at Xiao Luo with a blank look and finally started crying uncontrollably. How did you know about it? She asked. It was a coincidence. Xiao Luo said calmly and turned around to leave. He knew that Huang Ruoren was conscious of her image and was stubborn by nature. She would not show her softer side in the presence of others. Xiao Luo now finally believed that she and Ian had truly loved each other. Ian's death had crushed her, and it would be better if she cried and vented out the emotion. Xiao Luo, are you Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer? Huang Ruoren tried to quell her sadness and shouted at Xiao Luo's back. She had suspected Xiao Luo ever since she saw that man in a Chinese mask on the live stream a few days ago. They had a very similar voice. Xiao Luo stopped but did not turn to look at her. He answered, that's not a problem you should worry about. When he finished, he continued to walk toward the cab, waiting for him by the roadside. Huang Ruoren could no longer contain her emotion and squatted down to weep. She knew that Xiao Luo was Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer. She also knew that he would not lie to her about Ian. Ian had been incredibly caring, and that made her fall in love quickly. But that man had left the world forever. It was so sudden and was a heavy blow to her. Hey, pretty lady. Why are you crying? Your makeup is smudging. A young Caucasian man from the University of Washington approached Huang Ruoren. He was blond and had a pair of emerald green eyes. He was wearing a white shirt and looked like a prince. He was handsome, tall, and bearded. Many girls would consider such a man as Prince Charming. Huang Ruoren ignored him and walked toward the University of Washington. The two bodyguards in black suits blocked her way as the Caucasian introduced himself. Pretty lady, nice to meet you. I'm Lion. Lion Kennedy, he said with a smile. He had emphasized the name, Kennedy, as everyone knew that the Kennedy family was one of the 4 famous families of the Mei Nation. That last name was like a golden passport. Lion came to the University of Washington to pick up girls. But he did not find anyone he liked after walking around the university grounds. He had not expected to see a girl at the school gate that could make his heart beat faster. That was a pleasant surprise. She looked Asian. She was probably either from Hua Nation, Ri Nation, or Han Nation. She was in her prime years, and if he could savor her body, it would be eternal bliss as far as he was concerned. You look sad. Is something bothering you? Why don't I take you to a movie? My family operates all the movie theaters in Washington. You can choose whichever theater you wish, and I'll even book the entire cinema just for you. F***ck off. Huang Ruoran screamed at him. That surprised Lion, as he did not expect it to turn out that way. Since persuasion did not work, he would do it by force. He turned cold and said, "Do you F***king know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Are you asking for trouble?" Huang Ruoran was not in the mood for this jerk's advances, and tried to make her way around the bodyguards. But, just as she did, the two bodyguards extended their arms to block her path. "Move!" Huang Ruoran yelled angrily. "Move? Fine. Go to a movie with me, and have sex with me. Then you shall get whatever you want." Lion continued to pressure her and said, "Pretty lady, you've nothing to lose oping out with me. I'll pay you $200,000, think about it. A whore can't even earn this much in a year. All you have to do is to accompany me for one night. It's 200 grand. You can buy whatever you want with that. You can also travel anywhere you want. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. Don't worry, I know that you Asian ladies are fragile, so I'll be extra gentle in bed." "You're a dirty bastard." Huang Ruoran was furious. Without thinking, she kicked him hard in the crotch. Lion immediately crossed his legs after Huang Ruoran kicked him in his crotch. She had kicked him hard. "Arg. No. F***ck, F***ck." At that moment, it felt like she had just crushed his testicles. The pain was so excruciating that he had clamped his legs tightly, and his hands instantly cupped his crotch. He was hopping around and yelling in pain. When he finally squatted down, his face twisted in pain, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Young master!" The two bodyguards rushed to help him up when they saw him in that awkward posture. He pointed angrily at Huang Ruoran as he instructed his bodyguards, "Shut up. Bring this slut away for me. I am going to show her a good time tonight." F***ck, shouted Lion, who was furiously mad. "Roger." The two bodyguards immediately caught hold of Huang Ruoran and easily overpowered her. As one of the four famous families, these men threw their weight around and did whatever they wanted in the Mei Nation. Their young master could have any girl he fancied, and they would force the girls into submission. They did not see that as a problem at all. F***ck, how dare you kick my nuts? I'll make sure you don't crawl out of bed in one piece. After the pain had subsided a little, Lion stood up and walked over to slap Huang Ruoran. At that moment, a large hand clasped him firmly onto his shoulder and prevented him from making any movements. F***ck, who's F***king with me? Lion cursed and turned around to see a stern face with a pair of dark steely eyes glaring straight into his eyes. His entire body shivered and he immediately regretted spewing out those words. Then he uttered nervously, Xiao Luo? He had lost a few $100 million to that man back in Shanghai. And Xiao Luo had even broken his ribs with a kick. If I am not wrong, you are Lion. Right? I had forgotten about you. But since you have shown yourself again, let's get everything sorted out. Xiao Luo raised his hand and slapped Lion hard across his face. Thwack! With the sound of a loud smack, Lion instantly flew off. He landed hard on the ground and his face swelled up. Two of his teeth broke and flew out of his bleeding mouth. Arg! Lion was lying on the ground and spat out a mixture of saliva and blood. The pain was killing him and had made him scream out loud. Xiao Luo rotated his neck to loosen up and approached Lion again. I have long wanted to disable you since you had the gall to take advantage of my woman. Now, you are trying to do the same to my friend. You're incorrigible, pretty incorrigible. He went near Lion and lifted his right leg. Then he stomped down hard. Crack! Arg! His scream and the sound of bone cracking came simultaneously as Xiao Luo broke his left arm. Blood was spurting out of the wound, and it was not a pleasant sight. Cruel. Cold. Xiao Luo's action stunned Huang Ruoren, and she was speechless. That was the first time she had seen the sadistic side of Xiao Luo. She could not believe that that was the same gentle and gracious man whom she knew. He had committed such a cruel act in front of her. His method was so brutal that it made her feel estranged from him. A sizable crowd of students from the University of Washington had quickly gathered around them. Such a gory scene made many of them scream in horror. Lion's two bodyguards finally reacted and pulled out their guns. They shouted out to Lion with concern. They were going to shoot Xiao Luo, but before they could pull the trigger, Xiao Luo had already teleported before them from a few meters away and snatched their guns away from them. He then crushed the guns with his bare hands, turning the steel-made guns into two piles of disfigured objects like a child playing with plasticine. "Oh, my God!" Many in the crowd screamed again. Xiao Luo shocked those who had witnessed his unbelievable power. Lion's two bodyguards were terrified. They froze and broke out in cold sweat as they stared at Xiao Luo. Was he a human being? How could he need the guns like plasticine? Pow! Bam! Xiao Luo kicked the both of them, and they passed out with blood oozing out from their mouths. Such unparalleled strength. It was an utter defeat, and the bodyguards stood no chance against Xiao Luo. Huang Ruoren stared at Xiao Luo in a daze, and there was fear in her eyes. She still could not believe that this was Xiao Luo. Was he the same Xiao Luo who had debated with her about monetary theory in class? "Leave this place now," Xiao Luo told her. "But, what about you?" Huang Ruoren asked. Xiao Luo glanced over at Lion and said, "I have something to settle with him." "No, Xiao Luo. Don't do this. It is against the law," Huang Ruoren said anxiously. He had assaulted a person in public. That would be a grievous offense in any country. Also, people were watching. He could not escape these witnesses. Against the law? Xiao Luo chuckled as if he had heard a joke. Then he nodded and said, "This world runs by the law of the jungle. The weak are the prey of the strong. As long as you are strong, no one dares to oppose you." When he finished speaking, he turned to Lion, who was howling in pain on the ground. Lion was lying on the ground and twitching as blood spurted out continuously. He was in a terrible state but tried to put up a strong front as Xiao Luo approached. What do you want?" "I am the young master of the Kennedy family. My grandfather is a member of parliament. If you dare to hurt me, I guarantee you won't live past tomorrow." Crack! Xiao Luo ignored his warning and broke his right arm with another stomp. The sickening sound of bones cracking was horrifying to hear. Lion screamed even louder. His mouth was full of blood, and it made him look horrifying. "So, what will happen if I hurt you?" Xiao Luo asked coldly. There was dead silence as the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Xiao Luo's ruthless and arrogant attitude had shocked them all. This man had just committed a serious offense at the front gate of the University of Washington. Who was he? Lion stared at Xiao Luo in fear as his tears flowed down his face. This man looked gentle, but turned out to be a demon when provoked. In desperation, Lion pleaded, "I'm so sorry. Please spare me, for the sake of the partnership with Sabrina." The Sabrina he was referring to was none other than Suli. The mention of her name only made Xiao Luo even more infuriated. Xiao Luo was very protective, and he had wanted to kill Lion when he saw Lion taking advantage of Suli the last time. But Lion was wearing a bulletproof vest then, and it had saved his life. Xiao Luo did not finish off Lion then. But now that their paths crossed once more, and seeing that he had even tried to abduct Huang Ruoren, Xiao Luo decided to act. "Spare you?" Xiao Luo smiled wryly and said, "Sure, I'll spare you. When he finished speaking, he stomped down hard on Lion's crotch. Arg! Lion let out a blood-curdling scream that didn't sound human. He was in such pain that his eyes and mouth had opened wide. He passed out immediately after that scream. Then, a mixture of clear and bloody fluids leaked from his crotch. Xiao Luo had completely disabled him with that kick. The onlookers froze in fear and looked like they had seen a terrifying demon. Huang Ruren was stunned and she could not believe that Xiao Luo did that. How could he be so cruel? Was he showing his true colors? Huang Ruren's entire body could not stop shaking. What Xiao Luo had done was so gory and cruel. This man was so familiar, yet so different. She felt she did not know him at all. Xiao Luo was now a stranger to her. Let's check out what's happening at the front gate. I just heard a Hua national thrashed up Lion from the Kennedy family. What? Are you sure it's Lion? Absolutely, yes. Look, there's a live stream in our group chat, and it looks like someone crushed Lion's genitals. Oh, my God. Which Hua national could have done that? It sure is cruel, but bravo to him. That asterisk Shoal's been scoring with countless girls in our school, all because of his influential family background. Now that he's been disabled, it's poetic justice, if you ask me. Call it God's will. Haha, haha. Stop laughing, let's go, or we'll be late for the show. The news traveled like a wildfire, and soon the entire University of Washington was rife with gossip. Those students who heard the news quickly rushed to the school gate, and it soon became evident that curiosity was not a trait that was exclusive to the Hua nationals. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and Wang Ling were taking a stroll with their teacher, Zhong Meili, on the magnificent grounds of the University of Washington. As they walked past some students, they heard them talking about the incident. They paid little attention at first until they picked up the word Hua national from the conversations. Even their teacher, Zhong Meili, wondered what was happening at the school gate. Our Hua compatriot beat up someone at the school gate and squashed his B*LLS. Can that be true? Said Zhu Xiaofei, looking somewhat confused. Wang Ling and Zhong Meili stared at him awkwardly as he mentioned the word B*LLS so thoughtlessly in their presence. It was shameless and unacceptable. Well, we'll know if it's true once you see it for yourself, said Ding Kai as he rolled his eyes, and he promptly rushed toward the school gate. Kai, why are you so serious? Wait for me, yelled Zhu Xiaofei as he ran to catch up with his friend. Wang Ling turned to Zhong Meili and asked, Ms. Zhong, are we going too? Let's go. We should also find out what's happening. Zhong Meili answered with a nod and moved in the direction of the gate. She would not have bothered if the person involved was from another country. However, as the person seemed to be from the Hua nation, she felt an obligation to assist her compatriot in a foreign land. To her, it was only natural to care for a compatriot like one's own family. Many people had gathered at the school gate by the time they arrived. It was quite a sight to see such a large crowd, and most of the onlookers were taking pictures with their phones. Lion and his 2 bodyguards were lying on the ground, knocked out cold. The university's security guards had intervened and tried to detain Xiao Luo. However, even a dozen of them could not do a thing, as Xiao Luo defeated them in less than a minute. What a terrifying Hua national! What formidable Hua Kung Fu! It seems like only the police can stop him. Damn it, why aren't the police here yet? We cannot allow this arrogant Hua national to do as he pleases. Most of the Mei nationals were hostile toward Xiao Luo. What he had done was equivalent to breaking into their homes and beating up their families in front of them. No one from the Mei nation could tolerate that. Although Lion had been preying on young girls in their school for years and had drawn plenty of flack for it, most people still took his side after the brutal attack. They hoped that the police would arrive soon to arrest that criminal who had assaulted a man in public. Oh, my God! Could he be? Could he be Brother Luo? When they arrived at the school gate, Ding Kai and Zhu Xiaofei were shocked when they discovered that Xiao Luo was the person who had caused the trouble. They had been in the Mei Nation for some time, so they spoke with hints of the local accent. Both Wang Ling and Zhong Meili were equally startled as they did not expect that the man that everyone was talking about was Xiao Luo. Zhong Meili felt nauseous when she looked at Lion lying unconscious on the ground drenched in blood, and with both arms broken. She could not believe that it was the work of Xiao Luo. In her mind, Xiao Luo was an outstanding student who could debate with Huang Ruoren on the monetary theories in fluent English. That lesson was one of the most memorable that she had ever taught in all her teaching years, and it was still fresh in her memory. She could still vividly recall their debate. What had happened? Why did Xiao Luo assault Lion in public? Why did he hurt him to the point of crippling him? Seeing what had happened, Zhong Meili was bewildered, as the person standing there was not the Xiao Luo she thought she knew. Hero Luo. What happened to him? Wang Ling was horrified and could not believe what Xiao Luo had done. She saw Huang Ruoren, who stood beside Xiao Luo, and she looked equally shocked. Wang Ling knew that the incident probably had something to do with Huang Ruoren, but daunted by what had happened, she did not dare to approach her. WOWOO, WAP. WAP. Woo. They could hear police sirens screaming toward the university from afar. 3 police cars with flashing red and blue lights soon sped arrived and halted in front of the school gate. A dozen police officers alighted from the vehicles with their pistols drawn as they surrounded the crime scene. *T. That was the only word that came to Zhu Xiaofei's and Ding Kai's minds. Xiao Luo had severely assaulted and crippled someone, and the police would probably put him behind bars for a few years. The casualty was Lion, who belonged to the influential Kennedy family. There wasn't much of a chance that Brother Luo could talk his way out of a jail term. The two gritted their teeth and clenched their fists as they wanted to do something for Xiao Luo, but realized there was nothing they could do to help him. All they could do was gaze at him helplessly. The police officers took immediate action when they arrived, pushing the crowd back and taking control of the scene. The officer in charge was a police superintendent, and he broke out in a cold sweat when he laid eyes on Xiao Luo. He immediately took out his phone to check on Xuanhuan, the thousand-faced killer, and confirmed this man was him. The instructions from his superiors were explicit: no one was to confront nor antagonize Xuanhuan. Wait, put your guns away. Don't point them at that man. If any one of you fire, you are dead meat. Quickly put away your guns. The police superintendent yelled to his men. What? The police officers suddenly wavered as they stared at each other. They could not understand why they were ordered to stand down. That severely injured man lying on the ground was Lion from the Kennedy family. If anyone shot that Hua national dead, they would undoubtedly not charge him with a violation, and might even receive a reward for it. The Kennedy family would certainly approve and would probably assist that person with future promotion. Although confused, the police officers still obeyed the instruction and holstered their handguns. The police superintendent composed himself and approached Xiao Luo cautiously. He smiled and asked, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xuanhuan, can we take Lion away for medical care? He was overly courteous and bowed repeatedly to Xiao Luo. Oh, my God. What are we seeing here? Everyone who had witnessed that exchange widened their eyes in surprise as they stared at the police superintendent in disbelief. These were the federal police officers. How could they be so respectful to a criminal who had assaulted someone in public? What the heck was going on? Did that Hua national have a more powerful background than the young Master Lion Kennedy? Most of the police officers dropped their jaws in shock. None of them had expected their leader to act in such a manner. What on earth was he doing? Were they not there to arrest that criminal? Why were they acting as a protective umbrella for him instead? The police superintendent's attitude toward Xiao Luo was incredulous, as everyone had expected Xiao Luo to be in handcuffs and arrested immediately. Instead, the police were treating him so respectfully, as if Xiao Luo was their superior. It was utterly mind-boggling. You police do whatever you have to. There is no need to ask my permission, Xiao Luo asked calmly. He had already crippled Lion. That was enough punishment for him. As for whether Lion would survive, Xiao Luo did not care at all. Thank you, thank you. The police superintendent thanked him profusely and ordered his men to carry Lion away. They needed to resuscitate him as quickly as possible. Every police officer gasped in horror when they saw Lion's broken arms and the egg-white-looking fluid oozing out from his crotch. Xiao Luo was merciless, and the young master of the Kennedy family had undoubtedly become impotent from that assault. "Boss, why are we not arresting that villain?" asked a confused police officer. He shot the question at the police superintendent as they were wrapping up their mission. Arrest him? The police superintendent shook his head and shuddered in fear of Xiao Luo. Do you think we can arrest a man that even the president is afraid of? He asked nervously. A man that even the president feared? When the police officers heard that, they looked shocked, as it had not crossed their minds that the Hua National had such a frightful reputation. Our superiors are praying to God that this guy gets out of the Mei Nation as soon as possible. Even if he had crippled that senior member of the Kennedy family, who was in the cabinet, we would have to act as if nothing had happened. So, do you think it matters that he crippled the young master? The order from the top is that whoever starts a conflict with Xuanhuan will be charged with treason, the police superintendent added. What? Upon hearing that, the police officers gasped in shock, as they had not expected such grievous consequences if they offended that Hua National. The police superintendent said no more. He took out the communication device and reported on the whereabouts of Xiao Luo, the thousand-faced killer, to his superior. Everyone at the gate of the University of Washington was shocked at the outcome. An entire patrol of police officers arrived ready to take action, but then left quietly with their tails between their legs. They were so respectful to that criminal. What was going on? Among the onlookers, Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were the most shocked. They did not understand how Xiao Luo could have gotten out of such a severe offense. Who was Xiao Luo? Brother Luo. Both of them ran up to Xiao Luo. They did not accept the cruelty that he had inflicted on Lion, but they were genuinely worried for Xiao Luo and called out to him. What are you guys doing here? Xiao Luo frowned, as he did not wish Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai to see the other side of him. Their presence had caught him off guard. You've caused a tremendous scene, so it was difficult for us not to notice it, Zhu Xiaofei said. That's right, Brother Luo. I've only realized today how merciless you are when you fight, said Ding Kai as he glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. Xiao Luo did not speak but smiled dryly. You're still our dearest Brother Luo, as always, Zhu Xiaofei added. Yeah, our dearest Brother Luo, Ding Kai repeated with a smile. Xiao Luo smiled at them and patted them both on their shoulders. He reflected on what had happened. Previously, he had not established a clear relationship with Su Li, but now that they were a real married couple, the memory of how Lion had taken advantage of her made him lose control of himself. Xiao Luo. An angry voice came from behind him. Xiao Luo turned around and saw Zhong Meili walking over. He bowed to her and greeted her with respect. Ms. Zhong. I'm afraid that I cannot be your teacher anymore. Zhong Meili's ever-present smile was absent as she chided Xiao Luo coldly. There's no place for a villain like you to be among my students. You have assaulted someone in public in such a cruel manner, and your actions make my blood boil. Ms. Zhong. Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai tried to calm her down, urging her not to scold Xiao Luo so harshly. What? Should I be worried that he'll beat me into a pulp too? Zhong Meili yelled as she felt very disappointed in Xiao Luo. She had high expectations of him and had hoped to see him make something of himself in life. She wanted him to make a useful contribution to the country, and to be a leader in the service of the people. Instead, what had he become? He was beating people up at the gate of the University of Washington just because he practiced kung fu. This incident was not a trivial one, for he had broken someone's arms and turned him into a eunuch. Such violence was inhumane. Xiao Luo smiled sadly and said, "You're my teacher. I would never harm you." Zhong Meili could see the sincerity in his eyes, and she softened her tone. She continued, "Xiao Luo, you have been a great disappointment for me today. I know you have left school, but you're still that passionate student who could escalate that debate on monetary theories to new heights. What you have done today has completely squashed my understanding of you. Regardless of how outstanding you are, I can only feel sorry that you have chosen such a path to ruin." A path to ruin? Xiao Luo shook his head and heaved a long sigh. "Ms. Zhong, please don't blame Xiao Luo totally on this matter. There must be a reason behind it," said Zhu Xiaofei, trying to defend Xiao Luo. "One should never opt for violence, even if one is right. Why can't Xiao Luo inform the police and let them handle the matter if there was a dispute or conflict?" Zhong Meili asked. Her words had silenced both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai. They could not find a better argument to defend Xiao Luo. At that moment, Wang Ling walked over with Huang Ruoren. Huang Ruoren had been through a lot in that short period. First, it was Ian's death, and then there was Xiao Luo's cruelty. She could not exactly describe how she felt, but it was not something good. She stared at Xiao Luo silently, trying to find anything familiar from that man she used to know. "Ms. Zhong, I'm sorry that I've disappointed you." Xiao Luo bowed to Zhong Meili and did not complain about her rebuke, and knew that her admonishments were for his good. But only Xiao Luo was aware of the circumstances and understood that they were worlds apart. Other than Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai, he did not expect to reunite with any of them again. It was pure coincidence that they had met on that trip to the Mei Nation. He did not explain further and turned around to leave after bowing to Zhong Meili. "Brother Luo." Both Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai caught up with him and stopped him. Although they knew they could not do much for him, they did not wish to bid farewell to Xiao Luo in that manner. "Xiaofei, Ding Kai, I am glad to have run into you guys here. Focus on your studies. After you guys have graduated, if you have nowhere to go, come look for me in Shanghai," Xiao Luo said. He still felt close to his ex-roommates. He wanted to provide them with opportunities and as much help as he could. "Brother Luo." They hugged Xiao Luo for a while as there was no need for men to speak much. They conveyed everything they wanted to express in the hug. Looking at their brotherly relationship, Zhong Meili suddenly felt guilty and regretted her strong words. Perhaps she might have been too harsh on Xiao Luo and should have put herself in his shoes. At that moment, a convoy of black cars headed toward the gate from afar with traffic police and the FBI leading the way. It looked like some VIPs were heading their way. "Oh, my God. It's the Minister of Defense, Mr. Arnold. And the FBI Director, Robert, and the Secretary of State, Mr. Pompeo. Chief of the White House Office, Mr. Kelly, and the CIA Director, Ms. Haspel. They're all here as well. Wow. There are so many important officials here. Is the Kennedy family so influential? Lion is badly injured and it must have infuriated the Kennedy family. There are so many important government officials getting involved in the case. It looks like this Xuan national is in serious trouble and they will destroy him even before the court can pass sentence." The crowd that had gathered outside the gate of the Washington University had yet to disperse. They could barely believe their eyes when they saw these high-profile government officials getting out of their black limousines. That was the first time they had seen so many high-ranking officials appearing in public together. The onlookers suddenly realized the power that the Kennedy family wielded. They could summon so many top government officials to seek justice for Lion. As a teacher who had traveled regularly between the Mei Nation and the Hua Nation, Zhong Meili recognized these top Mei government officials. The various media outlets and magazines often featured them. These were powerful people who were high in the social order, and Zhong Meili felt they were in no position to say a thing. She unconsciously pulled her students closer toward the crowd. Has this incident gone all the way to the Mei government officials? Zhu Xiaofei struggled to swallow his saliva as all these officials had a stern and intimidating presence. He stared at them nervously and was very concerned for Xiao Luo. Ding Kai looked at the group and slowly said, "It looks like that's what is happening here." I would not have imagined that the Kennedy family was that influential in the Mei Nation. The appearance of the officials at the scene had also shaken up both Wang Ling and Huang Ruoren. Stop saying that. None of us have what it takes to help Xiao Luo. Right now, we ought to cut off all ties with him. If they ask, we say that we do not know who he is. Do you all understand? Whispered Zhong Meili softly. Teacher, won't we be treacherous if we do that? Zhu Xiaofei said in a displeased tone. Now is not the time to worry if we are treacherous or not. Even if we admit we know Xiao Luo, we cannot help him. Instead, we will cause additional trouble for ourselves. Zhong Meili was thinking for the group. This is a crime that Xiao Luo has committed. No one else can be responsible for it. If you do not want to be detained in the Mei Nation, then do as I say, she said. Let us listen to Teacher Zhong. What Hero Luo has done this time is just unacceptable. Besides, we are just ordinary students, and we can't do much for him even if we speak out. We might get implicated in the incident instead, and there's a chance they may even arrest us as well, Wang Ling said. Although the guys were unwilling to accept it, they knew that Wang Ling was speaking the truth. They had no power to help Xiao Luo. Even if they stepped out and fought with all their might, there was nothing they can do except to share the same fate as Xiao Luo. Compared to them, Xiao Luo was a lot calmer. He had his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked like an employer waiting for his employees to submit progress reports to him. And, as it turned out, that was precisely the scenario that was playing out. The defense minister, Arnold, led the entourage from the Mei federal government. The group hurried toward Xiao Luo to greet him. Arnold was in his well-fitted, custom-tailored military uniform decked with medals as a mark of respect. Mr. Xuanhuan, I am the Minister of Defense, Arnold. We spoke on the phone, Arnold said a little hesitantly. Then he smiled and put his hand out toward Xiao Luo for a handshake. Oh, so it is you, Xiao Luo answered offhandedly. Xiao Luo did not return the same level of courtesy to Arnold. He lightly shook his hand before releasing it. Then in a rather brisk tone, Xiao Luo asked, What is the matter? Why are you looking for me? Are you planning to invite me to stay a little longer in the Mei Nation? When they heard that, the officials quivered a little. Oh, my God. Did he want to stay longer? He had already caused so much damage. If he continued to stay, he would turn the entire nation upside down. No. That would be unthinkable. They were more than willing to spend a sizable amount of money to get him out of their nation. Arnold felt the pressure and started mopping the sweat off his forehead. He continued, Mr. Xuanhuan, the thing is that our president is planning to visit the Hua Nation. If you wish to return, you can join him on his private plane. Also, our people had taken an aggressive stance toward you since you arrived, and we plan to compensate for what you had to endure with 10 million USD. A private plane? 10 million USD? Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and sighed. This is the Mei Nation indeed. Big households and enormous fortunes. No wonder you can afford to be so generous, he sneered, then he added, all right, looking at how sincere you guys are, I will return to my country then. He was already planning to head back home, but now that he was receiving an immense sum of money, he was more than happy to accept that windfall. Phew! Everyone exhaled sighs of relief, and everything was in order as long as Xiao Luo left their country. As for the money, it was merely a worldly possession, and they could earn it back. That price was nothing compared to the devastation he would cause if he stayed on. Then please come with us, Mr. Xuanhuan. Our president is already waiting for you in his private plane, Arnold said with a smile. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Luo said playfully. Of course, we are in a hurry. If we do not send you off, no one will have a peaceful night of sleep. All the top officials there had the same thought in their minds. Arnold looked at Xiao Luo with a patronizing smile and said, the main reason that our president is eager to visit the Hua nation is that he cannot wait to meet with your leader to show him his appreciation. The fawning, sweet talk from Arnold almost made Xiao Luo throw up. I see. So, that is why, Xiao Luo said calmly, cocking an eyebrow. Everyone in the crowd could not believe what they had just witnessed at that gate. The onlookers were all flabbergasted. The police had left earlier on, looking disgruntled and dejected. Then, these high-ranking federal government officials arrived and treated that Hua national with such high regard. What was going on there? Did they not come to seek justice for the Kennedy family? Oh, my God. What kind of background does this Hua national have? Everyone stared blankly and could not find the words to express the shock and confusion they were experiencing. Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, Wang Ling, Huang Ruoren, and their teacher, Zhong Meili, all stood rooted in a stupor. No one could have imagined that things would turn out the way it did. Those high-ranking officials were so respectful toward Xiao Luo. If they had not witnessed it in person, they would have never believed what had happened there. Is Brother Luo that powerful? Zhu Xiaofei muttered with a hint of wonder in his voice. I only realized now that Brother Luo is already standing at the top of the pyramid. As for us, oh, my God. To think that I, Ding Kai, lived in the same dormitory with a person of such status. How unbelievable! Ding Kai exclaimed in shock. He felt an inexplicable, whimsical feeling in his heart. Zhong Meili was in shock, and the color of her face slowly changed from a pale hue to a deeper shade of red. She had heard what Ding Kai had said, and he was right, for Xiao Luo was already at the top of his game. Even the high-ranking Mei government officials had to treat him with such courtesy. She was just a teacher, and she had no right to reprimand him as she had done earlier on. Before Xiao Luo left, he pointed at his friends and explicitly told Arnold, those Hua nationals over there are my friends. You guys better treat them well. If they make any complaint at all about the Mei nation when they return to our country, I will be back to pay you guys another visit. Shiver, all the high-ranking officials from the federal government hurriedly turned to look at his friends. They made sure that they committed those faces to memory so that Xiao Luo would never step foot into their country again. Mr. Xuanhuan, do not worry. For as long as they are in our country, they will receive presidential treatment from us, said the Minister of Defense, Arnold, with a stiff nod. The atmosphere was a solemn one. Stepping into the area, one could see a dining table, a conference table, and a sofa. There were round-arched windows and faux stone flooring, and a toilet at one end. A lush carpet added to the luxurious feel of the cabin's interior. If Xiao Luo had not entered through the aircraft door, he would have thought that he had walked into an office and not the interior of a plane. The soundproofing in the plane was perfect. Xiao Luo could not hear a sound coming in from the aircraft exterior. Seated opposite Xiao Luo was a tall man with a buzz cut. He was in an immaculate, well-tailored suit and looked rather slim. It was the president of the Mei nation, Bama. Xiao Luo tilted his head a little and looked at him. With a slight smile, he said, I am immensely overwhelmed and grateful that President Bama is sending me home with $1 billion. Xiao Luo spoke with feigned formality but had effectively thrown the president a curveball, for the amount offered to him was far less. President Bama's lips twitched a little, and his heart bled. Did Xiao Luo say $1 billion? To ease his misery, he would have to find some time to think of a scheme to recoup that amount from some small but rich countries. Just what kind of person are you? A genetic warrior from the Hua Nation? President Bama asked. He stared at Xiao Luo with unblinking eyes, as if trying to see through him. Genetic warrior? Xiao Luo sneered mockingly. He took a sip of the red wine in front of him and replied, human genes are almost perfect. Yet you destroy that perfection and forcibly insert genes from other living beings to create genetic warriors. Although they may far exceed the speed and strength of ordinary human beings, the genetic defects do not allow these genetic warriors to live with healthy bodies. Let me give you a warning, stop creating more genetic warriors. If you wish to continue such development, then you might as well turn your focus toward developing mechanical warriors instead. Artificial intelligence might be far more effective, compared to your so-called genetic warriors. The deaths of Xuanhuan and his family made him hate the research carried out on genetic engineering. They included experiments that involved human lives, and he genuinely hoped that it would never be pursued again. After listening to Xiao Luo, President Bama refuted and said, it is hard to control artificial intelligence. It could be potentially disastrous to humans once these machines develop their intelligence. Can you then fully control genetic warriors? Xiao Luo cut him off and laughed coldly, then added, if the scientists changed their genes, then the genetic warriors are no longer considered humans. They are a completely new breed. You think you have full control over that new breed. But life will always find a way to progress, and when those genetic warriors go berserk, then is that not another disaster for humankind waiting to happen? President Bama kept quiet. He did not know how to respond to that. Everyone present in that plane, including his secretary, furrowed their brows in deep thought. Ian is only one successful case out of hundreds, and the rest of them were all victims of these experiments. President Bama, do you not feel guilty about how tragically these people died, not to mention the painful deaths they endured in those laboratories? They were human beings who had to undergo cruel surgical experiments, like lab rats. They were all death row prisoners, said President Bama as he tried to defend himself. Do they not have human rights, just because they were death row prisoners? Are human rights not the thing you nationals always preach about to the rest of the world? Xiao Luo asked. President Bama was silent once again. Xiao Luo laughed and said, I am sure those prisoners would have preferred to face execution rather than to be subjected to these live experiments. President Bama waved a hand to dismiss the conversation and said, let us not talk about this. You have yet to answer my question. Who in the world are you? A Hua Nation man. Xiao Luo said with a wry smile, and added, I was born and bred in the Hua Nation. How many more like you are there in the Hua Nation? President Bama asked again. That was the most important question he had wanted to ask. A lot, Xiao Luo said in a straightforward tone. A lot? That shocked both President Bama and the secretary standing beside him. That guy in front of them had caused the entire federal government to suffer such turmoil in just a few days. It was mind-boggling to imagine that there were more of him. Of course, there are a lot of us. Xiao Luo nodded his head. The vivid memory of an ancient-looking man subconsciously appeared in his mind. It was the aged master that he had met at the NSA headquarters. That man had a commanding presence and emanated an imposing aura. It was as if he possessed some potent magical powers, and it left such a deep impression in his memory. Xiao Luo believed that the old master was no ordinary mortal and his prowess was several levels above Xiao Luo. It seemed like they would have to reassess the Hua Nation. President Bama thought to himself, as he was sure that Xiao Luo was not lying. The Hua nation was a country far in the east with a 5,000-year-old civilization, and it was mysterious and ancient. All around the world, many respected the Hua nation's martial art techniques. Although they were in the age of science and technology, no one could say for sure if science was better than the mysteriously powerful martial arts. President Bama's private plane landed in Shanghai Airport, and then it flew onward to Jingqing. He wanted to meet the leader of the Hua nation, for he had a list of grievances and wanted the leader to explain why they had sent someone to the Mei nation to create trouble. Of course, Xiao Luo did not care for such matters. What he cared about then was to see his wife, Su Li. As soon as he set foot on Shanghai, he took in the familiar sights and sounds of the land. It was good to be back. He quickly hailed a taxi and headed straight to Crescent Bay. He hadn't realized how much he missed Su Li while he was away and was impatient to see her again. Eager as he was, he chose not to use his qigong force to get home quickly, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Crescent Bay had a classical European decor. Upon entering the premises, one could feel the ambience of luxurious elegance. Xiao Luo was eager to see Su Li, and he rushed into the building as soon as he alighted from the taxi. Xiao Luo took the elevator to the 52nd floor, then headed straight to Su Li's place and pressed the doorbell. He did not even go back into his apartment. He was behaving like a boy who was going to confess his feelings to a girl he fancied. He held a bouquet in one hand, and in his other hand, he carried a box of chocolate that he bought for Su Li from the Mei nation. Badum. Badum. His heart was racing with inexplicable excitement, and a wave of nervousness overwhelmed him. Xiao Luo continued pressing the doorbell for quite a while, but he still could not hear a sound from inside. He tried the doorbell again, but the door remained shut. There was no one home. What's going on? Is she asleep? Xiao Luo looked at his watch. It was only 10 p.m. It was not likely that she would have gone to bed this early. He pressed on the doorbell again and again, but no one came to the door. He stopped, took his cell phone out, and dialed Su Li's number. He got through to her after a short while. Are you not at home? He asked. On the other end of the phone, Su Li sounded surprised. Then, in her usual sweet but cold voice, she said, Have you returned home? I am standing right in front of your door. Where are you? Xiao Luo asked urgently. Jingqing, Su Li replied. Jingqing? Her reply startled Xiao Luo. He had been looking forward to seeing her and felt his flames of excitement doused by the disappointing news. What are you doing in Jingqing? I have some things to do here. I will return home once I'm done, and I'll explain to you when I get home. Send me the address. I will go over to you. You are coming to Jingqing? Su Li asked, a little surprised. Xiao Luo replied firmly, yes. Xiao Luo gave Zhang Dashan a call after putting down the phone. Zhang Dashan told him that Su Xiaobei's biological father had taken her away. And her biological father was Bai Yuchuan, from the Bai family in Jingqing. Bai family? Bai Yuchuan? Xiao Luo was quite shocked to hear this. How did Xiaobei end up getting involved with Jingqing's Bai family so suddenly? Bai Yuchuan is the young master of the Bai family. That's how his subordinate introduced him when he came over to Shanghai to take Xiaobei away. His grandfather is the chief of the Military Joint Staff Department, and his father is the commander of the North China military area. They're like a big boss-level kind of family in Hua Nation. Goddess Su went over to Jingqing so that she could take court action against Bai Yuchuan to gain custody of Xiaobei. Zhang Dashan told Xiao Luo everything he knew. The more he listened, the more Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows. Su Li went over to Jingqing to attend a court case against the Bai family. Could she win? No matter how you looked at it, a mere woman could not win against the powerful Bai family. What a mess. Xiao Luo remarked. Old Xiao, what did you go overseas for? Jean Dashan asked. I'll tell you later when I have the time. I'm hanging up. Xiao Luo hung up the phone immediately. He lifted his head and looked to the north, then took a deep breath. Using his Gone with the Snow, a Qigong technique, he leaped through the bustling city like a godly hero and headed straight for Jingqing. Utilizing all the power he had, his speed reached its limit, and each step covered about 500 to 600 meters. It only took a moment for him to leave Shanghai. Looking at a plane flying across the night sky, Xiao Luo was a little annoyed. If he had given her a call before returning, it would have been much easier for him to take President Bama's private plane and head directly to Jingqing. The time needed to arrive here would not have made that much of a difference, but then he wouldn't have had to use up his internal force, and he could have discussed life and ideals with President Bama. Instead, he bounded and flew all the way here. The ground beneath him flashed by quickly as he soared through the air and covered 10 kilometers in just the blink of an eye. On his way to Jingqing, Xiao Luo's mind was filled with numerous thoughts. The actions of the paparazzi, Zhou Wei, led to Xiao Luo killing the commander of the Shanghai military region, Shuiyuza, who was the son-in-law of the Bai family. And that's how his feud with the family began. The woman with the codename, Rose, also belonged to the Bai family. She would be around the same age as Bai Yuqiuan and was possibly Bai Yuqiuan's older or younger sister. Bai Yuqiuan was Su Xiaobei's biological father, and this complicated relationship was giving Xiao Luo a sudden headache. He had initially planned to go over to the Bai family to teach them a lesson, but now that Su Xiaobei had suddenly become a part of the Bai family, he could no longer do such a terrible thing to the Bai family. Of course, the people from the Bai family would be wise not to provoke him first. How was Bai Yuqiuan from the Bai family, the biological father of that little girl? As Xiao Luo thought about that question, he found it hard to comprehend, but then arrived at a conclusion. Knowing the personality of Su Li's mother over the past couple of years when Bai Yuqiuan was in full swing at Shanghai, if Su's mom knew that Bai Yuqiuan was from the Bai family, it was not beyond her to use various schemes for her elder daughter to establish a relationship with Bai Yuqiuan. After all, she even resorted to drugging Su Li in an attempt to marry her off into the Yang family. As he thought about that, he pitied Su Li's elder sister. To think that she had a mother like this. About 40 to 50 minutes later, Xiao Luo arrived at a city about 200 to 300 kilometers away from Jingqing. Using Qigong over such a long distance took a toll on Xiao Luo's internal force. It was a little hard for even him to carry on, and he decided to stop for a brief rest. He chose a place in the city to eat and restore his energy. Although strenuous activities were not encouraged after a meal, Xiao Luo continued his dash toward Jingqing. But he had to reduce his speed significantly. As he flew past a mountain behind a university, he heard a boy confessing his love to a girl. The girl said that if a pie dropped from the sky, she'd accept him. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment and dropped the pie he had in his hands down to the young couple. Then, like a breeze, he silently whizzed past them from above. The boy and the girl were equally shocked when the pie dropped between them. The bashful boy said, "Xian, look, a pie dropped from the sky. That means you have to promise to be my girlfriend." The girl didn't know how to react and instinctively raised her head to look around. All she saw was the night sky and the sprawling lawn around her. Where did this pie come from? It couldn't possibly have dropped from the sky, right? But as she didn't have any feelings for this boy, she shouted, "What kind of cheap trick is this? Have you been watching a bunch of short clips online? I do not know how you made this pie drop from the sky, but I'll never be your girlfriend, so you better just give it up." After saying that, she turned around and left in a huff. Disappointed and feeling lost, the boy picked up the pie from the ground and ate it out of dejection. Xiao Luo looked at the both of them and realized that they had failed to become a couple. He shook his hands, raised his eyebrows, then channeled all his energy to reach Jingqing in the shortest time possible. He finally arrived at Jingqing half an hour later. It was a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. His breathing was a little labored, and his body was soaked in sweat. Compared to Xiaohai, Jingqing was much more prosperous. Neon lights flashed incessantly everywhere, and even the trees lining both sides of their streets were lit brightly in various colors. The soft light illuminated the entire Jingqing, and it appeared like a city that never slept. Although it was already late at night, pedestrians were everywhere. It was a bustling city. Xiao Luo quickly merged with the crowd, and after checking the address that Suli had sent over, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to that location. It was Hillworth Hotel. It looked very technology-inspired from the outside. It presented a stylish ambience that was graceful and luxurious. "Sir, please show us your identification card or the hotel accommodation card." A hotel attendant stopped him at the main entrance with a polite smile. "I didn't bring it along with me," Xiao Luo said. "Then I'm sorry, sir, we need to verify your identity before we can let you in." The hotel attendant said with a polite smile again. "You need to make a booking for Hillworth Hotel, and for the safety of their customers, it's our duty to ensure that we verify the identity of every single person before allowing them to enter." "Oh, is that so?" With a playful smile on his face, Xiao Luo stared into the attendant's eyes. The hotel attendant's pupils dilated, and suddenly, there was a quick change in his attitude. "I'm a hotel guest staying in room 1305, you've already checked my identity, can you let me in now?" Xiao Luo said to him. The hotel attendant nodded his head with no expression on his face. Xiao Luo straightened his collar and calmly walked in. Only when he got into the elevator did the hotel attendant snap out of the hypnosis. After recalling what happened earlier on, it felt like he had just let in an unknown person, but in his head, he was convinced that he had already verified that person's identity and that there was no problem, though he couldn't remember that person's name at all. What is going on here?" The hotel attendant scratched his head. It felt like he just awoke from a catnap and was a little absent-minded. Hillworth was a highly rated 5-star hotel. Whether it was the elevator or the passageway, the hotel exuded elegance and luxury, and its ambience quickly lifted one's mood just by being there. Xiao Luo headed to room 1305 and stopped in front of the door, before taking out his phone to call Suli. He got through to her in 2 rings. "What's wrong?" Suli's voice was icy, as usual. Not that she was deliberately being arrogant, but the manner of her speech was a habit formed over a long period. Despite it, the tone of her voice was soft. It was already a significant change to her compared to when Xiao Luo first met her, and it warmed his heart hearing her voice. He coughed for a bit, then said, "I'm already at Hillworth Hotel. I'm just outside your room, can you open your door?" After saying that, there was silence on the other end of the phone. As Xiao Luo wondered if something was wrong with the phone, the room door of 1305 opened, and a beautiful figure appeared from behind the door. With her silky hair, delicate features, and fair skin, she was a stunning beauty that stood above everyone else. She possessed a sensuous and ethereal beauty. It couldn't be anyone other than Suli. The white tunic skirt wrapped seductively around her graceful figure, resembling small waves. Her neckline exposed her visible collarbone, and she had a face that looked meticulously crafted. She stood there looking both glamorous and coquettish. She was flawless, and it was more than enough to make any guy fall into an obsession over her. Suli was stunned when she saw Xiao Luo. Still holding on to her phone, she stared blankly at him with her beautiful eyes. "That." Xiao Luo kept his phone back and said, "Surely you're not planning to make me stand outside, right?" Suli finally realized that she was not hallucinating, and it was indeed Xiao Luo. The journey from Shanghai to Jingqing was over 1,000 kilometers. They were on the phone less than an hour ago, and here he was now, standing in front of her. How did he get here so quickly? Ploop. In her state of stupor, the phone slipped out of her hand. Xiao Luo instantly stretched his right hand out and grabbed her phone before it hit the floor. He then laughed mischievously and said, "What's wrong? I know you're excited to see me, but surely you don't have to drop your phone, right?" Suli ignored his attempt at a joke and looked at him incredulously. "You? How did you do it?" she said. "Do what?" Xiao Luo pretended he did not quite understand her question. "Weren't you still in Shanghai an hour ago? How did you suddenly appear here?" Suli asked. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, "I was lying to you. I arrived at Jingqing Airport when I returned. I was about to take a connecting flight back to Shanghai, but when I called you, you said you were at Jingqing, so I came over to look for you." That was all he could say. He definitely couldn't tell the truth, or Suli would surely treat him like a weird monster. "So, you just returned from Japan tonight?" Suli was much calmer now that she understood what was going on. If Xiao Luo had come over from Shanghai, then she would have considered it to be nothing short of supernatural. Xiao Luo nodded his head and replied, "Yes." After saying that, he took a step forward, and came very close to Suli. They were barely several centimeters apart, their faces almost touching, and they could feel each other's breath on their faces. "You. What are you doing?" Suli's cheeks suddenly turned red, and she unconsciously took a step back. Xiao Luo stretched his hands out and wrapped his arms around her slender and soft waist. He coughed a little and said, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder, haven't you ever heard of it?" Upon hearing that, Suli's face turned even redder. She tried to push him away, and whispered, "Stop that, there are people here." "There are people here?" Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows slightly. As soon as he said that, a voice came from inside the room. "Miss Su." A woman in black business attire appeared in Xiao Luo's field of vision. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore glasses and her looks were average, but her figure was perfect, with her tight-fitting business attire accentuating her curves. As soon as she saw that there was a man at the door, the woman immediately stopped speaking. This must be Suli's lawyer. Xiao Luo guessed, but before he could even say anything, he heard another female voice coming from inside. "Li, who's there?" She wore a black dress. Her long, wavy hair, with streaks of rosy red, framed her charming snow-white face. Her full, voluptuous figure exuded a wild charm. An alluring pair of pink-colored silk stockings wrapped her long legs, and she wore crystal-colored high heels. She had a dignified and elegant demeanor, and it could have been none other than Xingqingyan. "Xiao Luo?" Xingqingyan was surprised he had turned up. Xiao Luo frowned. He had initially wanted to move closer to Suli, but now he could forget about that idea. A lawyer and a best friend were akin to two high-wattage light bulbs shining into one's face during interrogation, and Xiao Luo instantly pulled his arms away from Suli's waist, then forced a smile before greeting Xingqingyan. "Ms. Shen, long time no see. It has been quite a while, indeed. I heard you went to Japan, and it seems like you've learned quite a lot while you were there. You're already being naughty with Li as soon as you see her," Xingqingyan said as she sauntered up, looking slightly envious. She was best friends with Suli, and seeing her BFF completely subdued by another man, it was hard for her not to feel a little jealous. "What are you saying?" Suli retorted with a glare, then gently nudged her a little. "I said nothing wrong, did I? I saw everything that was going on. This guy had his arms wrapped around your waist. Both of your lower abdomens were almost stuck to one another," Xingqingyan responded, moving her hands to mimic what she saw. Suli's ears were glowing red by now. Xiao Luo was feeling a little embarrassed now, but remained calm, and said, "We're husband and wife, surely it's not a crime to display this kind of intimacy, right?" "Husband and wife?" So, this guy is Su Li's husband. The female lawyer thought to herself. Well, I didn't say you guys committed any crime, did I? Shen Qingyan realized she couldn't counter Xiao Luo's riposte and changed the topic immediately. Right, Xiao Luo, is your gene clinic not planning to give me a way out at all? I mean, just looking at Shanghai's market share now, my Huayao Group and Renhe Medicines are both trailing far behind Gene Clinic. It's probably just a matter of time before Gene Clinic dominates the national market. I'm just going to ask you this, do you have to go to this extent? I'm not the one who's in charge, so if you want to work together with us, you can speak to the person who heads Gene Clinic, Xiao Luo said. Work together? Shen Qingyan sneered, Gene Clinic cannot compare when you consider Huayao Group's financial resources, and if we worked with Renhe Medicines, I'm afraid that your Gene Clinic will not have the capital to compete. It might make sense for us to discuss collaboration, but I'm not the one who should look for you. You guys are the ones who should start the discussion. Is that so? Then how much money do you think my Gene Clinic will need to take you over? Will $1 billion USD be enough? Xiao Luo responded aggressively. 1 billion? In USD? Not only was Shen Qingyan shocked, but even Su Li and her female lawyer were stunned as well. The sum that Xiao Luo mentioned, when converted to Hua Nation's RMB, would be over 6 billion RMB. Investing 6 billion RMB into Gene Clinic would make Gene Clinic even more powerful than Huayao Group. Then what position would that force Renhe Pharmaceutical to take? A takeover war? Who was going to take over who? Shen Qingyan looked at Xiao Luo, and a chill ran down her spine. It was the first time that she realized how scary this man actually was. He was already pissed since his plan of trying to get closer with Su Li had been ruined. Shen Qingyan used such an aggressive tone to question him, hence, Xiao Luo's tone wasn't all that nice either. With just one statement, he completely made Shen Qingyan speechless. After walking into room 1305, Xiao Luo realized that it was a suite. There were a bedroom and a living room. It was pretty spacious, over 100 square meters, and the decoration in the room was first class. It looked elegant, neat, and grandiose. The female lawyer's name was Ning Wanqiu. She came here to learn more about the situation regarding Su Xiaobei, so as to better prepare herself for the trial that would be held in 2 days, and gain an early advantage. They continued their discussion, while Xiao Luo went to the bathroom to take a shower. His body had perspired quite a bit after traveling for a long distance, and it felt pretty uncomfortable, so taking a shower was a must for him. The female lawyer had left by the time he came out. Shen Qingyan got up, too. Perhaps she could tell she was being a huge light bulb. I'll take a shower as well. My entire body feels uncomfortable. She fanned herself and walked towards the bathroom. Su Li sat on the sofa. To mask her nervousness, she grabbed a book and flipped it over to pretend like she was reading it. Her hair had been let loose, and it flowed down naturally to her waist. It was as if an angel had descended from heaven. What this book is about? Xiao Luo walked over and sat beside her. His nose could easily smell the faint body fragrance coming from this woman's body. If you're interested, then look at it yourself. Su Li closed the book and put it to the side. But I'm only interested in you now. Xiao Luo raised his hand and held her in his arm. Su Li panicked a little at the start, but shortly after, like a docile sheep, she lay down in Xiao Luo's arms. I said it before, in front of me, you don't have to always put up a brave front. Xiaobei will definitely return to our side, Xiao Luo comforted her and gently patted her on the back. Su Li was shocked. She didn't imagine that Xiao Luo had already seen through her helplessness. That's right. When the Bai family took Su Xiaobei away, she was helpless, and she even broke down. Su Xiaobei might not be her biological daughter, but she couldn't live without her regardless. She nodded her head gently, closed her eyes, and snuggled in this man's arms. Right now, she was like a small boat that had through stormy waves, but had returned safely to the harbor. Xiao Luo was already very satisfied just hugging her like that. When he recalled how the both of them first met, it honestly wasn't love at first sight. He only started paying more attention and developed feelings for her after all the things that the both of them had been through. He realized that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She would often say a whole bunch of insincere stuff, but her concern towards him was genuine. Perhaps, after what happened to the both of them, Suli had since treated him as a husband that she would spend her life with. What's funny was that he always thought that she would bring up the topic of divorce eventually and end up with another guy afterwards. Seems like they were destined to be with one another. Xuanhuan came out after showering. When she saw the both of them lying on the sofa, she didn't ruin the scene but went back to her bedroom quietly, closing the door as well. You don't have to worry about Xiaobei. I can handle it by myself. After a long while, Suli broke away from Xiao Luo's embrace and got up to pour some tea for Xiao Luo and herself. Do you think you'll be able to win this lawsuit? Xiao Luo reminded her, the one you're going up against is the Bai family. Suli thought for a bit, then said, I don't think there should be any problems. You're that confident? Xiao Luo was astonished. Suli dropped the conversation. She lifted the teacup and took a sip. Right. How's Liu Media doing? Xiao Luo suddenly thought of Lion in America and couldn't help but ask since Lion was one of the shareholders of Liu Media. Suli was a little stunned. She looked at Xiao Luo before replying, it's all right. We've already recruited about 20 to 30 celebrities and are in the process of training them. After thinking for a bit, she lifted her head and asked, what made you ask that all of a sudden? Nothing much, just out of curiosity, that, if Lion's side withdraws their investment, how will that affect Liu Media? Xiao Luo's expression looked unnatural. Suli's eyebrows furrowed, and she felt like the question that this guy was asking was becoming weirder and weirder. How did the topic change to Lion all of a sudden? There are no problems with the funds. Even if Lion withdraws his investment, it won't affect Liu Media too much. The reason why I let him have a share was so that in the future, with the influence of the Kennedy family from the West, we'll have a better footing. That's true. If you're planning to turn Liu Media into an international entertainment company in the future, I'll be sure to give you my full support. I might not be familiar with other families in America, but I'm sure the Michelle family will give me some face. If Liu Media decides to enter the American market, I'm sure the Michelle family will be able to provide you with some help, Xiao Luo said. Suli stared at him. The Michelle family will show you some face? She was in disbelief. I guess so. I've worked a little with them before. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows and laughed. You've worked with the Michelle family? Suli was starting to feel that Xiao Luo's real identity was becoming more and more mysterious. If it was just Luo Ventures, and the boss of Gene Clinic, how was it possible for them to have worked with the Michelle family, one of the 4 biggest families in America? There was absolutely no relation between both parties. What was his identity? What was it that allowed Xiao Luo to establish some sort of relationship with the Michelle family? Although she really wanted to know, she didn't ask him. She remembered that Xiao Luo once said that when the time is right, he would confess everything to her. Before that, she was afraid that it was pointless to ask him anything. In the middle of the night, cool wind blew in from the balcony, bringing along a cozy feeling. Suli and Xuanhuan occupied the bedroom, while the living room was left for Xiao Luo. Having the soft sofa as a bed didn't feel that bad at all. Xiao Luo couldn't sleep. He lay on the sofa while watching the television. The female lead of this drama was Suli. The only reason he endured this show was that it was an idol drama and the main storyline was about the male and female lead's relationship. After witnessing a couple of kissing scenes, he had to hold himself back from smashing the television. Creak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, before it was gently closed again. Suli was wearing pink pajamas, and there were rose petals printed all over them. They looked cute on her. Still awake? She walked over and placed a neatly folded sheet beside Xiao Luo. Looking at his girl kissing some other guy. Do you think I'll be able to fall asleep? Xiao Luo wasn't in the mood. Suli only realized now that Xiao Luo was actually watching a drama that she had acted in. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Luo. It's not like we really kissed. It's the angle that created this effect that made it look like we kissed. Angle? But I could clearly see that both of your lips were stuck to one another. There was a huge knot in Xiao Luo's heart. That was a substitute actor. Suli realized that she needed to clearly explain it. Besides, if there's a need for me to act out a kissing scene with someone else, there'll be a layer of partition in the middle, so will you stop being jealous? There was a barrier in the middle. Only then did Xiao Luo calm down. Although he was conservative, he was fine with having a barrier when filming a kissing scene. Furthermore, he also knew that television dramas had post-production works. Although there was a barrier in the middle while filming a kissing scene, it would be erased when the show aired, making the audience think it was real. He coughed and said, I'm not jealous. I'm just in a bad mood. When Suli saw that he was quibbling over this matter, she was touched and flattered. Xiao Luo was jealous, which meant that she was in his heart. On the contrary, she would be bitterly disappointed if he wasn't jealous. The temperature is lower at night. I've left a blanket here. If you feel cold, cover up. After reminding her, Xiao Luo turned and walked towards the bedroom. However, since Suli was already out, how could Xiao Luo let her go so easily? He reached out and grabbed her wrist. With a light tug, Suli lost her balance and fell into his embrace. What are you doing? Being pressed down by Xiao Luo, Suli's heart was beating madly. She looked at Xiao Luo with teary eyes, and color flared in her cheeks. However, Xiao Luo seemed to be admiring a piece of art. He clicked his tongue and complimented her, you are really a dish. Don't mess around, Suli warned. Qingyan is inside. She'll wake up easily. Suli was startled. Recalling what Xiao Luo did to her in the Luo's workshop's meeting room, she was still a little shaken. Don't blame me. You brought yourself to me. Xiao Luo gave a cheeky smile. Having a soft spot for their loved ones were common in most men. I'm just worried that you would catch a cold, so I sent you. Suli bit her red lips. Hush. Don't speak. Xiao Luo gestured and kissed Suli's lips. Don't take on any roles in the future, Xiao Luo suddenly said seriously. If I don't work, will you provide for me? Suli looked straight at him. The way she frowned seemed to be acting coquettishly. What's so difficult about providing for you? Xiao Luo reached out and lifted her sharp chin. Also, although you said that there was a barrier when you were filming the kissing scene, I was still very, very unhappy. I was even uneasy that you were holding hands with another man in the scene. Even though that was acting, you're my woman and you belong to me, only to me. Other men can't even touch a finger of yours. So you admit that you're jealous? Suli teased him. A rare playful smile appeared on Suli's cold face. Xiao Luo smiled and did not say anything, tacitly acknowledging what she said. Suli was pleased. All right. It's too late. I have to go back and have a rest. I have to go to my family to meet Bai Yuchuan tomorrow. Call me hubby, and I'll let you go back to your bedroom. Xiao Luo chuckled. The next day, almost noon, Suli, who was wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses, went to Bai Yuchuan's banquet with Shen Qingyan and Xiao Luo. On both sides of the restaurant were sculptures inspired by ancient Athens. Led by the well-dressed lady of etiquette, they walked to a large private room by the lake. The oyster-white carved wooden door opened, and a man in a black suit made a pleased gesture. Ms. Su, Ms. Shen, our young master Bai has been waiting for you. Without speaking, Suli slightly nodded her head in greeting and stepped in. Wait. Who is he? The man reached out to stop Xiao Luo, and his eyes were filled with hostility. He's my husband. Suli expressionlessly said, is there a problem? The man was stunned for a moment before he smiled and stepped aside. No, no. Since you're Ms. Su's husband, you're also Master Bai's guest. Please come in. Don't gild the lily, Xiao Luo commented and walked past him. You actually made an unnecessary move, Shen Qingyan also said when she passed by the man. When they entered the private room, the scent of lavender permeated the air, and they instantly felt refreshed. Suli, you're late. A man in a blue shirt stood up from the sofa in the private room. He had short, neat hair, a fair face, and delicate facial features and gestures. The way he behaved implied his affluence. I don't want to come here at all. If there is something, say it in court the day after tomorrow, Suli replied coldly. Miss Su, you're always so full of yourself. My husband personally invited you here, yet you still put on airs. Who do you think you are? You're just an actress. Don't push your luck, a woman spoke. She was tall and fit. She was wearing a back belt dress with red flowers on it, revealing her snow-white cleavage. The dress covered her knees, and the belt made her appear slim and slender, and her chest looked even plumper. There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but she had a smile on her face, which made her appear especially sweet and polite when she spoke. She was the embodiment of the words femme fatale. Xiao Luo frowned slightly. He knew this woman. A few years ago, she often appeared on all kinds of variety shows. She had sat in the guest seats, host seats, judges' seats, and so on. In recent years, she had retired behind the scenes. It was said that she had married into the purple, but he did not expect her to marry Bai Yuchuan from the Bai family. Yu Yasi, didn't you also climb up by selling 2 pieces of meat on your chest? What right do you have to laugh at Li? If Li is an actress, then what are you? A slutty vixen? Shen Qingyan sneered. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Yasi's face froze. It was obvious that these words had quite an impact on her. However, she quickly regained her smile and responded seriously, Miss Shen, you were born with a golden spoon in your mouth. How would you understand the difficulties of poor people like us who want to change our fate? We have no power, privilege, or background. I am a woman, so naturally, I can only take advantage of my beauty. Shen Qingyan giggled and said, so this is the reason why you're showing 90% of your chest to others. So dignified. She grinned, her words full of sarcasm. She turned to look at Bai Yuchuan and continued, it seems like young Master Bai really loves you. If I were a man, I would definitely mind the past of a woman like you. Yu Yasi was angered by those words. After all, when she entered showbiz in the past, she had indeed relied on selling her flesh, which was not very honorable, and others had always criticized her for it. All right. You women are so competitive and like to fight each other the moment you meet. Bai Yuchuan walked over and hugged Yu Yasi. Honey, calm down. Miss Shen, please talk less as well. Just do me a favor. Yu Yasi timidly nodded her head. She always agreed with everything Bai Yuchuan said. Sure. I did not mean to offend you, young Master Bai. I'm just unhappy to hear someone slander my best friend. Shen Qingyan knew when to stop. After all, the capital city was the Bai family's territory. Bai Yuchuan might seem easygoing on the surface, but he was also a ruthless person once his temper flared. I understand and really appreciate it. Bai Yuchuan gave them a thumbs up and walked towards the main table. Please take a seat. I'm starving. Let's eat and talk. Su Li and Shen Qingyan both sat down. Xiao Luo also felt at ease and pulled a chair to sit beside Su Li. Su Li, this is? Bai Yuchuan asked, finally noticing Xiao Luo. My husband. Su Li said. Your husband? Bai Yuchuan frowned slightly and remarked in surprise, so you're really married? I thought you were spouting nonsense at the press conference to maintain a positive image in the hearts of your fans. Su Li did not respond. There was no need to explain too much to Bai Yuchuan. So, as Su Li's husband, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Bai Yuchuan looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo introduced himself. I'm just a follower. You guys can talk about what you want. Don't mind me. Mr. Xiao Luo is really humorous. How can the man that Su Li has her eyes on be a mere follower? May I ask, which profession does Mr. Xiao Luo work in? Perhaps we might have a chance to work together in the future, Bai Yuchuan said with a faint smile on his face. Just a business on a small scale, not worth mentioning, Xiao Luo replied. However, Xiao Luo was puzzled. He had killed the Bai family's son-in-law, Shui Yuza, and even hit a lady from the Bai family with the codename Rose. Yet this Bai Yuchuan actually did not know him, which was really strange. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Both husband and wife are the same, Yu Yasi said unhappily, dissatisfied with Xiao Luo's arrogance. Although her voice was very low, everyone heard it clearly. Yet, Su Li, Xiao Luo, and Shen Qingyan did not pay much attention. They just treated it as a gust of stinky wind blowing past. You're too modest, Mr. Xiao Luo. Bai Yuchuan's expression did not change. He clapped his hands and asked the waiter to serve the dishes. The waiter at the door immediately smiled and began to serve the dishes, traditional Western food. Bai Yuchuan, let's get straight to the point, Su Li began. Su Xiaobei is like a daughter to me, but you tried to snatch her away from me. I will get her back, no matter what, and openly become her legal guardian. But I am her father, while you are only her aunt. Not to mention the Bai family behind me, even if I am powerless, you will not be able to defeat me. Bai Yuchuan smiled calmly. Su Li rebuked, you're the one who abandoned her. How dare you take her back? Because I'm her father. Bai Yuchuan opened the lid of a bottle of wine. Isn't this identity reasonable enough? He looked at Xiao Luo and directly diverted the topic. Mr. Xiao Luo, nice to meet you. Forgive us for not having much to entertain you. Please let me pour you a glass of Va Bon Secours ale. This was clearly purposely making things difficult for Xiao Luo. Those that didn't understand wouldn't be able to explain it. This way, he could make Su Li lower her head by attacking Xiao Luo. Yu Yasi couldn't help sneering and waited for Xiao Luo to make a fool of himself. To be exact, she should be waiting for Su Li to make a fool of herself that she actually married a country bumpkin that didn't even know about the 10 most expensive wines out there. Xiao Luo did not say anything and looked at the wine that the waiter poured in front of him. He picked it up, shook it gently, and sniffed it again. Then, he tilted the wine glass and took a sip. Mr. Xiao, what do you think of the wine? Is it good? Yu Yasi hurriedly asked. She did not believe that this country bumpkin could tell anything special. Va Bon Secours ale is produced by a Belgian company, Collier. It has only 8% of alcohol. In addition, it contains ingredients such as toffee, licorice, and aniseed that give it a unique and complex taste, allowing this drink to stand out exceptionally in terms of complexity, Xiao Luo explained slowly and then glanced at the wine bottle. This 12-liter beer was created by Charles Collier in 1995. At the same time, it became famous and had been one of the world's top 10 most expensive liquors. Yu Yasi was visibly stunned as she clearly did not expect Xiao Luo to know so much about wines. Bai Yuchuan was also surprised as even he could not explain the alcohol's background and information in such detail, regardless of how often he drinks it. Both Su Li and Shen Qingyan also were impressed with Xiao Luo as they were expecting Xiao Luo to admit that he had no idea. Mr. Xiao Luo is indeed well versed in many fields. No wonder you have earned Su Li's affection, Bai Yuchuan praised Xiao Luo, smiling. However, whether if he meant that from the bottom of his heart was only something he knew. Su Li could not be bothered to beat around the bush with Bai Yuchuan, as her sister was framed by this man to death. Thus, she had no good impression of Bai Yuchuan. Bai Yuchuan, cut to the chase now. I don't like to beat around the bush. Sure. Bai Yuchuan looked at Su Li approvingly and began, fine. I'll be straightforward. The reason I've asked you to come here is to hope that you could give up the lawsuit. That's absurd. Su Li replied to him firmly. Absurd? Bai Yuchuan frowned and then chuckled. Su Li, you are smart. How could you be so dumb this time? On top of the fact that I'm Xiaobei's biological father, the Bai family behind this lawsuit is not something you can conquer. As long as the head of the family wanted it, every presiding judge from the entire Jingqing would come to him and obey his every word like a dog. I don't believe that the Bai family is above the law in Jingqing, Su Li retorted. Sorry, but the Bai family really could supersede any law in Jingqing. Bai Yuchuan smiled gloomily. I'm persuading you for the sake of your long years of effort taking care of Xiaobei. Su Li, don't take my kindness for granted. What is kindness? Can I eat it? Xiao Luo interrupted. Of course, you could as much as I kindly bestow upon you. Bai Yuchuan smiled. Xiao Luo replied, then feed that to a dog. It surely is a dog's favorite food. He was undoubtedly mocking Bai Yuchuan with words as he would stand by his wife unconditionally regardless of any situation. Bai Yuchuan's mouth throbbed. You better be careful with your words, as *H*Lu. Or else, you won't live to see the next sunrise. Yu Yasi yelled. Yu Yasi, you are the one who should be careful with your words. Don't think that you can act all cocky with Bai Yuchuan backing you up. You have no right to scold my husband. Su Li frowned and stared at Yu Yasi coldly. Huh, your husband? He's nothing but an ordinary loach. God knows which swamp was he from, and you actually treasure him as if he was a real gem. Su Li, do you know that you are lowering your standards? If people learned that you have married such a guy, everyone in showbiz would definitely mock you. How could you actually find a powerless and penniless nobody? Yu Yasi crossed her arms and insulted Xiao Luo relentlessly. She then used a peculiar tone and pretended to be surprised. Could it be that he's so good in bed that you are absolutely smitten by that? That's why you could not leave him and had decided to marry him unwillingly. So it seems like our proud and demure lady, Su, is also a slut who is addicted to sex. As they heard that, both Su Li and Shen Qingyan were greatly provoked. Yu Yasi was absolutely vulgar and didn't know when to stop. Bai Yuchuan chuckled by the side secretly as he was happy to see the cat fight. Splash! A glass of wine was poured onto Yu Yasi. She was completely drenched. Ms. Yu, it seems like you're pretty in your head, judging from your words. Do you feel better now? If one glass is not enough, do you want another glass? Xiao Luo put down the empty glass and took a napkin to wipe his hand dry. Son of a bitch. Yu Yasi was in wrath as she stood up. She ran to the bouncer in a black suit and yelled, "You San, what are you doing? Kick this as *H*Lee's ass." Roger. Yu San charged up like a gust and performed a chin na move to try to suppress Xiao Luo, then leaving him to his master. However, before his chin na move was about to reach Xiao Luo's body, an invisible force locked him down and stopped him from inching forward. It felt like wanting to run in a dream but was instead incapacitated. He could not move at all even with using every ounce of his strength. An expert who could project his inner power. Yu San was shocked as he was aware of the existence of Kung Fu, since he came from the Central Guard Regiment. However, an expert who could project his inner power only existed in legends, and the entire Hua nation probably did not have more than 5 of such experts. Nobody could expect that he would actually run into one today. Yu San, what are you doing? Destroy him. Yu Yasi did not understand what was going on, so she rushed him loudly. In her eyes, all she could catch was Yu San had stopped, but she did not know that Yu San was using his full strength and was even breaking out of sweat on his forehead. Destroy me? He can't. Xiao Luo smiled jokingly as he slammed the table, unleashing his inner power. Yu San flew back with a painful scream and crashed onto the wall of the room. He could not sense his right arm at that moment as it was trembling violently. Such a bizarre scene had shocked everyone completely as none of them could understand what had actually happened. This looked like a play, but it was an overly surreal play as Yu San actually vomited a little blood. What was going on? What had just happened? Xiao Luo was sitting on his chair throughout the process. He did not move an inch at all. How could this dude be so strange? Shen Qingyan mumbled softly. Xiao Luo had been a mysterious guy all along, and nobody could actually see through him. Suli also stared at her own man in awe as she was equally surprised. It would have been a lie if she says that she was not shocked. It seems like Mr. Xiao Luo is a kung fu expert. Pardon my lack of attention. I couldn't tell from looking. It is my mistake. Bai Yuchuan smiled at Xiao Luo after experiencing a momentary shock. Xiao Luo disliked Bai Yuchuan a lot as he was extremely hypocritical. Even though he was very pissed off, he still put up a smile. Such a person was the most vicious and calculative of people. He turned to Suli. Honey, is there anything else? Let's go if you're done. We'll get some delicious food. Suli blushed a little as she heard the word honey with so many people around, but she nodded and said, okay. Since they were going to the court, it was fated that they would not end this meeting on good terms. Although the deal was broken, Bai Yuchuan still put up a smile and escorted Xiao Luo, Suli, and Shen Qingyan out. That son of a b***tch. I will make him pay for this. Yu Yasi clenched her teeth as she glared at Xiao Luo's back. She had wiped herself clean with napkins meticulously, but she was still reeking of alcohol. Her clothes were also drenched in wine that Xiao Luo had poured. As she recalled how she was treated by Xiao Luo, her mind went furious and hysterical. Bai Yuchuan did not express any concern to her nor her words. He just glanced at Yu San and asked, what was that? Yu San bowed and replied, that man could project his inner power outward. Not even guns and swords could hurt him, let alone bare hands. Oh? He's so powerful? Bai Yuchuan was surprised. He then went on, I want you to find out his identity as soon as possible. Since he's such a formidable character, I would want to avoid him as an enemy as much as possible, or recruit him to work for the Bai family. That'll be nice. Recruit him? Yu Quan, he's done all that to me, and you still want to recruit him? Yu Yasi was unhappy about that. Bai Yuchuan patted her head and said, there's a common problem with you women. You are too narrow-minded and short-sighted. All it takes for you to hate someone was to receive some unfair treatment. This is also the main reason why there are fewer successful women than men. Those who could make it big are the ones who would not mind the nitty-gritty details. They could also see things in a bigger picture as they could portray the magnificent blueprint in their mind, not just some minuscule benefits that were placed before them. I don't want to hear your preaching, and I don't bother to understand them. I just want to be your woman behind the scene. To serve you and bear your children. Yu Yasi leaned on Bai Yuchuan affectionately and acted like a spoiled child. Bai Yuchuan smiled and patted her shoulder again. At this time, there were a few people in suits appearing at the restaurant that was decorated with Chinese mountain and river paintings. They all looked cold and stern, as if nothing could escape their pursuit and sharp eyes. "Yu-san, those seem like the people from the Central Guard regiment that you had served at before, right?" Bai Yuchuan asked, frowning. Yu-san observed them carefully and then confirmed, "Yes, it's them." "What are the people from the Central Guard regiment doing here? Could it be that the prestigious one of our country is coming here?" Bai Yuchuan inquired. "Since it's a large-scale activation of the squad, they are probably escorting some key leaders from other countries," Yu-san added. "Is that so?" Bai Yuchuan looked towards that direction with much interest as he raised his brows. It did not take too long for a dark-skinned man to walk through the escorted by some white assistants. "It's the president of the Mei Nation, Mr. Oba," Yuyasi exclaimed, blinking her eyes excitedly. Although she had married to a rich family, it was still very impressive and surreal to see a leader of a country within such close proximity. This had shocked her substantially. "It's really President Oba. It seems like our country's way of ensuring security for foreign leaders isn't up to the standard. How could they send a mere squad of Central Guard regiment? What if someone assassinated him? Wouldn't that be simple?" Bai Yuchuan commented. He thought that if they were to hold a reception for foreign leaders, they should clear up the venue in the first place. Yu-san smiled awkwardly as he was certain of the capability of the Central Guard regiment. Each member could match up to 10 special forces, and they were genuinely capable. In addition, the Hua nation had a very strict gun law, so assassination with hot weapons was almost impossible. Why would President Oba greet Xiao Luo actively? Bai Yuchuan was shocked as he saw that President Oba, who was walking towards the lake, confidently left the protected zone by the Central Guard regiment. He walked straight to Xiao Luo and started chatting with him with a smiley face. Both Yu-san and Yuyasi looked closely and were in disbelief. It was certain that President Oba was bootlicking Xiao Luo as if he was talking to his superior. Although they could not tell what they were talking about, the respectful attitude from President Oba was very obvious. What was going on? How could that as **H** be acquainted with the president of the Mei Nation? How could that be? Yuyasi was having mixed emotions at one go as she could not believe what she had seen. As for Suli and Shen Qingyan, they both were caught off guard completely. They stared at President Oba, shaking Xiao Luo's hand enthusiastically as if they were close friends who had not met for a long time. "Mr. Oba, aren't you too enthusiastic?" Xiao Luo frowned and was speechless. He did not expect to meet this dude here. Anyway, he had no issue with that, but this dude had to come over and chat after seeing him. God knows if he was high on some drugs. He was overly enthusiastic with him. People might believe that they were close friends, but were unaware of the troubles Xiao Luo had caused in the Mei Nation. Even until now, the citizens of Mei Nation around the country were protesting to stand up against the ruling of the federal government. "I have to. We're good pals after all." President Oba even gave Xiao Luo a hug after shaking his hand. He was really overly enthusiastic. Xiao Luo was extremely awkward, and, finally could not hold it. He asked, "Oba, are you high?" He could not be bothered to beat around the bush with this dude and definitely could not stand him staring like a lover. Both Su Li and Shen Qingyan were dumbfounded as Xiao Luo actually dared to ask if the president of the Mei Nation if he was high on drugs. Wasn't this too arrogant? He was the president of a country after all. He was the president of the Mei Nation, to be exact. Wouldn't he offend him by asking such a rude question? However, what made them even more shocked was that President Oba was not angry at all. In fact, his smile widened. "I am not high. I am not high. I have come to Hua Nation to clear up some national debt. To be honest, I am appreciating your country more and more. I will become very good friends with him, and so are the countries. Hua and Mei nations would become allies with a mutual, sincere connection. Oba was smiling brightly. Clear up some national debt? No wonder he was in high spirits. He had taken some advantages already. Xiao Luo could not figure out why, but this was a decision made by the higher-ups, so it was not his concern. He joked, "It's great that you have gained something. I'll visit the Mei nation when I have the time. You better treat me well." Upon hearing that, Oba's face changed suddenly, and he said in a terrified tone, "Xiao, I think you should visit Ri nation. The women there are experts at serving men. E nation was also pretty good. There are way more women than men. Fa nation's pretty romantic. All these countries deserved you to pay a trip to. Trust me. I won't disappoint you. But I like Mei nation. I like its freedom of speech and, more so, Mei dollars," Xiao Luo teased Oba. President Oba could not get any more awkward with that and frowned. "Xiao, don't be like this. Aren't we friends? That's why I should visit you more often." Xiao Luo chuckled. After leaving the Chinese mountain and river-themed restaurant, both Su Li and Shen Qingyan stared at Xiao Luo with extraordinary attention. They looked as if they were trying to see through him as their eyes were on him since then. "What's wrong?" Xiao Luo asked them, feeling awkward, although he could guess the answer. "What's wrong?" That was the president of the Mei nation, Mr. Oba. "You and he are. Why do you guys look like you have known each other for a long time?" Shen Qingyan could not hide her surprise. Had she not witnessed this with her very eyes, she would have never believed that Xiao Luo was someone who could chit-chat with somebody like the president of the Mei nation. "I used to stay in the Mei nation for a while and had worked with him before for some time." Xiao Luo came up with a random excuse to explain for himself. "Had worked with Mr. Oba? Why don't you work with our general secretary, since you're so capable?" Shen Qingyan obviously thought that Xiao Luo was throwing out nonsense. She stood with arms akimbo and stared at Xiao Luo willfully. "Besides being the boss behind Luo's workshop, what kind of identity are you still hiding from us?" Xiao Luo chuckled and shook his head. "What kind of identity do you think I possess? God knows who you are. I am asking you a question. Don't throw it back at me." Shen Qingyan was pissed. "I don't have any other identity, but my identification card has expired, though," Xiao Luo replied. Shen Qingyan was so pissed by that cheeky reply and she snapped, F***ck off. Xiao Luo raised his brows. "All right. Let's find a place to eat." "What's the point of dwelling in pointless questions?" Su Li said coldly, stopping the argument. "Pointless questions? Li, that's the president of Mei nation, Mr. Oba. He came to greet Xiao Luo first and even shook his hand and hugged him. Don't you think that makes Xiao Luo's identity very special?" Shen Qingyan was not going to give up easily as she wanted to investigate every aspect of Xiao Luo and get a complete understanding of who this man was. Su Li glanced at Xiao Luo coldly and replied with an even colder tone, "Boring questions." As she finished speaking, she walked towards the car park. "My wife's correct. How boring are those questions?" Xiao Luo shrugged and followed her. He was very certain that Su Li also wanted to know more, but her patient character would keep her from taking too much initiative. She was simply waiting for him to confess and tell her about everything. However, he had signed a confidentiality agreement with the NSA. He had to keep his identity as a member of the NSA strictly a secret. After all, only a small group of people, such as the government executives, was aware of the existence of the NSA. Ordinary folks would never get access to information about the NSA at all. Boring? How could these be boring questions? Shen Qingyan was very puzzled as she felt that Xiao Luo was veiled by a cloud of mystery. Coming from a place of curiosity and a human's inquisitive nature, she really wanted to know what kind of special identity did Xiao Luo possess. There was a Western-style manor located in the suburbs area from the west of Jingqing. It occupied over 100 acres and had plenty of lush greenery within the proximity. The roads were built based on the symmetrical principle, and there was a well-lit mansion at the center of the crossroad. If one looked from above, he would see that there was a rectangular-shaped lotus pond in the center and there was a fountain at the central position of the pond that worked all day. This was the mansion of the Bai family. It was heavily guarded, and there were security guards everywhere who were dressed in black suits. At the living hall of the mansion, there was an elderly in his 70s who was trying to hoax Su Xiaobei. He stood tall like a pine tree, and his coarse hand was pinching Su Xiaobei's chubby cheeks. "Girl, I am your great-grandfather. Call me great-grandfather." He was Bai Guoxiong, the current head of the Bai family. He had a son and a daughter. His son, Bai Ying, was just beside him. Bai Ying was a stern man as he already looked pretty fierce without meaning it, but he also looked at Su Xiaobei in a doting manner. Bai Guoxiong's daughter, on the other hand, was cheering for Su Xiaobei to respond to her great-grandfather. However, the little girl was extremely frightened as her eyes were reddened. She was about to cry, and she said weepingly, "I want mommy. I want daddy." After a few tries, Bai Guoxiong could not help but sigh and give up. "Dad, we can't rush this." Xiaobei was raised by Suli since young, and she must be feeling distant from her real home. Bai Ying waved and signaled his sister to bring Su Xiaobei away. Bai Guoxiong blinked his murky eyes and let out a deep sigh. "I was too reckless back then. I couldn't come to terms with myself when I was younger. Even though that woman tricked Yuchuan into having sex with her despicably, she still ultimately gave birth to my great-grandchild. She has Bai family's blood, and I shouldn't let Yuchuan go just like that." The older one became, the more they yearned for love and affection from their kin. The source of this love could be found in his offsprings. Seeing how his great-grandchild had grown into such a cute, obedient, and smart girl, he felt nothing but immense love for her. He would cherish her forever in his arms. Those were in the past. In addition, we had retrieved Xiaobei now. "You don't have to feel bad about what happened back then," Binging tried to convince Bai Guoxiong. He had become a grandfather, too, so he was quite excited about it. "That's right, Grandpa. We just have to make up for what we didn't manage to give her now." It was a young lady who spoke. She had clean and sharp bob hair with delicate facial features. However, her eyes were slightly more apart than ordinary people, but it did no harm to her beauty and made her look even more unique. If Xiao Luo was here, he would recognize her as the NSA member with the codename Rose. She was Bai Ying's youngest daughter, Bai Xuanhuan. "You guys are right. My great-grandchild is still young. It's not too late to make up for her now." Bai Guoxiong smiled in relief. At this time a man and a woman entered the living hall. The man was handsome, while the woman was charming. It was Bai Yuchuan and Yuyasi. "Grandpa." "Father," Bai Yuchuan greeted Bai Guoxiong first and then bowed to Bai Ying. His wife, Yuyasi, also bowed with him. "Yuchuan, you have met that celebrity, Suli, today?" Bai Guoxiong asked. "Yes, Grandpa." Bai Yuchuan nodded with respect. "What does she want?" Bai Guoxiong's coarse hands were playing with the dragon-head walking stick as he asked. Before Bai Yuchuan could answer, Yuyasi chimed in, "That shameless B***TCH said that she would definitely see us on the court." "Oh?" Bai Guoxiong was amused. Bai Xuanhuan humphed. "She's just a celebrity. How dare she stand up against the Bai family? I wonder where she got that courage and confidence," she snapped. Bai Ying did not comment, but based on his facial expression, he, too, looked indifferent to Su Li's challenge. Bai Yuchuan bowed and smiled. Grandpa, Suli couldn't possibly cause any trouble for us. Her decision to come at us is as futile as using an egg to crack a stone. However, she's with somebody who is very capable that we must be careful of. A capable man? Bai Guoxiong squinted. That's right, Grandpa, Bai Yuchuan answered. The president of the Mei Nation, Mr. Oba, had greeted him first when they met. I had spoken to Mr. Oba afterward and learned something from him. He said that guy had caused a lot of troubles for both Mei Nation and Ri Nation recently. There are still people everywhere in the Mei Nation protesting against the federal government even today. The guy that had caused a lot of trouble for both Mei Nation and Ri Nation recently? When did this happen, and why didn't they know about it sooner? Bai Guoxiong, Bai Ying, and the rest of the Bai family looked stunned. How was it that such a capable person existed, and yet they had received no prior warnings at all? It was ridiculous. Could it be that a certain department in the country had censored all news from overseas? Brother, what's his name? Bai Xuanhuan suddenly asked with a serious expression on her face. Bai Yuchuan hesitated a little before he replied, Xiao Luo. So it was him. Bai Guoxiong immediately got up from his chair. His eyes glowered with raging fury, and his demeanor changed drastically. Grandpa, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Yuchuan asked, looking somewhat confused. Xuanhuan, let your brother know. Bai Guoxiong's aged face twisted with wrath. Brother, this Xiao Luo is the man who killed my brother-in-law. He even severely injured me. If it wasn't for the advanced medical treatment technology available now, I'm afraid I would have already gone to see my grandma. Bai Xuanhuan said through gritted teeth. The revelation shocked Bai Yuchuan. Didn't you say that it was Mia from NSA, the one who killed brother-in-law? Why did it become Xiao Luo? Bai Yuchuan had largely been educated and trained abroad. When he returned to Shanghai, it was a new experience for him, and he did not expect that he would get involved in a love affair that resulted in the birth of a child. And now that he had returned home to Jingqing, he was shocked to hear that his brother-in-law, Zhui Yuze, had been killed, and his elder sister had also been assaulted. She cried all day long and locked herself in her room, refusing to leave the house. Bai Xuanhuan clenched her fists. Mia is merely his code name. His actual name is Xiao Luo, she said, and her deep hatred of Xiao Luo was clear. No wonder I felt uneasy the moment I saw him. It turns out that he and our Bai family are arch-enemies, Yuyasi pitched in. Thud. Bai Guoxiong slammed the end of the walking stick he was holding on the floor, and the entire hall echoed with the crisp sound of the impact. NSA's Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuayu have been putting pressure on me for a long time. I have been patiently holding back, choosing not to flare up, but now Xiao Luo comes to Jingqing to stir things up and provoke me. If we allow him to leave this place alive, what will become of the dignity of our Bai family? Father, you are right. It is Xiao Luo who is courting death by provoking us, so it is not our fault, Bai Ying opined. Grandfather, father, please calm down for now. Bai Yuchuan said, we need to think about this carefully. This Xiao Luo is not an ordinary person, and his strength has already reached the level where he can use his inner power to strike others. Release his inner power? Bai Guoxiong and Bai Ying were shocked. To release one's inner power and attack an opponent was considered the ultimate skill. In the whole of the Hua nation, only the old monster from NSA and the Tianshan elder had reached this level, which effectively placed them in the category of demigods. What? Yuchuan, is what you're saying true? Bai Ying asked. Bai Yuchuan nodded stiffly. Yes, Yusand tested him personally. Xiao Luo was sitting motionless in his seat, yet Yusand couldn't touch him. There seemed to be an invisible force of about 10 centimeters around his body that prevented Yusand from getting closer when he was injured by a sudden burst of internal energy from Xiao Luo's body. Yu San is now undergoing a full medical checkup and treatment in the hospital. Hearing these words, Bai Guoxiong and Bai Ying immediately calmed down to consider the situation. For such a high-level exponent with the ability to release his inner power, even the entire country would be hard-pressed to deal with him. What more could the Bai family do unless the old monster from NSA and the elder of Tianshan would do a favor? Bai Guoxiong sat back in his armchair and sighed. No wonder he was able to survive the war in Libya and could cause a lot of troubles for Mei Nation and Ri Nation. Even the top leaders of the Mei Nation had to treat him with respect, and that is how matters stand, he lamented. Bai Guoxiong then looked up at Bai Xuanhuan and said, Xuanhuan, it is only because he held back his hand that you were able to survive the last time. Although Bai Xuanhuan was surprised by Xiao Luo's level of power, she was not someone who would accept defeat and refuse to give in to the person who had killed her brother-in-law. She stood out and said, Grandpa, no matter how great an exponent he is, you and Dad have tens of thousands of soldiers. I don't believe that we can't destroy him with an army. Can't agree more. Xiao Luo is too arrogant. He is our Bai family's mortal enemy, and we cannot let him leave Jingqing alive. Yu Yasi echoed her sister-in-law, Bai Xuanhuan's sentiments, but it was mainly because Bai Xuanhuan had always disliked her due to an incident in the past. Yu Yasi took a stand to support Bai Xuanhuan to improve their relationship. Besides, she never forgave Xiao Luo for splashing alcohol on her. Stop talking nonsense. Grandpa and father are capable of making their own decisions on how to deal with the matter. Leave now. Bai Yuchuan shouted at his sister and wife. Bai Guoxiong raised his head and looked at him with his old, cataract eyes. Yuchuan, what do you think? We still need to think carefully before dealing with Xiao Luo. Even if he doesn't have the NSA's protection, based on Xiao Luo's abilities, the probability of the Bai family eliminating him from this world is not high, Bai Yuchuan replied, giving a rational analysis. So, we're not to do anything, said Bai Ying. That's not it. I believe we have to think out of the box, Bai Yuchuan replied with a bow. Bai Guoxiong looked on with interest. How so? We welcome him. Bai Yuchuan summarized it in simple words and added, and the Bai family will find ways to use him. The entire hall was in an uproar. No one expected Bai Yuchuan to have such thoughts. Was he thinking of recruiting an enemy? Was there something wrong with his head? Brother, Xiao Luo killed brother-in-law, which is an irreconcilable act as far as our Bai family is concerned. And yet you want to recruit him? Have you considered sister's feelings? Bai Xuanhuan shouted. Those who wish to achieve great things do not care about mundane matters. What they have to consider is the big picture. To me, it is foolish to make an enemy of a person with such abilities and power. And to do so over that useless Shui Yuza? This is very unwise, Bai Yuchuan said. Bai Ying was not pleased and said, and what about our Bai family's dignity? To do so would be too humiliating. Even the current president of the Mei Nation, Mr. Bama, wisely put aside past grievances with Xiao Luo, and by doing so, he transformed hostility into harmony. Why shouldn't we? It is not admitting defeat, but adapting to reality. Xiao Luo's strength has exceeded our expectations. If we insist on being his enemy, then I think the Bai family will be on the receiving end, Bai Yuchuan said. Yuchuan, is this what you think? Is this what my son believes? Bai Ying cried in utter disappointment. Did he just say that they had to adapt to reality? Since when did their Bai family fall to such a low state? Brother, why are you being so partial to an outsider? Bai Xuanhuan shouted. I am not being partial to anyone, but merely analyzing the situation. Bai Yuchuan smiled and said, this world may seem fair, and everyone appears to have the freedom and protection of the law. However, the law of nature will never change, the strong are feared and respected. Even Mei Nation and Ri Nation do not dare to provoke him. So, what makes you so sure the Bai family can stand up to him? Although these words were not pleasing to their ears, they made everyone in the Bai family ponder. They all knew the facts, but chose not to admit it. They found it hard to accept that they were unable to kill their enemy. Just as Bai Yuchuan had said, Shuiyuza, the son-in-law, was a lame duck. It was not a significant loss that he died, and perhaps Bai Yulan would mourn for a while. His death did not affect the Bai family immensely, and the reason they were infuriated was that his death at the hands of Xiao Luo had tarnished their dignity. Of course, the Bai family can't stand up to me. As the Bai family members were in deep consideration over Bai Yuchuan's words, a cold, piercing voice suddenly interrupted the silence. Then, everyone saw a shadow flitting in from the entrance of the main hall. It moved rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages behind as it made its way to the center of the main hall, like a ghost. When the figure stopped, the Bai family finally had a good look at the intruder. He had fair and unblemished skin, deep black eyes, and delicate facial features. He was wearing a white t-shirt paired with black slim-fit pants and a pair of white sneakers. His sleek and smart looks gave him a fair bearing, but he emanated an evil aura. Xiao Luo? All Bai family members turned pale, with shock. None of them had expected that the man they were after would show up in front of them out of nowhere. Who could even explain how he mysteriously flashed into the hall like a ghost in the night? He appeared without a sound, and that sent cold shivers down their spines. Swoosh! Bai Ying reacted quickly. He instantly whipped out the pistol from his waist and aimed it at Xiao Luo. Raise your hands. Do it now, or I'll shoot to kill, he roared. Are you sure you can kill me with one shot? Xiao Luo clasped his hands behind his back and smiled mockingly. With a gun pointed at him, Xiao Luo's calm and collected demeanor was unnerving. Bai Ying was the commander of the North Huaxia military region, yet he still wavered despite having a gun in his hand. Looking at a file picture of Xiao Luo differed completely from seeing him in actual life, especially when he could remain so calm and fearless with a gun pointed in his face. Bai Ying broke out in a cold sweat. Father, please put down the gun. Bai Yuchuan shouted to his father, Bai Ying. It was absolutely the last thing to do when confronting Xiao Luo. Bai Ying was wavering and confused about what he should do. He glanced at Bai Guoxiong, hoping for his decision. Thud. Bai Guoxiong slammed the tip of his walking stick on the floor. Put away your gun. He riveted his eyes on Xiao Luo and spoke in a rumbling, hoarse voice. There was no emotion in his flat, monotonous speech, for he was still the head of the Bai family and exuded a rare calmness that an ordinary person could not compare with. Yes, father. It was a direct order from his father, and there was no reason for Bai Ying to disobey. He lowered his gun and returned it to its holster. Xiao Luo laughed mockingly and said, a wise choice. Yu Yasi and Bai Xuanhuan were shocked and glared at Xiao Luo. It particularly infuriated Bai Xuanhuan as she vividly recalled how severely Xiao Luo had assaulted her. It felt like it had only happened yesterday, and it was the first time in her life that someone had nearly beaten her to death. For that, she wanted Xiao Luo dead more than anyone else. Young man, you have excellent skills. Bai Guoxiong put forced a smile and said, may I ask why you are visiting our Bai family so late at night? Old master, don't be nervous. I'm only here to see my daughter, Su Xiaobei, Xiao Luo said. Your daughter? Bai Xuanhuan said, sarcastically, what nonsense are you talking about? She's my brother's daughter and the apple of his eye. We are all very fond of her, so who do you think you are? You don't deserve. Thwack. Xiao Luo swept his hand viciously through the air. Unleashing his inner power, a wave of his hand turned into an invisible slap right across Bai Xuanhuan's face. The stinging slap was audible, and it sent Bai Xuanhuan spinning on the spot before she fell to the floor with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Striking someone with no visible contact made? Xiao Luo's action shocked Bai Yuchuan, Bai Ying, and Yuyasi and left them with their eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe that such an incredible technique existed in this world. Xiao Luo turned his head and looked down at Bai Xuanhuan, casually. Rose, right? If I remember correctly, that is your code name in NSA. I spared your life the last time we met. But if you're tired of living, I can give you a free ride. Bai Xuanhuan only felt a stinging pain on her face and the taste of blood in her mouth. She only glared at Xiao Luo, but did not dare to make another sound. You mean Xiao Bei is your daughter? Bai Guoxiong ignored Bai Xuanhuan and spoke directly to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded and replied, she calls me daddy. Of course, she's my daughter. Bai Guoxiong suddenly laughed and said, young man, if that is the case, then we are not necessarily mortal enemies. Bai Ying was puzzled and did not know why his father would say this. However, Bai Yuchuan understood the logic behind it. Su Xiaobei was undoubtedly his daughter, but she addressed Xiao Luo as her father in the same way that she addressed Su Li as her mother. It showed that they had a close relationship, and besides, Xiao Luo seemed to dote on Xiaobei a lot. So it would seem that Xiaobei was the foundation of the friendship between the Bai family and Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo laughed and said, if it weren't for Xiaobei, I wouldn't have come here empty-handed, for I know very well that you guys sent secret instructions to the Libyan rebel fighters to kill me. Xiao Luo had spoken these words casually, yet the members of the Bai family could still sense the hostility beneath his calm exterior. Xiao Luo's murderous aura left them with no doubt that he had the strength to deal with their Bai family. Perhaps fate ordained that you and our Bai family would have such a relationship, Bai Guoxiong said. Don't even try to get close to me, for we're on opposing sides. We'll be hostile in court tomorrow over Xiaobei's custody. I do not intend to use illegal means to get her back, and I just want the court to issue a verdict with justice and equity, Xiao Luo said. If he had used force, he could easily have taken Su Xiaobei back by now. However, given the circumstances, he chose to abide by the law. Even if he didn't wish to, his loved ones had to abide by it, and Xiao Luo did not want to put them through any unnecessary legal jeopardy. He chose to pursue the case through formal means to achieve his goal where possible. Justice and equity? Bai Guoxiong said with a smile, the moment Ms. Su decided to file a lawsuit against the Bai family, we were destined to win. I don't have to do anything extraordinary, as all the presiding judges in Jingqing will side with us as long as they see that the case involves our Bai family. If I can enter the Bai family hall, what's to stop me from entering the judge's house as well? Xiao Luo snorted. Bai Guoxiong was slightly stunned. Tomorrow, I want justice and equity to prevail. These words mean nothing to me, but for my wife, they mean a lot, Xiao Luo said. Sure, I too would like to know if custody of my great-granddaughter will be given to Ms. Su under justice and equity as you mentioned, Bai Guoxiong replied and smiled calmly. Xiao Luo did not continue to linger on this topic. Su Li told him not to bother about this matter and said that she had the confidence to fight for custody of Su Xiaobei. I've been talking so much nonsense that I almost forgot I'm here to see Xiaobei. Yuchuan, bring the young man, Xiao Luo, to see my great-granddaughter. Bai Guoxiong raised his hand and gestured to Bai Yuchuan. Yes, grandfather. Bai Yuchuan was elated, for his grandfather, Bai Guoxiong, had already agreed with his point of view. He felt he should get closer to Xiao Luo instead of becoming a mortal enemy. Besides, his daughter, Su Xiaobei, would now form the bond between the Bai family and Xiao Luo. As time passed, Xiao Luo would eventually become the most capable supporter of the Bai family. When Xiao Luo saw Su Xiaobei, the little girl was already sleeping in bed. She had shallow breathing, and there were tears near the corners of her eyes that had not yet dried. Her eyes were shut, and she was quiet, her long lashes casting gentle shadows like little fans. Xiaobei. Xiao Luo sat at the edge of the bed and reached a hand out to gently stroke her face with the back of his hand. Maybe she saw him in his sleep, or maybe she could feel that he was near her, but the little girl muttered a quiet daddy under her breath. Xiao Luo's heart almost melted upon hearing her call him daddy. When it came to Su Xiaobei, Xiao Luo had an instinct to care for and protect the child. The moment he met her, he was overcome with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he had already known her for a long time, as if she was his own family. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao Luo. Xiaobei's doing just fine here. My grandfather and my father are both doting a lot on her. She's my daughter, so I love her a lot as her father. I'll make sure she never suffers in any way, Bai Yuchuan immediately voiced out when he saw the concern and love in Xiao Luo's eyes. This was a great opportunity to get closer to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not respond. He circled the room once and found the decorations to be decent. The color scheme leaned toward pink, and it was very cozy. It was obvious that thought had been put into this. He was not like Su Li, who desperately wanted Su Xiaobei back. After all, he and Su Li were not Su Xiaobei's biological parents. Besides, the Beis were genuinely fond of Su Xiaobei. With the Beis looking after her, Su Xiaobei's future would be a glimmering one, since they would definitely pave her way for her. If the court decided to grant her custody to the Beis, it might not necessarily be a bad thing either. Why did you abandon her back then? Xiao Luo asked. Bai Yuchuan smiled ruefully. I won't lie to you, Xiao Luo. Su Li's sister, Su Jing, was swayed by her mother and she slipped something into my tea, and I only got into bed with Su Jing under the influence of drugs. After that happened, I thought that I might as well take responsibility for her since what had already happened. But after my grandfather found out about this, he was extremely against my taking responsibility for this woman, and I had no choice but to leave. I only learned that Su Jing was pregnant with my child after that, when she forced me to return on the threat of death. I thought she was just spewing these things so I would return, but she actually did try to slit her wrists. I can't believe you had such a dark past. Amazing. You're really something. Xiao Luo huffed. He thought about him and Su Li. Was there not also an unplanned marriage of her mother's machinations? Those were almost identical situations, and yet such different consequences had arisen from both cases. I honestly regret it quite a bit. Although Su Jing had resorted to underhanded means, I do have to admit that I have feelings for her, Bai Yuchuan confessed with a frown. Hindsight is 20/20, after all, but you can save it. I can't stand people like you, Xiao Luo stated tepidly. Bai Yuchuan laughed, embarrassed. He said with a helpless shake of his head, I can't stand people like me either. I can't believe I'm one of these people now. How embarrassing. That's enough. I don't want to grow too close to any one of you Beis. I'll always have my guard up when it comes to your family, Xiao Luo interrupted, raising his hand. How could he not have caught up to the fact that Bai Yuchuan was trying to become closer to him? Bai Yuchuan wanted to get closer to him for no reason other than his powers. The man was able to set aside his grudge with his brother-in-law, Xuanhuan, and enjoy a pleasant chat with Xiao Luo. He would have been a prominent figure. Even in a time like today, the man would be able to make a name for himself if he had enough time. You really don't have to be like this, Xiao Luo. Xuanhuan's death is entirely his own fault. He's insignificant in this family, and if he's dead, then so be it. My sister can just remarry if it really comes to that, Bai Yuchuan said. Xiao Luo did not react to this with anything more than a snort. I believe the court session tomorrow will be a fair and just environment. Regardless of what the final verdict is, I will accept it wholeheartedly. Of course, if the custody of Xiaobei goes to our family, then I sincerely hope that you'll be able to drop by frequently. The Bai family's doors will always be open to you, Xiao Luo, Bai Yuchuan offered sincerely. Xiao Luo patted the man on his shoulders and said with a mild smile, We're not on such good terms, Bai Yuchuan, so you don't have to be so hospitable to me. Warm welcomes and cold shoulders, right? Mine might not be a cold shoulder, but yours is definitely a warm welcome. Bai Yuchuan frowned but then very quickly became at ease. He spoke with a slight smile on his face, I'm opening my heart to you, trying to befriend you. Come on, give me a chance. Enough. There's no need for us to continue this conversation. Bai Yuchuan was really good at befriending people. Xiao Luo did not want to keep up with the conversation any further, lest he actually befriended the man for real. The next day, Su Li and the Beis met in court for the issue of Su Xiaobei's custody. Of course, this was not a public hearing, so not a single person aside from the immediate family from both sides were allowed to step foot in the court. The court, resplendent and charged with dignity and authority, was silent beyond compare. One could hear the sound of a pin hitting the floor. Xiao Luo, Su Li, Xianxia, and the female lawyer Ning Wanxiu were on one side. Bai Yuchuan, Bai Xuanhuan, Bai Ying, and Bai Guixiong were on the other. It was clear who was on each camp. Are you confident you can win this case? Xiao Luo asked Su Li, concerned. Su Li nodded lightly. Yeah. All right, then. All the best. I don't know what trump card the other side has, but you're my wife, so I trust you. Xiao Luo reached out a hand and tapped her nose. Su Li blushed. She felt put on the spot by such an intimate gesture under the gaze of so many people. Not long after, the presiding judge and the judge walked out. Before taking his seat, the presiding judge walked over and respectfully exchanged greetings with Xiao Luo. He spoke to the man, all smiles, Mr. Xiao, you're here. He had had quite the scare last night. Right to his face, Xiao Luo had stomped a large hole into the floor in his house. He had asked for only one thing, and that was for him to try this case fairly and justly. In the face of such a monster, the thought of calling the police had not even crossed his mind. The police would definitely not bother with a monster like this. They cared more about their lives and the lives of their families. The judge would not be biased this time, and he would definitely try this case fairly. Do you remember what I asked of you? Xiao Luo asked tepidly. I do, the presiding judge frantically nodded as he responded. Xiao Luo said, good that you do. Go take your seat, then. Okay. The presiding judge nodded in acknowledgement, and then he threw a look to Bai Guixiong on the other side that gave away how put upon he felt. He then walked over to take his seat. Out with it, Xiao Luo. Come clean and tell me just what kind of a person you are. Why was the presiding judge so courteous and respectful when he spoke to you? Shen Qingyan was really curious. It's nothing. I just knocked on his door last night, is all, Xiao Luo reported the facts as they were. Shen Qingyan asked in horror, did you threaten him? I did. I told him that I'd report him to the Judicial Disciplinary Committee if he did not try this case justly. This was my threat to him, Xiao Luo responded, blithe in his carelessness. Shen Qingyan did not believe Xiao Luo's explanation, it would be weird if she did. Based on what she knew of Xiao Luo, she guessed that the man had probably headed to the presiding judge's house with a knife last night. Of course, she did not probe anymore. Court was in session soon after, and the counsels on both sides soon began their brutal debate. The lawyer on Bai Yuchuan's side started a series of debates based on the argument that Su Xiaobei was Bai Yuchuan's biological daughter. With the Bei's family background, financial capability, as well as other great qualities they had, their lawyer believed that Bai Yuchuan was the one who was most qualified to have custody of Su Xiaobei, and that he was the one who could give her a healthy environment to grow up in. Not to be outdone, Su Li's attorney, Ning Wanxiu, believed that Su Li could provide Su Xiaobei with everything that Bai Yuchuan could. On top of that, Su Xiaobei had been fostered by Su Li since her birth, and so the latter had a profound relationship with the child. If they were to hand custody of Su Xiaobei over to Bai Yuchuan now, it would definitely become a source of childhood trauma for her and, therefore, detrimental to her growth and well-being. Xiao Luo sat in the gallery, as if he were witnessing a heated debate. The lawyers on either side were both extremely eloquent and professional. After a fierce debate, the presiding judge was very obviously leaning towards Bai Yuqian. It was not because of the Bei's influence, but because of the argument that Su Xiaobei was his biological daughter. Su Li was disadvantaged because of this. It did not matter how well Su Li's lawyers could hang the moon and stars with just her words alone. The undeniable fact was that Su Li was Su Xiaobei's aunt, while Bai Yuqian was Su Xiaobei's biological father. Hey, pal, this disperses all your doubts, right? This is definitely fair and square. Bai Guoxiong was seated not too far away from Xiao Luo. He had a cane with a dragon cane head and a gratified smile on his wizened face, looking every bit like a victor. I can't even find the words to describe how at ease and pleased I am at the thought of having such a beautiful and adorable child as my great-granddaughter. Old man, the ruling isn't out yet. Don't be happy just yet, Xiao Luo reminded with a smile. Bai Guoxiong spread his arms and responded, are there still any doubts as to the outcome of this hearing? The Xiaobei's custody will definitely go to us. Bai Ying, Bai Xuanhuan, and Yu Yasi all had smiles on their faces. Su Xiaobei was a part of the Bai family, and it was their blood that flowed through her veins. It went without saying that custody should go to them, there was no questioning this. Xiao Luo raised a brow and smiled, but said nothing more. Truth be told, regardless of the outcome, he was prepared to accept anything. The Beis could, indeed, provide Su Xiaobei with more love and attention from her grandparents, her great-grandfather, and a myriad of other relatives. In the Bai family, Su Xiaobei would definitely become a bona fide princess, constantly surrounded by people. Of course, deep down in his heart, he leaned towards wanting the little girl to return to Su Li's side, selfish as it was. Miss Su, is there anything your side would like to present? The presiding judge motioned for Su Li to speak. In truth, he was giving Su Li's side a final chance. If they still could not move him or present something more persuasive, he would rule for the custody of Su Xiaobei to go to the Beis. Your Honor, there's something we would like to say. Ning Wanshou stood up, motioning for her assistant to hand a document over to the presiding judge and the other judges for them to look over. Your Honor, the document you're holding right now is a medical receipt from Chongjiang Hospital, Shanghai City. This is proof that Su Jing underwent in vitro fertilization treatments in Chongjiang Hospital 4 years ago. The Chongjiang Hospital stamp, as well as the signature of the director, are also on the document. A test tube baby? What did this mean? It was not just the presiding judges and the judges who were shocked, even Xiao Luo, Bai Guoxiong, and the rest of them sitting in the gallery were puzzled. Ning Wanshou continued, Your Honor, the truth of the matter is that Su Xiaobei isn't even Bai Yuqian's daughter. They don't share the same blood. My client had already clearly told him as much in Shanghai City, but he did not believe her and forcefully took Su Xiaobei away. You scum! What are you running your mouth about? How can Su Xiaobei not be a Bai? Bai Guoxiong stood up abruptly to lash out at Ning Wanshou. He had spent many days doting on this little doll, only to be told that she was not his great-granddaughter? It was difficult for him to accept this. Thud. Thud. The presiding judge banged his gavel several times and coughed drily as he said, Please remain silent, Mr. Bai. You're in court. Bai Ying and the rest urged him to do the same, and it took some time before they calmed Bai Guoxiong. Xiao Luo, on the other hand, frowned deeply, because this mention of Chongjiang Hospital dredged up some pretty bad memories for him. He had been in his junior year when Zhang Dashan came to him with a promotional poster from the hospital, urging him to do something shocking, to perfect the Human Genome Project. He had heard of the Human Genome Project. Started in 1990, the project aimed to decode the approximated 25,000 genomes in the human body. At the same time, it would map out the blueprint of human genomes. This way, they would be able to control and completely cure genetic diseases, and they could even help amputees grow new limbs. It was a noble project that could allow for all the organs in the human body to regrow. One could even go as far as to say that Jurassic Park would no longer just be a science fiction story. And what they had to do was this: donate their sperms. Xiao Luo had rejected it immediately. The process of sperm donation involved an activity that would have to be kept secret. He was a pretty conservative man, and so he would not to engage in such activities. Zhang Dashan, on the other hand, was different. He said that there were a lot of hot nurses in Changjiang Hospital, and his lecherous mind was thinking about how those hot nurses could help him. In the end, he succumbed to Zhang Dashan's pestering. He could not say that he had succumbed to Zhang Dashan's persuasion. More accurately, he could not resist the temptation of money. As long as he passed the physical examination and donated his sperm, what awaited him was a 2,000 yuan cash prize. Besides, this would be kept secret forever. At that time, his father had been building a farm, which was technically an entrepreneurial investment. The family expenses were too high, and so he only had an allowance of 500 yuan each month. Because of this, 2,000 renminbi was not a small sum to him. And after that, there was no after that. He went to Changjiang Hospital with Zhang Dashan, where they both passed the physical assessment, and they became anonymous sperm donors. This was a dark past he did not want to remember. Were it not for the fact that they had mentioned Changjiang Hospital and test tube babies, Xiao Luo would not have thought about this at all. Why this coincidence? Why did Su Xiaobei call him daddy the moment she saw him? Could it be that Su Li's sister had not used Bai Yuchuan's sperm when she accepted the in vitro fertilization treatments? Had she used sperm provided by Changjiang Hospital? Xiao Luo's mind was in a mess, because all of this was bewildering him. If Changjiang Hospital had, indeed, used the sperm he donated, then would that not make Su Xiaobei his biological daughter? It can't be. No matter how emotionally stable he was, Xiao Luo could no longer keep his cool at this moment. It was too unbelievable. It was too surprising. It was too much of a plot twist. A test tube baby? The presiding judge carefully read the return receipt from Changjiang Hospital, and then he lifted his head to look at Su Li and Ning Wanqiu. Can you tell me why Su Jing chose to impregnate herself through in vitro fertilization? Let me explain this, Your Honor. Bai Yuchuan, who had kept silent this entire time, finally spoke, albeit a little ill at ease. He looked at Su Li, and then said icily, when your sister chose to impregnate herself through in vitro fertilization at that time, she had done so just to tie me down. Am I right? Su Li was silent, her countenance aloof and cold as ice. Bai Yuchuan laughed in self-deprecation and said, I've slept with your sister a few times, but she's never once gotten pregnant, and she was worried that she would lose me. Then, under your mother's instigation, she went to that damned hospital and accepted in vitro fertilization treatments to impregnate herself. At the end of it all, she returned and told me it was mine. The more he spoke, the colder his expression grew. How cunning of her. How truly, brilliantly, cunning. To think I genuinely believed that I had wronged her. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing she's dead. That vile woman should have been burned at a stake. Boom. He slammed a palm down forcefully onto the tabletop, his eyes alighted with rage and the vein in his temple throbbing. Bai Yuchuan could not accept this truth. To him, he had not just been lied to, he had been humiliated, and this humiliation was worse than being ordered to crawl between someone's legs. Vile woman. She's truly a vile woman. I've never once met someone as vile as her. Bai Guoxiong was thoroughly enraged. It was no longer speculation that Su Xiaobei was not his great-granddaughter, it was a fact. There was no way the hospital's receipt would be erroneous. If the director of the hospital's signature was on it, then there was no way it could be false. It was so laughable and so pathetic that he could mistake some child for his own great-granddaughter. The entire Bai family had been played like a fiddle by a woman. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Bai Guoxiong was so angry that his body started convulsing. Rage and gloom were written all over his wizened visage. Shameless and despicable. There isn't a single good person in the Su family. This Su Li, I bet she's just as vile. Bai Xuanhuan gritted her teeth, defending her brother's honor. Xiao Luo turned over and glared at her. You shut your damn mouth. Curse who you want, but don't talk about my woman like this. This one glare was enough to shut Bai Xuanhuan up, and she forced the rest of her words down her throat. Shen Qingyan was so shocked that her mouth was slightly hanging open. She had tried time and time again to ask Su Li what the trump card to winning this case was, but to no avail. There was no way she would have figured out that Su Xiaobei was actually not Bai Yuchuan's daughter. Su Li, who was seated in the plaintiff's side, stood up for the first time. Her red lips parted slightly as she said to Bai Yuchuan, I have no interest in what happened between you and my sister Su Jing. All I want is Su Xiaobei. She turned and faced the presiding judge. Your Honor, Su Xiaobei has no blood relations to the Bai family at all. If Chongjiang Hospital's receipt is not proof enough, then the court can order for Su Xiaobei and Bai Yuchuan to do a paternity test to see if they're actually related. Her chilly voice reverberated in the large, expansive courtroom. She knew that she was not doing right by her sister Su Jing like this, and she had wanted to guard this secret forever. However, she had not expected Bai Yuchuan to suddenly appear from nowhere and snatch Su Xiaobei from her. She had no choice but to resort to this. The presiding judge found it reasonable and so nodded. This hearing ended on the note of its greatest mystery. The court sent an authorized certification agency to the Bai family's house, where they would bring Su Xiaobei off to conduct the paternity test. Once the results proved that Su Xiaobei was not Bai Yuchuan's daughter, her custody would be handed to Su Li. After the hearing came to an end, the Bai family had sour faces. Xiao Luo felt a mix of emotions. It was a mixed bag of emotions, and he felt all sorts of emotions. After taking a few strands of hair from Su Xiaobei, the paternity test was conducted in a hospital approved by the court. Meanwhile, after Su Li and the Beis left, Xiao Luo quietly handed strands of his hair along with Su Xiaobei's for a paternity test. Since it was urgent, he would have the results in 3 days. The Beis were all waiting in the long hospital corridor. They had still been a little hopeful that Su Xiaobei was part of their family, but the results of the paternity test killed any sort of hope they had harbored. According to the results of the DNA test, Su Xiaobei and Bai Yuchuan have no blood relation at all. They are not father and daughter, the doctor reported the results of the test clearly. On the other hand, the report that Xiao Luo received indicated that he and Su Xiaobei were related by blood. In other words, he was Su Xiaobei's biological father. Xiao Luo was taken aback. He had never once thought that this would be the outcome. No wonder he felt an inexplicable emotion towards Su Xiaobei. No wonder the little girl would scream "Daddy" when she saw him, certain that he was her father, that he was the exact same dad she had seen in her dreams. It turned out that he was her father. Was he happy? No. Was he emotional? No. Xiao Luo had no words to properly encapsulate what he was feeling. At the end of it all, this was another responsibility to shoulder. He could not help but be in awe of how chaotic this world was. It was just as Zhang Daxin used to say, this world is *ket up. It was already late by the time the court issued its litigation outcome. Xiao Luo was driving his car, rushing Su Li and Shen Qingyan to the front yard of the Bai family's home. Bai Yuchuan had Su Xiaobei's hand in his, and they had been waiting there a long time. As compared to how he had flown off the handle in court, Bai Yuchuan had now gone back to normal. he was back to being refined and elegant, as if nothing happened. Of course, Bai Guixiong, Bai Ying, and the rest of them were not present. Mommy. Daddy. Upon seeing Xiao Luo and Su Li, Su Xiaobei immediately let go of Bai Yuchuan's hand and dashed over to the two of them like a happy little elf. Su Li squatted and held the little girl tightly in her embrace. She could not hold back her emotions anymore, and she sobbed silently. The little girl, on the other hand, was over the moon. She hugged her mom, Su Li, and she did not forget to tilt her head up to blink at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stepped forward and reached a hand out to gently stroke her little head. I told you before, Mr. Xiao Luo, that I'd accept the outcome for what it is, no matter what it was. Take Xiaobei with you. She might not be my daughter, but she is truly adorable. Our whole family very much adores her, Bai Yuchuan said with a smile. You're a good man, Xiao Luo complimented this man sincerely, from the bottom of his heart. If it were anyone else, they might have lost their minds at this point. Bai Yuchuan shook his head. I'm no good man in comparison to you, Mr. Xiao Luo. I'm just more sensible than an average person. The Beis should consider themselves lucky that they have you in their family, Bai Yuchuan. The corners of Xiao Luo's lips curled up into a smile. Were it not for Bai Yuchuan, he would probably have wiped out the Beis on his trip to Jingqing this time. Bai Yuchuan could read between the lines. He was taken aback and immediately changed the topic of the conversation, saying, What I said before still holds, Mr. Xiao Luo. The Bai family will always leave its door wide open for Mr. Xiao Luo, and I hope we can become true friends. I appreciate your sincerity, but we must go our separate ways, Xiao Luo rejected the man curtly. Since they had received Su Xiaobei, there was no reason to stay in Jingqing any longer. So they immediately booked plane tickets and flew back to Shanghai at midnight. As it was late, Su Xiaobei fell asleep on Xiao Luo's lap shortly after boarding the plane. Looking at her peaceful and angelic face, Xiao Luo's heart was filled with affection. Su Li, who sat at the corner, was wearing an eye mask and resting. Her cold but elegant face was undeniably beautiful, especially her small lips, which made one's imagination run wild. Honey, I have an immature suggestion for you. Xiao Luo hesitated for a while, then turned around and whispered to her. Su Li did not remove the mask and faintly answered, What's the suggestion? We've been married. Although Xiaobei is not our biological daughter, we still treat her as such. Both of us will definitely raise her in her lifetime. However, when she grows up, she will realize that everyone has the same surname as her father, but she has the same surname as her mother. She will surely ask us this question when the time comes. Don't you think so? Xiao Luo said clearly. Hearing this, Su Li removed her eye mask and looked at Xiao Luo with her beautiful eyes, getting the gist of what Xiao Luo was planning. Xiao Luo continued, I think we can avoid this awkward problem in advance. If we change Xiaobei's surname to mine, she won't have such questions in the future. Change it to your surname? Xiaobei? Su Li's brows furrowed. After considering it for a while, she immediately rejected it. If the surname is changed to Xiao, her name would not sound good when pronounced. We can change her name. Xiaobei will use it as a nickname, Xiao Luo suggested eagerly. So, what name have you decided on for her? Su Li asked. Xiao Luo shook his head and smiled. Not yet. I said it was an immature suggestion. Indeed, he still had no idea yet, and it was just a sudden thought. Even if he wanted to change her name, he couldn't change it randomly. In addition to the name itself sounding good, he also had to find a fortune teller to check Su Xiaobei's birth time and confirm if it was suitable. We can talk about it after you've thought it through, Su Li said as she put the mask back on and closed her eyes to rest. So you don't object? Xiao Luo asked, surprised. Su Li stared at him for a while, before responding, Why would I object? In the past, she was single, but now, she was married to a man that she appreciated and loved. So she thought it was quite good for Su Xiaobei to change her surname to Xiao. After all, she would have a child with Xiao Luo in the future, and the child would naturally follow Xiao Luo's surname. They couldn't let Su Xiaobei be different, right? If that was the case, wouldn't they tell Su Xiaobei honestly that she wasn't their biological daughter? Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. As long as you don't object. Suli was silent for a moment before she inquired, doubtful, why did you suddenly say that? Why did he suddenly say this? Because Su Xiaobei is my biological daughter, Xiao Luo replied. It was a secret that had been really tough to keep. However, he didn't dare utter these words. Although it wasn't something that he could control, it was a fact of life that Su Xiaobei was his child and Su Li's sister, Su Jing. If Su Li knew about this, how would she feel? How would she face such a weird relationship? It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble this time, and he thought the result was quite good now. He considered talking to Su Li about it in the future. He smiled and replied, it's not an abrupt idea. I had this thought for a long time. Now that it is time to ask for your opinion. Su Li slightly nodded her head, considering that what Xiao Luo said made sense. Then, she took out an eye mask from his bag and said to Xiao Luo, do you want it? Of course. Help me put it on. Xiao Luo leaned forward to her. Su Li glared at him with a pout on her lips and helped him wear it. Looks like I've gloriously become the third wheel. When Shen Qingyan just opened her eyes after a nap, she happened to see this scene and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Miss Shen, I'm so proud of you that you have such awareness. Xiao Luo smiled. Shen Qingyan was quite angered by this. She scolded, Xiao Luo, you be *st*rd, and then closed her eyes again and turned her head. Su Li stood up for her best friend and reached out to pinch Xiao Luo's waist. When she returned to Shanghai, it was already past 1 a.m. Shen Qingyan called the driver to pick her up. Aren't you going to stay at my apartment? Su Li asked her. No, don't bother, or else someone will say that I'm not sensitive enough. Shen Qingyan meaningfully glanced at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo hugged the sleeping Su Xiaobei and pretended not to hear anything. When they returned to Crescent Bay apartment, Xiao Luo placed Su Xiaobei on her bed. Then he turned around and hugged Su Li's slender waist. He chuckled. Honey, it's getting late. We should rest. Su Li blushed. She certainly knew what Xiao Luo was thinking, so she said with a tough tone, go back to your apartment and sleep. We're a married couple now. Why do we need to sleep separately? Xiao Luo couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on her. He carried her in a princess-like manner. To be honest, after experiencing the taste of a woman, Xiao Luo had imagined the body of his wife, Su Li, more than once. He imagined the scene that he had sex with his wife. This wasn't perversion, but the reaction of a normal man. After a long separation, Xiao Luo could no longer control the hormones in his body. You should take a shower first. When Xiao Luo laid her down on the bed, Su Li's heart started to pound as she gently placed her hands on Xiao Luo's chest. Her face was red. Xiao Luo sniffed his body and smelled the stench of sweat. Then let's shower together. You go first, Su Li said in a barely audible voice. Don't be shy. We've already seen each other's bodies. Let's go together, honey. No. If you don't shower, I will not allow you to touch me, Su Li replied sternly. All right, then. Xiao Luo could only temporarily suppress his desire and go to the bathroom. Su Li didn't get into the bath until he was done washing, and she even locked the bathroom door. She's actually still on guard against me. Xiao Luo couldn't help but find it funny. By the time Su Li came out of the bathroom, she was already dressed in a translucent white silk nightdress. Her delicate, slim figure with beautiful curves and smooth, fair skin was vividly displayed under the dim light, which made her look so desirable. Her breasts quivered slightly when she lowered her body. There was a carpet on the floor. Aunt Li often cleaned it. Suli didn't wear shoes and stepped on the carpet with her bare feet like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was so beautiful. Although Xiao Luo had a strong will, Su Li's sex appeal was still driving him crazy. Turn off the lights. Although he was a man that she got married to, Su Li still felt shy under Xiao Luo's gaze. Xiao Luo followed Su Li's instructions and turned off the bedside lamp. In an instant, the room became pitch black, but this was only for Su Li. The system had already strengthened Xiao Luo's body. In this dark environment, his visibility had reached around 50%. Su Li was very familiar with her bedroom, so it was easy for her to reach the side of the bed. Then, she pulled aside the blanket and gently laid it down. She was lying on her side with her back facing Xiao Luo. She was extremely nervous, as if a little deer was running around in her chest. It seems to be the first time we've ever slept in the same bed, doesn't it? Xiao Luo leaned over and hugged her from behind, with his chest pressed tight against her back. Yes. Su Li's cheeks were burning as she replied in an almost inaudible voice. She let herself be embraced by the man as her heart raced. She shrank back and murmured, let's rest. Seeing Su Li blush to her ears, Xiao Luo couldn't help but tease her, honey, can you sleep now? Su Li finally became Xiao Luo's real wife. It was time for him to introduce her to the people around him, such as his younger sister, Xiao Rui, and his brother-in-law, Tang Ren. He picked a day and booked a private room at the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai to entertain his family and friends. The round table was about 3 meters in diameter. Even if 20 people sat around it, it would not seem crowded. All kinds of delicacies were placed on the table, which was very exquisitely made. Most of them had been carved by the chefs, and they looked like works of art. Since it was a banquet, naturally, wines were indispensable. There were many bottles of good wine served at the banquet, and each bottle cost several thousands, or even tens of thousands. The banquet itself cost at least 200,000 yuan. But for Xiao Luo, spending more than 200,000 for a gathering of people he held dearly was worth it. He only wanted the best for them. Brother, you hid it really well. It turns out that you had already gotten married on the sly a long time ago. Moreover, my sister-in-law is a goddess. My dear God, brother, you're really awesome. Xiao Rui was amazed. She used to joke that Xiao Luo should find the nation's goddess Su Li as his wife, but she did not expect that it would actually come true. It was like a dream to her to sit beside the superstar, Su Li. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Zhang Dashan said as he sipped his drink. How can you blame me? Isn't it all your fault that your credibility is too low? Xiao Rui shot him a look. Zhang Dashan was speechless. He could do nothing but lower his head and drink and eat. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui left her seat and came to Su Li to introduce herself. I often listen to your songs and watch your TV shows and movies. You're my idol. Me too. Sister-in-law. I'll give you a toast. Tang Ren finally realized what was going on and stood up to toast Su Li. Su Li smiled politely and greeted Xiao Rui and Tang Ren. Tang, why are you stuttering? Zhang Dashan teased. I am so thrilled that I could actually see sister-in-law in the flesh, Tang Ren answered honestly. A superstar that could only be seen in magazines and on television was right in front of him. He couldn't find the words to describe how elated he was. Zhang Dashan scoffed, F***ck, look at you. How did Rui fall for you? So, do you want her to fancy you? At this moment, Chai Jiying, who had been silent all this while, pinched his left ear and said threateningly, with your looks, as well as your bad habits, always speaking rudely. Only I, Chai Jiying, am blind to fancy you. Don't be so mean. Everyone is watching. Save some face for your man. Let go of my ear. Be good. Zhang Dashan immediately chickened out. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Luo could not help but laugh as well. He never expected Zhang Dashan and Chai Jiying to be together. As for the two guys, after he went to Renation, Luo's workshop entered into a partnership with Summer and worked on a range of activities, which improved their relationship. One day, Zhang Dashan drank too much and had sex with Chai Jiying, so, naturally, they're together. Recalling what Zhang Dashan had said to Chai Jiying when they first met in Jiang City last year, Xiao Luo wanted to say something to make fun of him, but he let it go after thinking about it. Lao Xiao, in the past, I didn't believe in fate at all. Now, I do. Zhang Dashan hugged Chai Jiying and continued, as for the more I look at her, the more I feel that she looks like a fairy. Just like the saying, one man's sh*t is another's treasure. The atmosphere in the room changed slightly. Chai Jiying blushed and pinched Zhang Dashan's waist. You wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Shut up. Or I will rip your mouth off. How could he be so shameless? Zhang Dashan, stop using foul language. There's an appropriate time and occasion to tell a joke, or it will annoy others. Xiao Rui glared at Zhang Dashan. That's right, that's right. Tang Ren nodded his head ceaselessly. Brother Sean, you're awesome. You are really an old hand for that. I'm impressed. Su Keini could not help but laugh and give him a thumbs up. How vulgar. Shen Qingyan commented lightly. Only Su Xiaobei, who couldn't understand what Zhang Dashan was talking about, sat between Xiao Luo and Su Li as she ate the malt porridge with a spoon. Her mouth was filled with food as she blinked her eyes. The banquet was filled with laughter. Xiao Rui used WeChat to send a video call to her mother, Hua Hang. She recorded the situation in the room and introduced Su Li to Hua Hang, saying that she was their daughter-in-law. Su Li was a little embarrassed to see her in-laws on the phone. She politely greeted Hua Hang as auntie and Xiao Ziyuan as uncle. Sister-in-law, how could you still call them uncle and auntie? You and my brother have already registered your marriage. You're now the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. You should call them dad and mom the same as my brother. Xiao Rui giggled. When she heard what Xiao Rui said, Su Li immediately blushed and her heart started racing. Indeed, she had lost the aloofness and haughtiness of a female CEO, she was thoroughly embarrassed, just like an ordinary, young lady. It was natural to visit one's father and mother. Xiao Luo was prepared to bring Su Li and Su Xiaobei to visit Luo village in a few days. Su Xiaobei could meet her grandparents. They could enter the Xiao's ancestral hall and pay their respects there and finally complete the traditional marriage customs of the Xiao family. At the end of it all, he and Su Li could travel the globe again for another honeymoon. They could enjoy the views of every spot in the world and it would leave them with the memory of their hands locked with each other's. His phone rang suddenly, it was his mother, Hua Hang, calling. Xiao Luo picked up. He heard his mother ask, when did you break up with Seeing? This was a sensitive question, and Xiao Luo had no choice but to find an excuse to leave the room. He walked out and said with a frown, it's complicated, Mom. I'll explain everything to you when I have the time. You don't have to explain anything to me. I'm just calling you to tell you not to let that lady Seeing down, because I can tell she likes you a lot. If you let her down, she'll be very sad, Hua Hang said. What kind of mother are you? How can you say something like this? You're just outright telling little Luo to cheat. Through the phone, he could hear his father, Xiao Ziyuan, reprimanding Hua Hang in a raspy voice. Hua Hang did not back down. She replied, "What's wrong with cheating? Seeing is the daughter-in-law I acknowledge, and I even gave her the jade bangle that's been handed down in our family. She's part of the Xiao family, so both you and your son will have to recognize this. This country advocates and recognizes monogamy. What are you trying to do? You trying to ask our son to marry 2 women?" Xiao Ziyuan hit back. "And what about it? The other day on the news there was this factory owner who had 3 wives. Each of them runs a factory, and they get along pretty well. We have a brilliant son whose net worth is billions. So what's wrong with marrying 2 wives? Is that too much?" Huaheng remarked rather unashamedly. Xiao Ziyuan was at a loss for words. Xiao Luo was embarrassed beyond compare, and he laughed wryly. "I can handle this, Mom. I think you should stay out of this matter. I trust that you can handle this matter well. I just want to tell you that Seeing is a pretty nice lady, and my heart would break for you if another man snatched her," Huaheng responded in a tone several degrees warmer. Xiao Luo nodded. "I know." Thereafter, they talked about their day-to-day lives before finally ending the call. Xiao Luo's emotions were in a mess when he thought about Ji Seeing. He did not know whether this counted as cheating, but he had fallen in love with 2 women at the same time. He heaved a sigh and slid his phone back into his pocket, getting ready to go back to the room. Just as he turned, he saw a woman standing about 2 meters away from him. Black hair fell down her back like water and her skin was pale as snow. She had clear eyes and her brows were elegantly arched, her lips were dainty like rose petals. Who was it if not Ji Seeing? "What are you doing here, Seeing?" Xiao Luo asked, confused. "I am where you are, Mr. Xiao Luo." Ji Seeing walked over with a sweet smile on her face, stopping in front of Xiao Luo. Her beautiful eyes stared wistfully at him, and on her wrist was the jade bangle that Huaheng had given her. "Come to the room with me," Xiao Luo said. Ji Seeing shook her head. "I should know my place as your mistress." "I'm satisfied as long as I have a place in your heart, Mr. Xiao Luo." Seeing, Xiao Luo suddenly felt guilty. He felt like he had wronged this girl. Ji Seeing walked up and wrapped him up in a loose hug. "Just let me stay in your arms like this, for a little while, Mr. Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo could not find the words for his guilt. No matter what, he would have to find a way to properly resolve this situation between the 3 of them. "The NSA warriors are actually having dinner here. I knew you booked a room here, so we chose this place as well. King Kong and Fu Yiren are here, too," Ji Seeing said. "Has Drug Lady recovered?" Xiao Luo inquired. Ji Seeing nodded, still in his hold. She's recovered. She's able to use the toxin to treat herself. The more potent the toxin, the more useful they are to her. What a miracle of a constitution!" Xiao Luo remarked in amazement. Ji Seeing was silent for a few beats, and then she praised him. "She's got a miracle of a constitution, but you, Mr. Xiao Luo, you're a miracle of a man." Xiao Luo could only smile at this, and he said nothing. Only he knew that he owed all of this to the genius system. Half an hour had passed by the time he returned to the room. Su Caney was there, Zhang Dashan was there, so the atmosphere in the room was plenty lively. There would be the occasional raucous laughter that rang out from the room. Zhang Dashan and Su Caney had really contagious laughs, and one could not help but feel joy when they heard it. Just as the room was at the height of its joy, the door opened. A young man and a young woman stood at the entrance. They were 2 tender faces, glowing with vigor and energy. "Who are you?" Zhang Dashan asked. The young pair looked at the room before their gaze finally landed on Xiao Luo. They entered without asking for permission, then the man bowed to Xiao Luo and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Tan Zixing, and this is my classmate, Bai Xia. Both of us have just graduated from university." Xiao Luo was confused. What kind of a situation was this? How did a pair of fresh graduates find him? He asked indifferently, "Why are you here?" With both hands, Tan Zixing hurriedly handed over to Xiao Luo a document he had brought with him. "This is my business report and project plan, and I ask that you review them. If this gets your approval, I hope that you'll invest in us, Mr. Xiao." So they were here to seek out an investor. How courageous they were. The people in the room admired the courage and initiative these fresh graduates had. Xiao Luo skimmed through the business report and project proposal that was handed to him, and then he raised his head to say, "If you've come to look for an investment, don't you think you've knocked on the wrong door?" "No, we haven't. You own Luo's workshop and Genie Tong, right, Mr. Xiao?" "You're the one I'm looking for," Tan Zixing rushed to say. "How did you know that? And how did you know I reserved a room here?" Xiao Luo frowned. "Zixing's dad is the mayor of Shanghai City, Mayor Tan. All he had to do was pull a few strings," Bai Xia said, a little haughtily. Tan Zixing blanched. "Bai Xia." He shook his head, signaling for her to not run her mouth. Bai Xia pursed her lips, not taking it to heart. "So you're the mayor's son. Where are my manners?" Xiao Luo was smiling, but he did not feel all that great about this. He had never really interacted much with the Shanghai City mayor, but the man had taken it upon himself to dig into Xiao Luo, and he had even found out exactly where he would be. It was not a good sign that the man had sent his son to present himself right in front of Xiao Luo. Zhang Dashan was shocked as well. No wonder they were not surprised upon seeing the nation's goddess. It turned out that he was an influential and important person. "No, Mr. Xiao Luo. My father is my father, and I am who I am. In front of you, I am nothing more than a fresh graduate earnestly asking for you to invest in my project," Tan Zixing said in a very modest and amiable tone. Xiao Luo flipped open their business report and project proposal again, taking a few more glances. He then said, "Neither of you have any relevant work experience. This report and this proposal, did you write these with nothing more than conjecture?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xia grew antsy. She stepped forward to say, "We graduated from a prestigious university, one of the key universities under the country's Project 911. Xiao Luo waved a hand and cut her off curtly. "It's obvious that both of you poured a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but it's a shame that you poured all that energy into this. Without any relevant work experience, what is your business report based on? Your imagination?" He looked at Tan Zixing. "Someone probably guided you when you wrote this report, right? The writing is too conservative, and the methods are too trite. It doesn't seem to match the vigor and energy you have as a fresh graduate. I dare say that the expert who provided you with the material and guidance to finish this report is at least 50 years old." Tan Yixing was taken aback, because Xiao Luo had hit the nail on head. They had completed this report with the materials and assistance from a company's top-class and professional manager, someone his father had entrusted them to. He would turn 52 this year, and he was currently at the peak of his career, the most prosperous time. Bai Xia, who stood beside him, was furious. She had poured so much effort into this report, only for Xiao Luo to refuse it. She could not keep her cool at this. "What gives you the right to say this? This is a result of our hard work. Do you know how many nights we stayed up just to produce these 2 reports?" She glared balefully at Xiao Luo. What gives him the right? This did not sit right with Zhang Dashan. He huffed, and then said, "Hey, little girl, you two need to get one thing straight. We were making merry and enjoying the food here, and it was you two who barged in, asking my good man over here to review this garbage report of yours and comment on it. What, you're flipping out just because he didn't sing you praises? You think this report of yours is the best in the world?" Bai Xiao's embarrassment turned into rage, and she directed it at Zhang Dashan. "Who are you? Who do you think you are? Stop running your mouth. She was the typical rich kid, pampered and insolent. Who do I think I am? Zhang Dashan was almost amused. Young lady, back when I took the reins for Luo's workshop, I joined the International Professional Management Competition, and I placed 50 by some stroke of luck. You ask me who I think I am to be running my mouth here? You tell me what you've accomplished before you talk to me like this. Your name means summer, huh? More like bummer. He was no even-tempered man. He had initially thought that they were enterprising fresh graduates and wanted to help them as much as he could, but now they were just walking all over him. He would be a fool if he still treated them cordially. We graduated from one of the key universities under the country's Project 9/11. In school, we. That's enough, Bai Xia. Tan Zixing was so angry that he was shaking. What did I tell you when we were on the way here? I told you to just stand by the side and not say anything. He was classmates with Bai Xia, and their families had designated them as each other's spouses since they were young. He had brought her out this time as a sort of training, but he had not expected for her to throw a tantrum here. She thought the world revolved around her, and he thoroughly regretted bringing her here. Bai Xia felt wronged now that her own fiancé had admonished her like this, but she still put up a brave front and hit back. Everything I said was the truth. Why should I respect them if they don't respect us? Didn't you hear me? I said no talking. Tan Zixing was so enraged that his eyes were bulging. An incompetent ally was truly more fearsome than a powerful enemy, and he had half a mind to tell his father to call off this wedding. Marrying a woman like this would only become an obstacle in his life. Humph. Bai Xia turned away, displeased. With regret written all over his face and his head pounding, Tan Zixing said to Zhang Dashan, "This is just how Bai Xia is, Mr. Zhang. You don't have to bother yourself arguing with her." I like what you're saying, Tan Zixing. It's such a shame that there's such an arrogant, pompous lady by your side hindering your work. I've met my fair share of arrogant ladies, but I've never met one as pompous as her. There are so many ladies who come from rich families, who are refined, polite, and humble, whose every move and gesture emanates grace and class. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't see any of that on her, Zhang Dashan said. You damned fatty, you better watch out, or I'll have someone hack you to death. Bai Xia was furious. She had never been insulted like this in her entire life. Damned fatty? This struck a nerve with Zhang Dashan, and his face instantly darkened. Tan Zixing saw that things were escalating quickly. In a panic, he raised a hand and swung down at Bai Xiao's face. I said shut up. Bai Xia was shocked by the slap. Her eyes watered and she stared in chagrin at the furious Tan Zixing. The air in the room instantly turned bad. Shen Qingyan, Su Li, and the rest of them were frowning. They had all initially thought the two of them were here to genuinely seek mentorship, but as things played out, it proved that the two of them had issues to sort out. They had completely ruined the atmosphere of the dinner party. Can you tell me what a business report is? Xiao Luo raised his head and asked coldly as he comforted Su Xiaobei. Sir, a business report is. I want her to answer, Xiao Luo interrupted. He raised a hand and pointed to Bai Xia, who was nursing her left cheek. Are you quizzing me? I'm the top student in the business administration school, and you think such a simple question can stump me? Bai Xia spat out through gritted teeth. To her, all of the people in the room now were nothing more than dust. A business report is an important basis upon which investors can ascertain if they want to invest in a project. It analyzes numerous factors including the background of the project, the macro environment, related industries, prospects of development, resources, and capacity, a detailed study on the market, and an estimation on the value of the project. The analysis reflects the economic indicators of the project. A business report is a scientific, objective, and comprehensive conclusion. Pretty well put. It seems that you have, indeed, put in the work. However, you don't have any related experience in this field, and you lack even the most fundamental experience in management. On top of that, you weren't involved in the market research at all, were you? The structure of this report seems like a template you can download from the internet, and the figures in it are not realistic. They were merely copied from the company, by the expert who guided you through this. Virtual or local data can only be used as a reference and not as an accurate reflection of the actual numbers. A business report produced with such data is nothing more than empty talk. There is no value to it as a reference. This is not so much a report, as it is a pile of scrap paper. It's worth far less than the unused A4 paper. After all, you can still print words on an unused A4 paper. Xiao Luo's words were precise as he diminished the value of the report without any hesitation. If it were not for the fact that he had been more welcoming and understanding to them on account of them being fresh graduates, he would have long instructed for them to be escorted out. He had been kind when he reviewed their report, and yet they did not appreciate that, but never mind that. If they had the audacity to be so pompous and kick up a fuss here, then they should be prepared to be smacked down. Hearing Xiao Luo's appraisal of his reports, Tan Zixing's face turned red as he could not come up with any rebuttal. He was impressed with Xiao Luo's quick analysis and that he knew at a glance their data was not derived from doing their market research, but copied from elsewhere. However, Bai Xia did not take it well, and Xiao Luo's words provoked her into taking a defensive stance. There are many business geniuses in the world, and they don't need relevant experiences to craft out a perfectly realistic business report, she snapped. Is that so? And do you think that you're one of them? Xiao Luo laughed coldly and tossed both the reports on his desk. Then tell me, can you make it the top 3 in your major, in terms of results? Bai Xia was momentarily lost for words, as her results have always been hovering around the average mark. Xiao Luo glanced at her and added, all these so-called business geniuses who graduated from the world's top management school would take up internships or work to gain relevant experience. So, have you done that? Bai Xia was blushing in shame, as she found it hard to respond to Xiao Luo's words. She had barely made any effort to enhance her job prospects before she graduated and spent more time on leisure activities. Yet, she resented what she heard, and her eyes glowered furiously and almost looked like they were throwing out flames. Now, let's go back to your project plan. So, you guys want to start a logistics company? Your business proposal merely states that e-commerce is now the mainstream mode of conducting business and correlates it to the flourishing logistics industry. I agree with you guys on that point. But your project plan does not address many critical issues, and hence, cannot succeed. Logistics companies are proliferating everywhere, and there are many giants in this industry such as ZTO, STO, and YTO. If you guys want to establish a new logistics company and try to take a slice of the pie, I have a question for you, based on what? Just because you graduated from a key engineering university of Project 911 means nothing. Or are you guys just being delusional? I don't know if you, Tan Zixing, can withstand hardship, but I am sure that Ms. Bai Xia certainly cannot. Do you know that to establish a logistics company, you would have to personally carry out every stage of packaging and transporting in the early phase? Does she look like she can do that kind of job? Xiao Luo rejected both proposals, but he appreciated Tan Zixing's courage, so he held back his criticism. He grabbed the reports and passed them back to him. That is my opinion, take the reports away. Although I have funds for investment, I cannot invest in your projects, unfortunately, he said. Tan Zixing took the documents back from Xiao Luo, but he felt no resentment, despite putting in a great effort in preparing them. Xiao Luo's blunt appraisal was like a bolt of lightning striking him as he thought they were well crafted and would have received high praise from any boss who read it. Before this, he was very confident of Xiao Luo investing in this project, but had not expected such an outcome. It was disheartening, but Xiao Luo had concluded that their proposals were trash. Zixing, don't listen to him. He's insulting us on purpose, and he's just a con man. He is nothing but a jerk with minor accomplishments and is trying to act like a big shot. Words from such people are nothing but noise pollution to our ears. Let's go. Xia hissed. She was still trying to defend her fiancé. As for this obnoxious girl, Xiao Luo ignored her altogether. Even Su Li and Shen Qingyan took no notice of her, as she was too self-centered. It seemed like the entire world revolved around her. Probably the day she lost the support of her family, she would likely suffer more insults in her social circle. Tan Zixing disagreed with Bai Xia as he felt that Xiao Luo was correct. He also believed that Xiao Luo was exceedingly capable and took a different tack. Mr. Xiao, I would like to be your personal assistant if you would kindly allow me to. I don't need any compensation, and all I want is an opportunity to learn from you. Eh? Everyone who heard this was shocked, and their opinion of Tan Zixing instantly changed. He willingly humbled himself and wished to learn, which was a rare quality for fresh graduates. Are you crazy, Zixing? This jerk is looking down on us, and you still want to work for him? He will put us through hell. Bai Xia cried frantically. She was anxious as she did not expect her fiancé to make that request. You best remain silent. I've had it with you, and I intend to ask my father to call off our engagement when I return home. You are such a self-righteous silly woman, and I can't afford to keep compromising my position by having you around. You can keep your arrogant attitude to yourself and treat others any way you choose. Tan Zixing was seething and could not refrain from expressing his disappointment in her. Bai Xia froze in shock. Her family had been searching for ways to align themselves with the powerful Tan family for a long time. If Tan Zixing called off their engagement, her father's company would be in dire straits without the support of the Tan family. It could even result in the company being muscled out by its competitors, forcing it to wind down. It was also the primary reason she needed to marry Tan Zixing. Zixing, you. What are you saying? Don't joke about this matter. You're scaring me. Scared? Why weren't you scared when you insulted Mr. Zhang and Mr. Xiao earlier? Bai Xia, let me make it clear to you once and for all, I will not put up with your unbearable bossy attitude anymore. From now onwards, we shall part ways, and may our paths never cross again. You can take it like we don't know each other and do not have a relationship at all, Tan Zixing retorted. He had finally lost his patience with her. Bai Xia pulled Tan Zixing's sleeves and pleaded, don't do this to me, Zixing. You know I can't live without you. Zixing. Please, don't bother me again. Tan Zixing pushed her away mercilessly and looked at Xiao Luo respectfully. Mr. Xiao, please give me a chance to learn from you, he said. I would love to, but I am just a boss, behind the scene. I don't deal with the running of the company, Xiao Luo replied, rejecting him outright. He was going off on his honeymoon trip with Su Li, and he had no time to take on a new apprentice. And Bai Xia's attitude influenced his impression of Tan Zixing somewhat negatively. Mr. Xiao. Go, could you please don't interrupt our meal? Su Li, who had been quiet, suddenly cut off Tan Zixing. She had had enough of these students who were merely there to seek knowledge. Tan Zixing was taken aback and replied, Miss Su, I have been observing you, and in my mind, it doesn't appear that you are associated with Mr. Xiao. This matter is between Mr. Xiao and me, so can you please stay out of it? Zhang Dashan laughed and said, Tan Zixing, I thought you were smarter than that. You couldn't even tell the relationship between my brother and Lady Su, and it tells me you're so terrible at observing people. So, I'll tell you, they are married. If you're telling Lady Su to stay out of this, then you should leave now. Just leave and stop interrupting our happy mealtime. Su Caney raised his brows and said, That's right, I can't help but comment. You have a pig of a teammate, but now you are becoming one yourself. He turned and spoke to Xiaobei, "Little princess, say it with me, pig." The little girl was fond of her uncle, so she blinked innocently and mimicked him. Pig. Although she was speaking proper Chinese, her pronunciation wasn't perfect, and she pronounced the word pig as big. But the tone of her childlike voice made it sound rather cute. "Not big, it's pig, you little piggy." Xuanhuan responded, correcting her in his unique way. "Big, big," Su Xiaobei cried, trying to correct her pronunciation. Xuanhuan cracked up. "Little princess, from whom did you learn to speak like that? How could your pronunciation sound so funny? What's the problem?" "She's just saying that you're a pig," Zhang Dashan quipped with a laugh. Xuanhuan was speechless. "What? Xiao Luo and the national goddess Suli are husband and wife?" Tan Zixing was astonished, and the look on his face alternated between shock and embarrassment. He felt ashamed of his actions and poor choice of words earlier. Huh. So that's how she could become the national goddess. Turns out all she had to do was hook a rich man. Pa. She's only depending on her pretty face and has no talent at all. Baixia hissed, insulting Suli with biting sarcasm. She intended to attack anyone who offended Tan Zixing. The moment she said these words, the atmosphere in the room fell into an awkward silence. Baixia was exceedingly obnoxious, and no one could tolerate her poor behavior. Xiao Rui stood up and glared at Baixia. "You. Leave now, just get lost," she shrieked, pointing angrily at the door. "Fine, I wouldn't want to stay another longer than I have to. Zixing, let's go." Baixia thought that by showing her support for Tan Zixing, he would forgive her. However, just as she was about to reach out to hold his hand, she shrank back timidly when she noticed Tan Zixing's murderous stare. As he glared at this uncouth and self-righteous woman, Tan Zixing was seething. If Baixia had not made a mess of the situation, the outcome would have been very different, perhaps even perfect. He really couldn't that such a foolish woman existed in the world. She was nothing more than a pig. No, she was worse than a pig. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Su, I." He wanted to apologize, but he found no words to say. In the end, he bowed deeply and apologized to everyone in the private room, before he promptly made to leave the room. "Zixing, wait for me." Baixia tailed after Tan Zixing like a shadow, and just as she was about to reach the door of the private room, her rage got the better of her. She was indignant at Tan Zixing's mistreatment and blamed Xiao Luo and the others for his foul mood. "How could you sit there enjoying your meal? Go to hell, the lot of you." Suddenly, she picked up a bottle of beer from the table nearby and vented her anger by throwing it at their table. Whether she intended to, the bottle sailed toward the large pot of soup in the center of the table. Zhang Dashan, Cai Jiying, and everyone else seated around the table turned pale, for they never expected that Baixia would take such drastic action. The bottle of beer was about to smash into the pot and splatter boiling soup all over everyone. "Be careful." Zhang Dashan shouted out a warning for everyone to duck. But something unbelievable happened. The bottle of beer suddenly stopped in its trajectory and hovered about 10 centimeters above the pot of soup. Incredibly, it remained suspended in the air, as if an invisible hand had grabbed it. Everyone was stunned beyond words. Baixia and Tan Zixing, who had yet to leave the room, were so shocked that froze where they stood. "Look, Daddy is performing a magic trick." "Awesome, Daddy." Su Xiaobei cheered. As if on cue, everyone turned and looked at Xiao Luo. They realized his palm was outstretched as if he was clutching the beer bottle, but he was nowhere near the bottle. It appeared that the reason this beer bottle stayed in the air was because of Xiao Luo. It was no magic trick, but the ability to control things through the air. Holy F***ck, there was such skill in this world? Zhang Dashan, Xuanhuan, and the others gathered in the room were even more astonished now. So much so that they did not realize the cutlery in their hands had fallen to the ground. Xiao Luo coldly glanced at Bai Xia and flicked his palm in her direction. The bottle of beer that was hovering in the air suddenly spun and shot off like a bolt of lightning toward Bai Xia. Smash! The beer bottle flew right into Bai Xia's face and struck her forehead, instantly shattering and spilling its contents all over the floor. Bai Xia staggered a few steps back and collapsed to the floor. Blood flowed profusely from her forehead all over her face, and seeing the blood, Bai Xia panicked and immediately wailed. Xiao Luo stood up, pushed his chair away, and walked ominously toward Bai Xia. His face was dark with rage, and he could not forgive Bai Xia for her callous actions. She would soon learn that such a dangerous act would invite a very harsh response. "Mr. Xiao, please calm down. I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of Bai Xia." Tan Zixing pleaded as he hurried back to protect Bai Xia. Despite his intention to annul the engagement, he found it hard to stand aside and watch Bai Xia get beaten up. "Zixing." Bai Xia hid behind Tan Zixing and held on to his sleeve in abject fear. The murderous aura permeating the room made her feel true fear for the first time in her life. "You idiot, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xiao." Tan Zixing turned around and roared anxiously. I am sorry." Bai Xia no longer dared to show her arrogance. She sobbed and apologized profusely. What she saw in Xiao Luo now frightened her, for he appeared like a monster about to kill her. His devilish eyes looked strange and sinister. "F***ck off and don't let me see you again." Xiao Luo scowled. Xiao Luo had a bad temper. If not for the fact that Su Xiaobei, Su Li, and his sister Xiao Rui were there, Bai Xia would not have been able to leave so easily. Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Tan Zixing was relieved. It almost felt like Xiao Luo had granted him amnesty. He thanked Xiao Luo profusely before pulling Bai Xia away and fled the room. The incident ruined the cheerful atmosphere of the gathering. Xiao Luo was so furious that he was on the verge of throttling Bai Xia. However, being the host, he composed himself again. He turned around and returned to his seat with a smile, and the murderous look he wore vanished just like that. "Daddy, help me wipe my mouth," Su Xiaobei said in her cute little child's voice as she pouted and raised her head to Xiao Luo, showing the traces of soup around her mouth. Xiao Luo chuckled and said, "Okay, Daddy will wipe it for you." He took a piece of tissue and gently wiped off the stains from Su Xiaobei's mouth. When Xiao Luo raised his head, he realized everyone was looking at him. "Aren't you enjoying your meals?" "Why are you looking at me?" he asked. "Brother, what martial arts technique did you just use? Can you teach me? Were you trained by a mysterious martial arts master?" Xiao Rui asked as her eyes shone with amazement. She was quite interested in this sort of mysterious skills. Tang Ren nodded his head repeatedly, absolutely awed and in agreement with his wife, Rui. "Where have you been King hiding it all this while? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that such martial arts existed in this world." "Old Xiao, you have to teach me," Zhang Dashan said. Chai Jiying, who was standing by the side of the room, did not say anything. She just stared at Xiao Luo with her eyes wide open. Su Caney, on the other hand, jumped from his seat and ran to Xiao Luo. "Brother-in-law, I also want to learn this crazy and explosive martial arts. If I can learn it, I'll be able to pick up girls effortlessly. Please, I am your brother-in-law, so you must teach me this." In front of Xiao Luo, he didn't dare to address himself as young master, and besides, he had a favor to ask of Xiao Luo. "Li, what did I tell you before? This guy is full of hidden talents," Shen Qingyan said. Su Li looked at Xiao Luo without blinking her beautiful eyes. Indeed, this man of hers was mysterious. "Daddy, I want to learn this magic trick as well." Su Xiaobei cried, joining in the chorus with her little face filled with excitement. Xiao Luo felt a headache coming on. He had merely released a little of his inner power, but it seemed mysterious to the others. Without a doubt, he would have to spend a lot of time explaining himself this time. The night sky seemed like a vast black shroud as it descended and enveloped the entire city. But the darkness was kept at bay by the profusion of random and colorful lights that provided its dwellers the familiar illumination of the city's nightlife. Tan Zixing and Bai Xia walked out of the hotel and were still in a deep state of shock. What they saw in the private room challenged their understanding of the laws of nature. How could a bottle of beer hover in the air? What kind of force or energy did Xiao Luo apply? Zixing, do you think Mr. Xiao? Is he a monster? Bai Xia muttered as she sat in the passenger seat, still unable to contain the emotion in her heart. Tan Zixing was still in a daze as he drove his car and did not reply to her. The fact was, he was equally dumbstruck and wondered the same thing. A monster? He certainly looked like one. How could such things exist in this world? Zixing, you were joking about breaking off the engagement with me, weren't you? I knew it was a joke. You still love me, or you wouldn't have protected me from that monster. Zixing, should we tell your father that Mr. Xiao is a monster? Bai Xia had not stopped blabbering since she got into the car. After calming down a little, she repeatedly raised the subject of their engagement. Tan Zixing found her whining increasingly unbearable, and he couldn't take it anymore. He turned and glared at Bai Xia. Can you King shut up and let me have some peace? He roared. Right after he spoke, the car suddenly jolted to a violent stop with a loud bang. Crash! They saw nothing but web-like cracks splattered across the entire windshield. In that same instant, the airbags in the console automatically deployed, preventing both Tan Zixing and Bai Xia from smashing their heads into the front of the car. Thankfully, Tan Zixing was not driving fast, merely cruising at about 40 miles per hour. The airbag undoubtedly prevented the two of them from suffering severe injuries, though it left them a little dazed, but still aware and able to function. What is going on? The car was cruising at a steady speed along the road and he saw no obstructions on the road. What did it hit? A street lamp post? Tan Zixing was somewhat confused and had no idea what was going on. He pushed the door open and alighted from the car. Bai Xia pushed the door open as well, but had some trouble squeezing through the car door. And when they looked at the front of the car, they were shocked out of their wits. Their pupils dilated, and their jaws dropped. With blood drained from their faces, they felt nothing but fear and despair spread to every part of their bodies. Their skins crawled, and a shiver ran down their spines. Shaking, they instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Standing right in front of the car was a man at least 1.8 meters tall figure, towering over them like a tall pine tree. The car had smashed into him, but he wasn't thrown back or even injured. Instead, the hood of the car caved in and wrapped around the motionless figure. It was as though he was planted in the ground like a utility pole, and that was exactly the damage that his car sustained when it smashed into him. The tall man was garbed in a white robe and wore a jade pendant around his neck. His ears were pale, almost white, with a hint of red in them. The shape of his ears was unique, as both the front and back of parts of the ears were identical, with ridges looking like a carved art piece. His skin was fair, looking with delicate features, and he tied up his long black hair in a topknot pierced with a bamboo hairpin. He smelled faintly of musk, and incredibly, his pupils were purple. He emanated an aura that could only be described as immortal energy, and the way he looked down his nose gave others the impression that the life forms in this world weren't worth his consideration. There was another tall man beside him, also dressed in white, and he had purple eyes as well. However, this man was thinner, and while his looks could not be compared to the first man, he still looked handsome and rather cool. They both had good appearances, especially that first man who stood towering over them. Not only did he appear like an immortal, but his looks could also even be described as pretty. Who are you? Tan Zixing could not stop trembling, for these two men exuded a dominating presence and a godlike bearing that made people want to prostrate before them in worship. Their towering height contributed in no small part to that perception, and Tan Zixing could only cower as he stared up to these two titans. The two tall men acted as though they did not hear his question. The thin man said to the fair-looking white-dressed man, "Your Majesty, why is this world filled with metal lumps that can run? I find them so annoying." "I find them annoying too." The man in white spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible energy field burst from his motionless body and flipped Tan Zixing's car violently into the air as if a heavy blow had struck it. The fair-looking tall man in white suddenly unsheathed the long sword at his waist and casually slashed it. Slash! An invisible blade sliced the steel car in half like it was a cut of beef. The edges of the cut were clean, like a powerful laser had burned through it. The two halves of the car fell to the ground in a loud crash, like two piles of metal scrap. Gasp! Tan Zixing sucked in a breath of air as he fell to the ground and looked in shock. "Ah!" Bai Xia screamed hysterically, as most girls would, and she froze in fear. It was terrifying, and she had never seen such an extraordinary and shocking scene. Swoosh! The thinner man suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xia, almost like he had teleported there. He lifted Bai Xia's chin with his sword sheath and studied her briefly. "This is a woman of this world? She is hardly attractive at all, and no match for the women of our light clan." He pulled his scabbard away and turned away with an expression of utter disdain. "This world is a filthy place. The spiritual energy is thin, and the air and environment are worse than our filth processing station. It's a miracle that so many people can exist in this world." Then turning to Tan Zixing, sprawled on the ground in fear, he continued berating the humans. Low constitution, low combat ability, and a sickly complexion. It is precisely what to expect from those who live in this filthy environment. He turned around and looked at the fair-looking man in white. "Your Majesty, did you not say that there are guardians who have formed a pact with our secret territory, and that we are not to encroach into their world? Where are they? I can't wait to fight them. I want to see if their fighting prowess is as strong as is rumored. But, seeing how filthy this world is, those rumors hard to believe. Let's go." The fair-looking man only gave him an abrupt reply and turned around to leave. The thin man quickened his pace to catch up. He casually held both his hands behind his head as he gazed skyward and walked arrogantly as if he didn't have a care in the world. Tan Zixing and Bai Xia were still in a stupor as they gawked at the backs of the two departing men, and then they turned to stare at the car, now two heaps of scrap. Terrified, they shuddered uncontrollably. Who were those two guys? What exactly was happening to their world? Where did these two terrifying beings come from? Tan Zixing and Bai Xia were lost for words, their hearts were racing, and the hair was standing on ends. They were so afraid that they forgot to take out their phones to call the police. It was late in the night, and Xiao Luo and Su Li were strolling along the riverside at the wetland park. It was already around 11 p.m., and they were the only people in this sprawling park. Zhang Dashan and the others had already decided earlier it was time to head home after having an insanely fun time during the banquet. Su Xiaobei had fallen asleep, so Su Caney took her home. "Is something the matter? Why did you decide to come here?" Su Li wore a well-cut beige suit, which was undoubtedly branded. The smooth lines perfectly accentuated her enchanting curves and complemented the aloof countenance of her beautiful face. She could only be described as devastatingly beautiful. "Must we have a reason? Can't we just take a walk?" Xiao Luo said with a smile as reached out to hold her hand. Su Li's face turned red, but she did not let go and allowed Xiao Luo to hold her hand. Xiao Luo glanced at the river and sighed. When I was in university, I often came here for jogs at this time of the night, he said. Why would you go for a run that late? Suli asked, curiously. I like going for jogs here when it's quiet. It keeps me calm and lets me think through many things, Xiao Luo said. Suli did not say a thing but only looked at him with adoring eyes as she listened intently. Xiao Luo clasped her hand as they walked along the path filled with the chirping sound of crickets. I could have never imagined that I'd one day marry a superstar, and who'd have thought that I'd be able to achieve success in all the things that I had set out to do. To be honest, the near-fatal car accident in Jiangqing was the turning point in my life. After coming so close to death, it felt like I had been reborn. It's strange, from that day on, I somehow became fearless. There was truth in what Xiao Luo said. Although the system had brought him incomparable glory and extraordinary achievement, he knew deep within that his temperament had undergone an inexplicable change after his near-death experience. Even the things that he said back at Jiangqing to his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Mingqi, were not out of anger. He had suddenly come to realize the truth, and it was as if his soul had undergone an awakening, but for a while, he just couldn't put a finger on it. You were in a car accident? Suli asked, with shock. She had no idea that Xiao Luo had met with such a terrible incident. Yes, I did. Xiao Luo sighed and smiled bitterly at the recollection. The phrase "one is due for good fortune after surviving a great disaster" is a perfect description. That car accident seemed predestined. I wasn't in a stable mood, the condition of the rural road was bad, and I was driving at more than 100 miles per hour. It was also raining heavily then, and although there were hardly any cars on the road, these three factors were sufficient to cause an accident. Suli gazed at him sympathetically as she pursed her lips. I can't believe we had similar experiences, she said. Xiao Luo had a look of shock on his face. Are you saying that you were also involved in a car accident? He asked. Suli nodded slightly and said, my father passed away in that car accident. The car skidded off a cliff and was smashed to pieces. How did you make it alive? Xiao Luo asked. Suli shook her head, I'm not too sure either. I was very young then, and I could only remember crawling out of the wreck. But my father was badly injured, and he was trapped in the driver's seat. I cried helplessly next to him, and there was nothing else I could do. As Suli recounted the tragic car accident, tears formed in her eyes. It was an extremely traumatic memory. I'm sorry, I made you recall a sad event, Xiao Luo said. Suli slowly pulled her hand away from Xiao Luo's and turned to face the river. It has been more than a decade, and I've already moved on from that traumatic experience. So there's no need for you to apologize. She stood right beneath a street lamp, and the light shone upon her face, illuminating her in silver light. The surface of her skin gleamed, revealing her devastating beauty and grace. Even from behind, her enchanting beauty was more than enough to fill one's thoughts with endless fantasies. Xiao Luo walked up and hugged her from behind. He breathed in her sweet fragrance and said, Wife, isn't the view here beautiful? Yes, it's rather beautiful. Suli leaned her body back slightly, and her face turned a little red. She could feel the cool river breeze, and a longing formed in her heart. She never thought that her husband would be someone like Xiao Luo. Recalling the incident when they first came together, what had seemed so wrong then now seemed like a blessing. You can quit the entertainment industry if you wish. I'll take care of you and Xiaobei. I do not wish to watch you in scenes with other male actors on television anymore, Xiao Luo gently whispered into her ears. Whatever you say. Suli nodded her head, reaffirming her words. To begin with, it was never her intention to walk down the path of a celebrity. Her original goal was to be a music and dance teacher, but facing immense pressure, her plans changed drastically. Xiao Luo smiled, and without another word, he moved closer to Suli and cuddled her tight. Suli didn't say a thing either. They both quietly gazed into the flowing river, enjoying the breeze by the riverbank as their souls merged as one. How romantic. But it's a shame I must break up your intimate embrace. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind them. Xiao Luo was stunned and instantly turned around. Who's that? The voice was close by, but he couldn't pinpoint the person's exact location. But what troubled him was the fact that someone could come so close to him without him even realizing it. This had never happened before. You don't have the right to know. A strange figure leaped from the street lamp above them and landed right behind Xiao Luo without making a sound. He was like a weightless ghost. Xiao Luo wanted to pull away, but this ominous figure moved at lightning speed. In a split second, he was already behind Xiao Luo and jabbed his finger into Xiao Luo's acupoint. Xiao Luo was petrified and suddenly realized that he had lost control of his entire body. What is going on? Who exactly is this strange person? Thoughts flashed into Xiao Luo's mind, and he was confident that with his skills, he could conquer this entire world. He never imagined that such an opponent would suddenly appear tonight, and he had been subdued without even having the chance to see his tormentor. Xiao Luo. Suli was in shock and tried to help Xiao Luo, but was stopped by that person with a sinister smile. Your Highness, I've finally found you. Suli finally got the chance to get a look at the stranger. He had a fair complexion and delicate facial features. He had a pair of purple eyes that were penetrating, and he exuded an aura of immense power. Suli's face turned pale, and she found it hard to believe that such a man existed in this world. Before Suli could even get her senses back, she detected a muskie in the air, and a man in a white robe slowly descended from the sky. He had his arms raised, and a powerful aura emanated from him, making him appear like a god. He did not speak or laugh as he stared at Xiao Luo. He looked very appealing with a flawless face that seemed carved in fine marble. He appeared to be aloof and arrogant, clearly, a man who did not originate from this world. You guys. Who are you guys? Suli stammered. Your Highness, we're your clansmen, and this person here is our Sword King, Ming, the thinner man introduced his master to Suli. Your Highness? Clansman, Suli couldn't understand a word he was saying. She gathered her thoughts, and warned, this park is under camera surveillance, and all your actions are being recorded in the police Skynet system. I don't know who you people are, but if you don't want to land up being wanted criminals, you better hurry and leave. Surveillance? Wanted by the police? The thin man rubbed his nose with his thumb disdainfully and said, Your Highness, you are already assimilated into the body of an ordinary mortal, therefore, your perception is that of a mortal. But this can't be helped. Your memories have been sealed in the divine temple, but once unsealed, you will recall everything about the Light Clan. Now, please follow us back, Your Highness. Get lost. I'm not going anywhere. Suli shouted coldly. The thin man was taken aback, but he smiled and said, Your Holy Highness, I apologize for offending you. But once you regain your memory, I believe you will not blame me. Just then, he extended his hand and tapped his finger between Suli's brows. She suddenly found herself unable to move, just like Xiao Luo. Curisa chuckled as he lifted Suli and threw her over his shoulder. He turned to the white-cloaked man, Ming, and said, Your Majesty, do you think it is inappropriate for us to bring Her Highness back like this? Ming glanced at him and said, I don't know. He turned around and prepared to leave. Curisa smiled and followed. All the while, the two towering men did not even look at Xiao Luo. It was as if he was invisible to them, and they simply ignored him. Put her down now. A bloodthirsty roar suddenly escaped from Xiao Luo's throat. He released his acupoints and dashed toward Curisa like a wild beast. He clenched his fists hard as he channeled his destructive energy to them and smashed the back of Curisa's head. Seeing his own woman being carried away on someone else's shoulder, Xiao Luo became furious and attacked with all his might. Swoosh! The force that Xiao Luo's fist generated whistled like the wind from a roaring gale. As his fist flashed through the air, space would slightly distort, appearing like ripples on the calm surface of the water when a stone was dropped in. But Curisa's palm easily parried Xiao Luo's powerful punch. The moment the fist and palm met, the force of the impact burst like a fierce wind before it quickly dissipated. The ease with which the thin man blocked the blow stunned Xiao Luo. He had put all of his strength into this punch, and he could even have destroyed an armored car. Who was this person, and why was he so powerful? I did not expect for such a capable fighter would exist in this filthy place. How amazing, he even broke through my seal all by himself. Curisa said to Ming in surprise, then looked at playfully Xiao Luo. Hey, mortal, what's your name? Xiao Luo's eyelids twitched as he felt like this strange person was merely toying with him. The humiliation was unbearable, and Xiao Luo could not suppress his anger. F***CKU. Xiao Luo cursed the thin man, and as his fighting spirit soared, he unleashed a kick to Curisa's waist. Xiao Luo swept his left leg into Curisa's body with overwhelming might, sending a powerful stream of internal energy into the man. Curisa's raised his right leg to protect his flank, and when the force struck, it dissipated and spread out in all directions. Instantly, Xiao Luo felt that his entire leg go numb. He lost control and felt crippled before he lost consciousness for a moment. Your strength is unremarkably weak and you do not have the speed. How do you expect to hurt someone like me? Curisa laughed mockingly. His purple eyes suddenly shot out two rays of cold light, and with his right leg, he kicked Xiao Luo's chest with lightning speed. Pow! The kick struck Xiao Luo with a dull thud, and he felt that his internal organs churning violently. The blow threw his body back like a cannonball. Crack! 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 Xiao Luo crashed through the trunks of 3 massive trees, recently transplanted to this wetland park, and tumbled across the ground for quite a distance before he came to a stop. As Xiao Luo got up into a kneeling position, but he had taken a heavy blow and felt its effect as the pain surged in his body. Pfft! Xiao Luo spurted out thick blood from his mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. So, are you okay, mortal? Curisa slowly retracted his leg and nonchalantly called out to Xiao Luo, some 50 meters away. Xiao Luo! Suli cried, and her eyes opened wide. The experience tonight was beyond her understanding. Who were these 2 people with purple eyes? What exactly were they doing here? The Light Clan? Where was the Light Clan from? A deluge of questions flashed in her mind. Yet, she was more concerned about Xiao Luo's condition. Although she knew he was an outstanding fighter, there was no way such a terrifying kick would not injure him. Xiao Luo struggled to stand up as he glared fiercely at Curisa. The traces of blood at the corner of Xiao Luo's mouth gave him an indescribably evil scowl. The I Jing Jing operated on its own to nurse his internal energy and heal his physical injuries. He is very resilient. He can still move even after being beaten up. Curisa raised his eyebrows in surprise and showed more interest. He turned to Ming and said, Your Majesty, please help me look after Her Highness. I'll play with him for a while. Ming said nothing. With a light wave of his hand, Suli, still on Curisa's shoulder, was drawn by an invisible force, and found herself floating toward him. Before Suli knew it, she was standing in front of him. Ming nodded stiffly to express his respect and loyalty. Your Majesty, it's great to be your adjutant. You support me no matter what I do, haha, haha, Curisa said and laughed raucously. I'll give you half an incense's time. Ming said flatly. He paused for a moment and then added, also, be careful when you attack. Curisa nodded and replied, Don't worry. I won't be serious. I'm just playing with him. He stretched his neck from left to right, then took 4 to 5 steps forward. His purple eyes looked impassively at Xiao Luo. "Mortal, are you not going to tell me your name?" "My surname is Ni, and Ba is my given name." Xiao Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he walked toward Curisa. "Ni Ba?" Curisa frowned because he'd never heard such a strange name before. Then he realized Ni Ba meant your father, and Curisa was offended by the insult. "Do you know the consequences of making fun of me, mortal?" he said. "What consequences?" Xiao Luo mocked with a smile. Curisa saw the teasing look in Xiao Luo's eyes and snorted. "You'll find out soon enough," he roared. He removed his long saber from his waist and leaned it against a tree with its tip on the cement path. The tip of the sheathed saber sunk some 5 centimeters into the pavement. "You don't intend to use your saber?" Xiao Luo's eyes were glowering with rage. He did not care who the other party was. If they dared to bully his woman, they would have to deal with his wrath. When Curisa heard this, he found it hilarious and cackled. "A mere mortal like you asking me if I'm using my saber to fight you? Do you see yourself as a big potato for me to slice up? You will pay for underestimating your enemy." Xiao Luo roared. Like a wild, ferocious beast possessed by an evil spirit, he rushed towards Curisa with unmatched power. Boom! 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 The ground rumbled beneath him, and dust blew behind him. After a 4-meter dash, he bounded like a cheetah attacking its prey as he soared fiercely in the air to deliver a knee strike to Curisa's head. "Mortal, you think too highly of yourself." Curisa roared and crossed his arms above his head in anticipation of Xiao Luo's incoming attack. Pow! The force of Xiao Luo's knee smashing into his arms was like a raging tsunami. The ground beneath Curisa collapsed over a radius of 5 meters. Looking down from right above him, it resembled a huge wok. The energy unleashed by Xiao Luo stirred up a violent storm of dust and caused the ground to shake. "Is that all you are capable of?" Curisa responded as he lifted his head and flashed Xiao Luo a sinister smile. But inwardly, he was rather surprised by the power. In this filthy land of weak spirits, other than the Guardians, Curisa did not expect to find someone as powerful as him. Although Xiao Luo was not as strong, it would be unwise to underestimate the man, as he had enough power to cause severe injury. Xiao Luo's face now looked ferocious, and with an angry grunt, he increased the strength in his body once again. Kaboom! Half of Curisa's body sunk into the ground and the area around him collapsed further, forming an enormous pit twice as wide. The deepest point in the center of the pit was now about 1 meter deep. "Luo? You can." Suli was stunned and could hardly believe what she was seeing. She knew that Xiao Luo was exceptionally strong, but never imagined that he could unleash such terrifying power. The pavement was built on solid ground and constructed of hard concrete, yet Xiao Luo smashed it with just a single strike. Where in the world did he get such power? She quickly realized that she was standing right on the fringe of the collapsed ground, but yet she did not fall in. She then noticed now that a shroud of silver light enveloped her. She turned her head and looked up at the white-robed man, Ming, and knew immediately that the force field keeping her in place came from this man. "You've angered me." The smile on Curisa's face vanished, and a strange haze formed around him. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar, like an explosion, and an immense amount of energy erupted from Curisa's body, sending out powerful waves with the force of a cannonball. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed as the force struck him, and it threw him back quite a distance. He spat out thick fresh blood as he sailed across the ground with no control over his body. "Puny mortal!" Curisa roared triumphantly as he burst from the pit and dashed toward Xiao Luo like a charging bull. "Oomph! Hiya!" Xiao Luo was off-balanced, but with a roar, he swiveled his torso and changed his center of gravity. Simultaneously, he swung a leg at lightning speed and attempted to intercept his approaching foe. But the kick missed, for Curisa's body vanished in that instant, and Xiao Luo suddenly lost track of his position. Without warning, Curisa pounced on Xiao Luo from above. He had curled himself up, and the moment he was in range, he extended his body like a spring. The technique he used was unique and his execution was brutal. Xiao Luo was in the air when Curisa struck and slammed into the ground. Bam! Xiao Luo smashed into the ground like a meteorite, and another enormous pit was gouged into the wetland park once again. The diameter of the pit this time was about 20 meters, and everything from trees, the lawn, and street lamps were pulverized. Dust hung in the air, covering the entire area, and no one could see what was going on. Curisa landed sure-footedly on the fringe of the pit and looked in with his pair of purple eyes. Xiao Luo. Su Li's eyes turned red as tears formed. She realized that there was nothing she could do, and a sense of helplessness caused her to lose control of her emotions. Once the dust settled, she saw Xiao Luo, and the shirt on his back was ripped apart. He kneeled in the center of the pit with blood dripping from his mouth and nose. His body was coated with a thick layer of dirt. Curisa scratched the back of his head and had a guilty look on his face. "Seems like I might have been a little too harsh," he said. Xiao Luo lifted his head and glared at this man with the purple eyes. Xiao Luo possessed the I Jing Jing, Nether Claw, Gone with the Snow, and Peerless body protection techniques he redeemed from the system. These were the most powerful techniques that the system offered, and the combination of these skills made was potent. Yet, Xiao Luo still did not have what it took to even scratch Curisa. The system was not as invincible when used against these strange beings. Curisa waved his hands and said, "All right, there is no point in continuing this any further. I'm afraid that I might accidentally end up killing you. Our Highness has already told us what your name is, Xiao Luo, right? Not bad, to think that you could cultivate your powers to such a level in this filthy land. You have done very well." After saying that, he turned around and walked toward Su Li. There was no way Xiao Luo was going to sit there and watch them take his woman away. Taking a deep breath, he dug his feet into the ground, lowered his posture like a hungry wolf, and dashed forward. As he charged toward Curisa in the dim light, his nether claws resembled the fangs of a snarling wolf. A sneak attack was the only way, for Curisa never expected Xiao Luo to still have the will to fight. Xiao Luo slashed hard and left 5 deep cuts on Curisa's back. Instantly, the wound seared with burning pain. The nether claw could rip ordinary people apart, but it only left a superficial wound on Curisa's body. It was a tremendous shock to Xiao Luo. "Are you courting death, mortal?" Curisa turned around and glared at Xiao Luo, and his purple eyes emitted a murderous aura. He didn't mind when Xiao Luo was disrespectful, but he was attacked from behind when he least expected it. But what he could not accept was that a mere mortal had wounded him, and he felt ashamed, for it was like a slap in the face. He rotated his right palm, and a strange glow formed in his palm. Not good. Xiao Luo broke into a cold sweat as he sensed the impending danger and immediately took steps to avoid being hit. Xiao Luo knew he could not evade the inevitable blow and braced himself for it. But he was a step too slow, and Curisa's palm smashed into his chest like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Luo had tried to raise his hands out to parry, but before he could even move a muscle, Curisa's palm has already struck his chest. A blast of energy surged throughout the entire wetland park, like the violent waves of a raging Yangtze River swollen by a heavy torrential downpour. Cough, cough. Xiao Luo sailed back about 7 to 8 feet in the air and spat out fresh blood as he landed hard on the ground. He felt like his internal organs had ruptured and he kept coughing out blood. He immediately used up 100,000 points from the system to heal up his internal injuries, but it required time. Whoosh, Xiao Luo heard something moving rapidly through the air, and as soon as he lifted his head, he realized that Curisa had teleported right in front of him. Curisa glared down at him with those purple eyes. "You are a mere mortal, and you can be proud of how you fought. That you injured me today gives you bragging rights for the rest of your life. But try as you might, your powers are nowhere near mine, and compared to me, you're nothing but an ant. All I have to do is step on you, and you will be squashed to death." Curisa lifted his leg and placed his foot on Xiao Luo's chest lightly. "Let my woman go. If you're a man, then take me instead." Xiao Luo grunted with some effort and gritted his blood-stained teeth. "Your woman?" Curisa began laughing like he had heard a joke, and said, "She's the holy lady of our light clan. She has only been sent temporarily to live in this filthy world. Once this period is over, she will naturally return home to her clan, who awaits her. Do you think you deserve to be with our holy lady? Do not overestimate yourself." Curisa glanced at Suli, and her eyes were red with tears. He then turned back to Xiao Luo and said, "Once she has regained her memories, she'll be ruling over a secret realm in a higher dimension inaccessible to mere mortals like you. She will rule over thousands of souls." "Holy lady? What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Luo laughed mockingly, exposing 2 rows of bloodied teeth, and it filled his bitter voice with doom. By now, the system had already healed up all his internal injuries. A strange vibration ran through him before his body suddenly erupted in a ferocious surge of energy. Xiao Luo slapped Curisa's leg away and thrust his palms on the ground to power his body to an upright position. Xiao Luo stood to his full height, looking ferocious as he viciously flexed his stiff arms. Instantly, Xiao Luo roared and his nether claws flashed toward Curisa's stone-hard shoulders, using his momentum to embed all 10 of his fingers deep into the flesh. Seizing his adversary, Xiao Luo viciously slammed Curisa's body into a huge stone boulder in the park. Boom! Crash! Crash! Following the impact, both fighters continued to grapple and smashed through every tree they passed. They not only broke the trunks, but obliterated entire trees. The ground they stepped on collapsed under the assault, which threw turf and soil debris into the air like a cloud. Kaboom! A thunderous clap erupted when Xiao Luo once again slammed Curisa into the stone boulder, and this time, the rock exploded into 1,000 fragments like it had been blown up by a bomb, throwing a shower of shale over a dozen meters around them. Xiao Luo leaped into the air and delivered a blast of internal energy toward where the boulder had stood with his right palm. Whoosh! A dragon-like roar accompanied the thrust of energy that Xiao Luo unleashed. The immense power that surged from his palm churned up a fierce wind and reverberated across the sprawling park, sounding like a massive explosion. The ground shook and collapsed as dust swirled and covered the sky. The power Xiao Luo possessed astonished Suli. Was this man truly her husband? How was it possible that he had exceeded the limit of any human? Suli stared at Xiao Luo and couldn't help feeling he was like a stranger to her. She thought she knew everything about this man, but she was finally realizing that her understanding of him barely scratched the surface. Ming was standing right beside her, and his expression changed a little. He wasn't expecting Xiao Luo to be this strong. When the dust cloud cleared, they saw a huge palm print about a meter deep gouged into the ground. It was so shocking that it almost numbed their senses. It looked like a giant had slammed his palm into the turf. Xiao Luo landed lightly on the ground. His breathing was much more labored and his heart thumped rapidly. He had put all his strength into that palm and consumed an excessive amount of internal force. He searched in the pit for traces of Curisa, but could not see him. Was he smashed into smithereens? Impossible. His opponent's strength was greater than his, and despite using all his energy in that strike, he still wasn't confident that he had killed his opponent. He thought, at most, the blow only injured Curisa. Where did he go? Did he burrow underground? Xiao Luo looked in the pit once again, but still saw no sign of his opponent. You disgusting mortal! I have undoubtedly underestimated your skills, and you have changed my perspective of this filthy land. Curisa's voice boomed from above. Xiao Luo hurriedly lifted his head to look upward, and his pupils instantly shrank. Curisa was hovering in the air with his legs crossed in a lotus position, about a dozen meters away. He looked like a god in his white robe, and his body seemed shrouded in a glowing silver light. Su Li's eyes were wide open and she couldn't believe what she saw. How was it possible to float in the air? Just where did these two towering men with purple eyes come from? Get down! Xiao Luo shouted at Curisa, as he stood calmly and braced himself. Regardless of how strong his opponent was, Xiao Luo had no intentions of running away. Curisa descended and landed lightly on the ground. There was fresh blood on his shoulders, caused by Xiao Luo's nether claws, but it didn't seem to bother him. He stared at Xiao Luo with his cold purple eyes. It's about time, Ming said. Curisa nodded his head in acknowledgement. He glared at Xiao Luo and said, Mortal, I'll consider it my loss if you can touch me. Xiao Luo wanted to talk no more. He gritted his bloodied teeth and charged, like a ferocious beast, quickly closing the gap between him and Curisa. He clenched his clawed fist tightly, preparing to strike out in anger. Xiao Luo attacked with extreme speed and extraordinary power. Infuriated, Xiao Luo did not hold back. An incredible amount of force burst from within his body, and he emitted a murderous aura. Let me give you a taste of my strength so that you appreciate the difference in power between the both of us. Curisa sneered. Curisa swiveled his body slightly and easily dodged Xiao Luo's angry strike. In that split second, he had already taken 5 steps before he paused briefly. And the moment Curisa made his next move, he instantly appeared right behind Xiao Luo. Stunned, Xiao Luo quickly turned around, but as soon as he did, Curisa vanished again. Regardless of how fast Xiao Luo turned his body around, Curisa could move even faster than him. He was like a ghost and got behind Xiao Luo swiftly repeatedly. What kind of unnatural speed did this man have? Xiao Luo was startled and looked a little horrified. He possessed the wave-like subtle steps technique and could even dodge bullets, and yet, he was still significantly slower than his opponent. So Xiao Luo tried something different, and when Curisa vanished again, he didn't turn his body around, but he instead threw a powerful punch without looking back. As Xiao Luo could not see what was behind him, he threw his punch blindly, though he put a lot of force into that strike. But as he was halfway through his punch, he could feel a sharp pain emanating from his arm. He glanced to his side and saw a huge hand grabbing his arm. 5 fingers pierced into his flesh like knives, and blood spurted out profusely. Let me break one of your arms first. Curisa smiled wickedly, slamming his other forearm into Xiao Luo's right elbow joint. The elbow joint snapped with a crisp bone-cracking crack, and Xiao Luo's right arm broke, forming a gruesome V shape. Xiao Luo stared in shock at his broken arm and his mind went blank. The entire world felt dead in that instant, and he couldn't even feel any pain at all. Did he break it? Was that his arm? When he came out of his shock, he gasped as an excruciating pain shot through his entire body. Let me break one of your legs as well. Curisa hissed at Xiao Luo with a devilish grin. Xiao Luo could not defend himself, and he only felt the searing pain in his left leg. Curisa smashed Xiao Luo's left knee joint with the toe end of his foot. Crack! Thick blood spurted from the wound as the jagged edges of the cracked bone pierced into his flesh. And just like that, Curisa broke Xiao Luo's left leg. Arg! Xiao Luo let out a painful grunt as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The trauma twisted his face in pain. You deserve another kick. Get lost. Curisa did not show any mercy at all. He threw his leg at Xiao Luo's back and kicked him like a football. Xiao Luo didn't have any strength left to defend himself and was slammed away like a cannonball, landing about 20 to 30 meters back. It was sheer humiliation, and even with the pain, Xiao Luo was still unwilling to accept defeat. Xiao Luo was in excruciating pain, with a broken arm and broken leg. He gritted his teeth and stopped himself from letting out a loud, painful cry. How did this happen? How did this happen? Suli froze in shock and fear as she gazed at Xiao Luo. She grieved and could no longer hold back her tears. She felt like a knife had pierced her heart. Mortal, you now know the difference between us. I've already told you before, if I wanted you dead, I would have just stepped on you. It'd be as easy as killing a cockroach. Curisa slowly advanced toward Xiao Luo, who lay sprawled on the ground and stared at him with a condescending look. He then looked at his shoulders before he turned back to Xiao Luo and said, "But you really ought to feel proud that you injured me to this extent." Proud? After hearing that, Xiao Luo was extremely furious. He gritted his teeth and glared back. Using all the strength he had left, he shouted, "Scr*W that God *MN pride of yours." Curisa frowned and was not pleased with Xiao Luo's words. "I'll give you one chance to take those words back, otherwise, I'm going to kill you," he snarled. "I'll kill your grandma." A fierce roar issued from Xiao Luo's throat, and he was in a rage. He slammed his left hand on the ground and used the force to leap off the ground. Xiao Luo rushed at Curisa like angry waves crashing into the shore and snapped his right leg in a kick toward Curisa's temple. Xiao Luo's vicious kick flew at Curisa like the howling wind. This kick was a powerful one and could easily derail a train from its track. But Curisa raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Luo's ankle with hardly any effort. The latent power behind the kick instantly dissipated and seemed to channel away in circular ripples away from its point of impact. There was a thunderous clap, and the redirected energy blew leaves and stirred up a dust cloud all over the place. Curisa stared at Xiao Luo, and his purple eyes glowered. He wondered how a mere mortal could master such skills in this filthy world. It was unbelievable, for even in the Arcana land, few could reach this level of mastery. If he had grown up in the Arcana land since youth, then his skills now could probably be at a much higher level than his own. Gasp! Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Spiritual aura was abundant in Arcana land. If this mortal could achieve such a level even in this place, then probably he would have already reached the level of majesty in Arcana land. As doubts formed in his mind, Curisa felt a little terrified and couldn't help but glance at Ming, who was standing a short distance from him. But he regained his senses quickly. Xiao Luo had been disrespectful to him. Curisa had tried every way to dissuade Xiao Luo from continuing to fight back, but his efforts had fallen on deaf ears. And now Curisa had finally lost his patience. Glaring at Xiao Luo, he said, "If that's the case, then I'll break the other leg." "You can't blame me, you asked for it." As Curisa formed a knife-hand strike with his right hand to break Xiao Luo's right leg, a silver light glowed on the surface of his hand. In his mind, Xiao Luo deserved to get his right leg broken. "Stop!" A roar echoed across the park from afar, and then a beast-like figure charged toward Curisa like a gust of wind. Curisa was wary of his opponent's strength and immediately let go of Xiao Luo's right leg, leaping backward about 10 meters. When the stranger who came charging finally stopped, Xiao Luo got a better look at who it was. He had short hair, slightly yellowish unblemished skin, a pair of bright eyes, and an extremely fit body. King Kong? Xiao Luo looked stunned, and he didn't know what King Kong was doing here, but he felt relieved all the same. He suddenly recalled Ji Xing mentioning that the NSA warriors were having dinner together tonight. And as there was such a tremendous commotion here, it was no surprise that King Kong was aware of what was going on here. Then, Xiao Luo detected a waft of familiar fragrance, and he knew someone else was here as well. She was smartly decked in a black blouse, slender and well-limbed, charming, and had a pair of enchanting eyes. One look and she would leave a lasting impression on any guy. It was none other than Lady Poison, Fu Yiren. Fu Yiren knelt down and quickly raised Xiao Luo. Her angry eyes were filled with emotions and tears began rolling down her cheeks. Mia, I'll avenge you. Fu Yiren, wake up. Even Mia isn't powerful enough, there's no way you can beat this guy. I'll buy you some time, hurry and leave with Mia. King Kong turned around and shouted at Fu Yiren. This stranger was not a simple-minded brawler, and if he could injure Xiao Luo to this extent, that would mean he was exceedingly powerful. Avenge? It was just wishful thinking. Right now, staying alive was their top priority. After saying that, he quickly unleashed his Vajra body defending divine skill and his skin changed into a golden hue. Like the 18 disciples of Buddha, his golden skin had become was thick and indestructible. King Kong, at your service. King Kong glared at Kurisa with penetrating eyes and announced himself. Kurisa was a little stunned but then laughed raucously. What is with you fighters from this filthy world? When we were looking for you, no one appeared, but when one finally turns up, all of you suddenly appear out of nowhere. I'm pressed for time and I don't have the time to play with you lot, but, he said, then pointed at Xiao Luo, I still have to break that right leg of his, so get lost. He's my comrade, if you want to break his leg, then you'll have to get past me first. Grr. King Kong roared as he stomped his foot on the ground and dashed at Kurisa. A murderous aura emanated from King Kong as he sent a wave of internal energy bursting across the entire wetland park. He advanced steadily in small, quick steps at extreme speed. He launched himself at Kurisa and channeled a great deal of power to his fists. He roared fiercely like a charging beast and brandished his iron fist to strike his opponent. Why are you so defiant? Kurisa looked annoyed as he furrowed his eyebrows and casually raised his fist to counter the attack. Pow! Both fists clashed in a deafening explosion and the air between them shimmered, almost like some kind of distortion, before the force of impact blasted outward like a raging tsunami. Kurisa barely moved, but King Kong flew back and the audible sound of cracking bones revealed he had been badly injured in the encounter. Erg! After King Kong crashed in a heap, fresh blood began dripping down the side of his mouth. His right arm was numb, and it began shaking uncontrollably. King Kong lifted his head and looked at Kurisa in horror. This purple-eyed man was too powerful for him. He wanted to buy enough time for Fu Yiren to take Xiao Luo away, but he had been too optimistic. Just one punch and he had already lost. Kurisa ignored him and walked toward Xiao Luo with his arms behind his back. He intended to break Xiao Luo's right leg before he left. I'll remind you once more, I'm your opponent right now. King Kong roared and got up. Like a wild bull, he dashed toward Kurisa again and used his shoulder to slam into his opponent. The silver light around Kurisa's body brightened and Kurisa appeared like a god as a dazzling light emanated from his body. Before King Kong could even touch him, he flew back like a train had hit him, and spat out blood. The harder King Kong slammed into him, the greater the force that repelled him. It was like running head-on into divine judgment. After being thrown on the ground, King Kong spat out even more blood, and his golden skin reverted to its original form. His face quickly turned a sickly pale. Kurisa squinted his eyes and looked at him. You stinking mortals, can't you understand human language? Do you need me to break all your arms and legs before you give up? How dare you beat up the man I adore? I'm going to send you to hell. Fu Yiren turned into a black phantom and resembled a weightless vapor that swirled like a powerful storm as she rose upward. Her internal force had turned into a cloud of purplish poisonous gas that she discharged from her body. It appears we have another mortal who does not know her place. Kurisa did not evade the attack and instead calmly countered it with a thrust of his palm. Bam! Their two palms met and in a deafening explosion. Like Jing Gang, Fu Yiren was thrown back and landed near Xiao Luo. She convulsed from the pain and vomited blood. Shocked and traumatized, Suli felt disoriented, for everything she had seen tonight turned her world upside down. Who are these people, and where are they from? How is it that every one of them be skilled in kung fu? Is there was a hidden side of the world that remains unknown to the common people? Who is her husband, Xiao Luo? What's his actual identity? Why is he so powerful, and where did he find friends like these? Her mind was inundated with a host of questions, and she couldn't help feeling like she'd found herself in an alien world. Everything just seemed unfamiliar, and it was certainly not the world she knew. Curisa snapped. How could a mere firefly even dream of competing to outshine the magnificent moon? No matter how many of you mortals come, none of you can match me. In my eyes, all of you are. He stopped speaking abruptly when he realized that something was affecting the true inner force in his body. He flipped his palm over and realized that it had turned black. He had been poisoned. His eyes widened in horror as he realized deadly toxins from his palm were surging through his body. His right arm now felt numbed and painful. The poison body? The man in white mumbled and stared at Fu Yuren with a look of shock, and muttered, so, the poison body did not disappear after all, but it had escaped to this world. But, as quickly as it surprised him at first, his expression returned to normal, and he continued to watch impassively. He was momentarily caught off guard the moment he recognized the poison body, but it did not terrify him, nor did it require him to take any urgent action. Curisa felt that the true inner power in his body thrashing around from the poison, which both surprised and angered him. You poisoned me? He stared at Fu Yuren furiously, unable to contain his anger. Cut the crap. You have hurt the man that I care for, and I would even bite you to death if I had to, let alone poison you. Fu Yuren was also seething, for she saw Curisa had broken Xiao Luo's hand and leg, and she instantly lost her head. Perhaps her affectionate words for Xiao Luo had initially been jokes, but when Xiao Luo went all the way to the Ri Nation to save her from the genetic research base, she fell in love with him. And whoever hurt Xiao Luo was automatically her enemy. She had activated her poison body to its maximum capacity and was covered in a cloud of poisonous purple gas. Her eyes took on an eerie green, and the purple gas around her was extremely corrosive, killing living things on contact. The flowers and grasses close to her wilted and turned to dust. Gulp. Jean Gang swallowed his saliva with much difficulty, as this was the first time he had seen Lady Poison giving her everything she had in a fight. She was truly terrifying and indeed the most dangerous member of the NSA. Hiya! Fu Yuren yelled and thrust out her palm as she directed her internal energy toward Curisa. It surges toward him like a tsunami, sending a gigantic cloud of poisonous gas at him like a typhoon. Curisa took extreme caution against Fu Yuren, as she was completely covered in poison. The people of the Light Clan were born with perfect physical attributes for martial arts, but this did not mean that they were immune to the effects of poison. Fu Yuren rushed in to engage in close-quarter combat, and Curisa was forced to keep evading her attacks. Because of his speed, Curisa had absolute mastery over Fu Yuren and rendered her attacks useless. He dodged and swiveled around her playfully as if he was mocking her. Woman, you better stop now. I do not wish to kill you. Curisa coaxed Fu Yuren. Fu Yuren continued attacking defiantly, as all she wanted to do was to avenge Xiao Luo by taking Curisa's life. In her raging anger, her movements became more extravagant and swifter, and they were difficult to read. In that way, she posed a greater threat to Curisa. Her relentless attacks soon got through Curisa's defense, as he started getting a little careless. Fu Yuren's claw hand struck him on his chest, leaving 3 deep lacerations appeared on his chest, and immediately the poison turned his blood black. The strike provoked Curisa. You bitch. Die. He roared and released a powerful burst of internal energy. Before Fu Yuren could react, Curisa instantly grabbed her by the throat in a firm chokehold. Curisa clenched his teeth as he clasped Fu Yiren's neck and slammed her to the ground. Boom! The impact created an enormous hole as sand and debris were thrown up in the air. After the heavy blow, blood oozed out from Fu Yiren's mouth and nose. Curisa pulled her up and tossed her in the air. Then he thrust his palm into her chest as she landed. Arg! Fu Yiren grunted and flew back like a cannonball. Jin Gang wanted to catch her, but he could not move a muscle. He had lost control of his body after the last exchange with Curisa, and could only stare as Fu Yiren flew past him. Fu Yiren! Xiao Luo cried with a tremble in his voice. Using every last ounce of strength he had, Xiao Luo launched himself in Fu Yiren's direction using only his left hand and right leg. He managed to reach her and used his own body to cushion her fall. Crash! They both landed hard on the ground and continued tumbling for some distance. Fu Yiren was lying on top of Xiao Luo facing him. Her stunning face was pale from the loss of blood, and the blow from Curisa was lethal. He had struck her with his palm in anger. Fu Yiren, are you okay? Answer me. Xiao Luo looked at her anxiously as he was well aware of the power of Curisa's palm strike. Even he could not take it, so what more Fu Yiren? I'm fine. I'm Lady Poison of the NSA. How can I be hurt? Fu Yiren forced a smile. For that moment, she looked radiant and beautiful, yet forlorn. Mia, you've finally given in to me. I'm in your arms now, and you can't push me away anymore. As she was speaking, she vomited out more blood, and immediately, her face turned pale, her eyes lost their focus, and her eyelids grew heavier. Xiao Luo recalled everything that had happened between them in vivid detail, and a deep sadness overcame him. Xiao Luo, it's getting late, I'm so sleepy, I want to go to sleep now. Mia, let me rest my head on your chest. I'm going to sleep for a while, just for a while. Fu Yiren smiled and leaned on Xiao Luo's chest. She felt sleepy and began to shut her eyes. Don't sleep. Wake up, don't sleep. Xiao Luo cried hysterically. Fu Yiren did not react to him, for she had fallen asleep in his arms like a sleeping beauty. But the blood streaming from the corner of her mouth and her pale face told him she was not sleeping. Fu Yiren, Fu Yiren. Xiao Luo tried to wake her up, but his voice grew fainter. In his heart, he still hoped and remained calm as tears flowed from his eyes. He refused to accept that she was gone. You are going to sleep just like that? I have not permitted you to sleep. Why have you gone to sleep? He might not have loved this woman, but he had to admit that he once had feelings for her. When they were in that car in the Nation, she had said that she was willing to do it with him. Xiao Luo gazed at Fu Yiren lying on his chest with her eyes closed. He watched her curved and long eyelashes fluttering in the breeze, and could still clearly remember what she had said to him. We are the perfect match. Heaven has arranged it. Fu Yiren had been teasing him and expressing her love to him in her unique way. And here she was now seriously injured, and there was every likelihood that she might even die right before his eyes. For his sake, she bravely faced up to the strongest opponent she had ever faced without flinching. Was he touched? Did he feel bitter, or even forlorn? Perhaps it was a mix of these emotions, for Xiao Luo's mind was overwhelmed by a sense of loss that he had never felt before. Even King Kong was filled with grief and indignation at seeing his NSA colleague, Fu Yiren, so badly injured. He dug his fingers into the turf in frustration, unsure what else to do. Suli looked confused and wasn't sure how to react. They were both women, and Lady Poison's affection toward Xiao Luo did not go unnoticed. She had shown her love for him and recklessly defended Xiao Luo with no concern for her life. Compared with Lady Poison's love for Xiao Luo, Suli felt inferior. She overestimated her abilities and forced my hand. I have already been merciful by not smashing her to pieces when I retaliated. Curisa said disdainfully as he walked toward Xiao Luo. He had come to this world with the impression that he was above all the beings here, a god in the eyes of these mortals. Yet, they had the gall to challenge his status and dignity time and time again, and Curisa could take it no more. "Mortal, when I break your other leg, the matter will be over, and you and your people can." Curisa abruptly stopped speaking, and his expression changed. His eyes widened in shock, and blurted, "F*ck, what the hell?" King Kong and Suli were equally stunned and felt a chill run down their spines. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Luo rose silently. It was as if he had skipped the process of physically getting up, and just morphed into a standing figure. Adding to that, his appearance had undergone a tremendous change. His hair turned white, and his pupils were a blood-red hue, with the white of his eyes dark as black holes. His skin was paler than usual, a ghastly white that made him look like a corpse, and the nails of his 10 fingers had turned black. He emanated a sinister aura. The countenance of the white-robed man, Ming, changed instantly, and he muttered, "He has red-colored eyes. Is he from the Xiao clan?" His tone sounded calm, but clearly, Xiao Luo's transformation shocked him. The Xiao clan was a nightmare to the upper class of the Light clan, as far as he could recall. The Xiao clan appeared from nowhere 1,000 years ago. They were extremely aggressive invaders, and every member of their clan was exceedingly brave and proficient in battle. They could regenerate rapidly and were notably fanatical in battle. Their prowess was limitless, and when their eyes turned blood-red, they were at their strongest. "I have broken your arms and legs, so how the hell can you still stand up?" Curisa's expression changed drastically as he scowled at Xiao Luo. He was shocked to discover that Xiao Luo's arms and legs had healed completely. Incredibly, they were functioning normally. What was going on? How did he recover so quickly, and how did a mere mortal have such an ability? Even the members of the Light clan could not do it. SCR*WU. The only response Curisa got was a hoarse growl that seemed to have come from hell. Xiao Luo's body gave out a raging, murderous aura that signaled his intent. A strange blood-hued glow shrouded his body. With a thunderous roar, he took a step toward Curisa, then charged like a raging beast with lightning speed. Boom! 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 The ground cracked and collapsed under his stomping feet, and the park reverberated with the sound of thunderclaps and howling winds. Curisa froze in alarm as Xiao Luo's speed was phenomenal and seemed many times faster than before. Curisa sensed Xiao Luo's aura and knew he was in danger. The threat of his approaching adversary made his stand on ends. Before he could react, Xiao Luo had already appeared in front of him. And without warning, Xiao Luo's palms mercilessly smashed into the silvery energy field that surrounded Curisa and shattered it. Curisa flew back and blood gushed from where Xiao Luo had struck. D*****. Go to hell. A malevolent roar shook the entire wetland park. Xiao Luo had now transformed into a beast and was racing toward Curisa wildly. Even before Curisa landed on the ground, Xiao Luo wound himself up, and in the most barbaric and violent manner, sent Curisa flying again. Crash! Bang! Crash! Curisa smashed into the wetland park like a cannonball. Many trees in the forest toppled, and a cloud of dust filled the sky. Unbelievable, he did it. Mia has defeated him. That's incredible. King Kong widened his eyes in disbelief. He had confronted Curisa earlier and was well aware of Curisa's strength and prowess. It was an overwhelming power that was hard to resist. And for Xiao Luo to achieve such a feat was almost impossible to imagine. Woowoo. Wop, wop, woo. Suddenly, the familiar sound of police sirens screamed from the distance. The police, receiving a report from the gathering crowd informing them that there was a big commotion going on in the park, rushed to the scene. When the police officers got off the car to check, What they saw bewildered them, and instantly, the same thought occurred in their minds: is this still a wetland park? The park was like a war zone with enormous pits everywhere, and the nearby trees were destroyed. Needless to say, the immaculate lawn was now thoroughly damaged. What was going on? Who did it? They looked around for the culprit. When they saw Ming, Xiao Luo, and the others, they couldn't help but curse. Purple eyes? Red eyes? Just who the heck are these people? Are they playing cosplay at this ungodly hour? They're even wearing cosmetic contacts. Don't they have better things to do than keep after fashion trends? Hey, what are you guys doing here? The leader of the police officers walked over to question them, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a deafening roar. Suddenly, a white figure dashed out from the small forest in Wetland Park. It leaped tens of meters high but did not land on the ground. Instead, it hovered steadily in the air. What the? All the police officers immediately began trembling as if they had seen a ghost. Several of them could hardly keep their caps in place. They froze in shock. What they saw challenged their sense of logic. Kurisa floated some tens of meters high in the air. He lowered his head and panted as he looked at Xiao Luo. His dust-covered clothes were ripped to shreds and stained with his blood. He looked a pitiful and forlorn sight. "You'd *mn mortal, I will cut you into pieces." Kurisa snarled, for by now, he hated Xiao Luo exceedingly. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. He remained in the air, preparing to attack Xiao Luo again as he recovered from the last exchange. Swoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Luo's figure vanished in thin air. How was that possible? How was F*King that possible? Kurisa was flabbergasted and wondered how he could have lost sight of Xiao Luo. Where is that vile mortal? How the hell did he just vanish? Kurisa broke into a cold sweat as he hovered in the sky and scanned around for any signs of Xiao Luo, his body soaking in fear. He had launched himself in the air, ready to assault his opponent, but suddenly Xiao Luo was nowhere to be seen. Kurisa had now exposed himself in the light, while his adversary hid in the darkness, ready to deal him a fatal blow. "He's above you." Ming's piercing voice suddenly reached his ears. "Above me?" Kurisa shivered and glanced up into the sky. And when he tossed his head back, he immediately saw two devilish red eyes, and he knew they belonged to Xiao Luo. Two red beams shot from Xiao Luo's eyes right onto Kurisa, who didn't even have the chance to react when Xiao Luo stretched his pale arm, and with fingers spread out, choked his throat like a steel clamp. In the next second, a ferocious force surged through the hand, and Kurisa could not resist it. Losing all control, he plummeted to the ground at tremendous speed. Boom! Kurisa slammed into the ground like a falling meteor and exploded on impact. The earth shook as a gigantic crater formed in the wetland park. Soil and dust rose in a swirling cloud, obscuring the view, and the ground continued to rumble. Seeing the incredible scene unfold before their eyes, the police officers were all stunned. They felt a chill run from the top of his head to the bottom of their feet. Gripped in fear, they stood frozen in a stupor. Captain! Captain, have we been transported somehow to some strange fantasy world? Look at these guys, they are not ordinary people. Oh, God. I'm terrified. They were floating in the air and slammed into the ground from such a height. Look at what they did to the park, the ground collapsed like a piece of paper. How could such a thing happen in this world? Don't say any more, please, please. The more you say, the more frightened I am. I hope this is nothing more than a nightmare. The police officers were hiding in a corner and didn't dare to show themselves. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed, and their bodies were shaking in fear. Our report to HQ. Report to HQ, now. Hurry, the senior police officer stammered anxiously. Captain, what are we going to report? Are we going to tell them two aliens are fighting and tearing up the wetland park? Will the authorities believe us? A police officer said with a sheepish smile. So, what should we do? Just stand aside and watch. The senior police officer glared at him. Whether or not HQ believes it, we still have to carry out our duty. Just report the situation to them now. It's up to HQ if they want the military or the other national departments to handle it. It's not our call. Roger that. The police officer nodded stiffly and did as he was told. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the sandstorm toward the saber he dropped, now sticking in the ground. It was Kurisa. His entire body was soaked in blood and covered in a thick layer of dust. He was breathing with some difficulty, and his purple eyes stared cautiously at the rolling sand forming in front of him. Kurisa was still in shock, for he never expected that Xiao Luo could beat him down from the sky and send him hurtling to the ground. It had taken every ounce of energy just for him to escape from the pit. How did this happen? What exactly happened with that mortal? How did his strength suddenly increase by so much? Kurisa's eyes were filled with trepidation. He had never experienced such an embarrassing situation before, even in the Arcana land. Imagine his surprise when he found himself thrashed badly by a mortal who grew up in this filthy world. To add to his confusion, this mortal was someone he had effortlessly dealt with before. The sudden transformation was unbelievable, and he could not accept it for a moment. Vajra's face was filled with shock. He was deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Xiao Luo. He was simply as strong as a demon god. Suli gawked with her mouth open, and she struggled to believe what she saw. Was this her husband? Xiao Luo's pupils had turned a blood-red hue, and his movements were terrifying and exceeded the ability of ordinary humans. This battle had changed her perception of the world around her. Kurisa, take your blade. Ming said with no expression on his face. Take my blade? Did he need to use his blade to deal with a mortal? Kurisa smiled bitterly. It was a huge blow to his ego. When he initially came to this world, he was supremely confident of his abilities, yet the first opponent he faced had now made a mockery of his reputation. Kurisa felt deeply troubled and found it difficult to accept. When the dust settled, Xiao Luo emerged from the pit, at least 2 meters deep, and advanced in ominous steps. His blood-red eyes were like the eyes of a demon, and he emanated a bloodthirsty aura. Seeing Xiao Luo striding toward him, Kurisa shivered and abject fear replaced his earlier arrogance. Die. You. Xiao Luo was in an altered state, he appeared semi-consciousness, and his malevolent smile was chilling. Kurisa sensed Xiao Luo's desire to kill him, and it felt like a sharp sword unsheathed, piercing into his soul. You freak of nature. Kurisa gathered his courage and paused to calm himself down. I'll split you in half. Harg. With a mad scowl on his face and roaring thunderously, he drew his blade from its sheath. After 10 quick steps, he stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the sky. Kurisa streaked skyward like a stream of light in a split second, and it shocked everyone. I'll send you to hell. Bellowing with rage, Kurisa gripped the handle of the sword tightly with both hands and swung down at Xiao Luo. Swoosh! In a thundering blast, an invisible blade of energy cut through the void, sending winds gusting and kicking up a cloud of sand to cover the sky. The terrifying energy waves surged outward like a raging storm. King Kong was lying on the ground and found himself blown away by the shock wave. The police officers, taking cover a distance away, felt as if they were in the gale. They found it difficult to hold their position and stumbled backward. Only the white-robed man, Ming, and Su Li were unaffected. The layer of silver light glowing around them blocked the energy storm, keeping them safe in their protective bubble. Sand and dust swirled violently over a dark crack about 2 feet wide, gouged into the ground by Kurisa's sword. King Kong, Su Li, and the police officers were in shock. They couldn't imagine how a single slash could cause a deep gash to appear on the ground. Kurisa fell back to the ground, panting. He did not know if he had killed Xiao Luo with his slash, though he was optimistic. When he slashed down, he was certain that Xiao Luo could not dodge his blow. Yes, he must have killed him. After all, he had used all his strength. But against such an opponent, hope was not enough, and reality dealt him a cruel blow. Just when Kurisa thought he had killed Xiao Luo, his adversary emerged from the sandstorm and pounced on him in an instant. Erg! The claw pierced into Kurisa's chest and through his back like a sharp blade. Kurisa's eyes moved down toward his chest. To his horror, Kurisa saw that Xiao Luo's hand had pierced right through the right side of his chest. He could not believe it. His eyes were wide open and the look of surprise on his face said it all. How could a mere mortal have impaled him with his bare hand? What the hell was going on? He lifted his head and stared at Xiao Luo in confusion. You, what kind of monster are you? All Kurisa heard was a heartless grunt as Xiao Luo lifted him with his right hand. Xiao Luo was preparing to give Kurisa the final blow, like a lethal viper striking at its prey. He was going to yank Kurisa's heart out. Immediately, Ming, the man in white, moved in. Swoosh! He unsheathed his long sword and slashed mercilessly at Xiao Luo. Clang! The invisible spiritual blade flashed at Xiao Luo like an icy wind, appearing to slice through the air in a vicious arc. A silent and undetectable stroke that was forceful and unstoppable. Although Xiao Luo was in a semi-conscious state, he was still alert to the danger. He instantly dropped Kurisa and evaded the attack by leaping a dozen meters away. Swoosh! The invisible spiritual blade cut through everything in its path and reached a tall building a few hundred meters away. When it came in contact with the 50-story building, it clove the structure cleanly in half. The top part of the building toppled and crashed to the ground, creating a gigantic dust cloud. Immediately, they could hear people screaming and alarms triggered and sounded incessantly. Huh? The police officers who were observing from afar gasped in awe as they stared in horror. Oh, my gosh, that man just slashed a building in half with just one stroke. What did I just see? Are they humans or some divine beings? Terrifying, this is truly terrifying. We shouldn't stay here anymore. It's too dangerous. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as their eyes widened in fear. They stood frozen in complete silence, overwhelmed by the horrifying experience. The scene before them was surreal, and it felt like they were in a horrible nightmare. What they saw could not possibly be happening. Sulu was also stunned and had a look of shock on her face. What the? All it took was a gentle swipe, and he could cut the building in half. How King strong can he be? King Kong could not help himself and blurted out expletive-laden words. He was getting goosebumps just from seeing the scene unfold. He felt a chill run through his body and shook uncontrollably. All he could do was stare at that building helplessly. Ming had cut through the building diagonally, and the edges were perfectly smooth, like the surface of a mirror. He made it look as easy as cutting a slab of bean curd. Xiao Luo's blood-red eyes turned to look directly at Ming. Facing such a formidable opponent, Xiao Luo did not make his move immediately and erred toward caution. Swoosh! Ming took a step forward and teleported to where Kurisa lay. His demeanor remained cold and indifferent as he looked down at Kurisa. King, Kurisa tried to speak. Blood was flowing out from his mouth and nose, and the wound on his chest was life-threatening. It is not surprising that you could not beat him. He's from the Xiao clan. Ming stretched his hand and directed a luminous silver beam at Kurisa, covering him entirely in a shroud of light. That was a healing power, and Kurisa's bleeding wounds gradually stopped. The look of agony on his face faded. The Xiao clan? He's from the Xiao clan? It caught Kurisa off guard when he heard Ming's words, for he was well aware of the Xiao clan. That clan had arrived at the Arcana land 1,000 years ago in an invasion, and it expanded its territories aggressively. The Light clan had sacrificed almost half of their entire clan to resist the Xiao clan. Every member of the Xiao clan was born with the ability to fight. He had thought that the Xiao clan had long gone extinct. But he did not expect that some of them had escaped into this world and continued to thrive. Ming stared at Xiao Luo. Then he said, blood-red eyes, incredibly explosive power, and his surname is Xiao. It can't be wrong. He's definitely from the Xiao clan. Gulp. Kurisa swallowed his saliva with much difficulty. They're still alive. King, the Xiao clan is our clan's nemesis, he said as he turned to look at Xiao Luo, and continued, it looks like he has just begun exploiting the power of Xiao clan's blood. There's still a lot of room for his ability to grow. We cannot let him leave here alive. Otherwise, he will be a serious threat to us in the future. Ming did not respond. He was deep in thought about something. Kurisa suddenly remembered something terrible, and his body trembled. He said, could it be that he is the demon lord who would destroy the world eventually, as foreseen by Granny Witch? When Ming heard that, his expression changed too. He was thinking about that possibility as well. Granny Witch was the Light clan's prophet. She knew everything about the world, be it 500 years ago or in the future. One day, she foresaw the destruction of Arcana land, and millions of lives would perish. In her prophecy, she saw it would be a man enshrouded by a black mist who will be the one to cause the destruction. It was then that she requested them to locate and bring home the Holy Highness to deal with the impending disaster. If the demon lord whom Granny Witch had seen in her prophecy and this man from the Xiao clan were the same, then the wisest choice was to kill him. However, he wondered if Xiao Luo was the man in question. If it turned out that Xiao Luo was not the demon lord, then it would mean he was murdering an innocent man. Ming was dumbfounded, but he finally made his decision. He was going to kill this man from the Xiao clan. He would rather wrong an innocent man than allow the demon lord to go to Arcana land. People of the Light clan, don't think that you can leave this place alive. None of you will. Xiao Luo roared fiercely as he stomped his right foot on the ground. A large 2-ton rock rose from the ground, then Xiao Luo swiveled his body and kicked the rock. Boom! Bang! With an enormously forceful kick, Xiao Luo sent rock soaring directly toward Ming. It made a loud screeching sound as if a meteorite had zoomed past Earth. Ming simply pointed at the rock with his index finger, and the flying rock suddenly stopped in midair. In the next second, the entire rock exploded and disintegrated into countless pieces of pebbles. The police officers observing from afar dropped their jaws, for the sight was too terrifying to behold, simply too shocking. Ha ha, ha ha. A loud peal of laughter echoed through the park, and Xiao Luo emerged from the dust cloud. His nether claw flashed through the air and was headed directly for Ming's neck. Ming remained calm and indifferent. He stabbed Xiao Luo's palm directly with the sword in his hand like a sharp needle. Swish! The saber pierced deep into Xiao Luo's right arm, even cutting through the bones, and blood spurted profusely. Arg! Xiao Luo groaned in agony as he instantly transformed his right hand into an eagle's claws, and its dagger-like fingers tore into Ming's right shoulder with a tremendous force. Xiao Luo had ignored the pain from his right arm and struck Ming even at the risk of hurting himself further. Ming frowned a little and raised his saber. He pulled the blade from Xiao Luo's right arm, slicing through bone and flesh. Splatter! More blood spurted out as Xiao Luo felt an excruciating pain shoot through his body. His attack had failed. He backed off with his damaged right arm. It was soaked in blood with pieces of flesh hanging loosely around the exposed bone. The excruciating pain from Xiao Luo's right arm was unbearable. It made him let out painful groans uncontrollably. However, his rapid rejuvenation ability soon kicked in and his entire right arm had quickly recovered. The bones and the flesh completely regenerated to their original state within those few moments. Die. The lot of you. All of you, die. Xiao Luo laughed grimly like a demon. He stretched out his hand toward Curisa's sword. And like a magnet, he pulled the sword toward him. That sword twirled around before it flew all the way into Xiao Luo's hand from afar. Xiao Luo wielded the sword and channeled his inner force through it, creating a dark aura blade extending from the tip of the sword. He slashed the aura blade, and a great fissure appeared in the ground. He just produced an aura blade with just a simple swipe. This man is a... Curisa could not help but gasp in awe at Xiao Luo's superior power. To his horror, Xiao Luo's fighting abilities had exceeded his expectation and had improved astonishingly within that fight. He had even reached the level where he could produce an aura blade easily. It had also shocked King Kong, for Xiao Luo now resembled a demon released from the depths of hell. He was unbelievably strong and intimidating. Kill! Xiao Luo roared as he charged and started twirling the aura sword in his hand. His body spun like a top, and suddenly he had transformed into a whirlwind of blades. He yelled hysterically as he surged toward Ming resolutely, forcing him back. Although Ming retreated, he did not show any sign of defeat. He had blocked every single slash from Xiao Luo and faced him head-on. Clang! Clang! They crossed swords several dozen times within a few breaths. Sparks from the swords flew all over as both men moved with blinding speed. In this ferocious battle, it was almost impossible to see what was going on between them. The clashes of swords produced an unstoppable burst of energy that coursed through the entire wetland park. It was like a hurricane had befallen upon them, and the intense battle disintegrated the ground entirely. Curisa had taken Ming's place and was guarding Suli. He could see that Xiao Luo was almost Ming's equal in the fight, and he could not describe the shock and fear in his heart in words. Ming was the king of the Light Clan, the strongest clan member, and second only to the Holy Highness who was about to return home. Yet, someone as powerful as Ming could still not defeat Xiao Luo. It was unimaginable. The police officers who were observing from afar all turned pale, and they trembled with fear. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have thought that such a horrifying being existed in their world. The ferocious battle between Ming and Xiao Luo had reached its peak. Ming seemed unnerved, but it looked like he still had the advantage. Bang! 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 He sent Xiao Luo flying back, skidding along the ground like a car out of control, and causing a mini sandstorm along the way. After Xiao Luo regained his balance, he immediately roared angrily and started charging at Ming again. His killing intent influenced the long aura sword in his hand, and it resonated with a bloodthirsty ring. Clang! After crossing swords a few more times, Ming sent Xiao Luo flying back again. Xiao Luo steadied himself and continued to charge tenaciously at Ming once more. Xiao Luo was in a frenzy. Ming had already knocked Xiao Luo back countless times. But each time he would get back up again and relentlessly attack Ming. He continued to attack regardless of the number of times Ming had defeated him. Each time Xiao Luo fought, he would sustain additional wounds on his body. After many more bouts, there were multiple wounds on his blood-drenched body. Despite looking like he was at his wit's end, the bloodthirsty aura running through his veins only became more intense. Are fighters from the Xiao clan this tenacious? Curisa felt a chill run right through his spine. Any other person who had sustained those injuries would have collapsed a long time ago. No one could have continued with such a punishing battle. The people of the Xiao clan seemed inhuman. Their tenacity and endurance defied all logic and common sense. Xiao Luo, you've done enough, stop fighting. The ferocity of the fight and the punishment Xiao Luo had endured devastated Su Li. Every time Xiao Luo took a slash, it was like a slash to her heart. She burst out in tears as that man soaked in blood was her husband. He was her beloved man. She had never experienced the sorrow of a broken heart before. She finally felt it now. Kill! Xiao Luo, blood-drenched, bellowed and charged at Ming again. Ming stared at him mockingly and said, "It's time to end this abomination." When he finished speaking, he replicated into 10 figures and surrounded Xiao Luo as he was charging in. All 10 figures were identical, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real Ming. Xiao Luo paused for a moment. All the 10 forms of Ming struck simultaneously. Slash! 10 swords pierced Xiao Luo's body, 2 swords pinning his feet, 2 impaling his palms, 2 cutting through his arms, 2 piercing his thighs, 1 on his back, and 1 more right on the chest. Xiao Luo looked like a bloody hedgehog. No! Su Li lost it and screamed out in despair. King Kong widened his eyes and stared at Xiao Luo in horror. The police officers observing from afar continued to shake in fear. Some of them wet their pants and others collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, the 10 forms of Ming disappeared. The only one left was the one who stabbed Xiao Luo in the chest. Rumble. There was a clap of thunder as dark clouds formed in the skies of Shanghai. It then poured as peals of thunder rumbled on. It was not a drizzle or a downpour, but persistent rain that drenched the entire city. Clang! The sword dropped from Xiao Luo's hand as the blood red in his eyes faded, returning to its normal black and white color. But his hair remained white. Arg! Ming withdrew his sword from Xiao Luo's chest, and he collapsed immediately. The blood spurting out of his body soon mixed with the rain and dyed the area around him red. Ming glanced down at him as he sheathed his sword. He turned around and walked away, leaving Xiao Luo lying there. Rain could not even touch him, let alone wet him. After taking a few steps, Ming stopped as he sensed that Xiao Luo was not dead. He heard a noise behind him, and when he turned around, what he saw shocked him. His stony face finally wore an expression of surprise as he watched Xiao Luo struggle to get up. Although he was blood-drenched and severely wounded, Xiao Luo was still trying to get up and fight. Is he still a human? He won't even die after that assault? Kurisa was both surprised and fearful as he had seen that Ming's sword had mortally impaled Xiao Luo's heart. Any member of the Xiao clan should die from that. How could he possibly be alive? Monster. That man is a monster. It's terrifying, too terrifying. Who said that there's no god or demon in the world? These people are the gods and the demons. The scene stunned the police officers who were watching from afar. They were so frightened that they found it impossible to move even an inch. Crack! Lightning struck from the sky, and the silver streak of blinding light lit up the entire wetland park. Under its illumination, Xiao Luo got up with much difficulty. His limbs were trembling and blood was flowing out profusely, his face was pale and he could not stand straight, yet, he still stood defiantly. He lifted his head proudly and looked at Ming like a soldier unafraid of death. Like a warrior whose comrades around him had fallen in battle, bravely facing his enemies alone, sounding the battle horn, drawing his revolver, and shouting as he charged into them, "Kill!" It continued to pour, and the falling rain washed the leaves of the trees before dripping to nourish the ground below. Nature was drinking to its heart's content. Su Li stood staring blankly into the rain. Her wet clothes were sticking to her body, and her hair was in a mess with a few strands of wet hair clinging to her cheeks. Tears flowed down her cheeks, mixing with the rain. Her heart ached as she looked helplessly at Xiao Luo, who could barely stand. There was nothing she could do but silently sob. King Kong's eyes had turned red as well. Xiao Luo had been severely slashed all over his body and he was soaked in blood. Like a hero who had reached the end of the road, a sense of desolation overwhelmed him. Your Majesty, kill him. Kill him now. Xianxia urged Ming apprehensively. Xiao Luo terrified him and had become his worst nightmare. Xianxia wanted Xiao Luo destroyed, for he did not wish to have anything to fear. Ming looked at Xiao Luo with no emotion. Then he took a step forward and instantly teleported to where Xiao Luo stood. Why did you stand up? Can't you just lie down? His voice was icy. Ming intended to walk away if Xiao Luo did not stand up. Even if Xiao Luo had been the feared archenemy that Granny Witch had predicted, he would still let him go. But Xiao Luo stubbornly stood up and challenged his kingly authority. Even if he had wanted to go easy on Xiao Luo, he could not do so now. Xiao Luo's consciousness completely recovered by now. He stared fearlessly at the white-robed man in front of him. After coughing a few mouthfuls of blood, he said, Why, can't you be the one lying down? Are you saying that I should lie down? Ming frowned slightly and asked, Are you still able to fight? I think I can. Xiao Luo roared the last words in a thundering voice. He could no longer move his arms and legs, so he used his head to smash ruthlessly into Ming. However, Ming's body was completely bathed in silver light, and he was unharmed by Xiao Luo's attack. On the other hand, Xiao Luo suffered from that collision, and blood gushed out from the injury on his forehead. He staggered back shakily before he lost his balance and fell onto the rain-soaked ground. Fatigue and pain seriously weakened Xiao Luo. He laid motionless on the ground, unable to struggle or move for a while. You are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, the enemy you face is me. Ming walked across and stood over Xiao Luo. He stared down at him indifferently and said, I'm stronger than you, yet you do not know how to retreat, so you will die today. Our Light clan and your Xiao clan have been enemies for 1,000 years. I should have forced you to reveal the whereabouts of the other people from Xiao clan, but I do not intend to do that. The person I intend to kill today is only you. Xiao Luo laughed coldly and said, Then, should I still thank you? Ming did not respond to that remark. Instead, he slowly drew his sword out of its sheath once again and directed his power to the tip of the sword. He intended to pierce that sword through Xiao Luo's head, right through that space between his eyebrows. Stop! Suli screamed mournfully, and suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. Divine-like energy emitted from her body and spread around her. Xianxia and King Kong stared in disbelief. Even the police officers who were watching from afar were astonished. A silvery glow enveloped her entire body, and her eyes turned purple. They were enchanting and beautiful, making her look like a goddess to be worshipped in the heavens. Your Holy Highness. Xianxia stuttered in shock, for he was puzzled. To his knowledge, his revered Holy Highness had not recovered her memory, and therefore, could not have invoked her saint energy. So, what was that aura that made him involuntarily bow to her in worship? Could it be possible to awaken the saint energy without regaining her memory? Ming stopped and turned around to look at Suli. But the purple pupils and silvery light came fleetingly, and Suli returned to her normal state once again. But now, the restraint on her body was broken, and she was free to move. She anxiously rushed toward Xiao Luo, but in her haste, she tripped and fell on the rain-soaked ground with a big splash. She ignored the pain and got up, then continued running toward Xiao Luo. She knelt next to him, bent over, and raised Xiao Luo into her arms. The usual aloof demeanor of Suli was conspicuously absent, and in its place was a warm and loving woman, hugging the man she adored, distraught and crying her heart out. Even the heavens would have taken pity on her. Xiao Luo's heart ached when he saw her cry. He raised his trembling hand with difficulty to wipe her tears away. But he realized that his hand was full of blood. Even the rain could not wash away the blood completely. He was afraid of dirtying her face, and he held his hand back hesitantly before he finally lowered it. He smiled and tried to comfort her. "Honey, don't cry. You won't look good if you cry." I'm fine," he moaned. "It's none of your business how I look." Sob. Suli chided him, then cried even louder. She was initially sobbing softly, but now, she was bawling. Xiao Luo was taken aback, then he smiled and gazed at her lovingly. King Kong wiped his tears. Even he, an uncouth and insensitive fellow, could not stand watching such a touching scene. "Your Holy Highness, please move aside." Ming's icy voice cut through the air. However, it was not an order, but a request. Gently putting Xiao Luo down, Suli stood up and glared at Ming with hatred. She said, "You keep saying that I'm your Holy Highness. Fine, then I order you to let him go." Ming stared steadily at her for a while, then with a tone of indifference, he said, "I regret we cannot comply with your wish." "You would disobey my orders?" Suli hissed. "Then you will only bring my corpse back. If he dies, I will die by my own hands. You can't watch over me 24 hours a day, and I can kill myself whenever I wish. I suggest you consider this matter carefully." Hearing that, Ming went into deep thought. "Your Majesty, we can't let that brat off. He's the great demon king that Granny Witch foretold, and this is our best chance to get rid of him," Curisa quickly said. He was afraid that Ming would let Xiao Luo go. With Xiao Luo alive, his nightmare would not end. "Shut up!" Suli shouted at him sternly. "After I restore the name of Holy Highness, you will be the first person I kill. I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and burn you alive with fire." Gulp. Curisa shivered, and he felt a cold sweat breaking out. Although it was unlikely that Suli would do that after she regained her memory, she would still punish him. It was evident Her Holy Highness cared a lot about the Xiao family. After Suli reprimanded Curisa, she turned back and glared at Ming coldly. "Have you considered it?" Ming said nothing. He bowed slightly to her and nodded in greeting before he turned around to leave. He sheathed his long sword and let Xiao Luo go. Suli felt all her strength leave her body. She had bravely negotiated with the two men from the Light Clan. It relieved her that they had finally agreed. She felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She was exhausted, but the outcome was worth the effort. She bent down and kissed Xiao Luo lightly on his lips. Then, she whispered in his ear, "Live your life well and take good care of Su Xiaobei. Unless you have enough strength, don't look for me. Promise me, okay?" Xiao Luo shook his head as tears welled up in his eyes. "Honey, have you forgotten? You promised me you would go on a honeymoon with me," he said. A honeymoon trip? That was precisely what they planned. If not for what happened tonight, they would be on their way to the Maldives for their honeymoon after they visiting Xiao Luo's parents in his hometown. However, all their wonderful plans were now down the drain. To make matters worse, she did not even know if they would ever see each other again. When she thought of that, Suli could not help crying sadly. "It is time to go." Suli heard Ming's icy voice came through the heavy rain. Suli's body trembled as she heard Ming's words. She held him and said, "Listen, Xiao Luo, don't you dare die, you must recover." When she finished speaking, she wiped the tears off her face and returned to her usual demeanor. Ming unsheathed his sword again and slashed at the sky vertically, creating a pitch-black crack that opened a passage into the void. He then reached out to pry open the crack further. It looked as if he was drawing curtains apart. It shocked King Kong and the police officers who were watching from afar. How could he tear a passage into the void? What kind of magic was he using? It seemed like they were going to pass through that crack. Could it be that there was a dimension that could sustain human life on the other side of the crack? Holy Highness, please follow me. Kurisa had sheathed his sword and led the way. He was very respectful as he wanted to lessen her hostility toward him and project a better impression of himself. He stepped into the pitch-black crack. Suli turned to take one last look at Xiao Luo and gazed at him affectionately. She closed her eyes as she could not bear to see him in the state that he was in. Then she turned to step into the other side of that crack. No. Xiao Luo broke down when he realized how deeply in love with Suli he was. Taking her away would mean taking the world away from him. He stared at Ming with his bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and uttered, "One day, I will come to the land of the Light Clan and take every single life of the Light Clan, all of you." He roared like a beast, and his killing intent heightened, raging like a tornado. Ming looked at him calmly and replied, "I will be waiting." When he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the void crack. Erg. Knowing he had lost Suli, Xiao Luo vomited more blood and finally fainted. Oh, no. We are late. Suddenly, an elderly voice spoke out and sighed. Nobody could locate where that voice had come from. It seemed like it was coming from all corners of the park. In the next second, a sprightly old man flew in from some dozen meters away. He clasped both his hands behind his back and the rain did not seem to touch him. There was an invisible force field that had shielded him from the rain as he moved gracefully toward Xiao Luo. If Xiao Luo had been conscious, he would have recognized that that elderly man was the temple caretaker, Xuanhuan. He was the one who prepared the holy water at the Sikong altar. Xuanhuan glanced at the severe wounds on Xiao Luo and frowned deeply. "My poor Xiao Luo," he said. Then he stared at Ming intensely and growled, "King of Swords, you are also someone who has lived a few centuries. Why are you bullying a mere child? If you are so capable, come at me." Lived for a few centuries? That man in the white robes had lived for a few centuries? King Kong widened his eyes as he could not believe what he had just heard. "Do you know me?" Ming asked with surprise as he looked at Xuanhuan. "Of course I do. When I was still a child 100 years ago, I had seen you once in the Arcana land," Xuanhuan answered. Ming replied calmly, "Oh? Is that so? You do not age well then. It has only been 100 years and your body has decayed to such a sorry state." Making that statement, Ming felt superior as he had kept his youthful looks, unlike Xuanhuan who appeared old and wrinkled. It was the unique feature of the Light Clan, which made him extremely proud. How could folk like us compare to the people of the Light Clan? We would not have left the Arcana land in the first place if we were like you, Xuanhuan said. Ming did not answer him. He merely stared at Xuanhuan quietly. "It is surely an eventful night. May I join the fun?" "Ha ha. Another elderly voice came out from nowhere. It was a heavenly sound coming from above that filled the sky and the earth. It was a commanding voice that exuded supreme authority. A thin, old man with a hunch descended from the night sky. "The guardian of this world. You are finally here," Ming said, feeling slightly concerned. But he promptly regained his calm. This old man surprised King Kong, for he was none other than the elderly man who sometimes cleaned the canteen at the NSA headquarters. He was a man that even the two chiefs did not dare to mess with. Xuanhuan saw the old man and respectfully bowed to him. He greeted, "Master Long." He did not know the old man's name, but only knew that his surname was Long. He was not sure how old Master Long was. All he knew was that when the leader of the Xiao clan brought the clansmen to this world from the Arcana land, he was already there. "You don't have to be so courteous." The old man raised his hand, then stared at Ming with his murky eyes. "If I am not wrong, you're one of the 4 kings of the Light Clan, the King of Swords. Are you going to turn back on our agreement?" How dare you come to stir up such trouble during my watch? I simply came to fetch the Holy Highness of the Light Clan, Ming replied calmly. I don't care about your excuses. That you have stepped into this world has already betrayed the agreement we have with the Light Clan. That's it. You can leave only after defeating me. If not, stay here forever with her. The old man changed his reserved nature to a more forceful personality. He was ready to fight. Ming stared at him calmly and said, as you wish. Fine, come. The old man looked very stern and serious. Before he finished speaking, the duel between the two was underway. The old man emanated a powerful aura, and his tremendous power was sending rippling waves of energy across the wetland park. At that moment, his body looked like an imposing giant who reached the skies. He had an awe-inspiring presence. Facing him, Ming appeared ethereal as the space between the two opponents turned into a storm of raging energy, causing thunder to rumble in the sky. Suddenly, they both levitated and soared through the pitch-black sky. The two men had ascended thousands of meters up into the sky. Nobody could see them anymore. Flashes of lightning and relentless thunderclaps filled the night sky. Then the rain abated briefly, before pouring again intermittently. There would be a momentary heavy downpour, then it would stop briefly, before pouring heavily again. Every time the rain stopped, there would be thunderous sounds of explosions in the sky above. The police officers were dumbfounded and could only watch in a stupor. King Kong was astounded, and his understanding of the world completely changed as he witnessed the battle. That night, the people in Shanghai City sensed a difference in the thunderstorm. The peals of thunder were strangely unusual, and though it rumbled like thunder, it somehow sounded strange. Even the flashes of lightning looked rather peculiar. The skies shook noticeably from some unknown activity high above them, but no one could put a finger on what it was. Xiao Luo had sustained grievous, and despite having the system's healing ability and the aid of advanced medical equipment, he still needed more time to recover. 3 days passed before he finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in a giant bed that was exceedingly comfortable. The interior decoration of the room was luxurious and elegant. From that moment he regained his consciousness, the memory of Suli being abducted flashed in his mind, and it tore at his soul. He jumped up as if he had just awakened from a nightmare, panting heavily as he broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Xiao Luo, a gentle voice, called out from beside him. Xiao Luo turned and realized that it was Ji Xiying. She was resting by the edge of the bed and looked rather tired and haggard. She had been taking care of him throughout the time he was unconscious. She had likely been by his side ever since they had rescued him. He tried to gather himself as he muttered, "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days, Ji Xiying replied softly. Xiao Luo smiled ruefully and said, "It's been 3 days." He wanted to head to the Arcana land to rescue Suli immediately. As he harbored these thoughts, he clenched his fists tightly. But other than Suli, he was also thinking of someone else, and he asked, "Fuiren, is she dead?" Ji Xiying did not answer him immediately but lowered her head sadly and replied in a soft voice, "She's not dead, but her condition isn't good." Xiao Luo closed his eyes with a heavy heart. He felt extremely tired. If Ji Xiying had said that Fuiren's condition was not very good, it probably meant that her condition was serious. That had further intensified his hatred towards the Light Clan. "Seeing, I need to be alone for a while," Xiao Luo said. Okay." Ji Xiying looked a little concerned as she wanted to take care of Xiao Luo. But she realized she did not know how to do that. Seeing, Xiao Luo called out as she walked toward the door. Ji Xiying stopped and turned around. "Thank you for taking care of me," Xiao Luo said as he flashed her a smile. The dejected look on Ji Xiying's face vanished instantly, and she responded with a sweet smile. "Do not mention it. I willingly wanted to take care of you." Xiao Luo nodded to acknowledge her good intentions. After Ji Xing left, Xiao Luo removed his patient gown and walked into the bathroom for a shower. His wounds had now properly healed and there was not a single scar on his body. It had been 3 days since he last shaved. He looked into the mirror and his face was covered in stubbles. He looked dispirited and tired, and certainly needed a good shave. There was a shaver on the washroom sink. He duly took it and gave himself a clean shave with some water. Later, both Gu Zhanghua and Dongfang Shuayu entered the room to check on him. King Kong accompanied them in. They inquired about how Xiao Luo was doing and asked many questions, but Xiao Luo was not in the mood to answer them at all. When they left, both Xuanhuan and the old man with the surname Long came into the room. Their sudden appearance surprised Xiao Luo as he had not expected to see Xuanhuan, the elder of Luo's village. Xiao Luo least expected that he would meet him there. Xuanhuan seemed to be quite acquainted with the mysterious old man from the NSA. They seemed to be quite close. "Old grandpa, it seems like you have learned about everything. Please tell me about the Xiao clan," Xiao Luo requested. He was very curious about the roots of his family. Xuanhuan nodded with a grunt and told Xiao Luo everything he knew about the Xiao clan. "Xiao Luo, the Xiao clan came from the outer world. We set foot on this world 1,000 years ago. We had once tried to invade the Arcana land for its conducive living environment, but the Light clan defeated us. So we retreated from the Arcana land and stayed at Luo's village. Our Kong was one of the earliest members of the Xiao clan. And he lived in Luo's village ever since our clan arrived. After generations of reproduction, our Xiao family was the outcome, for our forebears finally sealed the power in our bloodline. Only 3 persons have awakened that hereditary power over 1,000 years of our history. One of them was my father, the other person is me. Finally, the 3rd person is you. From the outer world? Invaded? Kong? Awakened bloodline power?" All those words bewildered Xiao Luo. Did he mean that the Xiao clan was not native to Earth? They had come from the outer world? Xiao Luo raised the question that puzzled him the most. "What do you mean by the outer world?" "Well, it means we're from beyond this planet." Xuanhuan sighed softly and continued, "I was only told about this by the ancestors. So, I do not know how true this claim is." "Of course, it is true." The old man with the surname Long responded, "I dealt with the first generation of the Xiao clan. I was the one who told them about the existence of a secret land that had a much better environment for living. It was what prompted them to invade Arcana land." Xiao Luo was speechless. Xuanhuan was equally at a loss for words too. "Don't look at me like that. It was because of your Xiao clan's innate ability to fight. You became more powerful many times over, especially when our eyes turned blood red in anger. While we had to cultivate and train ourselves with great diligence to reach that state, while you were born with this ability. So, I had to think of a scheme to protect this world. Otherwise, your clan would have taken over our world a long time ago," the old man continued. He did not feel embarrassed but admitted it openly. "Sir, you do not have to feel sorry about it. The Xiao clan should thank you for your protection. We could not have stayed here without your help." "We are very grateful for that," Xuanhuan said. "Feel sorry?" The old man smiled and said, "I have never felt that. To protect this world, I had to do that. Even though I lied to the Xiao clan to get them to the Arcana land, I don't feel that I have done anything wrong." Xiao Luo was speechless. Xuanhuan was at a loss for words too. "All right, young man. Actually, after seeing you for the first time, I visited Luo's village and confirmed that you belong to the Xiao clan. I did not expect that you could awaken the power within your bloodline. You were slowly growing to be as powerful as the first generation of the Xiao clan 1,000 years ago. I am sorry about what happened 3 nights ago. I was equal to the King of Swords from the Light clan, but could not rescue your wife for you. It seems like I really should retire and find a successor. I have waited for 1,000 years, and you finally show up, the old man said as he looked at Xiao Luo. He was smiling and his eyes filled with passion. What do you mean by that, sir? Xiao Luo did not feel comfortable about this. I am talking about you. The first generation of the Xiao clan was indeed aggressive and warlike by nature. But after 1,000 years of assimilating with the environment here, you have adapted to the conditions of this world. I feel very assured to leave the important task of protecting our world in your hands, the old man answered. Sir, I am sorry. I don't want to become the guardian of the world. I just want my wife back, Xiao Luo said. Immediately, Xuanhuan stared at him and said, Xiao Luo, Elder Long had assigned you this important task because he trusts you. Just accept the job and stop talking nonsense. He wanted to knock on Xiao Luo's head for not realizing that the strongest person in the world had acknowledged and favored him. That honor would glorify their family name and appease their ancestors. It would mean that the Xiao family would ascend to the top of the hierarchy. Young man, taking on the role of a guardian doesn't prevent you from rescuing your wife. Elder Long smiled and said, on the contrary, if you promise to take over my position, I will help you improve your powers. Only with the powerful strength can you go to the Arcana land and have the ability to rescue your woman. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up slightly. Increasing his strength was enough to arouse his interest. What he presently possessed was the strongest technique that he could redeem from the genius system, and he could not defeat the King of Swords from Light Clan. Therefore, he had to think of other ways to improve his strength, and he was being given this opportunity by the old man in front of him. He was the guardian of this world, and if he could help, Xiao Luo could naturally become strong enough to compete with the Light Clan more quickly. Say yes to him now, Xiao Luo. Xiao Xuanhuan's eyes burned with delight. He wished he could agree on Xiao Luo's behalf. Xiao Luo gave a nod and bowed slightly to Elder Long, Senior, please help me increase my strength. Ha ha. Elder Long smiled shrewdly and said, good. I have finally found a qualified successor. Even if I die soon, I will not renege on my master's dying wish. Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan had never seen or heard of his master, but they could guess what his master wanted him to do, to guard this world. Senior, what kind of place is the Arcana land like? Xiao Luo asked anxiously. Let me explain it to you this way. Elder Long casually grabbed a piece of tissue paper from the table. The original appearance of this world is just like this piece of white paper. As he spoke, he used his withered hand to knead the white paper into the shape of a ball. This ball is now like the world that we are familiar with and which is visible to our eyes. But actually, it was not like this in its original form. The space inside is still vast. We can divide this piece of white paper into two sides, and we can understand space in this way. The Arcana land is on one side, while we are on the other side. These two parts of space complement each other, and neither can exist alone. Only when the two parts combine, can it be a true and complete world. Xiao Luo found the explanation confounding. He had never thought that the world would be like this. Then what kind of race is the Light Clan? They are the rulers of the Arcana land, similar to our country's government, and the only difference is that the entire Arcana land is under the rule of the Light Clan. Xiao Clan is a race born to fight, while the Light Clan is born with an extremely strong inclination toward cultivation. What is true inner force? To be honest, the so-called true inner force is just the same as the inner power, but the members of the Light Clan call it the true inner force. The two are the same thing. Elder Long patiently explained to Xiao Luo one point at a time. Xiao Luo asked again, then how should I go to the Arcana land? It's very simple. When you are powerful enough, you will be able to tear and open the void. As long as you pass through the chaotic void, which is what scientists call the fourth dimension, you will reach the Arcana land, said Elder Long. The Master God of Chaos lives in the fourth dimension. It's best not to alarm him, Xuanhuan said solemnly. He was very fearful of the Master God of Chaos. Elder Long nodded. Yes, the Master God of Chaos is the ruler of the fourth dimension. I've never met him before, but I've heard his majestic voice. I can assume that he's not weaker than me. The Master God of Chaos? Xiao Luo felt that there were too many unknowns in this world. If he had not reached this level of strength, he probably would not have known the true origins of this world in his lifetime. As the great French philosopher, Descartes once said, the more he learned, the more he realized he was ignorant. The higher one's vision was, the more one would realize that there were things in this world not understood through common sense. I want to increase my strength immediately. Xiao Luo now had a great desire for strength. Sure. I admire young people like you the most. Elder Long stroked his non-existent beard and said with a smile, however, I have not the ability to raise your strength in a short period, so the only choice for you is to go to Mount Tianshan. Mount Tianshan? To find Gu Qianshua's master? Xiao Luo frowned unconsciously and asked, do you mean Tianshan Elder? Yes, she is my junior sister and is good at cultivating potential greatness in a person's body. Since you have awakened the Xiao clan bloodline's power, as long as you cultivate and improve the bloodline power of yours, your strength will be comparable to the 4 major kings of the Light Clan, Elder Long said and nodded stiffly. Gu Qianshua's master was the Guardian's junior sister? The revelation stunned Xiao Luo for quite a while before he came back to his senses. He had already expected the Tianshan elder was someone who had a powerful background, but he never expected her to be the junior sister of the Guardian. Just like the Guardian, she was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Before going to Tianshan, Xiao Luo called Zhang Dashan and his younger sister, Xiao Rui, and instructed them to manage Luo's workshop and Genie Tongwell. As for Su Xiaobei, she hid Su Caney and Mother Su, who had already changed drastically, so there was no need to worry about her. And Lady Poison, Fu Yiren, was lying in a crystal coffin in NSA's technology building, soaked in a fragrant poison. Her eyes were closed, just like Sleeping Beauty, and her breathing was shallow. Elder Long told him that Fu Yiren had a unique physical constitution due to the toxins in her body. She did not die after receiving that palm strike. Instead, she fell into a kind of unconscious state, which was a self-preservation mechanism of her physical constitution and needed to be nourished with poison. It was only a matter of time before she awoke. This made Xiao Luo feel more assured and less guilty. Walking with Ji seeing down the main road of the NSA headquarters, Xiao Luo kept his head down, frowning as he thought about something. He had his reservations about the system that had fused within him. The so-called berserk state of the system was the awakening state of his bloodline power. And if the system kept repeating that this was a gift, but not the power of the Xiao clan bloodline, then who was the liar? Was it Xuanhuan from Luo village, or was it the system? The answer was obvious, the system was lying. In the beginning, the system claimed that it came from a parallel universe where the technology there was 100,000 years ahead of his time. However, if it was 100,000 years ahead, why couldn't it give him the ability to defeat the King of Swords from Light Clan? After all, it was enough to destroy this world easily. Could there be a mastermind behind all of this? What was the truth? Xiao Luo frowned. When he recounted the abilities exchanged in the system, he realized that most of them were directly or indirectly related to strength. Although there were thousands of abilities in the system, the abilities he redeemed seemed to have a specific trend of evolution, and it was to increase his strength. In the end, he even got the strongest power the system could give him. Suppose there was a mastermind behind this who constantly pushed him to become stronger. Then, what was the goal of this mastermind? If there was one creed that Xiao Luo had always believed in, it was this: you reap what you sow. Of late, He had been somewhat troubled about how he and the system had merged as a single entity. And on several occasions, it even controlled his actions. Now that he thought about it, his misgivings were justified, and he avoided using it if he could. "Mia, I want to fight you." Just as he pondered the matter, a challenge reached his ear. Xiao Luo raised his head and saw a man with a buzz cut glaring at him with tiger-like eyes. His sturdy body was muscular, and his mannerism displayed overt aggression. But his face was deathly pale, he had deep sunken eyes, and looked like he was hyperventilating. If one were to only look at his head, this person would easily be mistaken for a seriously ill man. "Ren manhua, what the hell you want to do now?" Ji Xiying hissed. They filled her eyes with disgust. "Xiying, I love you more than anything in this world. Even if the world comes to an end, it cannot stop me from loving you. For your sake, I will never retreat, no matter how strong my opponent is." Ren manhua expressed his admiration for Ji Xiying, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Luo. "Mia, come and have a duel with me. Only the strong deserve Xiying. F***ck off." Xiao Luo responded, giving little respect to his challenger. Ren manhua's tone came across as calm, though inwardly, he was so intimidated that he broke out in a cold sweat as he recalled the time when Xiao Luo had beaten up. However, knowing that Xiao Luo was still injured and had just awakened, he believed that Xiao Luo had not recovered to his peak condition. It was why he dared to shout at Xiao Luo and challenge him to a duel. It was all to win Ji Xiying's favor. He gathered his courage and smiled slyly. "Stop shouting in my face. In your present condition and strength level, any B-rank warrior can easily crush you. Let me warn you, if you don't have the guts to fight me, then stop trying to seduce Xiying. She is the woman whom I have set my eyes on as my future wife." Hearing those words, Ji Xiying was both embarrassed and annoyed. She had rejected this fool on countless occasions, and each time, she made her intentions very clear. She did not want to give him any chance to fantasize. However, he refused to give up and continued to chase after her relentlessly. Sometimes, she even felt like resigning from her position as a liaison officer, just to avoid such a creepy character once and for all. "Ren manhua, don't talk nonsense. There's no possibility of a relationship between us. Just give up. Xiying, you've stolen my heart and soul. If you make me give up, you're asking me to die," Ren manhua said with a frown. Xiao Luo quipped, "Then, go ahead and just die." Ren manhua glared at him and scowled, "Shut up if you don't dare to fight with me. Watch yourself, you loser." "Ren manhua, I feel a rising rage within me, so let me give you a piece of advice, don't provoke me, otherwise." "Otherwise, what?" Ren manhua had a smug smile on his face. He was sure that Xiao Luo was now still weak and would not be able to defend himself. It was for this reason that he dared provoke Xiao Luo, and regain some face from the thrashing he received previously. And of course, this was a chance for him to win back the favor of the beauty, Xiying. "Mia, you don't have the right to say such things. Let me give you a piece of advice. Quickly leave Xiying's side. She's as good as my wife. Don't even think about touching her." Ren manhua. "You." Ji Xiying gritted her teeth in fury. What he had said made her feel disgusted. "My future wife, Xiying, do you not know how I feel? I can't sleep at night, I always miss you and think of you day and night. I've hung photos of you all over my room wall. I love you. I really love you. I can't live without you in my life." Ren manhua expressed his deep love for Ji Xiying again. "You ***RD. How many times do I have to reject you before you give up?" Ji Xiying's face was red with anger. "Give up? I can't give up. I would never give up in my life. I am resolved to make you my own. This is my lifelong ambition." Ren Manhua said and shook his head resolutely. Swoosh! In a flash, Xiao Luo suddenly appeared in front of Ren Manhua. His right hand stretched out like a striking viper and clasped Ren Manhua's throat like a steel clamp. Xiao Luo raised his arm and lifted him off the ground. A sense of panic numbed Ren Manhua's brain. Ren Manhua, is your brain filled with water? Xiao Luo glared at him like a rabid wolf. Or do you feel the punishment you received before was not severe enough? Do you need me to teach you a lesson again? Xiao Luo's tone was vicious and chilling. It stunned Ren Manhua. He thought to himself, d***it, didn't this guy just wake up from a coma after being beaten half to death? He's even more powerful than before. What's going on? He eked out a smile and tried to explain, it is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiao Luo sneered, I don't think this is a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Luo tossed Ren Manhua some 4 meters in the air, and just before he hit the ground, Xiao Luo kicked his chest with his right foot. Bam! It sounded like a dull explosion, and Ren Manhua felt his internal organs churning. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood as he doubled over. The kick sent him flying back like a cannonball and he crashed over 10 meters away. Hiss! The members of the NSA headquarters watching from afar gasped. At first, they thought that Xiao Luo was still weakened from his injuries, and his strength was compromised as well. But from what they had just seen, it was not the case at all. Ren Manhua was done for. Swoosh! 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 Xiao Luo moved like a shadow and appeared in front of Ren Manhua. He stepped on Ren Manhua's chest and stared down at him. Are you awake now? Mia. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Ren Manhua was crying, and he finally understood what courting death meant. It was said that a tiger's rear end should never be touched. In Ren Manhua's case, he was using his leg to kick a tiger's b***tt, and it was 10 times more dangerous than touching it. Looks like I did not myself clear enough. Xiao Luo said mockingly before he kicked Ren Manhua again like a rubber ball. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was audible, and Ren Manhua held an excruciating pain. After he landed in a heap, his nose and mouth were bleeding profusely. But before he could catch his breath, Xiao Luo suddenly appeared in front of him again. Let me ask you one more time. Are you awake now? I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know, I was wrong. Ren Manhua held on to Xiao Luo's leg and pleaded for mercy. Xiao Luo shook his head and scowled, you have still not woken up. He slammed his foot into Ren Manhua again. Being kicked repeatedly, Ren Manhua was traumatized and thought he would die. He had lost count of the broken bones in his body, and the unbearable pain made him cry like a child. I know that I'm in the wrong. I shouldn't have any sexual desire toward seeing. I shouldn't have jumped in front of you. I beg you, please stop kicking me. You're going to rupture my lungs. Ren Manhua, barely able to lift his head, begged Xiao Luo for forgiveness. Blood was dripping from his nose and mouth, and his face twisted in agony. He was so horrified that his intestines were turning green. He was wondering if he had offended some evil spirits. How did he end up provoking a demon such as Xiao Luo? All the NSA members witnessing the incident from afar remained quiet. They were all so shocked by what Xiao Luo had done that the hair stood on ends. It was not only cruel, but extremely vicious, and they sincerely prayed for Ren Manhua. Mia, enough. That's enough. A strong-looking man appeared. It was King Kong. He knew he had to stop Xiao Luo, and said, he's going to die if you continue kicking him. Relax, I'm here. If he dares to hit on Nightbird again, I'll be the first one to cripple him. Alright, I'll give you some face. Xiao Luo replied and backed away. He owed King Kong one for sticking his neck out to help him at the park, and he gave way. Besides, Ren Maohua's injuries looked extremely severe and it would most likely take him at least 2 months to recover. Xiao Luo expected that he'd be able to return from Arcana Land in 2 months. He turned around and walked toward Ji Xiying. Wait for my return. He only muttered those 4 words. Ji Xiying nodded in response. She was more than willing to be Xiao Luo's mistress. It would not bother her if she did not have any status, and as she nodded, she unconsciously touched the jade bracelet on her wrist. Xiao Luo raised his hand and touched her cheeks. Ji Xiying's face turned red from embarrassment as Ren Maohua watched with envy. Xiao Luo then slowly rose into the air and hovered like a god. For those who witnessed it, they felt a strange compulsion to bow and worship him. Oh, my God, what am I looking at? Can a man float in thin air like this, without relying on any flying device? Has Mia turned into some kind of god? All the NSA members turned pale when they saw Xiao Luo floating in the air, and they couldn't describe the shock that they were experiencing. King Kong and Ji Xiying were equally shocked as well. The former had seen the people from the Light Clan floating in the air, and it was only a couple of days, but Xiao Luo had already mastered that technique. Ren Maohua could barely feel the pain in his body anymore. He couldn't help but gasp. His ancestors must have been putting in overtime to keep him alive, or how could he have survived a fight with such a terrifying being? Lad, you've learned how to fly in such a short time. Good, good. I believe the Light Clan will regret their actions, and very soon their intestines will turn green. With loud admiration, Elder Long launched himself in the air from the NSA headquarters and hovered in the air alongside Xiao Luo. In the next moment, Xuanhuan joined them as well, and slowly floated up in the air with a cheerful look on his face. Luo, your ability to learn something quickly is simply remarkable, he said. Xiao Luo could only laugh at hearing that. He turned to Elder Long and said, Senior, let's go now. All right, let's go. Elder Long stroked his non-existent beard and was the first to transform into a stream of light, before he beamed toward Tianshan, a mountain somewhere in Ili, Xinjiang. Xiao Luo followed behind him, and subsequently, Xuanhuan tailed after them. The 3 of them flew quickly. Any bystanders on the ground who did not look up and observe, would not have been able to tell that 3 persons were flying across the sky. Oh, my God, now that everyone can fly, there's no need for airplanes anymore. King Kong quipped, wiping off the cold sweat from his forehead as he gazed at the trio. Ji Xiying looked into the sky as Xiao Luo flew away. She prayed silently for Xiao Luo to return safely. As he passed quickly over mountains and rivers and soared through white clouds, Xiao Luo was getting a panoramic view of the vast mountains and rivers in Hua Nation. This was normally a very pleasant experience, but Xiao Luo didn't have the time to enjoy this. Su Li's abduction was weighing down on his heart. He had only one goal now, and that was to become stronger. Tianshan was one of the 7 greatest mountains in this world. Running from east to west, it stretched 1,700 kilometers and covered an area of about 570,000 square kilometers. There were grasslands, cliffs, high mountains, the Tianqi Lake, and a huge snowy mountain in the area. Xiao Luo and his 2 seniors arrived at the vicinity of the mountain about 4 hours later. Other than the distant peak that was covered by snow all year round, the surrounding areas had been converted to a tourist spot. Looking at the cows and sheep grazing in the grassland, Xiao Luo recalled Gu Qianxua mentioning that she used to catch goats and roast them. They landed at the top of a snowy mountain. An icy wind was blowing, and the weather was below 0 degrees Celsius. The 3 men were wearing rather thin clothing and were not wearing any down jackets or thick coats to keep themselves warm. But since they had already achieved a high level of cultivation, they were no longer affected by the cold and could simply use internal force to form a layer of energy to keep the cold out. Senior, where do we find the Tianshan elder? Xiao Luo asked Elder Long as soon as he landed. In front of them was a view of snowy mountains, and there didn't seem to be any traces of human beings around. This old man here doesn't know either, so let this old man shout and try calling for her. Elder Long cleared his throat and then channeled his internal force to shout toward the direction of the snowy mountains in front of him. Junior sister, sister, sister. It's me, senior brother, brother, brother. Please show yourself, I need to see you, you. His voice reverberated across every single peak, nook, and cranny of the sprawling mountain range. A piercing voice that was loud and forceful. Xuanhuan was a little confused and asked, Elder Long, why do you have to repeat the last word of every sentence thrice? Ah, it's called an echo. It distinguishes my masterly status from the common man. If I don't repeat it thrice, then there's no difference between me and an ordinary human being, Elder Long explained. Xiao Luo said. Xuanhuan said. His far-fetched explanation left them speechless. Xiao Luo had initially thought that this was a coded form of communication he had with the Tianshan elder, but it turned out he was creating the echo to give himself a master's persona. Why is he not showing himself? Don't tell me he didn't hear me shouting for him? Elder Long furrowed his eyebrows and cleared his throat once again. Then he shouted at the snowy mountain once more, Junior sister, sister, sister. It's me, senior brother, brother, bro. Pow. A figure appeared right behind him like a flash of lightning, kicking him in his rear end. Elder Long's voice stopped abruptly, and he fell flat on the snow-covered ground. Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan glanced at the figure in surprise. It was a woman in a red tunic under a black robe. She looked like a 17-year-old girl. Her skin was very fair, her cheeks rosy, and her hair coiffed in 3 upturned pigtails tied up with red ribbons. And though she looked like a beautiful 17-year-old girl, her body exuded an ancient aura. You stinky old man who refuses to die. Why are you shouting like a crazy fool? Are you trying to create an avalanche? The girl pointed at Elder Long and chided him roundly. Elder Long quickly got up and stroked his non-existent beard, maintaining his masterly bearing in front of Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan. He smiled at the girl and said, Junior sister, I have absolute control over my powers, and I dare say that I will never cause an avalanche. But as soon as he finished speaking, they heard a loud rumbling sound, and the ground shook. An avalanche had occurred. Looking into the distance, tons of snow was rolling down like a roaring beast, resembling a tsunami in a raging storm. It was fierce and mighty. You're an old fool. It was rather awkward for Elder Long to have received such a reprimand, and his face turned red. But there was something else that bothered Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan more than the old man being reprimanded. It wasn't even the heavy avalanche. They stared with disbelief at that girl in front of them. She looked only 17 or 18 years old. They were extremely shocked. Was that person Elder Long's junior sister, the Tianshan elder? How could she be a mere girl who was no older than 17 or 18? But who could blame them? The title Tianshan elder gave them the impression that the person would be an old and mighty warrior. If Gu Qianxue had not mentioned it before, Xiao Luo would have assumed that the Tianshan elder was a man. But even knowing the elder was a woman, it still shocked him, for he would never have imagined the Tianshan elder to be so young and attractive. She was the junior sister of the guardians of the world, and that meant she was from the same generation as them. She should be more than 1,000 years old, yet she looked like a young teenage girl. Did the Tianshan elder have some technique to attain eternal youth? You old fool going by the surname Long, what business do you have here disturbing my cultivation practice? Shouted the Tianshan elder angrily with her hands on her hips. Unruffled, and with a look of nonchalance on his face, Elder Long said, Look at you. Junior sister. Being fellow disciples, don't you agree we should cultivate our bodies by not staying idle? What is wrong with me being here? Pa. Who are you calling junior sister? Stop pretending to be close to me. If it was not for you, our master would not have passed away so soon. Since master's passing, we are no longer fellow disciples. You're my sworn enemy, said the Tianshan elder fiercely. Junior sister, master had imparted to me all the techniques that he had perfected solely for protecting this world. He was well aware he had little time left, therefore, he had no other alternative, Elder Long explained with a sigh. Stop spewing all this nonsense. Master died because of you, but you just cannot seem to admit it. Keeping her hands behind her back, the Tianshan elder turned around and said, since I am in a good mood, you better hurry and get far away. I do not want to see you for even a single moment longer. Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan turned to look at each other and both shared the same thought. The relationship between those two disciples was not all that good. Embarrassed, Elder Long's face turned red again from the rejection. On their way to the Tianshan mountain, he had mentioned to Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan that his relationship with his fellow disciple was extremely good and that a day apart felt like 3 years to him. But when he arrived, the Tianshan elder had nothing but harsh words for him, and he was feeling terrible at that moment. Elder Long forced himself to stay calm. He coughed a little to cover his embarrassment, and said, Junior sister, your senior brother is here to discuss something important. What could be so important? Tianshan elder responded in a rather icy tone as she swung around to glare at him. Elder Long hurriedly forced a smile. He gave Xiao Luo a signal and said, I'm asking for junior sister's help. I need you to use your technique to develop this young man's hidden potential. Senior, I respectfully seek your guidance. Xiao Luo took a step forward and spoke graciously, as he bowed respectfully to the Tianshan elder. Tianshan elder looked at Xiao Luo impassively. Then, she turned to Elder Long and mocked, I thought you said it was something important. So, you're trying to get me to raise your junior strength. That's right, that's right. Junior sister, please help me. I intend to pass on the responsibility of protecting this world to him. It was also Master's last words before he departed to the other world. As his favorite apprentice, it was my duty to. That's enough. Tianshan elder waved her hand and cut him off. Elder Long chuckled in response. Junior sister was visibly annoyed and said, Stop using Master's name to explain everything. He died because of you, therefore you may not mention his name ever again. Junior sister, the Master died because of us all, Elder Long said with a slightly saddened look on his face. I do not want to listen to all your excuses. Do you expect me to help your junior? Then, you can carry on dreaming. Suddenly, Tianshan elder levitated in the air, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the vast snowy mountains. Junior sister, you don't have to be this heartless. We can always talk things out, Elder Long shouted after her. He gave Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan a passing glance before he went after Tianshan elder. Xiao Luo and Xuanhuan understood his cue and immediately followed him. With the towering snowy peaks as a backdrop, the sight of the 4 of them flying across the sky was even more breathtaking. It made them look like actual gods. They eventually ended up at a cliff. There was a cave not too far away from that cliff. It was almost similar to the monster's cave den in the classic novel, Journey to the West. There was a massive double-doored gate securing the cave entrance. When the Tianshan elder landed, she waved her hand slightly, and the 2 enormous doors swung open. The doors immediately closed after she entered the cave. Leave now. If my mood gets worse, I shall snap your heads off and throw them down the cliff to feed the eagles. They could hear the Tianshan elder's voice booming from within the cave, and she sounded vicious. Elder Long. Xuanhuan was a little nervous. The Tianshan elder's ability to keep her youthful appearance was more than enough to show how powerful she was. If she decided to make good on her threat and take their lives, Elder Long might have the skill to protect himself. However, both he and Xiao Luo would undoubtedly meet their maker. Stay calm. Elder Long raised his hand and said, "My junior sister is a typical example of someone who has a razor-sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She has indeed killed many people, but all the people she killed were nasty villains. The both of you are not nasty villains. So, there is no way she is going to kill either of you. The most she might do is probably break your arms and legs. That is all." Break arms and legs? Would that mean crippling both of them? Stay calm? How could they possibly stay calm? Upon hearing that, Xuanhuan felt exasperated. Did Elder Long just say, that was all? It would seem broken arms and legs were insignificant injuries, and he wondered how badly crippled they would have to be before he considered it severe. Old man with the surname Long, you better not assume you know me that well. If it wasn't because of your power and abilities, I would have already turned you into minced meat and fed you to the dogs. Tianshan Elder's voice came from within the cave once again. She could even hear that? A surprised Elder Long said, "Junior sister, you still care about your senior brother. You have closed the gates, yet you are still paying attention to what is happening out here. Don't think too highly of yourself. I am merely monitoring your actions. If you dare mess up the area outside my cave, I will make sure I end that worthless life of yours." She shut him up with that one statement. Xuanhuan thought that Elder Long was not as reliable as he expected. They had come all the way here, but it now seemed like a wasted trip. At that moment, Xiao Luo walked toward the cave entrance and stopped about 10 meters away. He went on his knees and pleaded to Tianshan Elder, "Senior, I beg you. Please, you must help me. If not, I'll remain here kneeling in this position until you do. Junior, you must have watched too many dramas. Is life so simply that expect gold every time you go on your knees? I despise people like you the most. Do not think that I will be touched by what you are doing. Let me tell you now, it will not work on me." Tianshan Elder's sarcastic ridicule could be heard from outside the cave. Xiao Luo laughed inwardly and his eyes showed determination, for what the Tianshan Elder said did not bother him. He touched his head on the ground and continued pleading, "Senior, please help me." Throughout his life, other than his parents and grandparents, Xiao Luo had never kowtowed to anyone else before. And here he was kowtowing to the Tianshan Elder. At this moment, kneeling and kowtowing meant little to Xiao Luo. He was resolved to get the Tianshan Elder to help him attain the ability to rescue his woman, and he would not hesitate to give his life for Suli. Xiao Luo's sincerity and determination were clear to those who were there. The Tianshan Elder refrained from making another sarcastic remark. Other than the sound of the howling wind, there was complete silence. I must become stronger, I must. That was Xiao Luo's only goal. He had been kneeling outside the Tianshan Elder's cave for 7 days with no food or drink. He had not even moved, and the look in his eyes remained resolute. Xuanhuan worried about him and wanted to give him some water or food. But Elder Long stopped him. I will be very disappointed in him if he wants to become stronger, but is unable to withstand something like this. Elder Long reached out and grabbed a slice of roasted mutton, clearly enjoying his food. He had a way with words and had even talked Xuanhuan into building a pergola for him. It was not to block out the wind, but to protect him from the falling snow. Luo. Xuanhuan looked worriedly at Xiao Luo as he whispered to himself. Elder Long, will Tianshan Elder agree to help Luo? He asked. It will be tough. Elder Long shook his head and did not hide the truth from Xuanhuan. My junior sister might have a razor-sharp tongue and a soft heart. But when she is in a ruthless mood, even if Xiao Luo continued to kneel until he's at death's door, it might still be not enough to move her, he said. Then what is he supposed to do? Xuanhuan asked and looked immediately troubled after hearing that. If Xiao Luo kneeled to his death, how was he to face the couple, Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Hang, when he returned? The Xiao clan finally found a descendant who could fully awaken the powers of their bloodline. It would be an enormous loss to the Xiao clan if Xiao Luo died here. Calm yourself. You have lived for more than 100 years. Why are you behaving like a worrywart every time you face a problem? Have you never heard of the phrase, one can achieve anything with effort? Elder Long stroked his non-existent beard and said, everyone has a destiny. Whether my junior sister will help him or not, would depend on Xiao Luo's luck and fortune. Xuanhuan nodded his head. He and Xiao Luo were both members of the Xiao clan and had the Xiao clan blood flowing through them, therefore, it was difficult for Xuanhuan to remain as calm as Elder Long. Xuanhuan was deeply concerned as he watched Xiao Luo kneeling for 7 days and nights without drinking or eating. On the afternoon of the 8th day, snow began falling once again. With ice and snow swirling around, the frigid wind cut through the air mercilessly, and the entire place was white and freezing. Here and there, rocks could be seen jutting out through the snow. Xiao Luo continued to kneel on the ground. A thick layer of snow covered his body, and tiny ice crystals had formed on the tips of his hair. If one looked at him at a distance, one would think he was a human-shaped snowdrift. Wait, someone is here. Elder Long could acutely sense another aura on the snow-filled mountain. Seems like there are 2 of them. They are walking toward us, Xuanhuan pitched in. Boom. The cave doors crashed open, and Xianxia Elder bounded out from within. She soared gracefully into the sky and looked into the distance. Suddenly, her girlish, youthful-looking face looked elated. She exclaimed, "It is my disciple. She's back." 10 days ago, she had received news that her disciple was returning to the cave. Since then, she had been in a cheerful mood. After the 10-day wait, her disciple finally made it back. She was feeling extremely delighted and thrilled. Disciple? Was it Gu Qianxue? Xiao Luo's body was in a weak condition. In the past 8 days, he had been using a lot of internal energy to insulate himself from the cold. He had consumed no food to replenish all that energy that he had used up. He was feeling drained and could barely feel his arms and legs. When he heard the Xianxia Elder mention her disciple, he could not help but think of Gu Qianxue. Xianxia Elder landed on the ground in front of him. She looked at him and was rather perplexed. She had wanted to say something sarcastic but decided against it. In a ruthless old-fashioned manner, she said in her youthful voice, "You little brat, give up. Even if you kneel till you die, I will not be moved. Senior, please help me." Xiao Luo pleaded in a sincere tone without responding to what she had said to him. "Tsk, how stubborn. I cannot be bothered to entertain a stinky little brat like you," sneered Xianxia Elder. At that moment, 2 girls appeared in front of them, both in thick, furry down jackets. The girl on the left looked aloof. She had a pretty-looking face that looked rather cold. It was a look that made it challenging for one to approach her. Her skin was rosy, and it complemented the white jacket she had on. She was tall and slim and had a pair of deep and beautiful eyes on her delicate face. She exuded a rather extraordinary personality. One good look at her and the words, "first love," would probably appear in every man's mind. It was indeed Gu Qianxue. On the right was her sister, Gu Qianlin. She was wearing an orange furry down jacket. Gu Qianlin did not look aggressive as she was not wearing her police uniform. In plain clothes, she looked more like a normal young woman. "Master." Gu Qianxue could spot Xianxia Elder from afar and she waved to her master excitedly. Xianxia Elder waved back excitedly and had a radiant smile on her face. Then she turned toward Elder Long with a warning. "Old man with the surname Long, my disciple is back. You better not make too much noise, or I will not let you off if she becomes upset. Junior sister, think about what you just said. She is your disciple. That would make me her uncle. Why would I upset her? Besides, talking to young girls is my forte, Elder Long replied and laughed gleefully. Shut up! Tianshan Elder shouted. Elder Long raised his eyebrows and kept his mouth shut. He had no choice. He needed that witch's help. He knew he had no choice but to continue and remain calm for that period. Not long after, Gu Qianxue and Gu Qianlin arrived and stood right in front of the cave. Gu Qianxue had a close relationship with the Tianshan elder. As soon as they saw each other, they hugged tightly. Little Snow, you silly girl. Why do you look so much thinner? Have you not been eating well while you were away from these mountains? One could see the love that Tianshan elder's eyes had for that girl. She had raised Gu Qianxue, and her relationship with the girl was between mother and daughter. It was a rather strange sight, for that look of motherly love she gave looked more appropriate on the face of a 40 or 50-year-old woman. Instead, it was on the face of a woman who looked no older than a teenager. Gu Qianxue shook her head in response to her master's question. She hugged Tianshan elder tightly and said, Master, I've missed you. Silly girl. Tianshan elder patted her on the back. Seeing her beloved disciple once again, it was no wonder she was so excited. Tears were rolling down her eyes. After Gu Qianxue and Tianshan elder had reminisced for a while, Gu Qianlin pulled Gu Qianxue closer toward her. Little Snow, so that is your master, the Tianshan elder, she whispered. Gu Qianxue replied with a nod. Why does she look like she's around your age? Gu Qianlin was completely shocked. She could never have imagined that the youthful-looking girl standing in front of her was her sister's master, the Tianshan elder. Gu Qianxue explained, my master's skill is unparalleled. She has her method of achieving eternal youth. Eternal youth? Immortality? Gu Qianlin was shocked beyond words. As a policewoman in this modern era, there was no way she could accept something as mythical as that. Immortality was just an unrealistic fantasy. How could it possibly be achieved? As long as a person was a human being, then that person would experience life and death. There were no exceptions, yet seeing the Tianshan elder proved otherwise, and dispelled her belief. Eternal youth? No one would believe such a thing. Little girl, there are still many things that you are not aware of in this world. Don't behave like a frog in a well. Believe that everything you see is what it is, Tianshan elder said to Gu Qianlin. She spoke with her hands clasped behind her back. There was an impression of great wisdom about this person with a youthful appearance. A frog in a well? Gu Qianlin, being an arrogant woman, did not take kindly to such a condescending tone by a girl who looked no older than 17 or 18. She refused to submit to what she viewed as an insult, even though she knew it was the Tianshan elder. I might not have undergone or experienced hardship, but I've seen much in life and there's hardly a thing in this world that I'm not familiar with, she responded. Sister. Gu Qianxue shook her head and pulled her sister's sleeve to warn her not to be rude to her master. Even if what the elder had just said did not make sense, as a junior, one should still show some courtesy and respect. But the Tianshan elder was fond of the arrogant junior who tried to embarrass her. She lifted the corner of her lips into a sly smile and said, Oh? Is that so? Then can you try explaining to me why all these snowflakes have suddenly stopped falling to the ground? Stop the snowflakes from falling? What kind of joke is this? In this weather, do you think you can stop snow from falling just because you opened your... Gu Qianlin tried to argue, but just as she was about to finish her sentence, her voice trailed off. All of a sudden, the snowflakes truly did stop falling, and everything appeared like a still shot. Time and space seemed to have paused right that instant. What? What is going on here? Gu Qianlin's eyes were wide open. She looked up in the sky, refusing to believe what she was seeing. How could this be so? It was as if there was an invisible field of energy preventing the snowflakes from falling, and they stayed hovering in the air. It was hard to imagine something like this was possible and completely changed her understanding of the world she lived in. See? You cannot even explain what you're now seeing, and yet you dare say you've seen everything? Xianxia Elder said mockingly before she turned her palm over, and the snowflakes began falling once again. Everything miraculously returned to normal. Gu Qianlin was in a complete stupor when she realized that this young-looking girl was the one responsible for what just happened. She could control the weather and even immobilize snowflakes in midair. It was hard to imagine such an ability existed, it was simply incredible. If she had not witnessed this in person, there was no way she would have believed something like this was possible. At that moment, Gu Qianshua's eyes were fixed on the human-like snowdrift in the distance, just right in front of the cave. She finally realized that it was someone who was kneeling on the ground without moving, and what shocked her was that he was the man who had a place in her heart. Xiao Luo? She started running toward him. When she confirmed it was indeed Xiao Luo, her eyes turned red, and she said, "Xiao Luo, what? What are you doing here? Why do you look so pathetic? Get up quickly, stop kneeling on the ground." Xiao Luo shook his head and rejected her assistance when she tried to pull him up. He smiled ruefully and said, "There is something that I need your master to help me with." "What's the matter? Why do you have to kneel in the cold? Will you please just get up?" Tears kept rolling down Gu Qianshua's face. She couldn't bear to see Xiao Luo suffering like this. In her eyes, Xiao Luo had always been a man who was able to overcome anything. So how was it a man like him was kneeling on the ground in front of her? It left her heartbroken. Xiao Luo shook his head again, and he was not going to waver. He needed her master's help to increase his power. "Xiao Luo? It's you." Gu Qianlin could not have imagined that there was a man inside the snowdrift, and she was even more surprised to find out that it was Xiao Luo. She furrowed her eyebrows and said, "Why is it that everywhere I go, I somehow always end up bumping into you? I'm warning you, stay away from my younger sister. You're already married, so stop trying to ruin my sister's life." Looking at how differently the sisters were reacting to Xiao Luo, Elder Long and Xuanhuan looked at one another and a shrewd smile formed on their faces. They could tell that Xianxia Elder truly adored her disciple, and it presented a great opportunity for them as they now knew that she liked Xiao Luo. The look on Xianxia Elder's face changed a little. She quickly walked towards Gu Qianxue and asked, "Little Snow, do you know him?" "Master, he's your sweetheart?" Before Gu Qianxue could finish her sentence, Elder Long was already walking toward her with his hands behind his back and finished her sentence for her. "Sweetheart?" The color on Xianxia Elder's face changed as she glared at Elder Long, and she shouted, "Old man with the surname Long, you better stop spouting nonsense, otherwise, I'm going to rip you apart." "Junior sister, why are you surprised? I'm sure you're more familiar with this kind of relationship than me." Old man Long stroked his non-existent beard and looked at Gu Qianxue. "Little girl, as soon as you saw Xiao Luo kneeling on the ground, you were so upset that tears rolled down your face. If he's not your sweetheart, then who is he to you? If you ask me, it can only be fate, and God is telling you to help Xiao Luo." "Pa. I'm going to spit thick phlegm all over your face. You old scoundrel. All you ever do is try to fool me," Xianxia Elder scowled. "Junior sister, why always doubt me?" Elder Long furrowed his eyebrows, then went on to shake hands with Gu Qianxue. "Little girl, you're really pretty. I'm your master senior. In terms of rank, you should, therefore, address me as elder uncle," he said. Gu Qianxue had no idea how to react. She raised her head and looked at Xianxia Elder. "Little Snow, just ignore him. He's an old fool. What big uncle is he talking about?" "He's lying to you," Xianxia Elder said, putting her arms across her chest. Elder Long's face turned red, and he said, "Junior sister, why are you so disrespectful? Each time you open your mouth to say something, your sentences are filled with uncouth words. You're going to lead this little girl astray. Even if you don't, you're a bad influence to old people like me. Be ****. Tianshan elder said and shook her hands impatiently. Having the appearance of a delicate young girl gave everyone the impression she was lively and playful, but her words and actions were not so. Such a vivid contrast made those watching her feel uncomfortable. Little Snow, follow me in. I have something to ask you. Master, can you please? Gu Qianxue immediately knelt on the ground and pointed at Xiao Luo. She was trying to get her master to help Xiao Luo. Tianshan elder did not get angry but sighed and said, "Come in first, and we'll talk." Okay. Gu Qianxue wiped the tears off of her face, then turned her head to Xiao Luo and said, "Xiao Luo, I'll persuade my master to help you." Xiao Luo didn't say a thing but showed her a grateful-looking smile. After Gu Qianxue entered the cave with Tianshan elder, Gu Qianlin took it out on Xiao Luo. You be ****. Do you know how hurt my younger sister was when she found out that you married that female superstar, Su Li? What did you do to her? What kind of magic potion did you feed her to the point she is so infatuated with you? Go away. Xiao Luo snarled. He didn't have a favorable impression of Gu Qianlin. He hated her and didn't want to talk at all. Gu Qianlin didn't budge, and instead returned a fearless look, and said, I know your kung fu skills are good, and you can kill anyone you want easily. But I'm not afraid of you. I'm warning you one last time, stay far away from my younger sister. I don't want to see her crying and don't want to hear her mentioning coming back to Tianshan to live here. She's all grown up now, and it's time for her to live her own life. It's time for her to stop wasting her time here staring at nothing but snowy mountains every single day. She's wasting her youth in this goddamn place. I told you to go away, didn't I? Did you not hear that? Xiao Luo's voice was threatening and his eyes glowered like that of a wolf. His stare sent a shiver down Gu Qianlin's spine, and she unconsciously took 3 steps back. When she saw Xiao Luo's fierce scowl, Gu Qianlin lost her nerve and backed away silently. It was nothing more than bravado when she said that she wasn't afraid of Xiao Luo. How could an ordinary police officer like her stand up to the likes of a fearsome fighter like Xiao Luo? Tianshan elder was questioning Gu Qianxue about her relationship with Xiao Luo in the cave. Little Snow, tell your master the truth, do you like the little brat out there? Tianshan elder asked in a concerned tone. She didn't sound like she was going to reprimand Gu Qianxue. Gu Qianxue's face turned a little red, and after thinking about it briefly, she nodded her head, and admitted her feelings to her master, When did this happen? Why did I never hear you mentioning it? Tianshan elder said and furrowed her eyebrows a little. It was during the period when I joined the academy to be a police officer after I left the mountains. Gu Qianxue pursed her red lip, then knelt and begged, Master, please help him. I'm begging you. Tianshan elder looked at her firmly, then sighed and said, You silly girl. You're already kneeling and begging for him. It seems like this is fate. Fine, I'll help him then. Thank you, Master. I'm so grateful, thank you, Master. Gu Qianxue happily said. But I have a condition, the both of you have to get married, Tianshan elder added. Get married? Gu Qianxue's eyes were wide opened, and this completely caught her off guard. Why? Are you not willing to? Didn't you just say that you like him? Tianshan elder furrowed her eyebrows. I do like him, but. Gu Qianxue said with her head down, Master, he's already married. Tianshan elder stared at her, so what if he's married? Doesn't every man out there have at least 3 wives and 4 concubines? Master, we're not living in ancient times anymore. Gu Qianxue replied softly. She knew that her master's mindset was still trapped in that ancient society. I don't care what era it is. If you want me to help him, then he'll have to marry you. If your father has any other opinion regarding this matter, then ask him to come to Tianshan and meet me personally. I've already decided for you regarding this matter. Tianshan elder slapped her thighs and stood up. She grabbed Gu Qianshua's hand. Let's go, we'll discuss with that little brat now. Master, master. Gu Qianxue was being forcefully dragged out of the cave, and expecting how her master was going to discuss her marriage, she became bashful and her face turned red. That little brat has been kneeling there for 7 days and nights. He didn't even drink or eat. I admire him. A man like him is worthy of being with my disciple, Tianshan elder said as she dragged Gu Qianxue outside. Boom. The cave doors opened. Tianshan elder dragged the red-faced Gu Qianxue out and walked toward Xiao Luo. Speaking in an old-fashioned manner, she said, "You stinky little brat, do you want me to give you a way out?" "Elder, please instruct me," Xiao Luo responded and his eyes glowed with delight. Tianshan elder pulled Gu Qianxue to the front and said, "Marry this girl, and I will help you increase your powers." Gu Qianxue was too embarrassed to show her face and hid behind her master like a little fawn in shock. Although her cheeks were feeling warm, she was inwardly delighted and even felt a tinge of excitement. Marry Gu Qianxue? Xiao Luo was completely stunned. He looked at Gu Qianxue, still was hiding behind Tianshan elder, and didn't know what to say in reply. No way. How can my younger sister marry him? He's already married, this is impossible. Tianshan elder, you might be my younger sister's master, but you don't have the right to make such arrangements for her. This is going to affect her life. You need to get the approval of my parents and me, Gu Qianlin blurted out as she lost control of her emotions. She never thought that the situation would turn out this way, and there was no way she was allowing her younger sister to marry a man like Xiao Luo. He was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. You don't have the right to say anything here, shut up. Tianshan elder glared at her coldly, then using her fingers to create a force that struck Gu Qianlin's body. Gu Qianlin was suddenly unable to move her body, and she couldn't speak at all. It was as if her entire body was petrified and frozen to one spot. She felt a horrifying chill as she realized this was similar to the kind of kung fu in martial art dramas that allowed one to strike someone else's vital point and immobilize that person. Still, it was hard to believe that it was happening in real life, so how could she not be shocked? You stinky little brat, are you going to agree to it? Can you hurry up and give me an answer? Tianshan elder hissed. Elder, I'm already married, Xiao Luo said. Fool, do you think I don't already know that? You better not take this my consideration for granted. My disciple might not be so pretty that she'd put flowers to shame, nor is she going to cause the fall of an entire city in an instant, but she's still a lot more grace, elegance, and beauty than most of the girls on the plains below these mountains. Count yourself lucky that you get to marry her, and you better know where you stand. Tianshan elder said. Gu Qianxue, who was right behind her master, quickly clasped onto her sleeves. Tianshan elder had leaped so much praise that she was thoroughly embarrassed and felt like digging a hole and hiding in it if she could. Xiao Luo smiled ruefully and said, "It's just like you said, since Qianxue is so much better, I don't want to taint her qualities. I don't even dare to have any intimate thoughts toward her, instead, I'm asking for your forgiveness." Forgiveness, my foot. You stinky little brat, you better learn to be grateful. I've already said that as long as you marry my disciple, I'll help you to increase your powers. Otherwise, I don't care even if you kneel till you die, I won't help you no matter what, Tianshan elder declared. Xiao Luo was in a pickle, for although he had only mentioned his marriage to Su Li, there was also Ji Xiying, and recently, the lady Poison too. So, there was no way he could mislead Gu Qianxue since she was such a good girl. But Tianshan elder had already made it clear, and he just couldn't seem to make a decision right now. He promises, junior sister, I'll say it on his behalf. At that moment, Elder Long jauntily walked toward Xiao Luo from the makeshift shelter. Like a follower, Xuanhuan followed behind Elder Long, and when he reached Xiao Luo, he lowered himself and whispered into his ear, Luo, listen to old grandfather and just accept her hand in marriage. She is, after all, such a good girl. When old grandfather was around your age, I had over 10 girls around me, so compared to me, you are miles behind. Old grandfather, Xiao Luo was honestly speechless. He looked at his senior and thought, well, you were living in the feudal society during your youth, so obviously it was all right to have many wives. But that's not possible now, and my parents raised me to believe in monogamy, so there's no way I'd change my ways. Junior sister, one look at both these babies' faces, and you can tell that they're a match made in heaven. It is fated that they'll rely on one another, so I will decide for him, marry. Let's have these 2 babies married today, and they can solemnize their vows in the bridal chamber tonight. Elder Long announced, then introduced Xuanhuan to Tianshan Elder. This person here is Xiao Luo's old grandfather and can be considered as a parent to him. With him around, it doesn't matter even if Xiao Luo doesn't agree to it. Is that so? Why are behaving like a pimp? Tianshan Elder sneered. Junior sister, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by behaving like a pimp? I'm pairing up a match that was made in heaven. This is God's decree, Elder Long retorted. Huh. Tianshan Elder said nothing. She turned around and left with Gu Qianxue, chuckling to herself. Gu Qianxue had no say over the matter of whether she should marry Xiao Luo. Gu Zhanghua had sent her to Mount Tianshan ever since she was a child. To her, Tianshan Elder was not only her master, but was also like a parent to her. Since Tianshan Elder wanted her to marry Xiao Luo, she would not object. Also, she had taken a fancy to Xiao Luo, so she naturally approved the decision. Xiao Luo was also being persuaded by Xuanhuan and Elder Long. His need to become attained greater strength and power left him with no other choice but to agree to the marriage. But he had some tricks up his sleeve. He planned to fake the marriage with Gu Qianxue, and it would be a marriage in name only. He did not want to disappoint or hurt Gu Qianxue. Since both parties had finally agreed, that marriage proceeded. The 3 elders were the most powerful beings in that world. They prepared everything in a matter of a few hours, adhering to the rituals from ancient times. They arranged for a band to play the traditional trumpets, had a butcher slaughter the pigs, and chefs to cook the meals. These people were all abducted and did not know where they were. They were going about their daily routines when suddenly they blacked out. When they awoke, they found themselves in that world covered with ice and snow. They fearfully followed the orders of the 3 elders and did not dare to disobey. Gu Qianxue was dressed in a bright red bridal gown. Her skin was fair and smooth, and she looked elegant and beautiful. Her eyes swept across to Xiao Luo, who dressed in the groom's attire. She shyly took a glance at his face and her face turned bright red. Cough, cough. Elder Long cleared his throat, then turned to the bride and said, Gu Qianxue, do you want this man, Xiao Luo, to become your husband? To marry him? Love him, take care of him, respect him, accept him, and remain faithful to him until the end of his life. In sickness or health or any other. Shut up, Long. What the hell are you doing now? Before Elder Long could finish, Tianshan Elder interrupted him. Junior sister, this is what the priests of the West say when they marry off a couple, Elder Long explained. This is the East. Why are you blindly copying those foreign customs? Just follow the Eastern tradition and stop following foreign customs here. Tianshan Elder sat in the front seat and looked resplendent in her beautiful costume. She looked like a young woman, but the way she spoke made the newcomers cower. The seniors had abducted these men to help with the wedding preparation. Confused and afraid, they could not help but wonder if they were dreaming, for seeing a young girl who behaved like an elder was rare. Elder Long had tried to create a more romantic ceremony, but he got chided for adopting foreign rituals. That upset him. However, he quickly overcame his pique and shouted excitedly. First bow to heaven and earth. Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxia bowed to the sky. Second bow to the relatives and elders. After shouting that out, Elder Long teleported to the hall and stood between Xuanhuan and the Tianshan elder. He accepted the bow from the new couple with no modesty. He even acted the part and took a sip from his teacup. Couple, bow to each other. Elder Long continued to shout in a loud voice after he finished sipping his tea. All right, send the couple into the bridal chamber. Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxia entered the cave abode. Only the two of them could enter. Tianshan elder stood guard outside the door. That was a warning to everyone. That night was the couple's wedding night, and if anyone dared to enter and disturb the couple, they would not be let off easily. Ridiculous. They are just out of their minds. Gu Qianlin had been immobilized the entire time, and could only watch everything happening but could not stop the event. She was furious and trembling in anger. She was not only upset with the three elders, but she was also furious with her younger sister, Gu Qianxia. She knew that Xiao Luo was already married, yet she still insisted on marrying him. Why? Why, indeed? Was Xiao Luo that good? He was a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. That night, the mellow moonlight radiantly shone on the snowy landscape, enveloping the entire snowy mountain with its misty radiance. It looked as if the heavens had covered it with a layer of light gauze. Have a glass of wine to warm up. Tianshan elder said as she released the restraint on Gu Qianlin. Have a glass of wine? Gu Qianlin was furious. She stretched her numb body and drew her gun. She pointed it at Tianshan elder and shouted, You old lunatics, how could you force my sister to marry a married man? I will, sue you all. Sue me? Tianshan elder laughed scornfully. Suddenly, she moved like a silent ghost and appeared right beside Gu Qianlin, who was over 10 meters away from her. It startled Gu Qianlin, and in panic, she suddenly fired the gun in her trembling hand. Bang! An ear-piercing gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out of the chamber and headed straight at the Tianshan elder's forehead, right between her eyebrows. Just when everyone thought the shot would pierce through Tianshan elder's head, the speeding bullet stopped 10 centimeters from her. There was an invisible force that prevented the bullet from reaching her. For God's sake, what are we seeing here? The abducted people were shocked and watched in wide-eyed fear. They were so bewildered by what they saw, they froze even as they were eating. Gulp. Gu Qianlin broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed her saliva. The Tianshan elder was not even afraid of bullets. Was she an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? You are my disciple's older sister, so I won't put you in a difficult position. But you need to consider the situation and refrain from testing my temper. If I really cannot hold back and injure you, or if I accidentally disfigure your face, then do not blame me. Tianshan elder reached out and grabbed the bullet floating in midair. Then, with a flick of her fingers, the bullet flew with tremendous speed and force toward an enormous boulder in the distance. The speeding bullet left a trail of light and hit its target in an instant. Boom! There was a loud explosion when the speeding bullet shattered the boulder into tiny fragments. Gu Qianlin felt drenched in a cold sweat, and her limbs were trembling with fear. The gun in her hand could no longer give her any sense of security. This is my territory, so do not misbehave yourself, got it? Elder Tianshan said. She reached out and patted Gu Qianlin on her shoulder as a warning. Then she turned around and walked back to the outdoor banquet, grabbed a leg of a goat along the way, and taking a bite of it. Elder Long and Xuanhuan had to clean up the mess. They sent the abducted men back to where they were picked up. Thump. Gu Qianlin fell to her knees. She felt that her world had crumbled, and all of her knowledge did not apply to this place. Everything she had seen and heard at Tianshan made her feel like that world was strange and crazy. Everything she had learned conflicted with what was happening in this unknown world, and she suddenly realized that her beliefs meant nothing at all here. In the warm, candlelit cave dwelling, a stone platform served as the bed. The cave was decorated in red and purple colors, and many happiness characters were plastered all over its interior walls. A fresh blanket now covered the bed, with some dates, chestnuts, and peanuts scattered over it. These symbolized blessings for the couple to have children. Gu Qianxia drank some wine and her cheeks were flushed red, and it made her look exceptionally beautiful. She sat on the edge of the bed, feeling extremely nervous, and was nervously kneading her hands. She had a crush on Xiao Luo, but never imagined that she would ever end up becoming his wife. In the past, she was pure and innocent, but after leaving the mountain to lead her own life for more than a year, she had grown up. She had a better understanding of the way of the world, and she knew that Xiao Luo had agreed to marry her only because he wanted her master to help him. Qianxia, between us. I hope you understand I don't want to hurt you. Xiao Luo spoke to her apologetically. The marriage was a mere formality. Anyway, it was ridiculous to marry another woman when he was already registered in marriage to someone else. His main concern was that Gu Qianxia would be hurt, and it caused him to stammer as he tried his best to find the right words to say. Xiao Luo, I understand. I know what you mean. Gu Qianxia nodded her head, like an obedient and sensible girl, and said, My master did it for my sake, but I know you are not happy about it. Let's treat this as just a formality, and in the future, we pretend this ceremony did not take place. Gu Qianxia gave him an innocent smile. Her red lips were exceptionally enticing. Her perfect face, with no makeup, showed the most natural beauty. She looked fresh and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin added a dazzling touch to her face. Under the candlelight, she took Xiao Luo's breath away. Gu Qianxia did not have any regrets, for the two of them would still be friends in the future. This experience on Mount Tianshan would be the most beautiful memory ever for her. Xiao Luo smiled at her with relief and kindness. Looking at her clear and bright eyes, he could not help but recall the little things that had happened between them at the training grounds. She had followed him out, but he played a trick on her to shake her off. Then she lost her way and sat helplessly on the stone steps, waiting for him an entire day. The memory flashed back vividly and felt like it had only happened the day before. Xiao Luo walked to the front of the bed. He used his fingernail to scratch his right index finger. A slight wound appeared, and blood seeped out from that minor cut. Xiao Luo, why did you hurt yourself? Gu Qianxia asked with a frown. Xiao Luo smiled and replied, It's fine. I want to put some bloodstains on the bedsheet. As he spoke, he dripped a few drops of blood onto the bed. He could not tell Gu Qianxia forthrightly that he was planting a smokescreen to mislead the Tianshan elder to believe that they had slept together that night. Gu Qianxia was even more confused. She frowned and looked at the bloodstain on the bed, not knowing why Xiao Luo wanted to drip blood onto the bedsheets. All right, it is getting late. Rest early, Xiao Luo said. Okay. Gu Qianxia answered and nodded. Outside the cave, the Tianshan elder was meditating at the edge of the cliff. She closed her eyes and let out a snort like an old woman. Then she muttered, How could he believe he could cheat me with such an insignificant trick? Did the Bast *RD think that I have lived thousands of years in vain? Junior sister, then you just let the uncooked rice mature. Elder Long was holding onto a piece of meat in his hand and devouring it, leaving grease stains around his mouth. He chuckled as he walked over to Tianshan elder, and said, As long as you perform the divine art of creation, it is so easy to let the uncooked rice get cooked. There is no need for you to remind me of that. Xianxia Elder opened her eyes and glared at him coldly with a face full of disdain. Elder Long was trying to flirt with Xianxia Elder, but was met with a harsh response that embarrassed him. He was taken aback and hurriedly backed away. To lessen the awkwardness of the moment, he turned and chatted with Gu Qianlin. However, he could not find a suitable topic to talk about, so he asked, "Young lady, are you good at cooking?" Gu Qianlin's heart was already bleeding. Everyone knew what was going on inside the cave abode, yet Elder Long had the cheek to ask her directly whether she was proficient in such a shameful and intimate matter. She immediately flew into a rage, despite the peerless status of these elders. "Get lost," she shouted. "Young lady, you have misunderstood what I meant. I am asking about cooking." Elder Long hurriedly explained. In all honesty, he was asking about cooking, and he had not intended to insinuate anything else. He had been at a loss thinking of a suitable topic to talk about. Since he had just spoken to the Xianxia elder about cooking, he unintentionally blurted out the word. "Get lost." Gu Qianlin was so angry that her chest heaved in exasperation. She thought to herself, what kind of old devil is he? He forced my sister to marry Xiao Luo, and now he's shamelessly asking me that sort of thing. She found it simply unbearable. Elder Long had no choice but to walk away. Xuanhuan, standing nearby, almost burst out laughing. However, he held back his laughter when he saw Elder Long glaring at him. At the edge of the cliff, Elder Xianxia had channeled her energy and performed the divine art of creation. Her divine essence filtered through all physical barriers and entered the cave abode. Xiao Luo suddenly found that the ambience in the cave had changed drastically. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air and refreshed the mind. Unknown flowers suddenly sprouted and bloomed around the stone bed, the cave floor, and even the top of the rocks. In an instant, the cave quickly became a sea of flowers. A perfumed fragrance filled the cave, causing those within to be deeply intoxicated. Xiao Luo's mind gradually became muddled, and he was soon hallucinating. The blue sky, the straw hut by the river, the feel of fresh air, and the sight of butterflies fluttering in the air, all these illusions were warm and vivid. Under such a spellbinding ambience, Xiao Luo walked toward Gu Qianxia like a possessed man. "Humph, what a bast *rd. How dare you try to fool me? You are still too inexperienced to be a match for me." At the edge of the cliff outside the cave, the Xianxia elder snorted as she exhaled and allowed her energy level to return to normal. The next morning, Xiao Luo woke up and found Gu Qianxia in his arms. The girl's eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were closed as she snuggled blissfully in his arms. He recalled the previous night vividly, for he was conscious, but just could not control himself. But even if he had woken up from a hangover and seen this scene before him, he would have known what happened last night. *rn it. Even someone as well-mannered as him could not help but curse in his heart. It was obvious that he had fallen for Xianxia Elder's trick last night. What should he do now? He told himself he wouldn't hurt Gu Qianxia, but he still did. Xiao Luo was worried. What should he do now? Could he still pretend that nothing had happened here? No, he couldn't do that. He had to take responsibility for this matter, but how could he take responsibility when he was already married? For a moment, many complicated emotions surged within him, and he hated the Xianxia elder now. He regretted that his willpower was not strong enough, and he had succumbed to the Xianxia elder's trap. As it was uncomfortable to sleep in one position for too long, Gu Qianxia stirred as she shifted her body, then slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, her cheeks were flushed red. Looking at Xiao Luo, she revealed a loving smile on her charming face and whispered, "Xiao Luo. You are awake?" Xiao Luo looked at her with a mixture of emotion spreading over his face. "Yeah." Gu Qianxia nodded and looked at Xiao Luo shyly and sweetly. Somehow, her beauty was even more alluring than before. Xiao Luo, will I get pregnant? Pregnant? Hearing her question, Xiao Luo immediately felt frustrated and helpless. He frowned and said, kind of. Do you like a boy or girl? Gu Qianxia asked innocently. Well, I like both boys and girls, but Qianxia, it's not that easy to get pregnant. Some conditions need to be fulfilled, Xiao Luo explained awkwardly. He knew that Gu Qianxia believed that she would get pregnant with his baby after they slept together. I don't get it. Gu Qianxia shook her head and expressed her confusion even before Xiao Luo could explain. When Xiao Luo stepped out, it was already 9 a.m., but Gu Qianxia remained in the cave as she was still resting. She was too exhausted. Seeing the traces of a kiss on his neck, Elder Long and Xuanhuan grinned with delight. As they were both experienced men, how could they not realize that Xiao Luo and Gu Qianxia already had sex? More importantly, it was even arranged by Tianshan Elder, which meant that Xiao Luo not only bedded the beauty, but also got the help of Tianshan Elder to cultivate the power of his bloodline and improve his strength. Looks like it is the time for our Xiao clan to rise, haha, haha. Xuanhuan was ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Long was here, he would have laughed out loud, for Xiao Luo was a member of the Xiao clan. Now that he had a gorgeous girl in his arms and his strength had increased as well, it was twice the joy. Gu Qianlin glared fiercely at Xiao Luo, and her eyes turned red. She felt sad for her younger sister, but there was nothing she could do. The three elders in front of her were all monsters and masters of demonic spells, while she was just an ordinary person and could only watch anxiously. Senior! Xiao Luo called out in an accusing tone as he walked toward the Tianshan elder. Little brat, don't strike a nasty pose. Let me tell you this, it's your good fortune to be able to marry my disciple. If it weren't for the fact that I admire you and feel that you have the potential to become a great talent in the future, do you think I would have surrendered my disciple over to you? Dream on. The Tianshan elder stood up, turned around, and said dismissively with her hands behind her back. As he listened to her words, Elder Long casually picked his nose. What did she mean by saying she felt that Xiao Luo would become a great talent in the future? Did it mean she now accepted him? I have already decided that Xiao Luo will be the guardian of this world. Could there be another title that was even more prestigious than that in this world? Of course, he knew that the Tianshan elder had already taken a fancy to Xiao Luo on account of his perseverance and fighting spirit. Kneeling on the ground for 7 days and 7 nights without eating, drinking, or moving was not something anyone could do. In all honesty, if it were him, he would not have been able to achieve it without using the turtle aura technique, which allowed him to adapt to turtle-like qualities. Senior, when are you going to help me improve my strength? Xiao Luo took his mind off the problem for a while. After he rescued Su Li, he would properly deal with his relationship with Gu Qianxia, Ji Xiying, and the Lady Poison, Fu Yiren. If you want to, you can do it now. But, don't you need to rest for a day or two? Xiao Luo gazed at her firmly and replied, No, I don't need to. Brat, don't be too ruthless to yourself. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. The Tianshan elder squinted his eyes slightly. Her entire body erupted with a powerful aura, and everyone around cowered from an imperceptible sense of oppression. At the peak of Mount Tianshan, the landscape was white with snow as far as the eyes could see. The frigid winds blew relentlessly through the peaks that had endured such harsh conditions for ages, making it a punishing and cold hinterland. Prison of the heaven and earth. Tianshan elder's aura changed completely, and her youthful face turned rather savage as she roared out the mantra to invoke the skill. A black barrier appeared out of thin air and encapsulated Xiao Luo within a perfectly formed cube, 4 meters on each side. Elder Long, did you not say that we intend to help Xiao Luo to unlock his potential power? Why are we boxing him up? Xuanhuan asked, visibly puzzled. That pitch-black cube was mysteriously dark in shade and looked forbidding, even from afar. It looked like a cage used to imprison the most evil of beings from the darkest chambers of hell. Even someone as experienced as Xuanhuan was anxiously wiping off beads of cold sweat from his forehead. "We are unleashing his potential," Elder Long responded as he stroked his non-existent beard and patiently explained, "The essence of unleashing one's potential is to overcome one's own internal limits continuously. This process is exceedingly painful, but it yields the fastest results. That is why I have brought Xiao Luo to my junior sister, who is a master of the divine art of molding. She will use the essence of heaven and earth to mold a person's potential. It is difficult to explain and involves reversing what we consider the natural order of one's life force and reaching a state of infinity. Ultimately, it is to find equilibrium and be as one with nature. To achieve that, it takes unrivaled skill. Unfortunately, my aptitude and natural abilities for such a skill are inferior to my junior sister, therefore, even though my master had wished to impart the teachings to me, I could only learn the very basic level of this art." Xuanhuan was even more bewildered after listening to his explanation. But one thing was for sure, the divine art of molding was extraordinarily impressive. Everything that Gu Qianlin had seen so far had completely overwhelmed her. She was a person who grew up in a modern world, and she did not believe in such mystical stuff. However, when she saw the black cubicle prison appear out of nowhere, she realized that there were many more unknowns in this world she was now in. What she had seen was merely the tip of an iceberg, and without the permission of the Tianshan elder, she could not enter the cave mansion. She wasn't even permitted to see her sister, Gu Qianxue, and had to stay outside under a simple shed. "You goddamn little brat. You will soon go through the most painful phase, and if you want to be powerful, then endure the pain. Are you ready?" Tianshan elder asked as she sat on the black cubicle prison. Her hair was tossed around in the frigid wind swirling through the snow-covered surroundings. "I hear you. You don't have to warn me further, for I'm willing to face any amount of pain." Xiao Luo's calm voice echoed out from the black prison, and while it sounded unemotional, the determination in his tone was clear. "You little brat. Do not act like a hero in front of me. You will have to cultivate your inner strength for 10 straight days. If you cannot carry on while we are at it, tell me, and I will stop the process," Tianshan elder snapped. "Enough with the chit-chat. Let's get started," Xiao Luo replied indifferently. "You cocky little brat. I shall see how long you can last." Tianshan elder replied to him in a high-pitched voice. Then she shut her eyes and started making a series of strange hand gestures. An invisible field of energy formed around her as she chanted. "Reverse cosmos, yin-yang infinity, for elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, all-seeing." As she chanted the mantra, she slowly levitated in the air while still in the same sitting position. And as she did so, she was transmitting rays of invisible force into the black cubicle box. Elder Long could sense that Xuanhuan was giving him a dubious stare. He felt rather embarrassed because he was also chanting the divine art of molding, but his version of the chant was entirely different from the Tianshan elder's version. It could only mean that what he had explained was wrong. Unable to take any more, Elder Long turned to look at Xuanhuan and yelled, "Why are you looking at me? I have already said that my knowledge of this skill was at a very basic level. So what if I recited the mantra wrongly?" Xuanhuan looked shocked and thought, how did Elder Long sense that I was looking at him? And how did he know what I was thinking about? Of course, I know what you are thinking. You are just a little brat to me. If I cannot even figure out what a brat like you is thinking, then I don't deserve to have lived this long, Elder Long said. Elder Long, you speak the truth. Xuanhuan saw Elder Long's point and decided to de-escalate the situation. He quickly realized that when he was still a newborn in his parents' arms, Elder Long had already lived for 1,000 years. So, in Elder Long's eyes, Xuanhuan was indeed just a little brat. In the black cubicle prison, the gravitational force had doubled. The elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning bore down on Xiao Luo. It was a different world in there, and Xiao Luo had to use his inner power against these forces. He shielded himself with his inner strength and blocked out the adverse effects of these elements. Of course, the effort took a toll on his inner strength. There was no particular change in him on the first day as he endured the punishing forces using his vast reserve of inner power. On the second day, the gravitational force doubled again. The effects from the four elements became even more pronounced. Occasionally, the elders could hear painful moans coming from that black cubicle prison. Those were the moments that Xiao Luo could not take the pain. This goddamn little brat is quite impressive. But, if I do not force him into a corner, how can he overcome your limit? On the third day, Tianshan Elder altered the conditions within the black cubicle prison by 3 folds. Even the people outside the black prison could feel the change inside that cube, and it was unbelievably dreadful. It gave everyone goosebumps, for they could imagine what it was like for the person inside the cube. Arg! Xiao Luo's scream came from inside the black prison again and echoed across the entire valley. This little brat is finally reaching his limit, the pain is worst just before that. Junior sister, could you block his voice out? He is loud, and we don't him to cause another avalanche, Elder Long said. Tianshan Elder, who was working the divine art of molding, turned to Elder Long and glared at him. Shut the hell up. I was only thinking about your cave mansion. If there is another avalanche, would it not bury your mansion and make things difficult for you? Elder Long murmured and then turned to Xuanhuan for moral support. Xuanhuan, am I right? Yes, yes. Xuanhuan was not paying full attention to their conversation, and he simply agreed with whatever Elder Long threw at him. He was more anxious about Xiao Luo as his incessant screams were unbearable and nerve-wracking to listen to. It worried him that an unforeseen mishap might occur during the cultivation process. Gu Qianxue rushed out of the cave abode. Xiao Luo had made her into a real woman, and her loss of innocence had given her additional charm and maturity. It made her even more appealing. Xiao Luo. Her eyes had reddened as Xiao Luo's agonizing screams broke her heart. From what she recalled, Xiao Luo was a tough man who would not even flinch when he got shot. Yet, he was now screaming unceasingly. It only meant that he was undergoing tremendous pain that was much worse than gunshots. She wanted to stop her master, but she knew better. She did not want to stand in Xiao Luo's way in his quest to become stronger. Gulp. Gu Qianlin trembled as she swallowed her saliva with much difficulty and broke out in a cold sweat. That's too extreme. It wasn't Xiao Luo's screams she was particularly referring to, but the torture that he was experiencing in the black cubicle prison. This was a man who could withstand being slashed by blades, therefore, if he was screaming this way, it meant what he was going through in the black prison was worse than hell. To improve one's strength, he had to overcome his current limits and discover the latent power of his body. Tianshan Elder had performed the divine art of molding to create a cocoon known as the prison of the heaven and earth, to provide a conducive environment for Xiao Luo to overcome his barriers and reach full potential. The process was extremely daunting and required him to go through unimaginable pain and torture. Arg! Arg! Xiao Luo's screams had echoed the entire valley, and it was so harrowing that anyone who heard it instantly got goosebumps. More so, it was a process that went on for a few days, and sometimes he'd stop screaming for an hour or two, but most of the time, he was screaming for the entire day. It sounded like he was struggling to hang on to life, and it gave a chill to anyone who heard him. It's been 7 days, and I can't believe that this little brat lasted 7 days inside the prison. Tianshan Elder was thoroughly shocked, as she had said before, that 10 days were the longest anyone could endure in there. In her estimation, she would consider it impressive if Xiao Luo could even last for 5 days. He would have reached an advanced state by that time, and now that he had carried on for 7 days, it completely exceeded her expectations. The gravitational force within the prison of the heaven and earth would double every day, and the effects of the 4 elements would also become even more intense as the days went by. If she had thrown an ordinary man in, he would have turned into a pile of ash within half an hour. Junior sister, is he doing okay? Elder Long sensed that her expression changed a little, so he walked to her and asked. Gu Qianxue also stared at her master anxiously. There were still traces of tears on her face as she listened to Xiao Luo's excruciating scream, making the days feel like years. Her heart was broken as she had hoped that Xiao Luo could be released immediately and relieve him of the pain. Xiao Xuanhuan's eyebrows were almost twisted together, for it had been 6 days and nights since Xiao Luo started screaming like this. As someone who was almost at the end of his lifetime, he found it difficult to bear. How could he be not okay? Didn't you hear that the little brat's voice loud and clear? Tianshan Elder stared at Elder Long. Although that was what she had said, she was still worried about Xiao Luo and feared there could have been a mishap in his prison. After some hesitation, she called out to Xiao Luo from the outside, God damn it, little brat, if you can't take it, I can. Continue. Xiao Luo's slightly coarse and tortured voice came from inside in reply, I can still take it. Xiao Luo, are you okay? Gu Qianke asked anxiously. I am fine. Xiao Luo's answer felt like he had to gather every ounce of strength he had to utter the words, and it revealed the enormous pain he was experiencing. Cocky little brat, you have impressed me. Fine, I'll accept your decision. Tianshan Elder could sense Xiao Luo's condition, and she knew that his breathing and other vital functions were still normal. Therefore, he could continue with the cultivation. Hence, she summoned her powers again and doubled the gravitational force within the prison. The effects of the 4 elements immediately intensified, and if there was such a thing as heaven's tests, then Xiao Luo was undoubtedly experiencing it now. Arg! His screams intensified with the change and became even louder. Within the pitch-black prison, blood was oozing out of every pore, drenching Xiao Luo in blood. Xiao Luo had turned into a bloody mess, and the immense pressure had distorted his facial features, making him look like a bloody corpse. At last, his screams had turned into laughter, a kind of laughter that was piercing and hysterical, and it showed that his pain was intensifying. What is going on inside? Sitting from afar, Gu Qianlin's face had turned pale as she broke into a cold sweat. This was the most terrifying scream she had ever heard in her entire life, and it came from a man she knew. Such a heart-wrenching scream was completely unknown to her, even when she was carrying out an interrogation. Hence, even someone like her, who hated Xiao Luo, felt sympathy for him. She hoped Tianshan Elder could end this torturous training soon. It was day 8 and Xiao Luo's scream continued. It was the same for the 9th day. On the 10th day, the black prison suddenly fell into complete silence. No one heard anything, not even Xiao Luo's nerve-wracking screams. Master, what's going on? Could he be? Gu Qianxue asked anxiously in tears as she held on to Tianshan Elder's arm, for she was expecting the worst outcome. Junior sister, the situation seems somewhat unusual. Both Elder Long and Xuanhuan frowned, and they looked worried. He had been screaming for days on end, so why did he suddenly stop on the 10th day? Elder Tianshan did not jump to a conclusion. Instead, she scanned the inside of the prison with her mind. She frowned and said that little brat's vital signs can hardly be detected. What? She shocked everyone when they heard her. Master, end the training now, please end it now. Gu Qianxue pleaded. Xuanhuan was also concerned, and he pleaded, Elder Tianshan, please let Xiao Luo out, we can't drag it further. Tianshan Elder looked at both of them with a complicated look and turned to the pitch-black prison. She was somewhat hesitant to end the training, as there was a chance that all the hardship Xiao Luo had gone through might go to waste if she did so. Xiao Luo might have been undergoing the process of rebirth, which was the most important phase in the training. However, if she did not end the training now and caused Xiao Luo's death, then what should they do? Roar. As Tianshan Elder hesitated, unable to decide, an incredibly beastly roar came from within the prison of heaven and earth. It was loud and piercing, and it shook everyone who heard it. The tremendous roar shook the very ground they stood on and was very threatening. Elder Long and Xuanhuan both looked shocked as a powerful pulse of energy burst from within the prison along with the roar. Along the path the energy pulse traveled, the ground disintegrated, creating terrifying web-like fissures from the base of the prison extending outward. Everyone unconsciously backed off a dozen meters as they stared at the pitch-black prison in disbelief. It was as if Xiao Luo had transformed into an evil being from hell. The deathly aura emanating from within the prison permeated deep into their souls. Junior sister, what? What is going on? Elder Long was confused. Tianshan Elder glared at him and scowled, you're asking me? Then, pray tell, who should I ask? She then stared wide-eyed at the prison of heaven and earth, the very cocoon she had created to secure Xiao Luo. It was an unprecedented situation, and Xiao Luo's resilience exceeded her expectation. Had the little brat overcome the barriers of his limits? Why was his aura so beastly, and why was that roar so terrifying like a beast? Elder Long was lost for words, and seeing that it was her divine art of molding that created the prison, he assumed she should have the answer. Master, is Xiao Luo going to be okay? Xianxia asked, in tears. I can't be sure at this point. Tianshan Elder shook her head, then stared at Elder Long and said, Long, what is the background of this little brat? Junior sister, didn't I tell you? He's from the Xiao clan. Elder Long answered. What? The Xiao clan? Tianshan Elder's eyes widened, and she looked terrified. She looked like she had just recalled something terrible, and it seemed like she too had had an unpleasant experience with the Xiao clan before. Junior sister, what's wrong with the Xiao clan? Elder Long asked with a very confused look. They are a species with an unlimited potential to fight, and they came from the outer world, do you not see the problem? Tianshan Elder glared at him coldly, looking rather annoyed. He's not one of us, and we do not know where his loyalties lie. Just what are you up to here, Long? She chided. The point she was getting at was that how Elder Long could leave the crucial task of protecting this world to an outsider. To make matters worse, he even asked her to help him unleash his potential, and it was insane. Although the Xiao clan looked like humans on the surface, their souls were not the same as humans deep down. It was as good as they were from another country visiting this country, regardless of how popular they were. It made little sense to hand over the reins to them to run this country. It just did not add up. Elder, us Xiao clan had taken roots in this world since our Sikong's era, and we had been living here just like everyone else. We respect the rules and social norms in this world and had even developed our own culture and lineages in Luo's village. Xuanhuan stood out to defend the Xiao clan. I agree very much with Xuanhuan, as the Xiao clan has long become a part of this world, and they have at least half of this world's human blood in them now. Besides, isn't Xiao Luo a very capable and outstanding youth? Don't you also have high regard for him, junior sister? Otherwise, why would you have allowed him to marry your beloved disciple? Elder Long exclaimed. Tianshan Elder glanced wryly at Xianxia, who was next to him, and answered, Long, have you forgotten what our master said before? He predicted that there would be a demon descending to this world in 2,000 years, and the event would bring forth unmitigated disasters to humankind and all living beings. Of course, I remember that. How could I forget what our master had told us? Elder Long stroked his non-existent beard and said with a serious tone, but what does that demon have to do with Xiao Luo? What does it have to do with him? Tianshan Elder laughed mirthlessly and said, "Tell me, why did the Xiao clan come to this world?" "They were here to invade us, for they all have innate aggression in their blood. With invasions came wars, and these would prove to be the source of the foretold disasters. I thought the Xiao clan had gone extinct, and I didn't have to worry about any potential threat from them. But it seems, now that one of them has re-emerged again. What's worse, it is that I who had performed the divine art of molding on him. The Xiao clan bloodline has limitless potential, and God knows how strong he could become after we help him unlock his potential completely. If the demon in Master's prediction is indeed this rascal, then I'll be the eternal sinner who helped bring forth destruction to this world." "No, Master, Xiao Luo will never become that demon you talk about. He's a good man." Gu Qianxia shook her head and defended Xiao Luo with tears in her eyes. Since the time at Jiangqing, she had seen that he was a kind man who always remembered his core purpose and responsibilities, and that was the reason she had fallen in love with him. In others' eyes, Xiao Luo was just a cold-blooded killer who enjoyed slaughter, but as far as Gu Qianxia was concerned, it was not true. Roar. Another deafening roar came from inside of the black prison. The roar resounded and reached them like waves of a tsunami, making everyone's ears ring painfully. It also created a few more deep cracks on the ground, and it was as if an earthquake just took place. "Master, please let Xiao Luo out. There must be something terrible happening inside." Gu Qianxia was extremely worried and continued to plead to Tianshan Elder. "Let him out?" Tianshan Elder smiled bitterly as this situation had gone entirely beyond her control. She had likely unlocked the full potential of the Xiao clan bloodline in that rascal, which made him extremely powerful now. In his present state, and were he not to be mentally stable and set free, then none of the people here could suppress him. The raging aura escaping from the prison of heaven and earth was incredibly intimidating and overpowering. It frightened Tianshan Elder. "Don't worry, young girl. This is normal as his vitality is peaking to an unprecedented level, and it means that he's about to break through his limits and reach new heights." Elder Long tried to comfort her. But inwardly, his opinion was the same as Tianshan Elder, as they could not afford to let Xiao Luo out now carelessly. This aura emanating from the prison was ominous, and he had never experienced such a terrifying and powerful aura from anyone else, not even his late master. Gu Qianxia was still too naive and believed Elder Long's words, even though it still puzzled her. She had forgotten that Elder Long had anxiously asked her master about the current situation and looking confused just moments ago. "No, I can't afford to risk Xiao Luo being in any danger." Xuanhuan flew toward the prison of heaven and earth and thumped the pitch-black prison wall with his palm. His almighty palm force turned into a ray of white aura blade and struck the pitch-black cube. However, when the aura blade came in contact with the surface of the prison, the black glow enveloping the prison brightened up and started devouring the aura blade, eating a meal. Within a few moments, the white aura blade dissipated into the thin air as if it was never there. While it shocked Xuanhuan, and the prison of heaven and earth suddenly sent out a burst of energy with tornado-like power and slammed into Xuanhuan. He vomited blood and was thrown back in the air, flying for a few meters. After he landed hard on the ground, he vomited more blood. "Are you an idiot? If my prison could be broken so easily, then how could my divine art of molding have the title of divine? Tianshan Elder ranted as she looked down at him and thought that Xuanhuan deserved it. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the prison of heaven and earth trembled from a relentless thumping that reverberated like explosions, sounding like a ferocious beast was trying to break free of the cage holding it. The ground shook with every explosion, and far away, an avalanche occurred. Tons of snow ran down from the sides of tall mountains, inundating the low-lying area, as the raging collapse of snow could be heard rumbling through the snow valley. Boom! Another explosion took place, and the prison shook even more vigorously, causing one of the sides to crack and creating web-like patterns. Junior sister, it seems like Xiao Luo will break out of the prison soon. Elder Long swallowed his saliva, and he believed matters were soon going to get out of hand. For one couldn't judge the Xiao clan with common perception alone, and as he had seen before how strong Xiao Luo was, he could already sense it intuitively. Tianshan Elder ignored him and performed the divine art of molding immediately. She bounded to the sky and quickly made a series of hand gestures to send an invisible energy field to strengthen the prison. It made the prison even darker, and the cracks were repaired at a very fast rate. Boom! 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 However, the thrashing continued relentlessly and was becoming even more forceful. It was as if the beast within had gone completely mad. Its inhuman roar was intimidating and frightful, and more cracks began to appear on the surface of the prison walls. This goddamn little rascal. Elder Tianshan was so infuriated that she had gritted her teeth. Her hair tossed about in the energy-charged air around her, and a sweat broke out on her forehead. Her powerful aura caused the air to shimmer as she channeled her inner power from her hands into the pitch-black prison of heaven and earth, resealing the cracks that formed. As time passed, the speed at which she could repair the cracks could not keep up with the rate the damage was occurring. Many more cracks appeared on its surface and started spreading outward like a spider web. Long, aren't you going to help? Tianshan Elder snapped at Elder Long, who was watching her below. Junior sister, fear not, I shall help you now. Elder Long then reacted with much enthusiasm, then bounded into the sky toward Elder Tianshan. He channeled his inner power to Tianshan Elder by placing his palms on her back. By doing so, the surrounding air altered to an unnatural state and appeared to distort, like a piece of paper folded multiple times and forming many creases. And it proved effective as the prison of heaven and earth was suddenly enveloped in a bright glow and the crack on the surface disappeared rapidly. At last, all the cracks were repaired, and the prison looked whole again. The beast was once again contained within. Boom! 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 Thumping and loud bangs came from within the prison of heaven and earth, but the walls held firm. The structure of the prison kept its integrity, and no more cracks appeared. Both Tianshan Elder and Elder Long descended back to the ground. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, if we had not combined our forces, Xiao Luo could have broken free of this prison. This power he possesses is indeed impressive. This is also the scary part of the Xiao clan. Elder Tianshan was panting heavily, and even her lively face could not hide her exhaustion. Long, I have now unlocked that rascal's potential completely, and if he turns into that demon who brings calamity to our world, you will surely die with me. Junior sister, rest assured, rest assured. If he is, then he still has us both to contend with, and besides, we also have the Light Clan from the Arcana land. It wouldn't be easy for the demon to bring doom to the world. Elder Long replied as he stroked his non-existent beard. Bang! As he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion came from the direction of the prison of heaven and earth. Erg! Tianshan Elder suddenly vomited blood with no warning, and when they looked at the prison, a gigantic arm had emerged from its walls. It was as pale as bone and sinewy, with its hand like a ghostly claw, tipped with pitch-black nails as sharp as daggers. It appeared to be something with an evil nature. What? What is that? Watching from the shed, Gu Qianlin was shocked when she saw the gigantic pale arm. She felt a sense of panic as what she saw did not resemble a human's, but seemed to belong to an evil creature. It looked exactly like those mutated zombies in the movies. Was that Xiao Luo's hand? How did his hand turn into this horrible thing? There were many questions in her head, and together with those beastly roars earlier, Gu Qianlin only felt an unparalleled sense of fear. It stunned Gu Qianxue and Xuanhuan as they stared with their eyes wide in disbelief at what was going on. Did he just break through the prison of heaven and earth? Elder Long was completely caught off guard, for if it were to be him in there, he couldn't have escaped from that prison receiving no help from outside. After the first arm broke free, Xiao Luo's other arm gradually emerged before he tried to rip the prison apart by pulling down its walls. Damn it! Tianshan Elder cursed and quickly launched herself into the air. With a series of intricate hand signs, she once again channeled more inner power toward the prison of heaven and earth. Elder Long immediately assumed his earlier position to assist the Tianshan Elder. The prison of heaven and earth was enveloped by a more intense glow this time, but regardless of how bright it became, the energy field could no longer stop Xiao Luo. As the two pale arms continued to rip the prison apart, a visibly wide crack appeared from the top to the bottom of the prison. Roar! With a resounding roar, the prison of heaven and earth burst asunder, shattering completely like a glass box falling to the floor and exploding into countless shards. MMPH. Elder Tianshan vomited more blood before losing control and falling out of the sky. Fortunately, Elder Long was on hand to catch her and prevent her from crashing to the ground. The prison of heaven and earth was her creation and solely sustained by her inner power. That the prison was an extension of her body meant Tianshan Elder suffered an equal amount of damage now that Xiao Luo had broken it. But Tianshan Elder ignored her injuries, as her concern now was an even greater threat. She turned in the prison's direction immediately, fearing the worst. What if it was not Xiao Luo who emerged from the prison but a monster? When everyone looked and got an unobstructed view of Xiao Luo, they froze. What they saw was a human-like monster, nearly 3 meters tall, with completely white skin, and an extremely muscular body. The long nails on his fingers were sharp and looked like dried, scaly claws. His white hair rose in the air by some strange force, his face twisted into a vicious scowl, and fangs protruded from his evil-looking mouth. But his ominous blood-red eyes stood out conspicuously, and he looked every inch a demon lord. Is that Xiao Luo? Xuanhuan gulped down his saliva with much difficulty as he broke out in a cold sweat. How was it impossible that Xiao Clan turned into such a monster? Gu Qianshua's eyes widened too, as she could not believe that Xiao Luo had turned into a monster. Monster. Gu Qianlin was in abject fright and had already drawn her pistol, but while it could kill an ordinary person easily, it did not provide her with any sense of security. Is this the fighting form that fighters from the Xiao clan assumed after unlocking their full potential? Xiao Luo's transformation dumbfounded Elder Long, as this was the first time he had seen a member of the Xiao clan in such a form. It was horrifying and looked like an evil creature from hell. This goddamn little brat has turned into an alien monster. Long, this resulted from you lying to me. Now that you have convinced me to unlock his full potential, I shall see if you can tame him. Elder Tianshan was still bleeding from her mouth as she glared at Elder Long coldly. Growl. As she spoke, the human-like monster, Xiao Luo, roared and a bloody thirsty aura emanated from him. He leaped into the air and bounded toward them with a raging intent to kill. Boom. 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 The ground cracked under the weight of his feet and filled the surroundings with his evil and malicious vibrations. This little brat has lost it. He is unable to manage this level of immense power. Tianshan Elder was in dread as she turned to Elder Long and said, Long, it's your time to shine. Elder Long smiled bitterly and advanced on Xiao Luo, instantly delivering a palm strike. His powerful palm force, able to cause an avalanche, condensed into a pure white energy ball and shot into Xiao Luo like the beam of a laser. Xiao Luo, in full stride, did not bother to dodge, but swept his hand in the direction of the energy ball, sending it flying off to the side. It crashed spectacularly into a mountain peak a few kilometers away. Kaboom! A loud explosion followed and the entire mountain, along with thick layers of snow, was wiped out completely. When Gu Qianlin saw it with her own eyes, her heart leaped to her throat and she trembled in fear. She would never have imagined that a mere human could attain such a level of power. Xiao Luo had shattered a mountain with just a thrust of his palm. This little brat. Xiao Luo's move caught Elder Long by surprise. He did not expect Xiao Luo to deflect his palm strike so easily. Before Elder Long could gather his thoughts, Xiao Luo had turned into a pale-looking monster and was charging at him with an angry roar. Elder Long immediately bounded into the air and flew toward a nearby mountain. He intended to lead Xiao Luo away to a deserted area to do battle and prevent accidental injuries to the others. Roar! The monster also launched into the sky and went after Elder Long. Moving at extreme speed, and before Elder Long realized it, the monster had already caught up with him. In midair, his hideous hand grabbed Elder Long's head from behind and yanked him down to the ground forcefully. His power was insurmountable. Boom! The impact resounded a loud bang. The noise loosened the snow on the mountainside and an enormous amount of snow crashed to the ground below. The entire mountain valley sounded like meteorites smashing into it and shook as if an earthquake had hit. Xiao Luo, keep your cool. It's me. Elder Long broke free from the white monster's clasp. It was one of those rare moments when Elder Long's face showed such seriousness. He retaliated with high-speed combat even as he tried to summon Xiao Luo's human conscience. However, his effort was to no avail. The white monster was relentless in his attacks. His every move was lethal. He moved in a well-planned pattern that would eventually corner his target. He resembled a killing machine designed purely to kill. Bam! 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 Wherever they did battle, the ground crumbled. The energy produced by the exchange of palm strikes was terrifying. Violent waves of energy rippled out across the surrounding area. Many of the mountain peaks could not withstand such raw force and disintegrated. Just like the snow, they turned into clouds of dust. Long, let me help you. Tianshan Elder yelled and bounded up quickly to join the battle. Xuanhuan hesitated as he was the least powerful of the three elders. But he knew that their utmost priority was to suppress Xiao Luo, so he joined the fight as well. The three Peerless fighters joined forces in combating Xiao Luo, now turned into the white monster. The outcome of the battle was unpredictable. The fight started on the ground initially and even destroyed the mountainside. Then they took to the sky and continued to fight. The effect of the strikes and clashes between their limbs shook the very foundations of the ground, and even the surrounding air crackled and produced distorted visions. Elder Long, Tianshan Elder, and Xuanhuan were all knocked to the ground by the white monster. But they were tenacious and kept getting back up and gave everything they had. They had to employ everything they learned throughout their lives in their attempt to suppress Xiao Luo. Bam! 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 There were thunderous bursts in the sky, and a terrific pressure was pressing down from above. The heaven and the earth trembled from the strain. Both Gu Qianlin and Gu Qianxia, watching from the ground below, felt the air thickening. Breathing was becoming more difficult. Sis, look at this. What kind of monster are you married to? Gu Qianlin truly felt angry at her sister for devoting herself to such a monster. It was horrible as he looked like a mutated zombie from Resident Evil. Gu Qianxia remained silent as she stared at the white monster fighting the three great elders in the sky. Her eyes were red again. Was that Xiao Luo? She had doubts in her heart, for the monster looked nothing like Xiao Luo. The thing she was looking at had sharp claws, pale skin, long fangs, and red eyes, a creature born in hell and destined to bring down destruction and evil to the world. Xiao Luo, forgive me for using such extreme means. A piercing and powerful roar burst from the old man and echoed far and wide. Elder Long's loose white hair danced in the air. A golden light had engulfed him and made him look like a statue of Buddha. From the sky above, Elder Long raised one hand and turned his palm toward the white monster. Rumble! A gigantic golden palm suddenly appeared in the sky as Elder Long's mantra echoed around the world. The size of his golden palm to a human was like comparing an elephant to an ant. The lines on the golden palm were visible as it came crashing down from the sky with great force on the white monster. The palm was as mighty as the lofty mountains and great rivers, and its power could even change the weather. The white monster seemed to sense danger. Instinctively, it tried to dodge that attack. But the Xianxia elder was making rapid hand movements as she channeled her inner force in the monster's direction. The prison of heaven and earth. With a roar, a small black prison appeared from thin air and imprisoned the white monster. With the first prison of heaven and earth destroyed, the Xianxia elder could only create a smaller one. Seen from a distance, the new prison resembled a loose-fitting black robe. It could only wrap the body of the white monster. The prison restrained him and he could not move an inch. The white monster continued to growl and struggled as he tried to break free of the prison of heaven and earth. Xiao Luo, don't blame us. We want you to wake up. Xuanhuan looked hesitant as he lifted a gigantic boulder that was the size of a 4-story building, then threw the boulder with all his might at the white monster. The gigantic boulder crashed at the white monster like a falling meteor. Kaboom! It resulted in tons of dust and snow rising into the air. While the two elders stalled for time, Elder Long's golden palm landed squarely on Xiao Luo. Bam! That strike pulverized the earth, and the shock waves made the mountains tremor and several peaks collapsed. Even the gigantic boulder thrown by Xuanhuan smashed to smithereens when it struck Xiao Luo. The entire Tianshan mountain area was convulsing. The residents at the foot of the mountains and tourists believed an earthquake had just occurred as they felt the ground move. Fear took hold of the people, and they ran toward the open areas. They saw both the beaming golden light at the peak of Tianshan Mountain and the unusual avalanche. A terrifying invisible energy wave then exploded on the mountain peak. Although it had no color or shape, everyone could still feel the force and see the surrounding air distort like ripples in water. Oh, my God! What just happened there? Could it be that the earlier quake was not an earthquake? Could something be happening on the mountain peak? What is that golden light? There is nothing but snow at the peak of Tianshan, and there isn't anybody there. Why would there be a golden light? Legend has it that there is a Tianshan elder who lives on the mountain. But I am not sure if this has anything to do with her. That myth is a few thousand years old. Even if a Tianshan elder existed, she would have died a long time ago. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was in shock. They were in fear as they could not make sense of what was happening on the mountain peak. In the mountains of Tianshan, many peaks had collapsed, including the one where Tianshan Elder's cave mansion was located. Tianshan Elder managed to teleport to her cave mansion and placed a protective field over the area after the prison of heaven and earth had successfully contained Xiao Luo. Elder Long and Xuanhuan also returned to the cliff after the battle with the white monster. They were both exhausted and wounded, for the white monster was indeed powerful and inflicted injuries on them. Tianshan Elder sustained the worst injuries. She had already suffered injuries when Xiao Luo broke free from the first prison of heaven and earth. Added to the strain of battle, Tianshan Elder was in a worse condition than the other two. She vomited a lot of blood, and her once youthful appearance had taken a drastic change. Her pitch-black hair was now gray, her cheeks had sunken, and she looked like an old lady. Her skin was rough and age spots were visible on her wrinkled skin. Master. Gu Qianxue ran up to Tianshan Elder with tears streaming down like the rain, and cried, Master, how are you? For as long as she could remember, her master had maintained the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but now she had suddenly transformed into an old woman with a hunchback. Age had ravaged her face and her hair was white, revealing just how old she was. No matter how stupid one was, it wasn't difficult to tell that something terrible had happened to her. Tianshan Elder's youthful appearance was no more. In her place was an ancient woman who had lived for thousands of years. Badly injured, Xianxia Elder coughed in pain. She reached out with a shriveled hand and touched Gu Qianshua's head. She smiled kindly and said, "Silly girl, why are you crying? This is how I looked like, to begin with, and there is nothing to worry about." Gu Qianxua couldn't help but shed tears, despite her master's comforting words. "Junior sister, you could keep your appearance thanks to the divine art of molding, but what's going on now? Has the technique lost its effect?" Elder Long said with his face filled with concern. Xianxia Elder sneered in reply, "Do you think I did not need to tap on my true inner force to bring out that stinky little brat's powers? I had to use a tremendous amount of my inner force to maintain that youthful appearance, but now that I only have a little left, and my injuries are severe, I naturally reverted to my true appearance." "Junior sister, you aren't going to follow our master's fate, are you?" Elder Long asked anxiously. Xianxia Elder blew up the moment she heard that. She picked up a stone and flung it at Elder Long, then spat on the ground. "Tui! You old fool with the surname Long, how dare you curse me? Do you have a death wish?" She wouldn't stop even after shying the stone at him and made to dash at Elder Long, to scratch his eyes out. Elder Long backed away and quickly explained, "Junior sister, please calm down. I was only worried about you." "Worry? What nonsense. I bet you can't wait for me to kick the bucket." "Well, I'm so sorry to disappoint you, but I still have at least 500 years left in me. 500 years is more than enough time for me to rest and recuperate, and by then, I'll get my youthful appearance back. It won't be just a dream, and I'll make sure I live longer than you," Xianxia Elder hissed. "Junior sister, look at you. Senior brother is showing concern for you. I wasn't trying to curse you, but you just can't seem to understand my good intentions," Elder Long lamented, shaking his head helplessly. Boom. At that moment, what sounded like a deafening sonic boom came from the sky. A blood-red light shot up into the sky from a distance, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure into the surrounding. Boom. Boom. Crash. As the ground shook violently, it caused a huge avalanche, and dozens of mountain peaks crumbled and fell. A boulder that shot into the sky along with the blood-red light exploded into myriad pieces and rained down like a shower of meteorites. The scene looked like a catastrophe, and it destroyed the Tianshan summit. Even people at the foot of the mountain could see the huge avalanche. "Is it Luo?" Xuanhuan asked as he widened both of his eyes. "Things are getting serious. You people from the Xiao clan are insane." Even a slap from me had no effect on him, and it seemed to have made him even stronger, Elder Long cried and couldn't help but swallow a bit of saliva. His entire body was about to break into a cold sweat. Xianxia Elder gasped and stared with shock at the strange light that now covered the entire sky. The light was burning violently like a fireball and caused one corner of the sky to turn completely red. It felt as if a bloody aura was filling the land with untold dread. Huh? The strange fireball headed right for the cliff in a steep trajectory, then crashed into the ground but made no sound. The force within it was extraordinarily mighty, and it resembled the violent force of a turbulent sea. This was an unstoppable force that made those who felt it tremble. Gu Qianxua and Gu Qianlin could not handle it and almost fell into a swoon, and even Elder Long and the other two elders were equally shocked. This little brat had truly become stronger. Was it possible that the people from the Xiao clan could continuously increase their powers without limit? Not long after, the immense pressure dissipated like a retreating tide. The blood-red fireball morphed into a figure who slowly strode toward them. The fire gradually died as he advanced, and after taking 5 steps, the fire extinguished completely. And there stood Xiao Luo. His white hair was billowing like rising smoke, although there was no wind. His eyebrows were long, his body was like the trunk of a tree, his skin was white as a sheet and was as smooth as porcelain around his neck. His unclothed upper body was rippling with well-defined muscles, and he was wearing black underpants on the lower half of his body. He emanated a mystical aura that evoked fears typically caused by an energy that was innately evil, yet it felt refined, eminent, and gentle. His pupils were blood red, but at that moment, it showed no signs of aggression. Aloof and arrogant, he stood alone and feared nothing. He was emanating a divine aura. Gu Qianlin was in a stupor, for she was looking at the world's most handsome man. No one else could compete with him, and somehow she was in awe with this elegant version of Xiao Luo. Gu Qianxue was dumbfounded, but in the next moment, emotion overcame her, and started crying. Xiao Luo had come back, and he was no longer the ferocious, white-colored monster. She was elated to see him again. Xiao Luo advanced a few more steps. His natural eye color and black hair had now returned and replaced his white hair and red eyes. The tremendous energy that emitted from his body earlier stopped, and his demeanor was like that of an ordinary human being. What was going on? Had he finally broken through his limit and reached new heights? Elder Long, Tianshan Elder, and Xuanhuan looked at one another. They couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had reverted into a normal human being. They didn't know the extent of Xiao Luo's powers, and there were only two possibilities: either Xiao Luo had reached a realm that was above them, or he had reverted to his original form. Xiao Luo was by then already standing right in front of them. Without waiting for them to say a word, he went down on one knee and gave the three of them a respectful bow. He expressed his genuine appreciation for their efforts, and said, to the two seniors, and old grandfather, "Thank you for increasing my powers." "Luo, have you regained your senses?" Xuanhuan asked eagerly. Xiao Luo smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Yes, I have. I was fighting against a terrifying force that was within me, but thanks to you, I completely suppressed it. And it is the reason I could exceed my limits, regain my senses, and be in full control of my body." Xiao Luo. Gu Qianxue ran up toward Xiao Luo without a care in the world and hugged him. "Everything is now fine, you don't have to worry anymore," Xiao Luo said as he patted her on the back softly and comforted her. "Stinky little brat, who would have thought that you'd make it? How do you feel right now?" Tianshan Elder looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. And she was wrong about him, for Xiao Luo was not the prophesied demon who was going to destroy the world. While the form of the white-colored monster he took on earlier was that of a demon, Xiao Luo had now regained his sanity, and he no longer looked evil. "I think I'm all right." Xiao Luo showed no emotions, and he displayed innate confidence in himself. "Junior sister, where is our master's dragon blade?" Elder Long suddenly asked. Tianshan Elder glanced at him and said, "Why are you asking that for?" "It's for Xiao Luo to try it, of course. Even the heavens cannot wield that dragon blade, so why not let Xiao Luo try it and see if he can control it? If he can, then give it to him. Besides, the blade is filled with Master's spirit of justice, and it will aid those who seek to do right." Elder Long slapped his thighs, recalling the power that Xiao Luo displayed when he lost control earlier on. "Oh, my God, this blade is destined for Xiao Luo," he exclaimed. Upon mentioning the dragon blade, Tianshan Elder took Xiao Luo and the others towards the mountain peak behind her cave. After arriving at the peak, they could spot a small lake about 10 feet in diameter. The lake was clear and hot steam rose from its surface. It looked like a fairy tale. They could feel the temperature was slightly higher than normal. "The mountains of Tianshan are frozen all year round, why is there a lake here?" Xuanhuan looked around. His face was filled with doubt. He walked towards the lake and raised out his hands to feel the water. With a look of disbelief on his face, "The water here is actually warm." At that moment, Gu Qianxue softly whispered into Xiao Luo's ears, "Xiao Luo, this is the hot spring that I previously mentioned." "I see." Xiao Luo nodded his head. Elder Long, as if figuring something out, asked Xianxia Elder, "Junior sister, don't tell me you've hidden the dragon blade beneath the river? Why is that not possible?" Xianxia Elder took a quick look at Elder Long, and said, "The dragon blade produces heat at least 12 hours a day. It's so hard to take a warm bath in the Tianshan Mountains. By putting it there, it can melt all the snow and ice to create a natural hot spring. During our spare time, I always take our showers in here with little snow." After hearing that, Xuanhuan was completely speechless. He wondered how crazy Tianshan Elder was for her to use the dragon blade to create a hot spring for her baths. Gu Qianshua's face turned slightly red. Her master saying things like that inevitably made her feel a little bit shy. On the other hand, Elder Long's chin was about to drop. With horror, he said to Tianshan Elder, "Junior sister, if master hears about this from the netherworld, don't you think you'll anger him to die again? Forget about that, you probably can't even close the coffin lid. Stop your stinky dog *T nonsense. I'm making the best use of it. You don't know *T. Tianshan Elder spit at his face while saying that. Elder Long helplessly wiped the saliva off his face and was speechless. "Stinky dog *T brat, go to the bottom of the lake and retrieve the dragon blade." Tianshan Elder shouted. "Okay." Xiao Luo walked forward. He didn't jump into the lake. Instead, he stretched out both of his palms and exercised his powers. He used the true inner force and released it from his palms. True inner force turned into two invisible barriers, dividing the warm lake into two. As Xiao Luo spread both sides, water rushed from the middle to the two sides and slowly revealed the dry bottom of the lake. Gulp. Gu Qianlin, who was standing right at the back, couldn't help but swallow a bit of saliva. She was finally realizing now that she and Xiao Luo belonged to two different worlds, or perhaps more accurately, the both of them were at different levels. Xiao Luo, who was splitting the lake, was like a god, there was nothing he couldn't do. Compared to him, she was as tiny as an ant. The bottom of the lake was uneven and filled with mountain rocks you could find anywhere. Following the splitting of the lake, the bottom of the lake was looking wider and wider, and not too long after, a blade that was in a scabbard could be seen. It stood tall and lay at the bottom of the lake inside a scabbard. There was a golden dragon printed on the scabbard and its hilt. When combined together, it formed a 5-clawed golden dragon. I haven't seen this in more than 1,000 years, to think that the dragon blade still looks the same. Elder Long excitedly sucked the blade through the air into his hands. He couldn't help but play around with it, looking at it with his pair of turbid eyes. Looking at it is like looking at our old master. I'm feeling so overwhelmed that I'm about to cry. He turned his head around, looked at Tianshan Elder, and reprimanded her with a stern look, "Junior sister, you are way too much. How can you make use of the dragon blade to take baths? Have you ever spared a thought for the dragon blade? I'm sure it's extremely unwilling to do so." "Shut up." Tianshan Elder couldn't be bothered to talk to him, and said to Xiao Luo, "Stinky dog *T brat, try to unsheath the blade." "Let me try it first. I might not have enough powers in the past, but I haven't been slacking in the past 1,000 years and have been practicing really hard. Maybe I might finally have the ability to pull it out now." Thinking about the past, Elder Long was filled with much grievances. While saying that, he put the blade above his head and tried to unsheath it in the coolest pose possible with one hand on the scabbard and the other on the hilt. But even though he used all the strength he had, until the veins on his forehead were popping, the blade refused to budge. It didn't look like he was able to unsheath it, and in the end, his face turned red, and he slowly gave up. "Senior, you can't even unsheath the blade?" Xuanhuan found it extremely hard to believe. It was just a blade, how was it possible that he couldn't unsheath it? This was way too unrealistic. Elder Long was a little bit embarrassed. He threw the blade over to Xuanhuan, and said unkindly, "Since you're that confident, you try it." Xuanhuan obeyed and tried to unsheath the dragon blade. But after giving it a try, he realized that something didn't seem right. It was as if the blade and the scabbard were fused together and wouldn't move an inch at all. He eventually used up all the strength he had but still couldn't do it. He exclaimed, "What a strange blade." "You bet it's strange. My master made this using heavenly cold iron and forged it over 9,981 days. A sword spirit is already living inside it. If the dragon blade doesn't acknowledge the person, then you can forget about using it," Elder Long said as he stroked his non-existent beard. "Dude called Long, I'm really happy that you're aware of the limit to your own strengths," Tianshan Elder sarcastically said. "Junior sister, you." Elder Long was so ashamed that his face turned red again. He tried to change the subject in a hurry and grabbed the blade from Xuanhuan, handing it over to Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo, give it a try. The dragon blade is everything my master had. It might only recognize my master as its owner. Even if you can't unsheath it, you don't have to feel ashamed, since, oh no." While saying that, his voice came to an abrupt stop, and a terrified look could be seen on his face. Tianshan Elder, Xuanhuan, Gu Qianxue, and Gu Qianlin's eyes were all wide opened. Just as Xiao Luo took over the blade, he managed to unsheath it casually with ease. As the blade was unsheathed, a majestic sword-like aura spread out into their surroundings, with the blade as the center. A golden aura in everyone's heart, as if a golden dragon was soaring and roaring, struck into everyone's soul. "Oh my bloody God!" Elder Long couldn't help but swear. He used up all the strength he had and still couldn't unsheath it, but Xiao Luo was able to do it without much effort at all. He could have never imagined that this would be possible. "The blade acknowledges Luo as its owner." Xuanhuan was extremely excited. Tianshan Elder looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. "You stinky brat." Xiao Luo frowned a little, because the dragon blade is currently sucking up his true inner force. As it sucked his true inner force, the golden aura slowly disappeared, and was replaced with a crimson light. The entire body of the blade and the scabbard that was black in color slowly turned into a devilish red. The blade that was originally warm and produced a whole lot of heat turned cold, and it was the kind of cold that was capable of causing one to shiver uncontrollably. "Senior, what's happening?" Xiao Luo appeared confused and asked Tianshan Elder and Elder Long. How was it that the golden dragon blade was now strangely glowing in a blood-red hue? "This means that your true inner force is leaning toward the Yin force. The dragon blade changes its characteristics based on the nature of its wielder's true inner force," explained Elder Long. Tianshan Elder added, "Our master's true inner force leaned toward Yang, which is why the blade was sheathed in a golden glow and generated heat." "So that's why." Xiao Luo felt at ease after understanding the truth. There was no need for him to worry anymore, as this was the nature of the blade. Now that he had finally increased his powers, the only thing left to do was to head toward Arcana Land. He was constantly worried about Suli and didn't want to waste even a second. "Looking at your powers now, cutting through space shouldn't be an issue for you," Elder Long said as he stroked his non-existent beard. "Close your eyes and feel the world with your heart. Explore every single corner of this world. You will ultimately discover a barrier in space, and behind it, you will find a dimension of chaos. Pass through this dimension, and you will reach Arcana Land on the other side." Xiao Luo followed Elder Long's guidance and closed his eyes, using his newfound powers to explore the space around him. Everything around him became illusory, and eventually, a transparent wall shimmered like a veil of swaying sparkling water above the sky. "This should be the space barrier." Xiao Luo slowly levitated, then flew toward that wall in the sky. With the dragon blade in his hand, he slashed through the barrier with no hesitation. Slash! A black crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It revealed what looked like a time travel tunnel that emanated a strange and mysterious aura. As a modern thinking person, Gu Qianlin had already been shocked by what she saw in the three extraordinary beings, Elder Long, Tianshan Elder, and Xuanhuan. And now, with a single slash, Xiao Luo sliced through the sky to expose a mysterious crack. She had always thought what she saw was the truth, but she now realized she was nothing more than the proverbial frog in the well. There were many things in the world she had yet to fully understand. "Luo, are you going now?" Xuanhuan asked. Xiao Luo, in the air with his legs in a lotus position, looked down and replied, "Yes, grandfather. Take care of yourself. Quickly return if things get out of hand, and fight another day. As long as there is life, there is hope." Xuanhuan was more concerned about Xiao Luo's safety than rescuing Su Li. Long has it been since the Xiao clan produced a genius who could awaken their bloodline. There was no way Xuanhuan would lose him just like that. Understood. Xiao Luo acknowledged his clan senior, then nodded respectfully to Tianshan Elder and Elder Long, and said, "To my two seniors, thank you so much. Go, wreak vengeance on the Light Clan." Elder Long, confident of Xiao Luo's abilities, looked up excitedly and said, "I bet the King of Swords from the Light Clan would never have dreamed of this. A guy that he trampled on so easily not long ago now has the powers to take him on. I'm curious to see what kind of expression he will have on his face when he gets a taste of your strength. This is going to be fun, haha, haha. Stinky little brat, remember this. Little Snow is your woman as well. Even after saving your empress, you must continue to take good care of Little Snow," Tianshan Elder shouted. Xiao Luo nodded and looked at Gu Qianxia, who was blushing, and said, "Little Snow, wait for me." Gu Qianxia nodded and responded, "Xiao Luo, you must be careful." "I will." Xiao Luo answered her with a smile on his face. He glanced coldly at Gu Qianlin, before turning around and entering the void through the crack in the sky. Upon entering the void, the laws of physics ceased to apply. The crack suddenly snapped shut and eventually vanished. Old man with the surname Long, who was the stinky little brat's empress? And why did the people from the Light Clan take his empress away? Tianshan Elder asked out of curiosity. "Junior sister, are you only catching on to things now? You should have asked me these questions right from the beginning," Elder Long quipped as he lifted his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Tianshan Elder replied, looking somewhat confused. "The name of Xiao Luo's empress is Su Li, and she's a very famous female celebrity. But she has another identity as the Holy Highness of the Light Clan." What he said shocked Tianshan Elder. "What? Holy Highness of the Light Clan? The one from the same generation as our master?" Elder Long nodded and replied, "That's right. According to the King of Swords from the Light Clan, the Holy Highness from the Light Clan sealed her memory and descended into the 6 realms of existence to break through the bottleneck. Experiencing life's ups and downs as an ordinary human will assist her in breaking through the bottleneck upon rebirth." "Oh, my God." Tianshan Elder was astounded when she heard that. "Junior sister, look at you. Why the look of surprise? I can't believe you were so shocked you even spoke in English," Elder Long said. "That stinky little brat's empress is the Holy Highness of the Light Clan? Isn't that enough to surprise anyone?" Tianshan Elder stared at the old man with bulging eyes, and said, "She is someone who is capable of controlling thousands of creatures in Arcana land, and sits right at the top of the hierarchy." Turning around to look at Xuanhuan, "Do you know your Xiao clan has produced a top-tier evildoer? To think that he slept with the Highness of Arcana land. It would mean he is trying to rule over Arcana land. That." Xuanhuan didn't know what to say, and just stood there smiling sheepishly. "Junior sister, calm down. Be it the Lord or Holy Highness of the Arcana land, she's still a woman, and no matter how capable or strong a woman she is, she will still eventually be a man's wife," said Elder Long. Do you really think the Holy Highness of the Light Clan will willingly be a woman who stays beside that stinky little brat? Tianshan Elder sneered coldly and chuckled. She's the supreme authority in the Arcana land. Thousands of creatures bow down in her presence. Once she retrieves her memory, she will feel the relationship she had here been in was an ill-fated one and choose to erase it. The easiest and quickest way would be to kill that stinky little brat. Xuanhuan gasped. It was a distinct possibility, as the Highness of Arcana land had experienced much over her lifetime of thousands of years. Once she recovered her memory, why would she be willing to come back with Luo? Clearly, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't kill him. Junior sister, stop saying such frightening things. It will scare people when they hear it, said Elder Long. Frightening things? Tianshan Elder sneered, as a woman myself, and as a woman who has also lived for a very long time, I can pat my chest and swear that this is certainly going to happen. Elder Long remained silent and furrowed his eyebrows. The rest didn't say a thing either. Xiao Luo had worked so hard to increase his powers and find his way into Arcana land. What if the enemy he had to face was not the guardians of the Light Clan, but Suli? Just the thought of it seemed cruel and tragic. What a disappointment it'd be for Xiao Luo. It will not happen. I believe Suli will not do that to Xiao Luo. Gu Qianxia said as she shook her head adamantly. No one replied to her. An inexplicably complicated atmosphere filled the air. On one side was the Highness of Arcana land, and on the other was a rising star of the Xiao clan. Just what sparks would fly when they met, and could anyone predict what was going to happen? Xiao Luo stepped into the dimension of chaos, and it was dead quiet. There was no presence of life at all, and it was just a void of endless darkness. However, it was not so dark that Xiao Luo could not make out his own hands. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could see all the surroundings within a 4-meter radius rather vividly. The terrain topography was relatively flat, and the temperature was cold enough to freeze water. Yet, the breath Xiao Luo exhaled did not form any mist. Xiao Luo carefully advanced until he arrived at the main hall, a structure that was over 10 feet tall. He did not know what material they had used to make it, but it was finished in black and produced a sheen. The enormous main entrance resembled the gaping mouth of a ferocious devil with fangs. It was intimidating. Upon closer inspection, the entire hall seemed to be built with the theme of a fierce monster, and it gave off an eerie vibe. This must be the temple of the master god of chaos that old grandfather mentioned to me. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Luo looked inside. There was a dark tunnel that gave the impression it would draw one's soul into it simply by staring at it for a long time. The entrance to the main hall was pitch dark, and Xiao Luo could even not spot a glimmer of light. He felt cold air blowing out from the inside, accompanied by a soft hissing sound. Xiao Luo calmed himself. He focused his thoughts and visualized how the Light Clan must have taken Suli through this tunnel, and passed through to the Arcana land after they had left the dimension of chaos. With no further hesitation, he stepped into the hall and walked with long strides. Lowly human! How dare you take even half a step into this temple? I, the Lord your God, will burn you to ashes. Right at that moment, Xiao Luo heard an ominous voice coming from inside the temple. It echoed through the tunnel and reverberated with a dark menace. The warning caught Xiao Luo by surprise, and he immediately stepped back. That forceful voice held tremendous sway over those who entered. It was a voice not to be trifled with, and whoever it was who spoke would not be less capable than Elder Long. With his hands folded respectfully, Xiao Luo bowed and greeted, "Senior, are you the Master God of Chaos?" Your junior Xiao Luo presents himself. I have something important to deal with and need to pass through to the Arcana land. I hope you will permit me passage, Senior. Do you know that nobody may travel between these two worlds? Your action will break the balance of both worlds. As the Master God of Chaos, my job is to prevent something like that from happening. Leave. Go back to where you came from and forget about entering the Arcana land. The authoritative voice echoed through the dark space. Xiao Luo would not give up that easily. With his hands folded, he bowed again. He repeated, Senior, I have something important to do and have to enter the Arcana land. I hope you will let me through, Senior. Human, are you trying to make me angry? Would you believe that Master God of Chaos will destroy you in body and spirit? The voice roared, and it seemed like Master God of Chaos was riled up. Senior, I believe you. But I have an urgent need to go there. Xiao Luo bowed his head. He did not hesitate further and passed through the entrance of the main hall. Xiao Luo found himself in a long paved passageway that resembled a catacomb under a great tomb. It was chilly, and the visibility was poor, even lower than the dark tunnel he came from. But Xiao Luo could use his divine consciousness to feel the lay of the terrain and had already formed a rough image of the passageway in his mind. Human, you have courage. I respect that, and I'm willing to spare your life if you retreat now. Otherwise, not even the 9 gods and Buddha can save you, threatened the Master God of Chaos. Xiao Luo ignored him. The Master God of Chaos had refused to show himself, and Xiao Luo wondered what the reason was. What if he was bluffing and did not have what it took to show himself? Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking some action instead of vocalizing his threats? Of course, it was only a hunch. Even if it was not the case, Xiao Luo still intended to enter the hall. He did not care if a mountain of swords and a sea of flames awaited him. Humph, you're asking for it. Do not blame me when I incinerate your body and spirit, you lowly human, scowled the Master God of Chaos, breaking out in a sinister laugh. Xiao Luo instinctively held onto his dragon blade tightly and made sure he had his guard up. Death Pit. The voice of the Master God of Chaos boomed once again. As soon as he spoke those words, the ground beneath Xiao Luo collapsed into a pit. It was filled with a great number of stakes that were as sharp as swords and pointed upwards. If he fell into that pit, those stakes would surely pierce through him. But Xiao Luo could levitate, and he hovered into the air. This kind of trap posed no threat to him at all. He furrowed his brows and looked at all the stakes fixed on the floor of the pit. He could not help but wonder if this was one of the Master God of Chaos tricks. Was he not stooping a little too low? The Master God of Chaos seemed caught in an awkward spot. He remained uncomfortably silent for a moment before he coughed a little and said, Cough, cough, this is just the appetizer. Do not be so cocky, human. The Lord, your God, will make sure you turn to ashes. Endless fire. Suddenly, the temperature rose drastically as an intense flame surged within the passageway like hellfire. It appeared from nowhere and lit up the dark passage instantly. The temperature of that fire was exceedingly high and posed a bit of a threat to Xiao Luo. But it wasn't too great a threat to Xiao Luo, who hovered in the air with his legs crossed in a lotus position and used his true inner force to create an invisible protective barrier. Flames roared and engulfed the bubble, but did not injure him. He held up resolutely like a firm rock in a turbulent sea, and the torrent of hellfire could do him no harm. Human being, you are quite impressive. Now, face my level 10 flames. The Master God of Chaos roared, and in an instant, the intensity of the flames increased significantly. Like an angry beast roaring angrily, the temperature rose to more than 1,000 degrees. The intense heat gradually overcame Xiao Luo's protective bubble, and his clothes were scorched and fell off in charred pieces. Soon, even his skin reddened and nasty blisters formed. Human, do you still want to go to Arcana land? The Lord, your God, here cares for all living things. If you promise to leave now and return to your original world, I will stop the flames and spare your life, said Master God of Chaos. I'm sorry, Senior. But I have to go to Arcana land. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and endured the intense heat and high temperatures that could smelt steel. His flesh was by now severely traumatized, and it oozed blood and hyaline tissues. Still, this pain was nothing compared to what he had suffered in the prison of heaven and earth. "All right then, you shall burn to ashes," roared the master god of chaos. The fiery flames surged in an endless sea of fire toward Xiao Luo. But at that moment, the dragon blade quivered and soared into the air on its own. It started twirling at great speed and drew the flames in the passageway. As the flames rushed toward it, and the dragon blade devoured it all like a famished monster. The blade consumed everything no matter how intense the flames were, and after it put out the flames, the passage suddenly returned to its peaceful condition. The dragon blade spun in the air, before it returned to Xiao Luo, then quivered slightly as if it were burping, before it settled in his hands. "You can even consume flames?" Xiao Luo gawked at the dragon blade in disbelief as it emitted a devilish blood-red glow. It was indeed a precious sword and had the consciousness to protect its owner in dire situations. As if acknowledging Xiao Luo's admiration and gratitude, the dragon blade buzzed and quivered for a little. The temperature in the dark passageway returned to normal. The burns on Xiao Luo's body began to heal at a rapid speed. He calmed himself before he called out to the master god of chaos once again, "Senior, can you let me enter?" The temperature in the dark passageway returned to normal. The burns on Xiao Luo's body began to heal at a rapid speed. He calmed himself before he called out to the master god of chaos once again, "Senior, can you let me enter?" The master god of chaos' reply came after a brief pause. "Lowly human. Do you think you have passed the test already? Dream on." Invincible rolling boulder. A round boulder, measuring about 10 meters in diameter, fell from above the dark passage with a resounding thud. The enormous boulder, shaped like a wrecking ball, rolled toward Xiao Luo, and the entire passageway rumbled from its movement. Was this the master god of chaos? Would the master god of chaos stoop so low and use such cheap tricks? Xiao Luo furrowed his brows and had doubts about the actual identity of the master god of chaos. As the spherical boulder rolled closer, Xiao Luo sliced it cleanly into two using his dragon blade. The two sections of the split boulder swooped past him. "Senior, if you want to stop me from entering, then it would be better for you to show yourself. Can you stop using tricks like these?" By this time, Xiao Luo had scant respect for the master god of chaos, who simply refused to show himself. It felt like someone was hiding in the shadows, pulling levers to activate these booby traps. Xiao Luo headed straight toward the other end of the passage. The master god of chaos suddenly became exceedingly furious. He condemned Xiao Luo's actions and cursed him with spiteful words. "Goddamn human! You have offended a god's prestige by your foolishness. Hurry and stop. You cannot advance any further. Otherwise, the Lord, your God, will send you to the 9th level of hell where you will neither live nor die." "You will not listen, huh? Then the Lord, your God, will dispatch his chaotic soldiers. They will twitch your muscles, peel off your skin, and light your sky lantern." The more Xiao Luo listened, the more annoyed he got. Despite the commanding tone of the voice, the more he spoke, the more it became clear that he did not deserve respect. Xiao Luo was now fuming and wanted to find the person behind these tricks. He was going to drag him out of the shadows, no matter what. In the middle of the passageway, the path became wider. It was the intersection between the front and the back, with a diameter over 10 feet. On its walls, a white fire glowed. It resembled incendiary white phosphorus fire. It was not the slightest bit warm and was not too bright either. Xiao Luo spotted a massive door on the other end. The enormous door emitted an ancient and forbidding aura, as if it had seen a lot over the years. Above the doors were copper nails neatly arranged horizontally and vertically. The door handle took the form of two copper lion heads, biting into two copper rings. Could the master god of chaos be in here? Xiao Luo stopped in front of the door. Filled with curiosity, he reached out with his hands and pushed the giant door open. Goddamn human, stop your foolish actions now. There is a wild beast sealed in there. If you let it out, there will be devastation, either in the Arcana land or in your original world. Xiao Luo could hear the slightly nervous voice of the master god of chaos booming through the passageway. Xiao Luo hesitated. But since being in here, his ears were almost getting calluses from listening to all those hoaxes. He refused to believe what the voice said and used a significant amount of strength to push open those massive doors. What greeted him was a dazzling light and a hall with an area of about 100 square meters. It looked very modern, and there was technology in use. There were tiles on the floor, and the walls were painted all white. The suspended ceiling looked somewhat like that of a Nation General Assembly Hall. In the center, there was a leather sofa. Beside it stood a desk with a computer equipped with a voice input device. On the wall facing the desk, 26 silver screens combined to form a large screen. On the giant composite screen, one could monitor the situation in the passageway. Xiao Luo was shocked to find such a modern office in the dimension of chaos. But what surprised him the most was the white duck sitting in front of the desk. The duck was wearing clothing like a human. It was dressed in a navy uniform and had a red tie hanging down its chest. It looked just like a cartoon character he used to watch as a kid, Donald Duck. As soon as Xiao Luo came in, he locked eyes with the duck. A human and a duck stared at one another for over 10 seconds. The one who was talking earlier on was not you, right? Xiao Luo asked. He broke the silence first and pointed at the duck. It's not me, the duck answered. The duck shook his head to deny it, but as he forgot to switch off the microphone, his voice echoed throughout the area. There was a vast difference between the duck's voice and the voice that Xiao Luo had heard before. But no matter whose voice it was, anyone could tell that it was a voice of a person shouting at the top of his voice. This was a duck that could talk? Was it a duck or a goblin? Deep down, Xiao Luo was a bit stunned. But he knew that the master god was not a duck. This duck was fooling around. He walked toward the duck for a closer inspection. He looked carefully to see if it was a real duck. Or if it was a person dressed in a duck outfit. The duck had a temper. Taking off his headset, he stared at Xiao Luo and scowled, "You goddamn brat, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a duck as good-looking as me? You better believe that this grandpa duck here will destroy you in body and spirit." Destroy body and spirit? He was not sure at first. But after hearing those words, it was undeniable that the voice he had heard in the passageway was from this little duck. "So, it is you. Huh?" Although it surprised Xiao Luo that a duck could talk, what he had witnessed were not things that an ordinary person could see. So, he accepted things for what they were. He stretched out his hand to grab the duck's head. He looked around the hall and said, "A wild and huge creature? You? Are you not just a duck? Impudent. You goddamn human. You are being rude to a god, now. Get your dirty hands off me. Otherwise, Grandpa Duck will send you to the 9th level of hell, where that you can neither live nor die," screamed the duck. He flapped his wings, which were also its arms, and continued to intimidate Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was not the least bit afraid. It irked him just thinking about how the duck had messed with him earlier on. And now, he had to listen to his rambling and bluffs. With waiting, he smacked the duck mercilessly on its head. That one smack hit the duck's navy cap away, and a visible bump instantly appeared on its head. The duck was in so much pain that it began screaming. With his eyes wide open, the duck glared at Xiao Luo ruthlessly and said, "How dare you disrespect the Grandpa Duck? You lowly human. Grandpa Duck is going to eat you up." "Eat me up? You better believe that I'll pluck out all your feathers now, and turn you into a roast duck," explained Xiao Luo. He was so angry but could not help laughing at the same time. He plucked off its feathers. White feathers filled the air, and the duck's painful scream echoed in the hall. You goddamn human. Stop now. Otherwise, Grandpa Duck will kill you. Kill me? Xiao Luo sneered and continued plucking like a madman. Wait, stop it. I surrender. Stop plucking. If you continue plucking, all my feathers will be no more, cried the duck. It was in so much pain that it began crying. It wailed continuously. Xiao Luo finally stopped to look at the pitiful duck. He turned around to head toward the sofa for a seat. Xiao Luo was aghast, but behaved like a host. Gently, he said, answer a few of my questions truthfully. Otherwise, you can forget about keeping even a single feather on your body. He had plucked out a lot of feathers. The duck had bare spots on its body, where Xiao Luo had forcefully plucked out its feathers. Blood was oozing from the wounds and slowly dripping onto the floor. Some of its feathers were already blood-stained, and the duck looked pathetic. Xiao Luo could not help feeling that he might have gone overboard. After a short while, he no longer felt guilty. This talking duck was an evildoer, for its injuries healed speedily, and all those missing feathers grew again. Shortly, it looked rejuvenated and was back to its original look. What do you want to ask me? Asked the duck, visibly having doubts about Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's asked, where's the master god of chaos? What's your relationship with him? He is my owner and my master. He brought me here 500 years ago and taught me martial arts and how to talk. Every time I mention my owner, I feel grateful to him. If not for him, this duck here might have already kicked the bucket before he could even hatch from its egg. This duck here will never forget his kindness for the rest of my life. In my heart, my owner is like a light that makes my world bright. Stop. I asked you where the master god of chaos is right now. I never asked you how you met him, Xiao Luo interrupted and frowned. The duck was full of nonsense. He could twist and turn the conversation away from its topic. Oh, my owner went abroad for a holiday. Before he went, he told me to take good care of the temple. I am not to allow anyone to travel between both worlds. The talking duck said with a sincere look, before this happened, no one could pass the traps that this duck here has set, except you. While I am protecting this temple, the two worlds have been peaceful. There have been no interruptions at all. Then half a month back, how do you explain the two people from Light Clan who traveled between both worlds? Asked Xiao Luo. He found the duck dishonest. That question caused the duck's face to turn red. But it still refused to admit it. The duck shook its head and said, there were two people from the Light Clan traveling between both worlds? Impossible, that did not happen. If it didn't happen, then why would I want to go to Arcana Land? Xiao Luo said with an agonized smile as he recalled the image of Suli taken away. You are planning to go save that woman? The talking duck asked unconsciously and then realized that he made the mistake of revealing the party from Arcana Land. It now became clear that there were people from the Light Clan traveling between both worlds. That's right. She is my wife. Xiao Luo ignored that blunder and replied. Suddenly, the talking duck placed its wing on Xiao Luo's shoulder with a deep sense of empathy, and said, Brat, there is one thing Grandpa Duck hates the most, and that is to separate two lovers. All right then, this duck will go to Arcana Land with you and help you get your girl back. Does that sound good? Right, my nickname is the King of all Ducks, also known as the Duck Emperor. Since we have crossed each other's path, I think this is fate. This duck thinks that the more I look at you, the more pleasing you look. Is it normal to shorten the King of all Ducks to be Duck Emperor? Asked Xiao Luo. The Duck Emperor had an odd look on its face and patted Xiao Luo's shoulders casually. Do not worry about such minor details. All you need to know is that I am the Duck Emperor. You look like you are in your 20s. This duck is 500 years old, so according to age, this duck here is your senior. Protocol dictates that you address me as your ancestor, but this duck will not take advantage of you. You only need to address me as Grandpa Duck Emperor. He had plucked out a lot of feathers. The duck had bare spots on its body, where Xiao Luo had forcefully plucked out its feathers. Blood was oozing from the wounds and slowly dripping onto the floor. Some of its feathers were already blood-stained, and the duck looked pathetic. Xiao Luo could not help feeling that he might have gone overboard. After a short while, he no longer felt guilty. This talking duck was an evildoer, for its injuries healed speedily, and all those missing feathers grew again. Shortly, it looked rejuvenated and was back to its original look. "What do you want to ask me?" asked the duck, visibly having doubts about Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's asked, "Where's the master god of chaos? What's your relationship with him?" "He is my owner and my master. He brought me here 500 years ago and taught me martial arts and how to talk. Every time I mention my owner, I feel grateful to him. If not for him, this duck here might have already kicked the bucket before he could even hatch from its egg. This duck here will never forget his kindness for the rest of my life. In my heart, my owner is like a light that makes my world bright." "Stop. I asked you where the master god of chaos is right now." "I never asked you how you met him," Xiao Luo interrupted and frowned. The duck was full of nonsense. He could twist and turn the conversation away from its topic. "Oh, my owner went abroad for a holiday. Before he went, he told me to take good care of the temple. I am not to allow anyone to travel between both worlds." The talking duck said with a sincere look, "Before this happened, no one could pass the traps that this duck here has set, except you. While I am protecting this temple, the two worlds have been peaceful. There have been no interruptions at all. Then half a month back, how do you explain the two people from Light Clan who traveled between both worlds?" asked Xiao Luo. He found the duck dishonest. That question caused the duck's face to turn red. But it still refused to admit it. The duck shook its head and said, "There were two people from the Light Clan traveling between both worlds? Impossible, that did not happen. If it didn't happen, then why would I want to go to Arcana Land?" Xiao Luo said with an agonized smile as he recalled the image of Suli taken away. "You are planning to go save that woman?" The talking duck asked unconsciously and then realized that he made the mistake of revealing the party from Arcana Land. It now became clear that there were people from the Light Clan traveling between both worlds. "That's right. She is my wife." Xiao Luo ignored that blunder and replied. Suddenly, the talking duck placed its wing on Xiao Luo's shoulder with a deep sense of empathy, and said, "Brat, there is one thing Grandpa Duck hates the most, and that is to separate two lovers. All right then, this duck will go to Arcana Land with you and help you get your girl back. Does that sound good?" "Right, my nickname is the King of all Ducks, also known as the Duck Emperor. Since we have crossed each other's path, I think this is fate. This duck thinks that the more I look at you, the more pleasing you look." "Is it normal to shorten the King of all Ducks to be Duck Emperor?" asked Xiao Luo. The Duck Emperor had an odd look on its face and patted Xiao Luo's shoulders casually. "Do not worry about such minor details. All you need to know is that I am the Duck Emperor. You look like you are in your 20s. This duck is 500 years old, so according to age, this duck here is your senior. Protocol dictates that you address me as your ancestor, but this duck will not take advantage of you. You only need to address me as Grandpa Duck Emperor." "Ancestor? Grandfather?" When Xiao Luo heard this, he couldn't hold back and knock on its head again. The Duck Emperor glared and said, "You King idiot, why did you knock on me again? If you call yourself the Emperor or Grandpa again, I'll certainly turn into a featherless duck, Xiao Luo threatened. As expected, the duck emperor lost his temper, but dare not say any more. After staring at the duck for a long time, Xiao Luo laughed at himself. It is so weird. Why am I wasting time with a useless duck like you? It was just a waste of time to walk in here and waste his time arguing with a duck. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Brat, wait for me. Let's go to the Arcana land together. The duck emperor cried. Swoosh! The tip of the dragon's saber flashed, and instantly Xiao Luo had it pressed against the duck's throat. The feel of cold steel made it shiver. Xiao Luo turned around and looked down at the duck. Then give me a reason to bring you to the Arcana land. I can do you a favor, the duck emperor said. Do you see yourself like a savage beast? You're just a useless duck, so please mind your own business, Xiao Luo teased. The moment the duck emperor heard this, he flew into a rage. Brat, don't look down on ducks. No matter what, I am still the disciple of the master god of chaos. Even though I may be unskilled, but in the art of escaping, I am second to none. The art of escaping? Xiao Luo did not make fun of the duck again, for the Arcana land was a land that he was unfamiliar with. It was unknown what kind of powerful beings existed in that world. If he encountered a formidable opponent, he might very well need to make a strategic retreat. How can we escape? Is it just enough for you to escape on your own, or can you bring people along with you? Of course, I can bring others along when we flee, but it's only limited to one person. It's just that the method of bringing people to flee is too embarrassing to speak about, said the emperor duck. What sort of unspeakable method is it? Xiao Luo asked curiously. The duck emperor chuckled and took out a cigar from somewhere. He lit it up and took a puff. I'll have to use my claws to grab your P***nis, then fly you away. Xiao Luo's face darkened at once. This was one useless duck that was full of nonsense and was not worth spending any more time on. Get lost. Xiao Luo gave the emperor duck a piece of his mind and turned toward the exit. Hold on, brat. You can't leave the temple just like that. You'll never reach the other end without my guidance. Xiao Luo ignored him and pushed the door open, but the sight that greeted his eyes stunned him. The passageway that he entered from was no longer in front of him. Instead, it was a void of darkness. Don't step out the doorway. It's dangerous outside. The duck emperor picked up a book and dashed over. Then, he slipped half of the book into the dark void in front of him. When he pulled it back, there was only half of the book left. The other half seemed to have been devoured by the darkness. This is nihility. Anything that enters it will instantly turn to nihility. Except for my master, the master god of chaos, no one dares to enter it, for this is the absolute power of the chaos dimension. How did the outside change to become this nihility? Xiao Luo asked, and then he added, quick, get to the point. The chaos dimension possesses a consciousness, and it prevents people from traveling between the two worlds. If you didn't enter this hall earlier but walked through the long passage instead, you would have reached the other end. The consciousness of the chaos dimension would not have been able to detect you at all, and wouldn't have turned everything into nihility, the emperor duck explained. Xiao Luo did not believe this evil. He cast his true inner force over his finger to protect it and prodded it into the dark nihility. Just as he reached in, a piercing pain jolted his fingertips. He retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted and brought it up to his eyes for a closer inspection. The flesh on the tip of his right index finger was oxidized as if he had soaked it in an acid solution. And his fingernails looked severely corroded. King idiot. Now do you believe your Grand Duck Emperor's words? The duck put on airs as if to imply that Xiao Luo would suffer needlessly if he chose not to listen to his sage advice. Using his duck wings, which resembled human hands, he held the cigar and smoked a few puffs. "Tell me, how should I leave then?" Xiao Luo grabbed the duck's navy uniform and lifted it into the air. He was already getting impatient and felt like he was being played the fool by this useless duck. "We can't leave now. We have to wait for the nihility to disperse." Sensing a cold and sinister aura emanating from Xiao Luo, the Duck Emperor couldn't help but shiver. "How long do we have to wait?" Xiao Luo's voice was icy as he was eager to get to the Arcana land quickly. Instead, he had to waste his time waiting here. The feeling of helplessness was like a raging fire burning within his entire body. It's only 10 to 15 days. The Duck Emperor's eyes were rolling around awkwardly in their sockets as he spoke uneasily. However, when the duck saw Xiao Luo's eyes glowering with rage, he immediately added, "We're here in the chaos dimension, and relative to the two worlds outside, time remains still. No matter how long we stay in here, it's only a blink of an eye in the two worlds outside." Hearing this, Xiao Luo finally calmed down a little. He released the Duck Emperor and dropped him to the ground. The Duck Emperor's butt hit the ground first, causing him to curse out in pain. "Mn brat, how can you treat your elders in such a way? You will be struck by lightning." Xiao Luo ignored the duck and walked straight to the sofa. He picked up a magazine from the table in front of him and then leaned back casually and read it. Waiting for nihility to disperse was incomparably long for Xiao Luo. The long wait got to him, so he started meditating to calm down. He closed his eyes to circulate his internal energy to pass the time. Here in this hall, all the necessities of life were available, and the huge refrigerator was well stocked with food. There was meat, drinks, water, vegetables, and other foodstuffs. Every once in a while, the contents of the refrigerator would automatically fill up. In one corner of the hall was the kitchen, and in another corner was the bathroom. As if the long wait wasn't enough, Xiao Luo also had to face a talkative, annoying duck. The Duck Emperor had nothing to do all day, and he would cook on a whim or select a book and cross his legs reading it, and sometimes, he would walk back and forth in the hall with his pair of duck wings behind his back and ponder about life. His duck butt would sway left and right, and on several occasions, Xiao Luo had the urge to kick him. Xiao Luo realized that this annoying duck would discreetly watch X-rated videos. Of course, these videos differed from those humans watched and were the documentaries about animal mating, so Xiao Luo gave him the moniker lecherous duck. "Where did all these things in the hall come from?" Xiao Luo asked. He was very curious, as these were all modern equipment. "My master brought them from the original world. I'm told that the pollution in your original world is too severe. The environment is foul, and the spiritual energy is thin. The people living there have very unhealthy bodies and extremely short lifespans, am I right?" the Duck Emperor asked. Xiao Luo smiled but said nothing. However, he agreed with this point. Indeed, the environment of the original world was undoubtedly polluted. There was air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, noise pollution, pesticides, radiation, and many more, so why wouldn't his world have a harsh environment? But the original world isn't all bad, I mean, there's an advanced technology. As for your great inventions, I like computers very much. Not only I can use it to watch shows, but I can also play video games and listen to music with it. I can even mimic the master's voice using some software. It is simply a spectacular invention." The Duck Emperor sat before his computer as he professed his admiration for them. Xiao Luo could not help but comment, "It is a shame that your computer isn't connected to the internet. If you go online, you'll discover even more interesting things." He had checked the duck's computer earlier, and while there were many animal documentaries, he only had one movie about humans. It was a Cantonese film, so this duck would use Cantonese swear words sometimes in his speech. Yes. I always want to see the world outside." The Duck Emperor enthused passionately, and it filled his eyes with excitement. So, that's why you wanted to follow me to the Arcana land, am I right? Xiao Luo said with a chuckle. Oh, dear, was it so obvious? The Duck Emperor covered his mouth with his hand-like wings, looking like an innocent child. I have been living in this hall since I was born, and I've never once seen the world outside. Although I am more than 500 years old, my perspective is shallower than a 3-year-old kid. Please, sympathize with my situation and take me along with you. I promise I won't be a burden. Aren't you afraid that the Master God of Chaos will punish you when he finds out? Xiao Luo asked. Punish? No, no, no. He has gone on a vacation to the outer world. Why can't I take a break too? The Duck Emperor was planning to risk it all. He desperately wanted to see the world out there for the longest time. And, had he the capability to tear through the dimension of chaos, he would have left this prison-like hall a long time ago. Speaking about the outer world, I am so fascinated by it. According to my master, 2 parties rule the outer world, the Ultimate Martial Clan, and the Ultimate Tech Clan. The Arcana land here and the original world resemble these clans from the outer world. The Arcana land represents the Ultimate Martial Clan while the original world represents the Ultimate Tech Clan. Xiao Luo suddenly became serious and asked, what is the Ultimate Martial Clan, and what is the Ultimate Tech Clan? Be clear about it. How should I make it clearer? Let me give you an example. If people want to fly, they would need the help of an aircraft. This belongs to the realm of the Ultimate Tech. Some can fly using their capabilities without the help of an aircraft, they belong to the Ultimate Martial realm. Similarly, using a communication device to communicate over a distance of 1,000 miles belongs to the realm of the Ultimate Tech. Those who could transmit their voices using their inner power to communicate belong to the realm of the Ultimate Martial. The Duck Emperor had a cigar in his mouth and started smoking. Regardless of whether it is the Ultimate Martial or Ultimate Tech, they can all achieve the same results. In the outer world, they have always been rivals. Is it clearer now? He said. Xiao Luo finally got a better understanding of the matter. He even suspected if the Ultimate Tech Clan invented the genius system. One clan represented the top martial artists, and the other clan represented the power and ingenuity of science. The higher one progressed, the more likely he would appreciate how little he knew. In Xiao Luo's mind, he had formed an understanding of a vast and complicated universe called the Outer World Civilization. And compared to this civilization, the world that he knew was simply insignificant. The Ultimate Martial Clan and the Ultimate Tech Clan made up the universe. His original world and the Arcana land were miniature versions of these clans. Xiao Luo suddenly felt the vastness of this universe and how small he was in comparison. But he also knew that the stronger he became, the higher the level he could attain. But, he had no wish to go to the outer world and only wanted to remain in his world, in his own home with the love of his life. It was a simple and ordinary wish. 10 days later, the nihility outside had finally dissipated. The Duck Emperor had packed his backpack long ago and was ready to leave with Xiao Luo to see the wonders of the Arcana land. Its entire backpack only comprised some clothing. I did not agree to bring you along. Xiao Luo rolled his eyes. Although Xiao Luo thought this duck was rather helpful, he suspected Duck Emperor was still going to be a burden. Besides, adventurers usually brought along cool mythical beasts with them, so he didn't wish to be stuck with this damn white duck. It was awkward in every way. What? As the Duck Emperor heard that, he froze and sat on the ground, then threw a tantrum. You rascal, how could you do this to me? Aren't we our friends? Would it cost your life to show me the world? He cried. He was crying pathetically and looked exactly like Donald Duck. Xiao Luo was speechless, but he was determined not to bring Duck Emperor along. On top of it being a burden, what if the Master God of Chaos returned and realized that he had brought the duck out? That could be another potential cause of unnecessary trouble. Duck, guard the temple well for your master, I'll see you when I return. He waved to it and left the room. Stepping out to the cylindrical-shaped tunnel, he continued to the other side of the temple. The pitch-black tunnel was chilly, and it looked like a devilish ghoul lived within it. Thinking of how the two men from the Light Clan had forced his wife to go through this tunnel under coercion, Xiao Luo hastened his pace and reached the exit within half an hour. The exit on this side resembled the entrance of the original world. They both resembled a demon's head, and the exit was the demon's gaping mouth. If he had not seen it for himself that he walked through the temple, he might have thought that he returned to the same place he had left from. He then shut his eyes to sense the existence of a space barrier. When he successfully detected it, he unsheathed his sword and slashed the barrier immediately. Rip! A crack formed into the dimension of chaos, and it looked like a path that led to heaven, for it was blinding and it was difficult to tell what lay within it. Xiao Luo frowned and stepped into the crack with no hesitation. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw a land covered in lush forests and an expansive blue sky. There were also clusters of tall mountains, and he was looking down upon this landscape like a deity. Xiao Luo floated in the high sky and saw a large river meandering in the woods. The air was refreshing. In this land, even breathing felt like a carefree enjoyment. There were no signs of industrial pollution and haze. The world felt like it had just been cleansed by a spring shower, and it was clear as a mirror. He could also sense an abundance of spiritual energy overflowing in this world. So this is the Arcana land? Xiao Luo performed the levitation skill and flew across the boundless forests. The crack he opened up in the dimension of chaos was closing up quickly and finally disappeared into the horizon. Re. Suddenly, a shrill bird call pierced through the air. Xiao Luo looked over to the source of the call and it stunned him. A gigantic bird that was covered in crimson-red feathers flew over to him from afar. When it spread both of its wings fully, it had a wingspan of 20 meters, making it an enormous monster that was large enough to block the sun. A phoenix? Xiao Luo unconsciously thought of the name of this gigantic bird. It had the head of a chicken, the neck of a sparrow, the back of a tortoise, and the tail of a fish. Wasn't this the mythical bird, the phoenix, as recorded in the Shanhai scroll? He could not believe that such a creature existed anywhere. You brat, what are you waiting for? Dodge. Suddenly, Xiao Luo heard the Duck Emperor's familiar voice, but he did not have time to search around as the phoenix was close. Compared to the mythical bird, Xiao Luo looked like a tiny sparrow next to a commercial aircraft. Therefore, not dodging wasn't an option. Whoosh! The gigantic phoenix flew past Xiao Luo and sent a gust of wind into him. If not for Xiao Luo's powerful strength, he would have been blown off course by this gust and lost his control in midair like a broken kite. When he recovered, he realized that there was another phoenix as both of them were crying loudly. They were pecking each other in flight and attacking with their sharp claws like they were each other's nemesis. The fight was intense and many red feathers fell off from their bodies and floated to the ground. Their sharp claws had also resulted in terrible injuries, and blood was spilled from the sky. Crash! They continued to fight as they crashed to the ground, destroying a large area of the forest. Their wings were flapping madly and stirring sand into a violent tornado that raged through the surrounding area. Such giant beasts are very territorial by nature. It must be because one of them had entered the other's territory. The voice of the Duck Emperor seemed to be speaking right into his ears. Xiao Luo turned around and saw the duck the size of a fly standing on his shoulder, giving a commentary on the fight between the phoenixes. What are you looking at? This is my magic power, I can control my body's size at will, the Duck Emperor said as he stared back at Xiao Luo. I was a little suspicious when you were so obedient, but it seems you had planned to sneak along after all, Xiao Luo snapped. The Duck Emperor slapped Xiao Luo's neck with his wing, and said, "You rascal, if I did not pull this trick, there's no way you would have let me tag along. I call this strategy, do you understand?" Slap, Xiao Luo reached out and slapped his shoulder, like how he would swat a fly. "Arg!" The Duck Emperor screamed, "You rascal, what are you doing?" Xiao Luo ignored him and continued to swat at him, convinced he needed to teach this duck a lesson. "Arg! I am exploding, if you continue to hit me, I will explode, please, stop it right now. Arg! I'll address you as my brother. Please, spare me, brother, arg. Stop hitting me, you're hitting the sh*t out of me, arg. Brother, I'm serious, stop hitting me, please. Let's talk about this with an open mind," the Duck Emperor was pleading for his life. He wanted to run away, but Xiao Luo had used his true inner force to lock him. He could not escape, regardless of how hard he tried to flap his wings. After being properly taught a lesson, Duck Emperor finally surrendered his dignity as a duck and gave in to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo picked him up, then placed him on his open palm, and said, "Why couldn't you just stay in the temple? Why did you have to follow me? I can turn you into a roasted duck right now." "Fine, if that is what you wish. But I had to come. After that bastard from the Light Clan, called Xianxia, realized I was posing as my master, he hung me up and tortured me. He humiliated me. This trip to the Arcana land is first to see the world, but it is also to reclaim my dignity." Finally, the Duck Emperor spilled his thoughts. "Xianxia?" As soon as he heard this man's name, Xiao Luo clenched his fists subconsciously. His joints made cracking sounds, and his eyes could not help but flash with anger. He would never forget that it was this person who took Suli away. It was also this person who crippled one of his hands and feet. This was a deep-seated hatred. If he saw Xianxia, he did not doubt that he would lose his rationality and would kill Xianxia with everything he had. "Are you telling the truth that Xianxia hung you up and beat you up? If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you." Xiao Luo looked at the Duck Emperor with his eyes filled with bleak killing intent. He could accept that the annoying duck drew the longbow and other matters, but if it dared to lie and trick him for this matter, don't blame him. Let alone it is just the disciple of the master god of chaos. Even if it were God, he would still kill it. Gulp. The Duck Emperor shuddered and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. It raised its right side wing and said, "I swear that if I lie, lightning will strike me, and I'll die a horrible death. I will be judged by the transmigration laws in my next life and be born as livestock." "Aren't you livestock now?" Xiao Luo said, narrowing his eyes wryly. The Duck Emperor scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I've had the ability to speak for too long, and it makes me sometimes forget that I'm merely a handsome duck. Still, I'm not lying to you. That Xianxia is as smart as you are, and he knew I was posing as my master to scare them into giving up on traversing the two worlds. When he broke into my hall, he hung me up and beat me up for 7 days and 7 nights, 7 days and 7 nights, I lost all my dignity." At the end of his grievous rant, he burst into tears. Xiao Luo sighed. "As smart as me?" Anyone whose intelligence was average would have quickly realized that it wasn't the master god of chaos, but was some imposter playing tricks behind the safety of these walls. Being hung up and beaten for 7 days and 7 nights, and he lost his dignity? How could a useless duck have any dignity? To be honest, having lived in the dimension of chaos with this annoying duck for 10 days, Xiao Luo had a better understanding of its temperament. For instance, when it lied, it would unconsciously avoid looking at you. And when his eyes started darting around, it was a clear sign of guilt. But speaking now, these characteristics did not appear, and it meant his words were likely 99%, close to 100% credible. "You want to regain your dignity? Do you have that ability?" Xiao Luo asked. "You little brat. Well, I must say it's a good question. Yes, of course, I have the ability. But I'm not the one to fight Kurisa, you are. You can split open the dimension of chaos and travel between the two worlds, so I have high regard for you. So, to regain my dignity, I don't need to do it with my own hands. As the saying goes, making a third party the instrument of a crime, that's to say, you will destroy Kurisa on my behalf. The Duck Emperor raised his wings, like a human, and gave him a thumbs up. Make a third party the instrument of a crime? Damn it. You have already tried all your tricks on me and failed, and yet you're still taking it for granted. You even have the gall to speak your silly plans out loud with no reservations. Slap. It annoyed Xiao Luo so much he reached out and slapped the Emperor Duck hard. Quack. The Duck Emperor cried miserably. With a common enemy, Xiao Luo accepted the Duck Emperor and brought the annoying duck along. He also ordered it to shrink its body to the size of a large fly and stay on his shoulder when it was free. To determine the direction of the Light Clan, it was necessary to ask someone. However, after flying over the vast forest for an entire day, they did not see a single person, nor had they reached the edge of the forest. What a bummer. The forest is too vast. Even with your lightning speed, you have flown for an entire day without reaching its edge. It's just too damn vast. The Duck Emperor lamented with a sigh. Xiao Luo also frowned, for he had been flying for an entire day, and it meant he could have flown from the northernmost point of Japan to its southernmost point twice over. He had yet to see the edge of this forest, and he was sure that he had not lost his way as he had taken a north bearing. It was now beginning to seem like the forest was boundless, or at the very least, twice as large as Japan. It may sound exaggerated, but it was the truth. Xiao Luo decided to land after flying for an entire day, as he was already hungry. The towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, and the 1,000-year-old vines were as strong as dragon sinews. There were echoes of fierce roars issued by unknown beasts that the vast mountains. The roars of those that were closer to them resounded like thunder. As night fell, predators prowled in this vast forest, and their growls were a constant reminder of the cutthroat world they found themselves in. Roar. As soon as Xiao Luo landed, a beast had its eyes set on him. It looked like a wild boar. However, this wild boar was at least 600 to 700 kilograms in weight and was like a moving mountain. It brandished sharp claws on its 4 limbs and had a mouthful of ferocious saw teeth. Its 2 menacing tusks protruded prominently, and the exposed parts measured at least 20 centimeters long. A great weasel? Xiao Luo once again recalled the picture of the mutated beast in the Shanhai Jing and Xi's anecdotes. This mutated beast he had spotted was very similar to the great weasel recorded in the classic of Shanhai Jing. The great weasel's eyes were red, and its mouth was full of sharp yellow teeth, foaming with disgusting saliva. Damn little brat, it seems to take you as its prey and wants to make a sumptuous meal out of you. The Duck Emperor's annoying voice filtered to Xiao Luo's ears. Treated me as prey? Let's see who's going to land up as a sumptuous meal. Xiao Luo couldn't help but snort with a sneer. Suddenly, the boar-like great weasel stomped its 4 limbs into the dirt with great force and charged toward him. Nimble and quick to react, Xiao Luo leaped into the air to avoid the charge. The great weasel slammed into a large tree trunk, the circumference of 3 adult stretched arms, and the large tree snapped in half with a loud crack. The massive tree trunk fell heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of sand. What a crazy beast, the force of its collision felled a tree. The Duck Emperor was secretly shocked. Xiao Luo raised his blade in the air and slashed down. With just one slash, he chopped off the head of this gigantic creature, instantly killing it. A while later, a tantalizing aroma of roast meat filled the air as Xiao Luo and the Duck Emperor sat by the campfire, enjoying their meals. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The meat tastes so good. I have never eaten such delicious roasted meat before. The Duck Emperor had reverted to his original size, and his stomach was bulging like a rubber ball as he lounged on the turf, holding a piece of roasted meat in his duck hand. He burped several times, but continued eating, taking a bite at a time and resting in between mouthfuls. Xiao Luo ignored him and knitted his brows as he stared into the night sky. Although they had arrived in the Arcana land, he realized that the journey to the Light Clan wasn't straightforward. It had already been half a month, and if the Light Clan wanted to harm Suli, they would have done so by now. Even if he rushed to her rescue, he wouldn't be able to stop them. He felt extremely vexed and anxious at the very thought of the circumstances. "Hey, little brat, what wild game are you planning to hunt tomorrow?" The Duck Emperor called out to Xiao Luo, a look of satisfaction on his sated face. "Roast duck." Xiao Luo snapped. He was not in the best of moods. The Duck Emperor was taken aback for a moment. *CKU. At #UN%, he cursed. While having the roasted meat, Xiao Luo's divine awareness detected several human auras approaching. Would he finally meet a living person? He was excited. If he ran into any human, he could ask them for directions to get to the sacred location of the Light Clan. Then, he would execute the flying formula immediately and head right over there without stopping. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, flashing across the sky, 4 figures flew out of the forest. They were very agile and were armed with crossbows, knives, or spears in their hands. As soon as they saw Xiao Luo's face, the 4 let their guard down. **T. It is not one of those sons of B** cheese from the Ziyue cave heaven. It's so disappointing, one of them swore. He had every single trait a bad guy would have, including a long chubby face with a terrifying and evil expression. Tell me about it. When I saw the fire, I thought it was those Bast *RDS, too. Now that we've hurried here, it turns out to be not the case. How disappointing. So, those Bast *RDS are not too stupid after all, lighting a fire as they're attempting to escape, said another man. Forget about those Bast *RDS for now. We have been chasing them for too long. I am starving now. What have we here? A roasted lily. It looks like we have something to gain after all. The man with the long chubby face could not help swallowing his saliva when he saw the roasted lily in front of him. After sensing Xiao Luo's energy level, he said disdainfully, "How dare a martial master venture so deep in this forest? You do not know what you are getting into. But you are quite lucky. You killed a lily. That is unbelievable." The other 3 also laughed scornfully after gauging Xiao Luo's energy. They certainly would not feel threatened by an insignificant martial master. After all, they were martial spirits, 2 realms above martial master. It would be as easy as falling off a log for them to kill this guy. They did not know that Xiao Luo had intentionally suppressed his energy so that no one would feel threatened by him. They knew he was a martial master only because they had sensed the part of his true inner force that inadvertently flowed from his body. What are you 4 pieces of *T murmuring about? Tell your grandpa Duck Emperor now. How can we go to the sacred place of the Light Clan? Duck Emperor got to his feet, holding a thin twig, pretending to pick his teeth with it, although he did not have teeth like a human. Did the duck just talk? The 4 martial spirits were astonished and looked at each other in surprise. There were looks of awe in their eyes, because an exotic beast had to reach the level of a beast demon before it could speak like a human. Somehow they could not believe that the greedy duck with the enormous belly was a beast demon. It could not be. Its energy flow did not seem like that of a beast demon. The 4 probed further into the Duck Emperor's energy and could sense that it was not a beast demon. It was an exotic beast of the 5th level, at the very most. Then it was rather strange, for how could it speak? What the hell was it? You, mother duckers. Seeing them astonished and speechless, the Duck Emperor was so annoyed that he swore at them. Then he gave the man with the long chubby face a hard slap with his wing, just like it was a human hand. Piece of sh*t, Grandpa Duck Emperor, just asked you a question. What are you staring at? None of you have answered me. You are not giving any face to your Grandpa Duck Emperor. The man with the long chubby face who got slapped stood looking stupefied for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he raised his hand to give the Duck Emperor, who was still in the air, a slap in return. He struck the Duck Emperor with a hard blow. With a shrill quack, the duck's body flew off and hit a giant tree. The duck went limp and fell onto the ground right next to the trunk of the giant tree. Feeling dizzy, Duck Emperor stood up shakily. His head was spinning, and he was seeing stars. ***. I nearly freaked out earlier. It's no beast demon, but just a damned duck, only an exotic beast of the 5th level, sighed the man with the long chubby face as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The other 3 also felt relieved when they confirmed that the duck was not a beast demon. Had it been one, their leader could not have slapped it away as beast demons were too strong. The duck must have eaten some panacea to speak like a human. Young man, we are hungry. We will eat some of your roasted meat. You would not have any problem with that, would you? The man with the long chubby face said to Xiao Luo dismissively. Then he immediately bent down to cut the meat of the lily with his knife. Yes. I have a problem with that, said Xiao Luo honestly as he got up on his feet. Oh? Xiao Luo's answer shocked the 4, and they looked at him disdainfully before they all burst out laughing. Little jerk, open your eyes. See what levels we are at and what level you are at. How dare a little martial master like you find trouble with us? We are martial spirits. Are you courting death? This place is the forest of the infinity edge. No matter what strong backing you have, if you are not strong enough yourself, you will get killed here without being able to fight back. Of all the nerve. You are lucky that we want to eat your barbecue. Don't act like a bast**RD and f***ck off. The 4 men cut the meat with their knives without waiting for Xiao Luo's response. They acted as if he did not exist at all. Goddamn jerk. How could you put up with this? Beat them. The Duck Emperor hated those people for beating him up. As he was not strong enough to retaliate, egging Xiao Luo on was the only way to get his revenge on those men. However, the duck did not need to do that, for Xiao Luo was ready to take action. Xiao Luo was not a pushover, and had they asked him for some meat politely, he would not have minded. But the 4 martial spirits remained on their high horses since they arrived. They acted as if it was a given that they could eat his barbecue. In that case, he would not let them eat it. I will count 3. Stop immediately when I reach 3. Otherwise, die. Xiao Luo said plainly. The dragon saber had automatically flown into his hand. At first, the 4 were quite shocked by Xiao Luo's outburst, but soon, they burst out laughing again as if they were facing an idiot. Haha, haha. Did I hear him right? This guy just said he was going to kill us. Little jerk. What did you eat to suddenly find your courage? How dare you speak to us in that way? Don't you have any idea what level you are at? Open your eyes and wake up. You are just a little martial master, and any of us can kill you easily. Do you know that? The 4 were all laughing mockingly, then their laughter turned into sneers. It was easy to tell from their looks that they had the intention to kill Xiao Luo. His perceived ignorance had annoyed, and they were resolved to put an end to the arrogant young man once they had had enough to eat. 1. 2. With his eyes fixed on them, Xiao Luo was counting unhurriedly. Haha, haha. You're a funny guy. The 4 muscular men continued to laugh, thinking that Xiao Luo was a crazy fool. 3. On the count of 3, they stopped laughing. The man with the long chubby face detected a strong smell of blood. Then he saw blood dripping down the blade in Xiao Luo's hand. There had been no blood on the blade only moments ago. How come there was blood dripping down now? Arg! Suddenly, he heard a horrible scream. Glug! 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 Blood was gushing out from the necks of his 3 companions. They dropped their weapons and their eyes were opened wide. Then they fell to the ground with blood was still gurgling out of their necks. Gulp. The man with a long chubby face swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was cold, sweating heavily. Without a doubt, it was this martial master right in front of him that killed his companions. However, he was only a martial master. How could he have killed martial spirits? And he killed 3 in 1 second. The man did not even see how the enemy had acted. How was it possible? Was he really just a martial master? He looked at Xiao Luo, terrified, with the roasted meat that smelled wonderful in his mouth, and he dared not move. In a trembling voice, he asked, Who the hell are you? We are from the Black Blood Mercenary Corps. Zoom. The dragon saber flew across the sky in an extremely horrifying arc. The tip of the knife was pointed against the vital part of his neck. The energy given off by the knife pierced through his skin easily, hence, he could not go on speaking. The man with a long chubby face was looking at Xiao Luo in a terrified manner. Even in a fight against exotic beasts, he had never felt being so close to death as at this moment. I ask questions. You answer them, Xiao Luo said plainly. Yeah. Absolutely. The man kept bobbing his head in agreement, afraid if he did not do that quickly enough, that weird black knife would go through his neck. Where is the sacred place of the Light Clan? Xiao Luo asked. The sacred place of the Light Clan? The man was stupefied. That guy did not even know where the sacred place of the Light Clan was. Where on earth was he from? However, he came to his senses very soon. He replied, Yes, boss. The sacred place of the Light Clan is in the north, more than 5 million kilometers away from here. Strength was what mattered most. He had to give in to Xiao Luo. He even called the latter boss. More than 5 million kilometers away from here? Xiao Luo frowned. Even the equatorial circumference of Earth is only a little more than 40 kilometers. It was unbelievable that the sacred place of the Light Clan was more than 5 million kilometers away from here. Was the Arcana land that expansive? Are you sure it is more than 5 million kilometers, not 500 kilometers? Boss, I mean it. It is more than 5 million kilometers indeed. It's actually nothing. It's tens of thousands of kilometers from the south end to the north end of the Forest of Infinite Edge. The man smiled bitterly. Then he added, the Arcana land is so vast that average people won't be able to reach its end even when they spend their whole life trying to walk across it. It said only the 4 kings and the Holy Lady of the Light Clan know how big the Arcana land is. They reached its edge zone before. Xiao Luo's frown deepened. He knew for sure this man could not have lied to him. 5 million kilometers. Even if he kept flying at full speed and never stopped to eat or drink, it would still take him about half a year to reach the sacred place of the Light Clan. How could it be? This was something that he had never imagined. This Arcana land was too wide. It was completely unexpected. No wonder the Arcana land would not invade the original world. The original world was so small. Compared to the Arcana land, it was just a tiny place and severely contaminated. The spiritual energy was consequently very thin. He would be surprised if the Light Clan wanted to invade it. Mother Ducker, is the Arcana land so big? The Duck Emperor felt its head aching. It was not only far away, but millions of kilometers away. If they wanted to go to the sacred place of the Light Clan, it would be more difficult than going to space. The Arcana land is ruled by the Light Clan. I bet they must have devised a faster way to reach that remote region? Xiao Luo asked the man with a long chubby face. The man was even more confused. He wondered whether that man and that duck were from the Arcana land, because if they were, it was impossible that they knew nothing about that. However, he chose to answer Xiao Luo honestly, yes. It's via transmitting formations. Transmitting formations? Xiao Luo's eyes lit up. Exactly. Transmitting formations are everywhere in the Arcana land. They can transport people to another place in a second. You can cross tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. The man told Xiao Luo everything about the Arcana land that people were supposed to know. Xiao Luo asked him immediately, where is the nearest transmitting formation? In the Ziyue Cave Heaven. The man explained in detail, the Light Clan uses sects and schools to govern the Arcana land. There are thousands of sects and schools reporting to them. And those are responsible for administering the people living in the areas they govern, as well as the transmitting formations. You mean the sect that governs this area is Ziyue Cave Heaven? Xiao Luo clarified. Yeah. Yes. The man nodded. He believed this man in front of him was absolutely not from the Arcana land. Otherwise, he would not have been ignorant of such widely known things. Where is the Ziyue Cave Heaven? Luo inquired further. Go towards the north. About 1,000 kilometers, and you will reach the Ziyue Cave Heaven, the man directed embarrassedly. Xiao Luo had got the information he needed, but he did not kill the man. Shifting the dragon saber away, he said plainly, go away. Thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not killing me. The man felt like he had been granted amnesty as soon as he heard those two words. He certainly would not have the time to take care of his companions' bodies. He left as quickly as possible. For Xiao Luo, letting the man go was far away from releasing a tiger back to the mountains, or, in other words, laying up trouble for himself. Those people were too weak to make him worry. Even if a big group of them came, he would be able to kill them with one slash. If one slash was not enough, two would certainly do. What worried him at this moment was the distance of over 5 million kilometers. Even though he could use transmitting formations, he gathered there could not be any non-stop transmitting formation to the sacred place of the Light Clan. He supposed the transmitting formations leading to the Arcana land should be like the transport networks in the original world, which ramified all over the world. Non-stop trips were only possible for short distances. For longer distances, there would be stopovers. For a distance as far as over 5 million kilometers, there might be a lot of stopovers. As a result, despite those transmitting formations, he was afraid it would still take him half a month at least to reach the sacred place of the Light Clan. And that was just the most conservative estimation. However, he could not wait. He wished he could arrive at the sacred place of the Light Clan right away. With his brows furrowed, he turned his head to look at the Duck Emperor. Goddamn jerk, why are you looking at me? I don't know any magic to transport you to the sacred place of the Light Clan in 1 second. Meeting Xiao Luo's eyes, the Duck Emperor could not help but shiver, because it always spelled danger in his look. I want to enter the Chaos Dimension again, Xiao Luo expressed. It was not difficult for the Duck Emperor to guess what Xiao Luo was planning on. Touching its chin, it said, in theory, from the Chaos Dimension, it's possible to travel through spatial obstacles to reach any corner of the Arcana land. But goddamn jerk, you must know that the Arcana land is vast. What if you are farther away from the sacred place of the Light Clan after another try? It might be more than 5 million kilometers. It might even be tens of millions of kilometers. Think about that. It's scary. Xiao Luo gulped after hearing that. That method was not reliable enough indeed. he probably would be wasting his energy in the end. So, was traveling through transmitting formations the only way to reach the sacred place of the Light Clan? Xiao Luo was lost in thought. He was not a gambler. In most cases, he would only do what he was sure about. However, since he could not control his destination from the Chaos Dimension precisely, the King of Swords from the Light Clan should not be able to do that either. In that case, maybe Suli was still on her way to the sacred place of the Light Clan, so she had not arrived there at all. If the King of Swords had not been lucky enough, he could have been tens of millions of kilometers away from the sacred place of the Light Clan after arriving in the Arcana land. However, this certainly was just the most optimistic assumption. At this point, the only thing he could do was to refrain from making optimistic assumptions. Footsteps could be heard not long after getting rid of the 3 Black Blood Mercenary Corps members. 3 guys and 3 girls carefully appeared from within the forest. After looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, they stared at Xiao Luo with a horrified expression. "This brother here, may I ask if you were the one who killed these 3 from the Black Blood Mercenary Corps?" the gentle-looking man asked, respectfully cupping his fists together after putting his sword away. Xiao Luo only regained his senses after waking up from his meditation. He raised his head and took a glance. All 6 of them were dressed in purple, and they all held a sword. If his guess was correct, these were the Ziyue Cave Heaven disciples that the Black Blood Mercenary Corps were talking about earlier on. Slowly chewing a piece of raccoon meat he cut, he nodded and softly replied, "Yes, I killed them." Was he really the one who killed them? But these 3 were martial arts spirits, to think that they had died on the spot. The person here didn't look much older than them. Had he actually reached the peak of the martial spirit realm? Or had he already ascended the limits of a martial arts spirit and reached the level of a martial lord? All 6 of them couldn't help but gasp as they found it extremely unbelievable. If this guy had reached the level of a martial lord at such a young age, they probably couldn't find anyone else like him here in Arcana land. Even if he wasn't a martial lord and was just at the peak of the martial spirit realm, it was a disgusting level of talent. "Are you people from Ziyue Cave Heaven? I heard that these 3 dead people from the Black Blood Mercenary Corps were chasing after and trying to kill the whole lot of you." Duck Emperor couldn't control its mouth very well and said in a decrepit tone with its wings behind its back. "A talking duck? Beast demon?" All 6 of them were so scared that they were staggering. No one could have imagined that an ordinary duck would actually reach the level of beast demon. A young man who had reached the peak of the martial spirit realm and a strange animal that had reached the level of beast demon. Oh God, this world had gone insane. The gentle-looking man calmed himself down, bowed to Duck Emperor, and said, in response to the beast demon's question, "We are indeed from Ziyue Cave Heaven. Why are the people from the Black Blood Mercenary Corps trying to kill you?" Duck Emperor walked back and forth, enjoying the feeling of being respected. "That." The man hesitated for a bit. "Brotherswa, you can't." "That's right, Brotherswa, the 8-petal immortal orchid is a once-in-a-century occurrence. It took us so much effort before we could find it, and the Black Blood Mercenary Corps were trying to kill us for it. If you let the wicked beast know, I'm sure it will try to steal it for itself, just like the Black Blood Mercenary Corps. The 8-petal immortal orchid is for Master's treatment. If we lose it, I'm afraid Master won't live more than 2 months." The other 5 dragged the man aside and softly whispered to him. If they didn't act cautiously around this wicked beast and young man with caution, there was nothing they could use to fight against them. Xiao Luo could hear them clearly though they were speaking softly. All he did was giggle a little, but didn't really show it. The man thought for a bit, then sighed and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, do you think we can fool them just by keeping quiet? No, maybe we can hide it from that brother there, but there's no way we can hide it from the beast demon. If they really have evil intentions, our little tricks are not going to do anything." After hearing that, the 5 of them put their head down. They understood where Brothers with Xiangming was coming from. There was nowhere for them to hide the 8-petal immortal orchid in from a beast demon. They were extremely vexed and didn't understand why they followed the fire here. Screw their ducking, Mum. What are they whispering about over there? How odd. Why do you people from Arcana Land enjoy whispering so much? Duck Emperor, who couldn't understand what was going on, shook its head. Swiss Xiangming walked over with a smile and replied to Duck Emperor's question, Demon Beast Lord, the reason why the Black Blood Mercenary Corps were trying to kill us was because we obtained the greatest luck by receiving an 8-petal immortal orchid. Without hiding anything, honestly revealing everything. 8-petal immortal orchid? What's that? Let this duck have a look. Duck Emperor looked at Xiao Luo. It had some knowledge about things from the original world but wasn't too familiar with the things in Arcana Land. The other 5 Ziyue Cave Heaven disciples were shocked, and thought, that's it. This wicked beast is going to steal the 8-petal immortal orchid. It is obviously trying to lure Brothers Hua and get him to take out the orchid. This is it, Swiss Xiangming said with a bitter smile. He cautiously took out the orchid that was in his pocket. It was an orchid with 8 petals. Each petal was as red as blood, and a floral fragrance was spreading to their surrounding area. Anyone who smelled that fragrance would feel good. It was refreshing and unique. Oh, wow. What a beautiful flower. It smells really good too. Duck Emperor was a little bit obsessed with it now and took the orchid using its hand-like wings. It put it close to its eye and couldn't stop admiring it. The other 5 Ziyue Cave Heaven disciples were starting to feel a little bit tense. This was their last hope to save their master, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Hey, young offspring, can you give this orchid to this duck here? This duck here wants to make this a specimen and put it on my bookshelf so that I can admire it in the future, Duck Emperor requested. It really loved the orchid. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 Ziyue Cave Heaven disciples, who were already a little tense, were now angry and pulled out their swords. Duck Emperor got a shock, and all the feathers on its duck head were already standing up straight. Swiss Xiangming lifted his hand to stop his junior brothers and sisters, turned around, and spoke to Duck Emperor in a nicer tone, Beast Demon Lord, please forgive them. This orchid is for us to treat our master's illness. Our master's illness is severe. If we lose the orchid, he won't be able to live beyond 2 months. May this Lord have mercy. We Ziyue Cave Heaven will never forget this Lord's kindness. Xiao Luo, who had only been watching, stood up all of a sudden and walked towards Duck Emperor. Stinky duck, return the orchid to them. Duck Emperor was not unreasonable. It returned the fairy orchid to Swiss Xiangming. You should have said so earlier. Since you needed to save a life, then this duck won't try to keep it for itself. Just like that, they were able to retrieve it. Swiss Xiangming got the orchid back and found it a little odd. The other 5 were shocked for a bit and kept their swords afterwards. They also quickly withdrew the intimidation that they had towards Xiao Luo. Ugh! What a beautiful orchid! If only this duck here could turn it into a specimen and keep it for itself, that would have been great, Duck Emperor regretfully sighed. Xiao Luo looked at it coldly. You stinky duck, other people are trying to kill them because of this orchid. Do you think they're going to give it to you? Do you think they've lost their minds? You goddamn brat. This duck here still returned it to them anyways, Duck Emperor unhappily replied. Xiao Luo didn't say anything and returned to his own seat. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Beast Demon Lord. We, the disciples of Ziyue Cave Heaven, will remember your kindness. Swiss Xiangming bowed towards Xiao Luo and Duck Emperor. The other 5 followed and respectfully thanked the both of them as well. Since you see this as kindness, then there's an opportunity for you to return it right now, Xiao Luo said. The 6 of them had a confused look on their faces.